very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to round 3 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here, live from Mülsen, Germany, at the Arena E circuit. It's the second time the FIA Karting Championship has been here, but the first time for the direct drive classes. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland will be in the commentary box this weekend. And Nicole, weather is on a knife edge here. It could rain, it could be sunny. We have no idea, but the racing action, I'm sure, is going to be as fast as ever.
Absolutely will be. We've had some back and forth already with this rain, then coming all the way from yesterday's early test sessions. Of course, we've already had our qualifying sessions and our early phase heats. Now, brand new day for our drivers, brand new day of long run, of course. The classes of OK Junior, OK and our Academy Trophy for your senior category as well. Like you said there, we've not been here since last year with our KZs and KZ2s, so a bit of a world of the unknown, I would say, for the direct drive classes. Lots of drivers haven't been here before, and lots of drivers are fresh faces into this weekend as well, some putting in those wild card entries, so it's going to be busy and it's going to be interesting, I would say.
I think another word, it's going to be fast as well. Top speed these drivers reaching, even in the direct classes here, 130 kilometres an hour. We're going to take a short break. We will see those drivers on track with those first qualifying heats coming up very, very soon.
Guten Morgen und willkommen. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Germany and to the Mülsen circuit here at Arena E, just an hour or so away from Leipzig, which hosts the largest train station in terms of football in Europe. But here this weekend, we are here for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship, back once again to the Arena E circuit, not for KZ and gearboxes, but for the direct drive classes that will be heading out onto the circuit for today's qualifying heats. And I will say today, 28 of those qualifying heats. Let that sink in for a moment. It's not the busiest day we've ever seen in the world of karting, but certainly is one of them up there in the world of karting. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. The weather, interesting to say the least. It's a wet track right now. It's expected to dry. It's not raining at the moment. Don't know what's going to happen apart from the first racing that's going to be going out of one of 28. Again, I just can't get that number out my head.
Well, today I think unexpected weather conditions can be predicted for these drivers. Yesterday and on our practice sessions on Thursday, we did have a lot of wet weather come down, so these drivers are now used to it. They will be able to handle things, but it's going to be very interesting indeed. And I think we're going to have some races out here, Anthony, that you're going to see a mixture of wet and dry tyres being deployed by these drivers. Well, of course, we're going into our first qualifying heat of the day, but not our first of the weekend. We'll be going with junior groups B versus D, and for this one we have got different tyre decisions going on. Our entire field have gone for wets, bar one driver who starts at the back on that 11th row, Roland Nagy, who has opted for a slick decision on that Maxis.
Risky, bold, I love it. First thing in the morning. Right, here's your grid for the first race of the day. It's Juniors Heat B versus D. Daniel Miron, pole position here. Will Green starting alongside Alex Malota and Henry Mülsen go from row number 2. Oiva Venturata and Achille Ray go from row 3. They will see Matis Verge and Manny Nuvolini on row 4. Juan Garciase and Jason Cosmopoulos go from row 5. There we'll see Oscar Rivoli and Marek Zaric on row 6. Christian Alexander-Rust and Felipe Sanchez will round out the first half of the field. They will go from row number 7.
Row number 8, CG halfway alongside Michel Orlando. And from 9, we have Belgium and France in the form of Aurélien Lemaire and Jean Pujol. From row number 10, your top 20, it's Yubo Wen, who needs a good race after a DNF yesterday. He'll be starting alongside Theo Palfrain, who was one of your biggest movers yesterday, made up 14 places to get into P6. Your 11th row is that slick tyre decision maker of Roland Nagy. He starts alongside Christian Kobe. 12th row, Jeff Verbeek with Daniel Ferraria. A DNF for Daniel Ferraria needs to pull something out the hat today during these races. And from 13, it's Reed and Ratajski. 14 rows in total for your first qualifying heat of the day. Maxim Bobrishov, who failed to put in a lap in time qualifying yesterday, starts from P27 alongside with Jacob.
Obviously, today, slightly different day. If you're joining us, there was no morning warm-up today. That was taken away. They are going straight out into these races today. That's only because there was a pause yesterday for a track inspection. That's all been sorted out, and they're racing again today. And, of course, it has extended the day just that little bit now with the extra 4 races. And then plus we've got the Academy Trophy here as well this weekend, the Academy Seniors for their second round of the season also, which means it has piled it on a little bit for today's heat races, but the drivers are primed and ready. I'm sure the mechanics are as well. I hope you are at home also from wherever you're watching around the world. It is World Cup fever at the moment, but don't despair if your favourite team doesn't win in the World Cup. They might win here in the European Championships. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Right, into the final sector. They will pass the red line, and we'll hopefully see some synchronisation here on the marshals, but we'll have to wait and see. It's very early in the morning. We'll maybe give some time to warm up a little bit at the start of the day. The Streckenkuh KCT Marshall team here this weekend, the finest in Germany around the world. Right, here we are then, into the final sector. And obviously keep an eye on the driver starting on the 21st spot on the grid, Roland Nagy. Slick tyres on board. There is no dry line out there. This will be slippy for him. He is waiting for the race to progress here in that later stage. Into the tram lines. We are racing then for the first time today. Down towards turn 1. Good start then for Daniel Miron. Inside line, keep an eye on Gray on the outside. It's a drier line there, but he's on the wet tyres, remember, and it's not worked out for him. Miron still has it. Couple of carts running wide on the exits. A spin right in the middle of the track. It's the treble 2 that's had drama. It's Oscar Rivoli that's facing the wrong way.
Shame for Oscar Rivoli. Had a P7 yesterday. Now looks to try and push the cart back into life. Gets it in a straight line. He will have this opportunity as somebody's thus just there through turns 4 and 5, clipped the curb and gone backwards. We'll update you on who that is as well. But
Michel Orlando,
who are struggling in this one, of course, Oscar Rivoli and Michel Orlando. Oscar Rivoli still attempting to get that parallel sprung back into the life. He's still pushing, but will now be stopped by the marshal. Will have his race put a full stop to already on this first opening lap. Out at the front, though, Daniel Miron doing a good job to control things. Miron knows how to do that in a race like this, as side by side they go through turns 13 and 14. No grip existing for these drivers on this first race of the day.
That was a big send there into turn 13. I think that may have been Jason Cosmopoulos there, who has just got back into P10, so he's not gained or lost any spots from that incident, but certainly getting his hands dirty in this race, but we'll keep an eye on his progression as he's under a lot of pressure here from the Tony Kart of Jean Pujol of France, who looks to the inside there at turn 3. Bit of side potting between the two of them, but Jason has to concede that spot and drops down into 11th place, but no despair, a long way to go in this race. At the front end of the field, well, Daniel Miron, Will Green and Alex Malota, very close indeed. Miron's not gone through as, oh dear, that's not gone too well for the 225 KR Motorsport. G Halfway out of the race. Whoa. And that's a change for the lead. Miron on the grass, and Green goes through. Incredibly close between the two. Will Green leads the way.
That wasn't contact there between Will Green and Daniel Miron. That was just grip not existing for Miron, but now looks to take that tighter line, uses a curb, does clip Will Green. Green holds on to it, however, and allows Alex Malota to get more involved in this fight. But Malota for now sits in P3 and signals to Daniel Miron to continue to push. Yesterday, results for this top three. Will Green took a qualifying heat win. Daniel Miron had a P5. Alex Malota had a P3, exactly where he is sat right now within this race. But drivers behind that look to also get involved. Henry Moering, not seen in the FIA Karting European Championships this year, is entered into this one as a home favourite. That is the change for P2. Miron again runs himself wide and gives away another position.
Yeah, indeed. And this is a very interesting moment for them here. Because all of them just wanting to push forward. There is Halfway out of the race, one of many retirements in this one. Over the start-finish line, yeah, you're right saying Miron here on the back foot, but I don't think he's going to give this one up too soon. Miron very quick around this track, and he has showcased that. And again, but that racing line just a little bit different to what the dry line was earlier on in the weekend in free practice and the testing that we saw. But Green at the front now, comfortable, putting in the purple times. 102.967 is starting to open that gap up.
Oiva Venturata and Henry Moering then are looking at this trio ahead. Moering trying to be a bit of a home hero this weekend, had a P4 yesterday, so it's really strong around this circuit and is deploying some track knowledge. This is the fight then going on for drivers like Christian Kobe. We've got Jean Pujol involved in this as well. Pujol has dropped down now. We did see him a couple of laps ago chasing Jason Cosmopoulos, but now has fallen into the hands of the Irishman and Yubo Wen as well. So that is the tail of karts now heading through that second sector, and it's all for the fight for the top 14. Again, these drivers just taking those varied lines from turns 13 and 14. As now, Anthony, we are starting to see more of a drier line forming. That's going to signal something to the next groups of drivers.
Well, signal something to the next group of drivers, and also maybe signal something to the likes of Roland Nagy. He is in 25th place. He is right at the back of the grid. This was to be expected. However, I will keep an eye on his momentum out there. He is still 4 seconds off in that first sector alone. But we'll keep a close eye on his progression as this race goes on. But yeah, he's all on his own right at the back of the field. Looking at this, down the inside, this is a nice little fight that we've got. And that is Stan Radowski just getting squeezed out of the way there. It's a little further down in the field, but it's Jeff Beck who's able to get that move done. That's for 19th place on the grid.
Well, results so far this weekend, we've got Henry Moering had that P4 yesterday. Now he's at P5. Manny Nuvolini had a relatively decent day yesterday, rounded out a P3 finish in his first qualifying heat. Now sits just outside of the top 5, but Nuvolini is a driver of consistency and we'll be expecting that so far today as well. This is the fight going on into the first corner. Again, this is Christian Kobe and Jean Pujol who are still going for it. It also involves Yubo Wen, who needs a good race. DNF for Yubo yesterday. Now the two Tony Kart teammates look to be glued together through turns 4 and 5. Who's going to have it? Jean Pujol holds onto it, but he's going to run himself off the road. The Frenchman gets it wrong on the grip, on the rotation of the kart, gifts 2 positions and maybe gifts it to Christian Kobe as well to go in on the teammate of Jean Pujol that is Yubo Wen.
Yeah, so easily done there, and that is such a shame for him over the course of this one. It's, those little moments where you're just thinking, I need to brake a little later here just to defend the spot, and be like, oh no, that was too late, and there's nothing you can do, especially into turn 3. There is no runoff there. You're straight into the grass, and there's the nice up and under as well. Fighting still happening all over the place. Over the line they go. Achille Ray getting past Juan Garcia. Yes, and Cosmopoulos with Christian Alexanderus, with Maxim Bobajov making the moves. Felipe Sanchez, though, was on Marat Zavic. That was the energy course that we saw break through. There was a retirement. That was Michele Orlando's kart, and there, going very slowly, is Roland Nagy. He is on the slick tyres. I can imagine the blue flags will be out. It was a good, I think, a good call maybe at the start of this race, maybe a little bit too early. I think they were hoping for the track to dry out just that little bit faster. Yeah,
of course, Roland Nagy was starting on that 11th row. He had to probably try something. It wasn't the greatest day yesterday for him. Deployed a bit of a risky, high-risk, high-reward decision, but it's not going to be the case. It's not going to be the story. It's fallen apart for Nagy within this race, who continues now to just move out of the way of the rest of the field. Your 1, 2 and 3 still green from Mülsen from Daniel Miron. Green having that 2.7 second lead is actually now on the timing screens. We have seen the switch between Miron and Mülsen. We're looking for a switch now between these two drivers. Oliver Venturata, of course, trying to still get involved, but that's Henry Moering, the home hero, going for it as they now look to get a little bit aggressive there, Anthony, through turns 4 and 5. Down that second main straight that we see. Again, we're going to see the switch. Oliver Venturata snatches that one back, but Moering's going to have the better line potentially towards 6 and 7. Has to now defend from the parallel of Mathis Brageau, just behind Brageau, trying to get involved in this one, as Venturata is now gifted a bit of space, and so is Manu Nuvolini. Manu Nuvolini makes it now a 4-kart battle.
Yeah, he does, and this is nice to see. Now Brageau could have a chance here as well to squeeze through, but we are nearing-ish at the end of the race. We are on lap 9 of this one, and again, look at the up and under here. Beautiful stuff, but it's not going to work out too well. 3 wide on the exit of the turn. And look at this, Venturata on the outside now, Nuvolini on the inside. Gets up to second in this group of drivers. He's looking to get to the front of it here. This is the fight for 4th place right now, as Miron sets the fastest lap of the race. We're nearly sub 1 minute, so the track is improving as it goes on. But we are watching this fight here for P4, and Nuvolini certainly trying to get things done here. Looks to the inside, but no. Defends from Venturata and Brageau. It allows Henry Moering to break away here, and Venturata doesn't like that. He's going to send it down the inside and try and take the long way round on the outside into 11 and 12. It's not going to work out too well for him, though. For the rest of the field, though, we're all fine and well. There is your race leader, Will Green, as he now goes on to the last lap of this race. He will see a checker flag with a gap of 2.6 seconds as it stands. This is Miron and Mülsen. This is the fight for second place. Whoa. This is all over it. Miron there taking the two very different drastic racing lines between the two of them. Mülsen not finding the gap just yet.
Yeah, so Miron here having to defend, but also having to try and find the grip, as now Mülsen's going to go back down the inside of 4 and 5. He's going to have that overtake. He's going to have the position. So Mülsen back into P2, but Daniel Miron is going to try and do everything he can to return the favour. Decision is that more wider line on the entrance towards 6 and 7. Now they're both going to clip the curb, get the carts rotated. Both of these drivers still undecided, side by side, almost down towards turns 10 and 11. One more sector left for these two drivers to go. Alex Mülsen head over the shoulder. He's under the pressure. They make slight contact. 13, we're going to have the different line taken once more off the road. Alex Mülsen off the road. They clip. Daniel Miron's going to have P2, and Will Green is going to have the race win.
Yeah, Green will take that one. Miron will take second. Mülsen, I can imagine, will not be happy with that direction change out of 13, but we'll have to wait and see. And Daniel Miron under investigation for causing a collision. I did expect to see that quite quickly. Mülsen then will finish third from Moering, Nuvolini from Brageau, Achille Ray from Jason Cosmopoulos in P8, Sanchez from Bobrajov, who ran out the top 10. That's a great race for Maxim Bobrajov. 17 places gained after not setting a time in TQ.
Good race as well, of course, for Will Green. Makes it 2 out of 2 so far this weekend. A driver who's come here to Germany chasing down a championship for KR. takes more points on the board to max out on what he could have done so far with 100 to his name, as Daniel Miron does round out in P2, so it was a P5 yesterday, now it's a second, but he's under some pressure then with that under investigation. Alex Malota, driver of consistency so far then, results 2 P3s, potentially could jump up the order though if that post-race decision for Daniel Miron takes him down a spot. Green from Miron, from Alex Malota, they are your 1, 2 and 3. Good stuff by our drivers in these conditions that are going to develop time and time again this weekend.
There's full results, top 10 we've gone over. Christian Alexander-Rus finishing in 11th place from Marek Zaric, Oivo Venturata from Juan Garcia, Christian Kobe from Jean Peugeot, Wenyabu, and Stan Rajaski rounds out the top 18 at the end of that first race of the day. Theo Palfrain and Daniel Ferreira from Kim and J. Nick Reed rounds out the 23 finishers ahead of Oivo Venturata, who I think did retire on that last lap. Didn't take the checker flag. Roland Nagy did take the checker flag on those slick tyres.
Oivo Venturata, I think, can be found down at turn number 13. There was a last corner incident for a couple of drivers in your midfield section, so that's probably where the Finn is parked.
Indeed. Other retirements, Oscari Rolli, Xiao Hui and Michelle Orlando all not making it to the end. Here is your highlights from that race, and again, initially, not a bad start for Daniel Miron. Green, of course, had that outer drier line, of course, on the wet tyres, though. But, of course, you were going to get the inevitable crossover of Miron going to understeer into the line of Green in the background. The first of the retirements coming in, Oscari Rolli having drama. Then later, Michelle Orlando out of the later chicane. Unfortunately, clipping that curb and having a bit of a moment. Then we saw battles happening up and down the order here. Drivers pushing through. We saw great fighting from Jean Peugeot and Wenyabu, with Jeff Beck involved in that fight as well. Marek Zaric getting good overtakes as well, but finishing that race in 13th place. Maxim Bobrozov slowly but surely creeping his way through the field, was able to get involved. There was the later unfortunate retirement for Xiao Hui. No fault of his own there, but just caught out at turn number 10. Fight for the lead did go on. Round the outside would go Green. He would be able to take that lead away at the middle point of the race and would continue on to go for, I think, quite a comfortable and confident race win, Nicole.
Yeah, we saw some action-packed battles there. Drivers in the back like Christian Kobe trying to get involved. We also had quite a lot go on for the likes of Henry Möhring as well. Jean Peugeot put on a good show, but then eventually ended up running himself off the road, gifting the position to his teammate of Yubo Wen and to Christian Kobe of Fusion as well. This was Henry Möhring going for the battle between him, and of course we have the Tony Kart involved as well. Henry Möhring, really good stuff on that home soil, clearly knows how the circuit works, and it was between him and Oivo Venturata for the late stages of the race that invited in Mani Nuvolini to the action-packed battle that saw Oivo Venturata in the very last moments move off the circuit and lose out. Xiao Hui, there you could see parked at the marshal post, he would go no further, as Alex Malota and Daniel Miron also decided to give us a show. Malota took the position as this was the stage through turns 13 that we saw that small clip between Miron and Malota. Miron visibly there looking at Alex Malota, and I would say that was the small incident there that has put Daniel Miron under investigation.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but over the line. Green, comfortable and confident there over the line. We'll take the checkered flag in the first race of the day, and that race, of course, was due to go out on track yesterday in the afternoon, but that one pushed forward to today, and the rest of the races that we'll see in this morning phase will be a very similar story. And that next race coming up very, very soon. The seniors out for groups B versus D. Can report all drivers for this have gone for wet tyres. No one deciding to go for slicks as of yet. I think that decision has been made for them, courtesy of Roland Nagy in that first race. There is your grid, primed and ready. Asher Osteen, the pole sitter for this race on that CRG for the USA. A very strong result, and actually looks to be reporting that some rain is starting to fall. Just that little bit out there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. So that may be cementing their choice for those wet tyres. It is going to be an on and off day. I think you can imagine every single session there will be probably 60 or so karts in that servicing park area, one with slick tyres, one with wet tyres, just to get them ready for the mechanics to make that last-second choice of what they want to go for. It means that the guys and girls down in that servicing park have got a very, very, very busy day today.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to have a lot of races today. We're going until around about 7 o'clock this evening. We started at 9, so plenty of action for you to watch on. What was that noise for, Anthony?
If I wanted a 9 to 5, I'd work in an office.
Well, you've got 9 to 7 today.
There we go. Blimey, what a day it is going to be today. There you can see race director on the grid, Nigel Edwards, primed and ready. There is Asher Osteen, suited and booted, ready for this race. Super quick in time qualifying. Second fastest overall, but really showed some great pace. Engines firing up then. Drivers making their way out on to the circuit. Let's quickly take a moment to take you through that full starting lineup. And, well, there you go. On the camera lens. Can confirm precipitation is in the air, and I can confirm it's wet rain. Asher Osteen and Zach Drummond on the front row of the grid. Gilles Herman and Drew Waltz go from row 2. There we'll see Endo Arata and Devin Waltz on row 3. Great qualifying for these two, right up at the sharp end. The two D Waltz are there. Row number 4, we'll see Dan Alleman and Sebastian Mins. Davide Bataro and Lev Krutilov go from row 5. They'll see Yuri Lavar and Jakub Kamenek on row number 6. Row 7, we'll see the first half of the field with Kasper Reipold and Gabriel Canal.
Row number 8 houses Nikita Bott and Luke Tal, and from 9 we have the USA's Max Wayland and Ilya Berezkin. Your 10th row in your top 20 sees Rafael Boulard and Svet Simonov, and from 11, Archie Owen will see Jude Thirumalai Swami. Row number 12 is Gavin Adam with Nicola Frigg, who actually had a disqualification yesterday for a bad manoeuvre. And your final and 13th row, Valerio Villapiano will be started. Unexpected, I would say, for Villapiano. Normally quite good in qualifying, but couldn't put the lap together yesterday. He's starting alongside Nefeli Cosmopoulos there on P26. There you can see on the camera lens then, rain is continuing to fall for our drivers. Decision to go for those wet maxis, absolutely the way to go. And of course, everybody followed everybody else. The majority, we've all gone for the wet to try and disperse that water, and now they're looking to try and get everything into temperature. Definitely raining out there now.
Yes, it's June right now. It's 16 degrees and raining. Love it.
I feel like I'm at home.
Yeah, it does feel like a standard summer's day in the UK, but no, here in Germany, which I will stress that last week, beautiful blue sunshine, 30 degrees, it was lovely, but we're just not seeing it here. There's the radar, and as you can see, we've just got some pockets around us. It's not going to be too drastic over the course of the day. And like you say, at the moment, it's just a light sprinkling for the drivers, but it's that really wet rain that we've got right now. It's like you just stand there, it's really fine, and it just, you get wet really quickly. Compared to the dry rain, Nicole, that, you can stand there and it's like, it's fine, it's dry, it's raining, but you stay dry. Here, it's not the case. Synchronization.
I'm hearing a lot of words, but you're not saying anything.
I am saying a million things, Nicole. Do you know what it is? It's really early in the morning, and we've got a long day to go. Right, anyway, here we are with the racing. The rain starting to fall then for the seniors as they enter into those tram lines. All of them on wet tyres. It's lights out and fights on towards turn 1. Good stuff for Ash Osteen. Drummond on the outside lines. Going to get a little bit of a bump in the background. Everyone just taking that super wide line, but they've met in the middle. And unfortunately, it's Lenovo Calicut that has borne the brunt of all of that, unfortunately. And who is on one of those? Could be Davide Bataro. I think it is Davide Bataro, the only Lenovo Calicut. There's more happenings. There is a Forza and a KR Motorsport machine as well that have also collided. I will try and ascertain who that is.
One is Max Wayland, one Svet Simonov that's been caught in that. Krutulov and Davide Bataro were also stuck. Now we've lost a Tony Kart through turn number 7. Is that potentially Gilles Herman, the 165? It is Gilles Herman then that started from that second row. Now looks to try and push that OTK back into life. We've also lost a VDK off the road as well. Of course, difficult spot in the circuit for Herman to try and get it put in. He's obviously on an angled corner and will not manage to get it back into life. Will make himself one of the other DNF drivers on only that first opening lap. Good stuff so far for Ilya Berezkin. Berezkin trying to get involved as one of the biggest losers in that incident as well, but is still on the road, however. Zach Drummond. Drummond, yesterday, it was a win. Now he's going to have to fight for this one here, Anthony. It's all the way down in P8. He was off on the grass at that first corner and now looks to have to try and fight his way through the order as Berezkin is the leader of this train of karts heading through turn number 4 and 5, which does include Zach Drummond. Berezkin, biggest mover, almost 13 places. But look who you've got to give it to as well. Luke Tal into P3.
Yeah, indeed. Great start there for Tal, pushing forward with the rest of the field. Right, now I've given it a lap and my coffee's kicked in. I can tell you who we actually lost at the beginning of that one. Gilles Herman, Davide Bataro, Lev Krutulov, Max Weiland, Rafael Ballard and Svet Simonov have all had drama at the start of that race, and Alaman is under investigation for potentially causing a collision in this race. Sideways there through turns 14 onto the start-finish straight. Great little race that we're seeing here inside the top 10. But these drivers all trying to do one thing, and that's trying to close in on Asher Osteen, who is still, at this moment, in a calm situation. But this group now in a really good battle, which is currently being led by the likes of, I think, Drummond, Kamenek, Reipold and Nikita Bott trying to push through.
These are conditions then that really suit Zach Drummond. He knows how to race in the wet. Of course, on that previous lap, he would have had dirt all over the tyres. Look at his front nose cone. You can see all of that mud that he's collected from going over the grass. So now he's trying to come back into life, trying to chase down the only IPK that we've got in this field of Ilya Berezkin. Side by side, these drivers going once more through turns 9 and 10. Gavin Adam was one of those drivers that you just saw slide through turn number 10. Then, of course, low grip levels for these drivers, especially through the likes of 13 and 14, where they carry so much speed, like you can see there, as the rest of the field does have to watch on at this one. Of course, Bataro, Krutulov, Wayland, you just called them there, Anthony, out.
Yeah, indeed. There's the long train down the start-finish straight here. A few overtakes in the background there as over the line they would go. And that was due through Malai Swami past Nicola Frigg and Drew Waltz past Sebastian Mins. Those two drivers have had a bit of a tough start to this race as well. I've got to say that rain's actually coming down quite a lot now for the field. That's going to make it quite challenging for them, I can imagine. Side-by-side action, though, out of turns 4 and 5. Now the Ward Racing getting up into position. Gabriel Canal past Valeria Villapiana there for position. That would be nicely received. And they continue to fight on. And that is what that chicane brings out to these drivers. You leave the gap open, someone's going to put their kart down the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, for these drivers, this circuit nature in itself, it's hard to get the kart rotated. It's so tight, so twisty. Then you throw in the rain, which naturally makes that more difficult as well. These drivers have really got to focus and concentrate on getting that direction change complete, especially when they're hunting down 4 positions like Dal Alaman on your screen is trying to do. Because, of course, let's not forget the VDK had a DNF yesterday, is now within this race, already under investigation as well. Here's Gavin Adam, one of your biggest movers, looking to try and make some positions once more. The Tony Kart looking strong here, but has still got some work to do to get past the Forza in front. Tell you who this race is looking really good for as well, Anthony. Asher Osteen. Osteen actually wasn't your overall quickest in qualifying group. He inherited that one from Bosco Arias, whose lap was deleted. But yesterday, you know, the CRG had a P2 and is now leading this one. This is his best FIA weekend so far to date when it comes to those results.
Indeed. And at the moment, he is leading that intermediate classification. Very early doors in that intermediate classification, but still looking at 94 points to his name. A little bit late on the brakes there for Alaman. Just collects the back of Reipold's machine there but they do keep it on the straight and narrow. Aleman's going to drop back now quite considerably here, and that's going to change things up. Has he got an issue out there now?
Well, Aleman has got an issue in the form of being already under investigation. Now he's going to be looked at again for that moment with the Reipold at the 13th corner. So Aleman within this one is maybe drawing some attention to himself that he's not going to want. Drummond has now finally got past Ilya Berezkin now, so you've seen Drummond come back into the fight. This is Reipold also trying to fight forward. Nikita Bot's getting involved as well. Reipold's going to look for the switch. Great move there for Reipold. Uses the curb to get the kart rotated and picks up another position.
122 Drew Waltz under investigation, that is, for potentially causing a collision. We'll keep a close eye on that progression here as the field crosses the line. They go on to lap 7 on this race, I'll say at this point. That timing graphic on your screen at home, and gents, not up to date just for the moment, so we'll try and get that back sorted for you. But a plethora of investigations and warning flags going out at this stage of the race, Nicole. It's getting to that middle point of it, and everyone just trying to push forward as all dear. Dan Aleman has had dramas. He has just tumbled down to 20th place. He may have brought it in. No, is that him there?
That's Reipold.
Oh, no, that's Reipold. Yeah, very similar helmet design, and both on the VDKs, of course. But yes, indeed, that's a bit of a shame for Aleman. Rain really coming down now. I want to say the gap's coming down between Endo Arata and Asher Oshtein. I believe it is. It's down to 1.3. Still a significant gap that's between the two of them, but it is closing in. There's the Hagman racing machine of Yuri Levar chasing down Luke Tal, who is still pushing there in 3rd place on a 13th place gain.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Endo Arata decides to play this one out, if he can get to Asher Oshtein. Of course, he had a DNF yesterday. He pushes too hard and falls off the road. It's going to cost him. Asher Oshtein has not got to overdo things here. He's already had those points. He's already looking sharp this weekend. So compared to Endo Arata, he's absolutely on the forward foot. Still these battles going on the stage of the race. We've hit the halfway mark. Drummond's going fastest, so Drummond's now looking at Yuri Levar, as this is one of the MPs going to try and push ahead. Now you're really seeing this rain fall down. This is Levar looking at Tal for P3, which I'm sure Zach Drummond will be watching on, praying and hoping that they can fight out, that he can then get involved for the top 4.
Yeah, indeed. He's going to have to wait just that little bit for it, though. There's your list of retirements growing ever longer as this race goes on. Unfortunately, the really tough conditions out there. Over the line onto lap 9 of this race. Time very quickly running out for Yuri Levar to try and squeeze another position out of this race. I've got to say, though, Tal's just looking super confident on the track right now. The grip levels may not be there, but he seems to have found a rhythm out there with that racing line. You can see some of the turns he's taking the outside wet line. Some turns he's hooking the wheels on that inside curb just to drag it through, and great to see. Look at the rain that's coming down. It's an awful day today.
Yeah, of course, Tal there sat on the Henzer looking really strong, and I'd be interested to see what the performance is like for drivers like Henry Domain, who is teammate of Luke Tal in the OK category. How does he fare? Have the MP team really set that Henzer up to get it round in these wet conditions? Well, so far we can confirm it for Luke Tal, but is it also Luke Tal's driving style? Of course, he's quite a strong driver in the kart, and that looks to be benefiting him within these conditions so far. Yuri Levar, of course, for him, great results so far. If he can stay in that P4, it would be one of his best qualifying heats to date for Levar, but he's still just seeing that on the steering input. He's still having to battle with the car. He's still having to really focus on things. These drivers pushing now to continue to try and generate some grip, try and get these karts into each of these corners. Oshtein now still clear from Endo Arata, who's now heading into turns 6 and 7. But the CRG is now in sight. We've got a couple of laps left to go. It's 1.1 that split them up. But to me here, Endo Arata is looking racy. He's looking like he's found something over the course of the past lap. Pace-wise, sector number 1, Endo Arata and Osteen were matched. Endo Arata looking to suffer ever so slightly through that second sector, but watch them now out of the final couple of turns and see if that gap is now reduced between Osteen and Endo Arata. 1.7 seconds. Osteen crosses the line. Is it reduced? 0.2 of a second the Tony Kart has, so he is now starting to chase.
Indeed, and you can see another driver here looking very comfortable. Not sporting a wetsuit at this moment for Asher Osteen, and that means he's going to be very cold out there. And,
no, it isn't. I think it's a CRG wetsuit.
CRG wetsuit. It's such a good design that it looks just like a normal race suit. There we go. Usually it's just that clear one that they shove over the top, and it's very clear to see. Pardon the pun. Right, as they're going through. But Osteen, really comfortable there. And like you say, the little micro movements into the steering wheel there as you push through. What was it that you were calling my steering technique?
Terrible.
Terrible? Oh.
Well, when you were out the other day?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Terrible. Well, I'm not saying that about Ash Osteen.
No, you asked me what yours was.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Right, over the line they go. Rain really coming down here now. The gap, 1.8 seconds. It's down to 1.5, but it's just ping-ponging. I love that technique. Throw it in, lock on the fronts. It just wait a second, then it grips. You get on the power, you power slide it through the corner, and away you go. And that's really the gist of driving these karts in the wet.
Well, these drivers then breaking in a nice straight line, going really deep into that first corner, then seemingly looking to V the corner off to get the run out of the kart, control that wheel spin, control the slide as much as they can. Then through 6 and 7, using these curbs like Osteen is to get the kart rotated, to get it really hooked round. Does the same thing down towards 10, and will probably replicate that through 11 and 12. Then he'll head down towards turn number 13, where actually the theme for these drivers is to go a bit deeper and a bit wider. We'll see if Osteen does that. Watch him, he misses the curb, goes wider, gets the grip through the outside of the corner and avoids that rubber that was laid down earlier in the weekend, and of course through testing last week. And now Osteen will see the checkered flag to take his first qualifying heat of the weekend and one of his best results so far this year.
Leads the intermediate classification now, 94 points for Asher Osteen, looking very confident at the start of the day, but it's a long day today, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. Endo Arata will finish P2 on a 3-place gain. Luke Tal will be delighted with that result, and so will the MP Motorsport team as well. A 13-place gain for their pilot to finish in 3rd place. Yuri Lavar gaining 7 to finish in P4 ahead of Zach Drummond. Ilya Berezkin gaining 12 to finish in P6 ahead of Kasper Reipold in P7. Jakub Kamenek in 8th with Adam Gavin and Valerio Villapiana, 14 and 15 places gained. They round out the top 10. A big shake-up in the field, Nicole, and this is going to be a common trendsetter, I think, throughout the entirety of the day, with the marshals working hard. With a bit of a clean-up operation for them.
Yeah, some really good movers throughout that race as well. Keep an eye on Valerio Villapiana, I would say, for the rest of these qualifying heats. Yesterday was P10 up by 16 positions. Today up by 15 to match that to get back into P10 again. Those were your 1, 2 and 3. Osteen from Endo Arata, from Luke Tal, with Tal making up 13 positions for that P3. He took us through our top 10. Then Anthony, it was rounded out by Valerio Villapiana. Waltz 11th, Sebastian Mins 12th. We then had Nikita Botts, Gabriel Canal, and other Waltz of 5th in P15. So not the race Drew and Devon probably would have expected. Through Malai Swami, Archie Owen, Nicola Frigg and Feli Cosmopoulos are the rest of your finishers, and a smattering again of drivers who will be involved in that recovery. And a big shame for the likes of Dan Alleman, who now makes it 2 DNFs so far this weekend, and Gilles Herman as well. Herman starting from that second row, and for the rest of the day I would say we'll be a little bit nervous to try and pick up some more points and to get back into the business end. But that was your driver that just took things. Asher Osteen now makes it a P2 and a qualifying heat win. This is how he pulled it off. First corner, we saw drama. We saw drivers go completely off of the road, and this is quite crucially where we lost Svet Simonov Rafael Boulard, Max Wayland, Lev Krutulov and Davide Bottaro. Zach Drummond was involved in this. He had to go the long way round to avoid a number of drivers off onto the grass. You then see Bottaro get taken into the air, spun round. Gilles Herman there was pushed off of the road and stalled. We did, of course, have both waltzers involved in this, so that's why you can predict those two drivers lost a number of positions, as Max Wayland was just caught out with one of the Forzas. They were stuck together on the front end. So those two drivers, that's why they were out. This is when Gilles Herman got caught at turns 4 and 5. Of course, really difficult position in the circuit for him to try and push start that kart. He's in the middle of a corner. He's going to have angle on that steering input. That's why he didn't manage to get it into the pace to get that kart back into play. Drummond, of course, had some work to do. Fell down at the start. You could visibly see kart covered in mud. Would have made it hard work for a couple of laps to get all of that mud off of the tyre so that he could then get back involved. That is exactly what he did. This was one of the moments for Dan Alleman. So, turn number 13, Alleman tagged someone. He is under investigation as well as being out of the race. But Asher Osteen, you've got to give it to him there. Great stuff so far this weekend. Consistency is going to be the key, but that one makes it a really, really good race result.
It certainly does. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Plenty more races to come up as the rain continues to tumble here at Arena E in Germany. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here for the MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championships. 2 races down, 26 to go over the course of the day. It is qualifying heat A versus E that is next up. Nicole Sutherland limbering up in the commentary box there.
I look like I'm about to do a marathon.
Well,
Marathon of heats.
A marathon of heats, yes, indeed. Got to say, though, it's brightening up out there. It's looking very nice. But, of course, earlier on this weekend, we caught up with the man who'll be starting on the front row of the grid for this one. Very, very quick indeed. The fastest driver in the juniors, Remy Samchek, found himself pole position, is what he had to say.
Remy Samchek, first qualifying session of the day. You're our first pole sitter of the day. Of course, we've got to see our next groups. But for you, this is a first pole at this level. That must be a great feeling here at FIA.
Yeah, it's like I feel so good now. At first I wasn't sure if I made pole, but now I'm super happy that I did.
And Remy, tell us about the track out there. Looks really challenging in these wet conditions. For you, yesterday and then this morning's warm-ups, were you aware of your pace? Did you think that a pole would be possible this morning?
Yesterday I wasn't that sure. I was fast, but not that fast. But this morning I just found a lot of pace, and yeah,
And as the session actually progressed there, Remy, the feeling in the kart, the feeling in the tyre as well, did you feel like that you had it right and that it was going to go well for you?
In the beginning, yes, but then I stopped improving, so I wasn't that sure. But yeah, in the end, it's pole position.
Absolutely is. Like we said, pole position in Group Remy. Well done.
Thank you.
And that first qualifying group ended up being the fastest overall, with the rain tumbling just that little bit. So let's see how that will transpire into this race today for groups A versus E. For the juniors, let's fire you through then that full starting lineup. Busy old race for them today, but it is Remy Samchek who started on pole position. Santiago Diaz de la Vega will join on the front row of the grid. Antonio Petsonia and Jarlath Sayer will go from row 2. Guillaume Bassato and Henry Constant Kumpin, they go from row number 3. They'll see Priam Bruno and Lucas Palacio on row 4, with Martin Bertolacini and Liam Nashawati going from row number 5. Alexander Legenki and Mason Robertson take row 6. First half of the field being Stefan Mazepin and Miguel Manzano.
Row number 8 sees Alessandro Truchot and Oliver Spencer. Spencer needing a good race after a DNF yesterday. 9, it's all Czechia in the form of Libor Vlasak and Denny Babacek. Babacek, a good mover throughout this grid, and of course great pace for him round at the Mülsen circuit. Row number 10, Albert Tam was disqualified yesterday. He'll be starting alongside Milan Rossi. From 11, Navala Morales will see Maxim Noapel. Your 12th row sees Benjamin Westwood with Rocco Simone, and from 13, Samuel Hugon will look at Mohamed Elbazaki. 14 rows in total, with one of your main protagonists within the OK Junior field being involved. Neo Knapp will be alongside a certain Julian Frasnelli. So, Julian yesterday, time qualifying, was inside of the top 3 in his group, was, of course, disqualified for working on that pre-grid. That's why he's starting from the back. But yesterday, made it to P4, 23 places gained for the young Italian. Watch him from that final spot.
Indeed. Right, field make their way past the red line towards the final few turns now. Track wet, rain. I think it's not. No, I think it's stopped out there, you know, Nicole. It is brightening up, believe it or not, out there. I think I saw a hint of some blue sky, actually, for a brief moment. We'll have to wait and see how that will go. Of course, in the juniors here, it is Green who leads those points, but can someone join him here? We'll have to wait and find out. Are we racing? Answers yes. A lot of drivers out of the tram lines there at the start. That might be very interesting to see at the end of this race. They all loaded in, though, towards turn 1. Stefan Mazepin's had a spin there. He's one of many drivers. The 214 there has had drama as well. It's the Ricky Flynn or Henrik Constant Kumpin. He's had drama also. Very late on the brakes there for the field. The 282 has had drama as well. That's disaster there for another one of the Ricky Flynns. That's Miguel Manzano, who's had troubles also. Yellow flags everywhere, and I suspect we may get one more here into the bus stop as round goes the Forza. The 229 machine of Benjamin Westwood goes no further.
Well, these drivers then dropping like flies already, and that's exactly what we saw yesterday from Group E. They were the first to race, and they had 11 people not finish, as there is the notification we absolutely expected. Santiago Diaz de la Vega, yesterday's first qualifying heat winner, your driver that started alongside Samchek on that front row, under investigation for that start. I think it was quite clear to see what happened before we went green, but for Diaz de la Vega, he's got to fight for it now. He's in P2 currently, so he's got to lock back in and try and focus. We're going to see this throughout the entire race, drivers really trying to fight for positions, and biggest fighters so far, Denny Babacek up by 10, and there he is as well. Julian Frasnelli, 16 positions gained in your first lap and a half.
If there was ever a driver to deserve, after drama earlier on the weekend, to get into the final, it's that young Italian there. Really great work from himself. A bit of a change there. Guillaume Bassato getting squeezed out of the way. Alexander Legenki just squeezing through that stage of the race, and someone's in the gravel there at the chicane. Is that Legenki? I think it is. Just as I was praising him, he's in the gravel at turn 11, and his race is over. The latest retirement in this qualifying heat.
Well, Legenki off at that second sector, but also some debris on the track as well. Saw something fly off of somebody's cart, potentially a nose cone clip out there, but there's something right on the racing line. Maybe it will be cleared if somebody hits it and pushes it off, but for these drivers already. Chaos and drama has been a bit of a theme so far. There is Frasnelli on your screen, still 16 places, and is looking at the likes of Oliver Spencer and one of the KRs out there. That's Mason Robertson, who's trying to push through 3 places so far for the young Red Bull junior driver. Mason Robertson then in that Red Bull livery, but he is with the KR team, the teammates of Alessandro Trisciò. These drivers once again clipping those curbs through 6 and 7 as these snakes and trains do form for these drivers as one of the main drivers to try and get involved as well once more. Lucas Palacio, who's not had the start here, but now jumps up into P11.
Indeed. Jarlath Sayers just tumbled down the order here, Nicole. Just lost about 14 places and is down in 18th place. That's been a dreadful lap on that one. No, I tell a lie. It's a transponder problem. He's back up into 7th place. So I would say I didn't see any yellow flags out there. So don't worry, Jarlath Sayers fans. He is still in this race. Big sideways moment there under braking, and that's disaster striking there for Guillaume Bassato. Is that Guillaume Bassato? I think it is. The 2:49 will tumble out of this race, and that is so easily done there. Just a misjudge of the braking. And it's so counterintuitive to let go of the brake to stop that aquaplaning from happening.
Yeah, of course, but if you roll off of the brake, you're just going to introduce that slide even more. Guillaume Bassato then, that's going to be a really tough pill to swallow because, of course, yesterday he was disqualified as well, so now makes it a disqualification and a DNF. This is the nice little fight going on between Lucas Palacio and Oliver Spencer. Spencer does it down the inside at turn number 13, but he's going to lose the speed and he's going to give it back to Palacio, and it's going to give position as well to the Tony Kart, potentially go side by side. Frasnelli off the track but takes away the position. Spencer has to back off slightly but looks to try and take it away through turn number 1. However, Frasnelli's going to hold on to it. He's going to get the run out of the corner and he's going to add to his positions gained. The tally for him is now up to 17.
Indeed, and gesticulating again at that point of the race, and hopefully can get it squared away. Navarro Morales there, big hit of the curb there. It's got Albert Tam for company just behind. They are both themselves chasing Neo Nap, and looking for a move down the inside. Contact made, Nap off the road. Navarro Morales trying to go down the inside. Has not worked out. Tam squeezes through. Here comes now Liam Nashoate just behind. He's trying to get involved in that fight, but quite a dramatic turn of events there.
Yeah, do you know what, Anthony? Liam Nashoate down the inside, turn number 13, tries to make it 2 positions, but he's going to lose out on both. You know, Nashoate yesterday had a DNF, so it was an attempt probably being driven by that, knowing he's got to try and pull something off here. He's lost 5 positions so far. He needs to try and pick something up. Down towards that first corner, he's now going to do it once more. He's now going to get past the Spaniard of Navarro Morales, who will watch that replay for him with Neo Nap. So was trying to make the move stick, but it just looked too tight. Clips him, pushes him off, and that's why we've seen the DNF to make it quite a few within this race. We've got 7 in total. Notifications just come up for me, Anthony. Lucas Palacio, P10, has now been given a technical flag. Palacio, a DNF yesterday, will be 2 in a row now for him.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just looking at that nose cone for Navarro Morales. That definitely has, unfortunately, dropped. You can see it's quite significant. Nashoate off the road. Not what you want to see at all. Through will go Rossi and Simone as well. They will dive their way through. They're both late on the brakes also. But that is a nightmare there, as Trisciò is now the latest driver to go under investigation for potentially cutting the circuit. Been a very busy old race, this one, hasn't it, Nicole, and the juniors? Multiple drivers gaining double figures out there, and drivers going left, right and centre for overtakes as this 4-car battle still rages on out of turn 2.
Yeah, it's a bit of a theme so far this weekend for Groups E, because they were your busiest race of yesterday, and it seems again so far today they're your drivers that have decided to wake up and put on a show. There is now Liam Nashoate getting past the drivers ahead once more, so the Ricky Flynn trying to get back into life. It's Milan Rossi, Maxim Noapel and Rocco Simone that are part of this fight. This is not in the higher end of your field. This is all for P15. It's the victory lane. They're just sliding around. It's like an ice rink.
Well, yeah, and that's just those two different racing lines, you know, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And you're just seeing a prime example there of a driver on wet tyres on the dry racing line, and there just not being any traction out there. It's so easy to go back into that mentality of thinking, oh, he's left the door open, let me just go down the inside. Oh, wait, no, there's no grip here, and that's why we see that. And it's so challenging for the drivers, and constantly up and down, they're changing their tune. Is that now Jarlo Sayer? I said it was dropping down earlier on, it was only a transponder issue. Now it is an actual issue for the likes of Jarlo Sayer, and he will tumble from 6th place. That is such a shame. On lap number 8.
Yeah, such a shame for Sayer as well, because he had a P2 in there yesterday. Of course, he was part of that first qualifying heat that we saw, and now he does grind to a halt after turn number 5. Just that car not wanting to go. Looks to potentially be engine issues out there for Sayer, and he doesn't even want to get up. You know, he's so disheartened by that result. P2 yesterday, it was looking really good. He was looking good in these wet conditions, but now for Energy Course, they'll have to regroup, figure out the issue, and get things back together for the young Great Brit. Clock is ticking then for these drivers. It's still Remy Samchek in the front with Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Martin Bertolacini P3. Not said too much about Bertolacini so far this weekend, Anthony, but within this one, 6 places for him to be in 3rd. Priyan Bruno P4. Danny Babicek, we said keep an eye on the young Czechia driver. 13 positions for him to be in P5.
No, indeed. They've had a great old race up there, and they've just stayed in their own air at this moment, stayed nice and calm at the front end of it. You can see that significant different racing line there where they're kind of going off it, the braking zone again into that corner. They're trying to stay off the rubbered part of the track, and that's why you're seeing them weaving all over the place into a lot of the heavy braking zones here at the circuit. But all of them having a cool, calm, collected race here. Just trying to find the traction out on circuit as Alessandro Truchot, Navala Morales under investigation. So many investigation flags out for this one. The stewards this weekend will be earning their lunch break at this point. Final lap board is out to the field. There is Remy Samchek at the front. Fastest driver in time qualifying out in that first session in roughly similar conditions to this, and showcasing that speed and consistency is going through into these qualifying heats as well.
Well, Samchek then really, really good, like you said there, in time qualifying, fastest driver, qualifying heat win yesterday, now looks to match that to make it 3 out of 3, a hat-trick of top spots for Samchek. Just a few more corners left for the Forza to go then. So he's setting himself up really, really well so far this weekend here in Mülsen. Turn number 14 is ticked off, of course. Good pace for Samchek. Good result as well for him. Will take the checkered to make it a second qualifying heat win so far this weekend, making himself one of the strongest juniors we've got. Matches Will Green with those 100 points and finishes things off ahead of Santiago Diaz de la Vega, who had a P1 yesterday but now has an on-track P2. But let's not forget, is under investigation. And Martin Bertolacini, really good race for Bertolacini there, up by 6 positions to round out his race in 3rd.
Indeed, rest of that top 10 goes very quickly. Priyan Bruno getting 3 to finish in P4. Denny Babicek 13 to finish P5 ahead of Antonio Pizzonia. Alessandro Truchot 8 gained. Mason Robinson 4. Julian Frasnelli 19 places gained to finish P9. And Oliver Spencer with 6 rounding out the top 10. 28 karts started that race, Nicole. We ended it with only 17. That is how challenging it is out there for this field.
Yeah, well, Group C was the exact same story for them yesterday. 11 people had a DNF. Now within this race, same story.
Yeah, indeed. Quite the challenge for them. There, though, your top 3. Samchek, Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Martin Bertolacini will take the honours in that race. The rest of the results on your screen, we have gone over the top 10. Albert Tam, strong result, 8 places gained to finish in P11 ahead of Navala Morales, who Again, a lot of these drivers are under investigation. Milan Rossi finishing in 13th place, Maxim Noapel, Liam Nashawati in 15th from Rocco Simoni, and Henry Constant Company, who rounds out the 17 karts in that race that finished. The retirement, Seyer, Palacio, Knapp, Bassato, Legenki, Mazepin, Manzano, Blazak, Westwood, Hugon and Elbazaki not making it to the end. A lengthy clean-up operation ahead of the marshalling team that are also going to be earning their lunch break.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this is just going to go on every single heat here, Anthony. These track conditions really challenging for drivers, but not a challenge for Remy Samchek, who has had some great results so far this weekend. And this is how he did it then. Into the first corner, set things up, but of course we've got some questionable starts for some of our field. Maybe a bit of a questionable start for Santiago Diaz de la Vega, and not a good start for many drivers who seemingly just went straight on at that first corner. Of course, Stepan Mazepin was one of those main names, Benjamin Westwood, Samuel Hugon and Mohamed Elbazaki as well. First lap of things, drivers running themselves off of the road. We had, of course, Oliver Spencer be one of those drivers. We had some of the Forzas get involved as well. Domino effect into 4 and 5, and that is where we lost one of those Forzas out there. So turn number 13 was also one of those hot spots. We're seeing drivers tag each other, just like we did between Alex Malota and Daniel Miron in that first junior heat of the day. You're going to see that time and time again, lap after lap for drivers. Martin Bertolucci was in life during that race. He had a nice little battle out there. Jarlath Seyer was also getting involved until he later on had that DNF within race. After that second sector,
Legenki.
Alexander Legenki was lost, as this was that moment there for Guillaume Passato. Was completely self-inflicted there for Passato. Just lost the rear of the car, spun round and went no further.
Yeah, it's such a shame. And you know when it happens, you can hear it in the engine, the revs, what happens. You know, as soon as that's happened, you know that, oh no, this is going to go into the wall. And it is such a shame on this one. That standard big send down the inside, then no traction on the exit. It's a common trendsetter we've seen. Fresnelli round the outside. Wasn't happy with this one, but kept it going. Novello Morales looking to the inside here. Unfortunately, collecting the likes of Nierkamp and put him out of the race. It's another angle of it there in towards turn number 6 and 7. Big moves here for Liam Nashawati. Tried to gain 2, lost out on 2 on the exit, but again, that classic move again, trying to go down the inside later, then onto the grass, and lost out in a few more places. But certainly I still felt like he probably had a fun race out there, but not in the place that I think he would like to have been.
Yeah, he did manage to finish things, though. You know, he had quite a few moments out there, but stayed in P15 for the rest of the race. This was the point where we lost Jarlath Seyer, so just looked to grind to a halt. And this, of course, is where Remy Samchek crossed that line, saw the checkered first, and takes another qualifying heat win. Groups A versus E done and dusted then. We will now go to the same groups, but for our senior category, as that we've still got that recovery going on. We've got quite a few drivers still parked and at the moment deserted out there on the track. A versus E will be up. 12 laps will be the theme for the rest of the day for these drivers, as we now see some of our quickest in-time qualifying go head-to-head, with William Kalesia being one of those names. The young Australian for Paralin there on your screen. Pulled it in group yesterday ahead of the likes of Zach Drummond, of course. Now is looking very strong indeed going into this one. Really good stuff from William, and we'll hear what he had to say yesterday after he did it. Williams, second group of seniors, second pole sitter, but fastest senior overall so far today, and 3.5 tenths faster than P2. That session for you, really, really good, right?
Yeah, our pace in the wet is really strong. We managed to have some good pace yesterday in the wet as well, get the car set up right, and with my driving as well. And at the end, managed to get P1 in our group, so let's see how we do with the group afterwards, see if we're pro overall.
And William, coming into this year then, maybe a bit of a different story compared to 2025 when you were a junior. Championship-wise, maybe not thinking about it so much, but has that maybe given you a bit of a boost coming into this weekend, making you think maybe you've got nothing to lose here in Germany?
Yeah, well, I think that even though the last round wasn't great, could still do a very decent round this weekend, and it doesn't really matter if it's a championship or not. If we get a decent result this weekend, that's all that matters for me. So at the moment.
Well, William, like we said, dizzyingly quick pace out there. Great job, and we'll see how you get on in those heats later on. Thank you.
Well, good to hear there from William Kalijah. Very strong performance in that time qualifying session. Finds himself on that front row, starting alongside Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, and this has been a really strong performance for him. Nicole, the VDK racing driver, fighting at the front end.
Yeah, van der Kerkhoff then P3 yesterday. Really good stuff. We've also got other drivers that are starting inside of your top 2 rows that have had some top 3 results. Bosco Arias being one of those. Arias, of course, this weekend is going to be a bit of a story for us. He was actually in group, one of the fastest drivers, the fastest driver, but the lap was deleted and it ended up being given to Asher Osteen, who we saw took that qualifying heat earlier on. There's Jindřich Peschel on your screen. So Peschel starts on that second row alongside Bosco Arias, but actually Peschel was disqualified yesterday. Disqualified for an incident out there, so has now got to try and pick up some points for Tony Kart. And we've got other drivers inside of your sharper end who have not had the results they would have wanted. Benjamin Maniac being one of those. Maniac starts directly behind Peschel. DNF, of course, for Ben yesterday, so he'll be one of those like Peschel looking to hang inside of the top 5 once more.
Yeah, indeed. I think for a lot of these drivers over the course of today, this is literally just going to be a let's get through it. Just keep your nose clean as much as you possibly can. Maybe not push too hard, just trying to keep that consistency level up because so many people are dropping it off the circuit. It is just being a very interesting day for a lot of them. There is Bosco Arias on your grid, the 112 machine of Spain. The Ricky Flair Motorsport driver looking to see what he can achieve today in these, well, not great conditions out there, Nicole.
Do you know what? This is the type of day that I'm quite fortunate and feel quite lucky that we're locked in a box.
Yeah, indeed. Look forward to those live interviews, though, later, Nicole.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're hoping that it rains during those?
Maybe. Not too sure. I'll see how I feel. There is Kalijah. Last few words of encouragement before he gets going out there. Kart pristine and clean. It will not look like that, I can guarantee you, after this session.
No, I think a lot of the mechanics this weekend have actually been complaining a bit about the amount of cleaning they've had to do. I think Zach Drummond's mechanic will probably be one of those after that first senior heat as well, because there was a lot of mud on that Fusion card.
Yes, indeed. It's a guaranteed trip to the jet wash after a lot of these sessions here for the field. Engines fire up then. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. I believe we are still all in the wet tyre phase of this. No slicks to be reported at all as the conditions still suboptimal. Here's your grid then. William Kalijah and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff on row number 1. They'll see Jindřich Peschel and Bosco Arias on row 2. Benjamin Maniac and Nicolas Schaufler go from row number 3. Row 4 will see Michael McGoy and Evan Purcell locking up the top 8 positions. They'll see Francois Cadal and Victor Gustafsson on row 5. Ludovico Mazzola and Noah Baglin will round out the first half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7 sees Oliver Kinmark alongside Filippo Sala, and from 8 your top 16 rounds out by Bruno Blanco and Rafael Bussato. 9th row, Mika Runitz with Yves Ries, and from row number 10, Martina Rumlanova, the wildcard entrant, will be looking at Nathan Kappen. From row number 11, William Marshall, keep an eye on Marshall, made it up to P8 yesterday with 13 places gained, and will be alongside Jan Schwarzer, who, like Rumlanova, is a wildcard entrant here on home soil. 12th row is Arif Raquel with Angelina Simmons of KR, and from row number 13, Sweden and Mexico will have Melker Milel and Mateus Gonzalez.
Indeed. Let's see how this race will transpire then for the field. They get themselves ready to go for this one. You can see from that final corner, you can see that there is a wet racing line forming out there. It's not dry. But I'm definitely going to say it's stopped raining out there, Nicole. The clouds really are lifting at this point. I can imagine we could see an improvement. The radar there is telling us a similar story. That is what has happened. And as you can see there, the clouds are lifting, and I think it's clearing away. Nicole Sutherland's just gone outside to check the conditions. What is the weather report?
It's in the air, but it's not raining, if that makes any sense.
Thanks for that, Nicole.
It's all right.
Well done.
No, you know what I mean.
Do I?
Yeah.
I never know what you mean.
Probably not.
No. Just like you never know what I mean.
True.
There's still a long way to go today as well. We can't be doing this already. Right, synchronization. Are we going to get something here? 3, 2, 1. Synchronization. That was okay. That wasn't too bad.
Give us a score.
6 out of 10, I think, on that one. What do you think?
4.
4. Oh, I'm just nicer. Right then. Here we go into that final turn then. Of turn 14, very quick. Obviously, some renditions from the last time we were here. That wall moving backwards into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer, yes. It's lights out fights on. Van der Kerkhoff immediately switches to that inside line behind Kalisha as they head down. Bosco Harris on the outside line loses the rear end as they squeeze through, but does slot into position, but he's down a little bit in the order. Down the inside, Jindra Peschel gets up to third place, but is wheel-to-wheel with Arias as he looks to the inside once more. It is still Kalisha that leads the way as the rest of the field pile through. There's a spin in the background. Tumbling out of the race is the 131 of Michael McGoy, the Koski Motorsport machine driver from America. Goes no further.
Michael McGoy is going to be desperate to get that Koski back into life. Is pushing. Has he done it? Gets his foot on the power. Absolutely does. Great stuff by Michael McGoy. And of course, that's not easy for these drivers in wet conditions. It's slippy for them to run things into life, but he does it, and now we'll be able to try and hunt down. He did not want to give up because, of course, it was the P3 for Michael yesterday. Talking of P3, we have had some changes out there, and big changes. The 2 DPK teammates go side by side as he keeps his foot on the power. Schaufler does keep his foot in, keeps it into life. Schaufler, great stuff by him. Great control on that kart as well, and great control for other drivers around there. Victor Gustafsson on that CRG, which we know is quick because watch what Asher Oshdeen did earlier on, had that heat win, and now Gustafsson looks to try and hunt down for the team as well.
That kind of reminded me of a certain moment in Kristianstad with Kenzo Craigie, giving it the berries and cherries with the power there for him, and absolutely lit up those rear tyres to keep that going. All straight on at the chicane into the barriers. That's suboptimal there for Bruno Blanco. I think he's managed to keep that going, but he's lost a significant amount of time, and he will tumble down just that little bit. Top 4 is still the same from the start of this race. Purcell then leads the first of the gainers in this race. He is there in P5. There is an almighty fight happening all the way up and down this field here. Filippo Sala's right in the middle of that one. Kinmark, Mazzola, Capin, Blanco, Swartzer involved in that fight. Side by side over the line, there's Benjamin Magnac squeezing his way through past Francois Cadal. Cadal's going to squeeze it back down the inside. One change this way, one change that way, side by side again. Conversation happening between the two of them, and again a look to the inside for Magnac. He's going to try and squeeze it through.
Well, Francois Cadal now being looked at maybe being the one at fault between him and Nicolas Schaufler just a moment ago, as again the DPKs gesticulating to each other and trying to push forward. This is the Magnac fight. Of course, Magnac looking to push forward, and I think why you're seeing such a fiery race so far is not just because of these weather conditions, because there's also a number of drivers who did not have the results they would have wanted yesterday. One of those being Jindrich Peschel out there. Peschel needing a good race indeed, and that is now the switch for P2. It's now got past Van der Kerkhoff.
Indeed, and he'll be trying to push forward to Kalisha, who's staggering 2.1 seconds further up the road. Very slowly there is going a Fusion machine. Who is that? Is that Nathan Capin, potentially? I believe it is. I think he had a moment with Rafael Bassato. Both of them tumbling down the order. Schwarzer under investigation here, also for potentially causing a collision. This is Schaufler. This is what we mean by giving it a lick of power. Absolutely full send and commitment there for Schaufler to keep that engine going.
Yeah, absolutely. Schaufler, of course, is no stranger to the world of OK racing, no stranger of how to deal with the kart as well. That is knowledge of things to keep him in this race. Talking of racing then, maybe Bosco Arias and Van der Kerkhoff are about to give us something. Arias now looking strong, wider line for Van der Kerkhoff out of turn number 13, and he actually loses something there to the Spaniard, who's now trying to chase down a top 3 result. Had a P2 yesterday into the first corner, will look to close on the brakes once more. Purcell and Gustafsson are those 2 drivers that just exited the final corner. Gustafsson, for him yesterday, some good moments. And of course, for Evan Purcell, it was a DNF. So Purcell's going to feel like he has something to lose within this race.
It does indeed. Magnac still there, 11th place. This is Blanco, Mazzola, Marshall, the fight that we are seeing here. And all these drivers trying to go. A lot of hand waving today for the drivers. Frustration high here in Mülsen at the Arena E circuit. The conditions certainly not helping that one. This is a nice little fight that we are seeing right now. We'll keep a close eye as Gustafsson tries to squeeze his way past Evan Purcell. Does manage to do so. That is now for 6th place, and I'm sure we'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, Gustafsson, of course, no stranger to wet conditions, no stranger to having to throw that CRG kart around. And taller, stronger driver compared to some of our drivers in the field. More experience as well. You're seeing him probably shift around that centre of gravity in the kart, shift around his weight, and manage to generate more grip to help him now get inside of the top 6. Here we go then. Arias couldn't speak then, Anthony. Arias versus Van der Kerkhoff. Now the fight is on. Bosco's going to have a go and gets the job done.
Yes, he does. Gets through. Good stuff there. Continuing that push through the field. Van der Kerkhoff's going to try again. No, he's just going to back off on that one. Not going to pressure Bosco Arias here. Maybe thinking it could latch onto the back and try and follow to Peschel and Kalijah. The gap holding, though, still at 2.5 seconds. Endo Arata and Jean Peugeot there on the grid. Oh,
Valerio
Villapiano, sorry. Some of the drivers are quite similar but out there. But good to see for the drivers. Right, Kalijah's lead, 3.3 seconds at the moment. And Peschel Arias still trying to close in for this moment. Big movers in the background. Angelina Simmons is on a 6th place game right now and is currently there in 18th place as she tries to push through the field. Marshall on an 8th place game, also there in 13th. And another fastest lap for Kalijah. It's a 102.430 for Kalijah, continuing to just push through the field. There's a DPK going no further. That, I think, is Rafael Bassato. We saw drama earlier on for Guillaume Bassato. Now for Rafael, also suffering the same fate.
Yeah, twins, but of course in different categories. One in the junior, one in the senior, but both seemingly having quite similar results so far this weekend. Other DPKs still trying to push forward. We've got the story for Schaufler that continues. He is trying to pick up those positions after losing out earlier on in the race. So then, other names, Noah Baglin. Baglin this weekend is hunting down for a potential championship win. Of course, for him, it is on the cards. He's got to outscore both Zach Drummond and Dean Hugendorn consistently, but he looks to be doing that, and he actually looks to be calm out there, Anthony. He knows he's not got to win everything. Should have just got to chip away slowly, make sure that he stays inside of the top 10 and just chase it comfortably, and then it could be job done at the end of this weekend in Mülsen. There's the other KR that is teammate to Baglin. That's Angelina Simmons, still trying to pick up some positions. She's in P18 currently. Now looking at Eva Riz just ahead. Simmons, is she going to try and put that nose cone down the inside? Thinks against it on the entrance to the corner, but from the exit, turn number 5, can she get it going? Don't quite think so.
No, indeed. It is challenging out there to try and get those positions done. To progress in this one, and well, there is an example of what could go wrong. Kappen under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Nice little up and under here, though, for the field. Everyone pushing through still in this later stage of the race. We are lap 9 of 12 at this moment, and still some good fights here. I tell you who else has had a good fight. We've not really mentioned his name over the course of this one. Noah Baglin, 7 places gained. Well, you've mentioned it earlier on, yeah, but not mentioned it too much. But, you know, he's pushing through the field quite nicely. That's a good dive down the inside. That's further back. Bruno Blanco there on Kinmark and stepping through the field. Schaufler is just behind this fight, trying to recover back after that initial spin at the start of the race.
Yeah, and I was talking earlier on as well about William Marshall. 10 places gained so far for Marshall within this one to be in P11. Earlier on in the weekend, well, yesterday, it was P8 up by 13. So Marshall, just like Baglin, chipping away at these positions and just staying consistent to try and set himself up for those superheats potentially in the morning tomorrow. Drivers trying to attempt something around the outside, trying to take those varied risers. That's one of the other KRs in the fight, trying to get involved as we now head into what will be the last couple of moments within this race. Has now settled down for a number of names. That is, however, the switch between the VDK and the DPK through turn number 13. Kalijah goes fastest. Kalijah, though, out in his own air, 3.6 seconds clear from Peschel, who's done a really good job to pick things up and not let that disqualification from earlier on put him off, as Francois Cadel, under investigation, is the 148 for the second time within this race.
Indeed, and again, look at these changes that we are seeing up and down this order. Michael McGoy fighting back after he did get it restarted after that spin at the very beginning, so he is on the recovery charge back through this field, which is great to see. But again, long way to go with such a short time remaining, but he's there in 17th, doing a superb job at getting this back through the field. Kalijah still leads the gap, 3.8 seconds over the line. We are on to lap number 11 of this race, and Peschel doing everything he can to try and close in, but the gap's not closing down. It's relatively close still between Arias and Van der Kerkhoff, but he's not got any drama. There is your race leader at the moment, William Kalijah, at the front. And again, Nicole, you just can't fault this drive here, looking for his second qualifying heat win of the weekend. Despite the challenging conditions, these drivers are still delivering some great results.
Yeah, and you know what we've seen so far is drivers are now adding to tallies of wins. Green's had 2 so far this weekend. We've had now Kalijah looking to make it 2, as that's one of the VDKs, who's now a DNF driver as well. We had Drummond almost make it 2, but he was caught short earlier. So many drivers really consistently quick, as Kalijah now looks to try and make himself a double winner. Last lap left to go, however, for the Paralin to also join Hugendorn, who had those wins for the team yesterday, but it's looking strong and it's looking quick here. Peschel could be finishing in P2 here, with Bosco Arias maybe in P3, because I don't think Van der Kerkhoff has got anything left in the bag to try and deploy within the rest of this race. For Kalijah now, it's just a game of run this one to the line, baby that kart home. He's not got to pull off anything spectacular. It's just that final sector and a half for him to push it to the checkered. Rest of the field seeing that last lap board out. Nobody, however, making any major positions, just seeing somebody by eye go for it. Turn number 1, we've had the change once more for Angelina Simmons. She has just lost out to maybe Nathan Kappen or Zarif Raquel there. Schaufler now under investigation for causing a collision. But your story of this race, William Kalijah now takes the checkered flag. We've got quite a bit of a wait for Peschel. Peschel now sees it as well, with the gap between those two drivers, 3.8 seconds for Kalijah to take his second qualifying heat win of the weekend. Looks over his shoulder almost to say, where is everybody in that one?
They're in the spray at this moment. Some 3.8 seconds further down the road for Peschel. Arias will take third from Van der Kerkhoff. Baglin taking P5 ahead of Gustafsson. Sala 7th. Purcell from Magnac. Francois Cadal rounds out the top 10. But Kalijah with the lights to flag at the end of that one. That is a superb drive there. No drama whatsoever from that start to finish. And again, I think a well-deserved win there at the end of a very busy second qualifying heat for Groups A and E, with Kalijah now taking 100 points in that intermediate classification. They will make their way back to Parc Ferme. Everything will get squared away. There is your top 3. Kalijah, Peschel and Arias at 1, 2, 3 at the end of that senior qualifying heat, A versus E. The top 10 we have gone over. 11th race downwards sees William Marshall and Ludovico Mazzola, Bruno Blanco ahead of Nicolas Schaufler, Mika Runitz and Michael McGoy, who did recover back to 16th place after that spin at the very start. Yves Rees from Zarif Racal, Angelina Simmons from Nathan Kappen, Jan Swartzer and Melka Millel with Matias Gonzalez rounding out the 23 drivers. Kinmark, Rafa Passato and Martina Rumlanova, all retirements in that race. So, again, some tough results there for some drivers. But the biggest thing we can take away is there's still some good results coming here for the field. And good news, I see blue sky in the air. Just there.
Okay, to your left, maybe.
Yeah, and that's the way the clouds are going.
Okay.
Positivity, Nicole. Positivity. Blue sky in the air. For the field here, plenty of action to be expected for the rest of the day for the OKs and the juniors. Here's the highlights from that race. The spray that was kicking up at the start. The start here, very dramatic here for Adi. As you can see, was right on the outside line there. Was just able to squeeze through the middle of the train there. And crucially, everyone actually making it through turn 2 for the first time today.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was the stage where we had...
that was Michael McGoy.
Michael McGoy, though, really impressive for him to get that kart sprung back into life. And this was the also as impressive moment for Nicolas Schaufler, who kept his foot on the power and managed to continue to go round despite the moment with him and teammate. Victor Gustafsson didn't let off for the entire race. Gustafsson made up positions, 4 places in total, to finish things off in P6. Turn number 1 is always going to be one of those hot spots, and it was a hot spot for Angelina Simmons for her to gain 5. Drivers seemingly just looking to go straight on at turn number 5, but assisted, I would say, on quite a few moments throughout the race. Then turn number 13, you're going to see drivers run off of the road, and it was Filippo Sala that managed to pick off 2 positions after drivers just looking to muscle each other out. Benjamin Magnac, of course, throughout that race had something to try and chase down, but 4 places were lost for him overall. As you saw, actually quite a lot of communication for drivers time and time again. Peschel and Van der Kerkhoff momentarily went pod to pod, but it was Peschel that took things and ended up in P2. Van der Kerkhoff allowed the position, and later in the race also had to allow the position to Bosco Arias. We saw Victor Gustafsson make some positions as well, like we mentioned. It was him and Evan Purcell that switched through turns 9 and 10. And this was the switch then for Bosco Arias and the VDK of Van der Kerkhoff.
Indeed. There were dramas later on in that race, though. Unfortunately, Rafael Passato, his kart retiring from that race. Later, we saw Kinmark retire down into turns 2 into the gravel trap right at the beginning of that one. So a very challenging run for him over the course of it. We still saw the fighting, though. This was Simmons fighting all the way in the back of the field, but battling away with Zarif Racal there just for position. They had actually quite a good little fight there as they were managing to gain those places through the field. This, again, Schaufler recovering back. Really impressed with that mentality after that spin in the early stage to be able to push it back through, but great to see nonetheless, and the racing continuing all the way to the bitter end for many of the drivers. There was the late retirement for Kinmark. Kalisz over the line, though. Second win of the weekend. 100 points to his name. Good stuff there. We now take a break from the European Championship. We head over to the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, Academy Senior, next out onto the circuit for their first qualifying heat of the weekend. It is Groups A versus B. Brand new pole sitter for round 2 after we saw the pole from Alexis Genelay in Valencia for Switzerland. This time it is Sarpkale of Turkey who finds himself on the pole position spot in the Academy Trophy. We caught up with him after time qualifying.
Sarp, firstly, congratulations, because you've just polled it overall. This weekend, you're looking to set yourself up for a much better weekend compared to what we saw at Valencia. The work between then and now, what's that look like for you?
Obviously, I've done a test here in Mülsen, unlike Valencia, so I was a bit more prepared. It was tricky conditions all weekend. So yeah, I didn't test in the rain, but I'm happy we worked it out.
And the conditions out there, wet, slippy, for you as a driver, do you think that you bring any advantage in conditions like these compared to the rest of the field?
I think so, yeah. In the wet, I'm quite tall, so it helps with the weight distribution of the kart. So I think I'm in a bit of an advantage in the wet, yeah.
And qualifying heats, from what you've watched of the other drivers already raced today, what are you expecting the Academy Trophy heats to be like this weekend?
I think pretty tricky. Also, it's showing it's going to be wet tomorrow. So I'm going to try to make the most of it, and we'll see how it works out for us.
We'll see indeed. Like we said, Saab, pole overall, great job out there, and we'll see how you get on.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat there to Saab Kael, and as you can see, practices make perfect there earlier on in the few weeks before leading up to this event. As engines fire up then, wet race for the Academy Senior. We replace our race director with a different one. Gonzalo Planta is on the pew, and they will be joined by still Pasquale Lupoli and, of course, Nigel Edwards, who will be out there on the circuits. Conditions improving, but here's your grid for this one. Saab Kael and Planeta join on the front row of the grid. Alex Desario of Italy will join Jose Bautista of Argentina on row 2. Vanessa Shilkaneto of Lithuania will join China's Zhao Yunji, with Bahrain's Leopold Junch and Romania's Tudor Yerkin on row 4. Sweden's Jonathan Landström joins Jan Rodriguez of Portugal to lock out the first half of the field.
Row number 6 sees Japan and Belgium in the form of Simba Matoda and Flavio Kaira. And from row number 7, it's Finland and Thailand with Konsta Sipula and Wirapong Wan Ishwinshan. From row number 8, Luis Cifra sees Marcela Samsau of Brazil. And then we have row number 9, Jesse Swart and Maximiliano Gobbi. From row number 10, your top 20, it's Peru and Venezuela with Tiziano Antola and Nicolas Malero. And from row number 11, Daniel Schreier Isa sees Oliver Hjordrup.
Slippery surface flag there. I think we're aware at this point of the weekend, but thank you for that. Just to confirm, no, to be
just
fair,
in case.
That might be down because there could be some debris on the circuit. I will stress that into turn 1. There may be a bit of gravel or something that they've been trying to clear away, but they're just throwing a bit of caution there to the drivers. So, no, great work from the marshalling team here at Mülsen at the Arena E circuit. For these drivers here now, though, pressure is on. Their first race of the weekend. They've had to wait quite some time for this one. They've obviously seen the starts for the juniors and the OK categories. They'll have been studying that one. They know that the traction level is low out there. They have had their testing. They have had their qualifying as well. Challenging conditions for them there as well, very similar to what they've had here. So at least it gives them a similar playing field to what they've already had to deal with.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting race indeed as well, because pace-wise on track, it was Philippe Planeta and Saab Kael as your two fastest drivers in their individual groups, and now they will see each other head-to-head on that front row. Keep an eye on Saab Kael. Conditions at Valencia were not the ones for him, maybe overcooked those tyres, but here in wet conditions where he sits taller in the karts, where he's stronger in the karts, he can shift the weight round, and that's going to benefit him in this first qualifying heat that I don't think is going to go racing. We are going to go round again. Sent round this field is by Gonzalo Planta. Says, no, we don't. We're not ready. We're not formed up out of that final corner.
Indeed. These drivers, again, will get a bit more time then to clear the track just that little bit more. Of course, all these drivers on the wet tyres, they will get the temperature into it, try and disperse that water off there. Clouds really have lifted. Can you now believe me when I say there's blue sky in the air?
Yeah, on your side, but not on my side.
Yeah, but the wind is moving the clouds over to your side, which means the blue sky is on its way.
The blue
sky. Right. Anyway.
It's going to be a really long day.
It's already feels like a really long day. This one, though, Academy Senior A and B. Moments away from starting, there is Pasquale Lupoli out there, bracing the conditions as well. And obviously trying to slow those drivers down at the very start. But obviously you could see from that one, it was definitely the odd side of the grid, the pole side of the grid, that was very eager to get away. The even side not getting on the power. So, again, you can probably put it down to a 50-50. It's the responsibility of both the drivers on that front row to maintain that. Of course, the drivers at the back as well. But let's see how this goes. Right, for everyone here, are we ready to get going once more? Looks like we are. And the pace nice and slow now. Sarp Curl and Filippo Planeta at the front of that grid. They enter into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. And immediately, Curl says to Nazario, let's push forward. Let's try and break away, but he misses the braking zone, runs very wide. It's going to drop down to second place. Now I'll try and work out who that is that's gone through. There's a spinner in the background. That's very unfortunate for Leopold Junch of Bahrain, who is off the road at turn number 1. Yellow flags out there. One driver onto the grass there. That's Simba Matoda of Japan that's run wide there and has tumbled down the order. But the rest of the field there, relatively decent start there, Nicole, for the Academy Senior for their opening race of the weekend. Just trying to see the number that's going through there into the race lead. I think it is Planeta who leads the way. Well,
Sarp KO now looking to lose out on more positions. Again, did drop down to P2. Now he's down there in P3. So he's going to try and pick things back up as we've lost more drivers through that second sector. This time it's Jose de Lich, the driver that started on that second row for Argentina, will now have to try and get the kart rotated round. There's more drama out there. Massive drama for Vanessa Schilkenator, who's parked almost on the racing line. There, of course, is Jose de Lich, but for Schilkenator, she moves the rear of the kart to try and get it into a straight line. I'm trying to look out the commentary box to see if Schilkenator can fire it back up. We'll have to find out in a moment's time. But on the power for Vanessa, and she does just that. Let's not forget, Vanessa is one of those drivers in this field who have got plenty of okay experience anyway, so now she has managed to get back into life and will continue to circulate.
Indeed, but on a big deficit there from the rest of the field. Racing continuing then at this point. It is Planeta who leads the way from Rodriguez. Kale's down to third. Junji is there in fourth place from Desario. Landstrom from Jurken. Ian Vitchan's had a great start, and he's up there into 8th place. Gobi's on a 9th place gain from Sifri. He's holding on to the top 10 on a 5th place gain. So some big movers through the field here. Very strong performance there down the inside of Simon Matoda of Japan. Has completely missed the braking zone, has collided with the 446 of Gobi, and on his 9th place gain will tumble him out of contention in this one. Maximiliano Gobi will go no further.
This is great stuff, though, by Filippo Planeta, fastest driver out there, leader of the race, and ahead of Jan Rodriguez by 1.5 seconds. So for Filippo Planeta, he can just continue to work out how this circuit is developing, because now the sun is starting to come out on the track.
Sure about that?
Now.
I only see clouds out there, Nicole.
Do you want me to tell you you were right? Is that going to make you feel better?
Maybe. Right. Is that Vanessa Schilkenator? She actually retired the kart now, I think so. Yeah, I think she did manage to get it restarted, but now has, unfortunately, given this one up. Oh, look at this down the inside. Simba Matoda's not giving this one up. It's going full send here out on the circuit. Tries to find it through the exit there of turn 9 into 10. Not going to happen, and just stays in the middle there. Marcelo Assumpção in that fight as well.
Yeah, wondering if for Simba Matoda, the way he's driving is also a bit of frustration. You cast your minds back to Valencia in those wet conditions. He was really, really quick. It was a circuit that suited him in the wet. So now it's the case that he feels he shouldn't be down in P14. That's why you're seeing a bit of impatience by him to try and weave his way through the rest of the field. Other overtakes going on, Oliver Hordrup being one of those drivers to get past Konstantin Sipula, as now Matoda is under investigation for causing that collision. It was at turn number 13 that he is probably being looked at for. This could quite shortly get exciting for us now. Jan Rodriguez under some pressure by your pole sitter of Saab KO, who looked to try and have a go at turn number 10, but makes that small mistake, slides out of the corner slightly, and will have to focus once more on the rotation, focus once more on trying to glue himself back to the bumper of Rodriguez.
Yeah, indeed. So challenging there. You can see how it understeers into the corner. You get on the power. That's nicely done there. So no drama there for him. As he squares this way again. Can he close the gap up? That is what we'll have to wait and see as they exit onto the start-finish straight. The sun is shining once again. Big look down the inside. Thank you very much, says Saab KO.
Yeah, that was set up as well out that final corner. We had a bit of a slide by Rodriguez that just meant that he couldn't get the run properly down that main straight to go for the rest of the first sector. He's not fallen off the back, however, of KO. KO did give him that communication, that signal to push now for Philippe Planeta, who is 3.8 seconds clear. Movers within this race then, 11 places gained for Oliver Hjordrup there. Other people that have made a good go of things, Nicolas Malero, 7 places for him. Marcelo Absamsau up by 2. Sifri 6, Werapong there by 6 as well, as we've got 4 drivers to not complete the rest of this one and 2 under investigation. Steadying up now is the field. Of course, we'll take that one back because we've now had another DNF. That's the 450 of Nicolas Malero now. He was on a really good push, but we'll now have to exit the track and get that that Esprit off of the racing line.
Bautista under investigation. 413. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Got to say, Nicole, there is a dry line starting to creep its way in here for the drivers. Very sideways under braking there in this fight in the middle of the pack. Sippola battling away with Oliver Hjordrup. That is for 11th and 12th place, and you can see how they are fully committed on the brakes there. They just do that initial squeeze of the brakes, and then they slowly start to release it off, and that just shows with those brakes going through. Yellow flag out there. Well, that was probably for, that is Malero. That's just being recovered back. So that is still that incident being cleared away. Good to see from the marshals. This fight here, though, a little further back in the field again, getting involved. Daniel Schreier-Eiser battling away. I think it's just lost out to Flavio Cara. Well,
no driver that was inside of your top 7 at Valencia is inside of the sharp end of this race. It's only Philippe Planeta, your race leader, that was one of the protagonists at Valencia, but it was a P7 at best for him. So we've got some newer names now at the front so far within this weekend for your Academy Trophy senior drivers. Some drivers just looking to clip each other out of that first corner. Also, of course, for these drivers, Anthony, world of the unknown within this category. Also on this track, many have not even seen the circuit since until they came here on Thursday. We've had limited testing for these drivers, so lap after lap you're seeing developments for them, seeing developments again for the likes of Oliver Hjordrup, who's trying to make a good go of things, but is now being put under some pressure, has been given a warning flag.
Yes, indeed. So all these drivers now just trying to get to the end of these last few laps of this race. It has been very challenging for them out there. The field has spread out just that little bit, but the fight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th really raging on here. Beautiful stuff. Tudi Jurkin sends it down the inside. Is he going to keep both of them? The answer is yes. Tudi Jurkin will be very happy with that one as they continue to battle away. Desario and Junji going down to 5th and 6th place.
Tudi Jurkin then, one of the drivers in this field that is used to that OKN machinery. He knows how to drive it. It's not brand new for him, like some of the other drivers in your grid that have maybe not really used machinery like this before, so they're having to adjust and develop session after session. Maybe we can see Tudi Jurkin in the late stages of both today and when we go into tomorrow continue to light things up. Only a few more laps left for these drivers to go then. Philippe Planeta still holds onto those 3 seconds that he's brought himself. Saab KO still in P2 with Jan Rodriguez there P3. The gap between KO and Rodriguez has opened up, and actually Saab KO is way faster than both Philippe Planeta and Rodriguez. The pace between Planeta and Saab is that he's around about 0.3 of a second faster.
Indeed. These drivers here, though, still very close out there. Roppongi and Vichan at the front of that train. This is a little further up the field now. Still, Tudor-Jürgen trying to close down on Rodriguez, who is further up the road as Planeta sets the fastest lap of the race again in this one. It's a 105.7, is opening that gap up at the front end of the field. That nose cone on Tudor-Jürgen looked like it was bobbing up and down a little bit there, Nicole. That might be a common thing that we see across many of the drivers in this one. It was a very busy start of that race.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you're going to see that through every category so far this weekend. We've already seen so many nose cones for these drivers. You just get into that Constantina effect in races like that. It's slippy for these drivers that just end up sort of buried in the back bumper of the driver ahead, and there's nothing that you can do. It is a 5-second penalty that these drivers are then gifted post-race when they come into the weighing scale. Planeta still holding on to that race lead. He's actually now looking to extend things. Drives under that start-finish gantry, but it's eaten into once more by Saab KL. It's now 2.9 seconds, but I wouldn't predict here that Planeta really needs to panic about anything. Retirements so far then, Malero, Gobi, Schilkinator, Delic and Leopold Juch in just this first Academy Senior qualifying heat of the day. Or this could quite shortly become a nice little fight. This is between Jan Rodriguez and Tudor-Jürgen there. Like you said, you can just visibly see that Tudor-Jürgen's nose has dropped as he now does pick up the position.
Yeah, picks up the pace, trying to push his way forward and certainly getting involved in the fighting there. Jürgen up 5 places now and into third place. And, well, big moments here for Rodriguez, seemingly not getting, well, fully to grips. Well, he's found the grip around the outside there and denied Desario the chance to get that nose down the inside. So he holds on to 4th place for the moment. But, of course, these drivers are all on a gain right now as, again, back down the inside. Desario tries to take it, but again, runs wide on the exit, and it's just that classic, yes, up, under, wet line, dry line.
Yeah, this is event 2 then for your Academy Trophy Seniors. All of these drivers trying to hunt down what Yuzuki Sato achieved in the first year of this concept last year, 2025. KO now late stages of this race does go fastest, but I don't think it's going to be enough here for him to break that gap down between himself and Planeta. Still, though, this continues to rage on. Desario and Junkie, they're going for it. Zhao Junkie, P6 currently, no loss, no gain for the driver, sat just behind Alex. Alex, though, has lost overall so far within this race 2 places for him because Rodriguez and Tudor-Jürgen both really pushed their way through. Last lap board will shortly be out then. Last lap board will be out by Planeta. Only 1.7 seconds splits up him and the pole sitter from Turkey. But I don't think he needs to panic here, Anthony. It's just a run to the line. Yeah,
it is indeed set for him over the line. The last lap board is shown then to Planeta, who is showing some great skill out there. Kael is still there, only a gap of 1.2 seconds, and I've got to say, Saab Kael has been pushing those fastest laps, but like you say, it just needs to be staying cool, calm, collected on the track and not pushing too hard. And on this last few remaining meters of this race, I think this can be a very strong start for Planeta, who looked like he was going to be the fastest in time qualifying. He just missed out on it right at the very last lap where Saab Kael was able to squeeze it through and they just found that space. So both these drivers have been very, very quick indeed. There is Kael trying to push through. Oh, actually, it looked like a bit of a mistake there for Saab Kael. Out of turn 11 and 12, dropped a wheel on the grass. So that gap's going to open up now to over 2 seconds. Planeta out of the final turn, avoids that wet racing, or avoids that dry racing line to see the checker flag of the first race of the day. Yeah, first Academy Senior winner of the weekend then goes to Philip Planeta. Started P2, however, converts it into a race win and will now watch on at the next group to see who's going to match him. Rounds things off ahead of your pole sitter of Saab Kael of Turkey then, and Tudor-Jürgen rounds out the top 3. But let's not forget that for Tudor-Jürgen, later on, maybe some decisions could be made nose cone wise. We'll have to find out. Great stuff, though, by the driver of Czechia. Good stuff to head back to those drivers' tents.
regroup, wait until this afternoon to then potentially look to do it again. Biggest mover within the race, though, started 22nd, finished inside of your top 10, 13 places for Oliver Hjordrup. Under investigation, but you can't take that one away for him. Really good result.
Yes, indeed. Technically today, that was due to be the first race of the day today, and there's still plenty more to go after these ones in that morning phase. Planeta, Kale and Tulia can take that. So 1, 2, 3 at the end of that race. The full results here on your screen with Jan Rodriguez taking P4 from Desario, Zhao Yunji from Jonathan Landstrom, Louis Ifri from Oliver Hjordrup and Jesse Swart, Consta Sipola and Warapongi and Vichan ahead of Marcelo Assumpção, Flavio Cara from Simon Batoda running out the top half of the field, Daniel Schreier-Isa from Tiziana Antola running out the 17 carts that finished that race, Valero, Gobi, Shilkanator, Dilish and Yunj all not finishing that race, down in 22nd onwards. There is Planeta, though, back out of the weighbridge. Job done and dusted for the first race of the day. That's a strong start there, Nicole.
Yeah, I'd say he's come into this weekend and really means business here in Germany. So into that first corner then, it was absolutely not settled for our field. Everybody trying to suss something out, work something out on the lines. We've not, of course, had these drivers out for quite a long time. It was yesterday, they're qualifying midday. That was the last time they took to the circuit. This is, of course, where we lost Leopold Jurch there. He was the first driver to spin round and not continue. The 448 had to watch on at that marshal post. To the rest of the field, try and give it a good go. Drivers running themselves wide and off the road is going to be a theme time and time again in these conditions at turn number 5. Everybody was settled on the exit of the corner, but through 6 and 7, we had a lot of overtakes going on. And this is, of course, where drivers lost things. That was where Jose Dilic went round, and we had other drivers join him on the grass. This was the moment for Vanessa Shilkanator. So for Shilkanator, it was on the front end that she was tagged. Quite quickly jumped up out of the cart because she wasn't too far away from that racing line. Then ran back to things because she knew she had the opportunity to fire it back into life, and you've got to give it to Vanessa. She did absolutely just that to get that 3-step process back into play. Did continue momentarily, but it would be a DNF later on in the race. This was the point there for Maximiliano Gobi at turn number 13 that he was caught out with the likes of the 401 Simba Matoda. Simba Matoda then under investigation for the rest of the race. Good moves at the first corner for Oliver Hjordrup. It was 13 places in total that he gained himself, and it is, of course, a hot spot for these drivers. It was Jan Rodriguez that was challenged there for that P4. The 450 got involved momentarily in the fight, but it went wrong late in the race for Nicolas Moreiro, who is your 5th and final driver to not finish things off. Race continued. The race continued to rage on as well at not even that 3/4 mark for Alex Desario, Jan Rodriguez and Zhao as well. It was all for P4 that they continued to fight it out.
Yeah, indeed. And quite the fight it was. Loving this one here for Tudor Yerkin. The 2-for-1 just got the power, had the traction, able to get it down and squeeze his way through. No drama as well into that final corner, and was just able to take that one all the way to the very end. Later caught up with the likes of Jan Rodriguez and just managed to squeeze his way through. Yes, question mark over that front fairing, over that nose cone. But we have to wait and see those official results later on today when they get released. Checker flag would go out, though, and to Vladimir Planeta of Czechia. He would start the day strong here at the Arena E circuit for the Academy Trophy. The seniors delivering in that first race of the day. But the trophy's not over just yet. One more race for them in the morning before they'll be back out after the lunch break later on for their second heat. And then at the end of the day, they will round out our day with their last qualifying heat of it. And there we can see this is Groups C versus D. Michael Zion on the pole position spot for this one as he gets ready to go racing over the course of this one. But earlier on in the weekend, we caught up with the entrant from Germany into the Academy Trophy, Konstantin Paps. Here's what he had to say.
Good morning, Konstantin Paps. Welcome to Germany, to Arena E in Mülsen. First year senior, am I right in saying? You've had a very busy junior racing career, and how has it been, the switch over into the senior world here?
I mean, in senior they're more experienced, but I think I did one race in the beginning of this year in Italy. It was quite okay for my first senior race. I think, yeah, that it's not too hard for me.
No. Obviously, you're racing in the Senior Academy Trophy. It's only in its second year, of course. We saw a very busy first season of it. Did you watch much from last year to get yourself ready for this year?
Yeah, watched. We can say every race of the FIA. Yeah, I think it's a good competition.
Obviously, home country advantage for you this weekend. We're here in Germany. But do you know the track here well at Mülsen? Have you been here many times before? Or is it still a first time for you here?
No, I've been here many times. I know this track very well in dry and wet. So, yeah, I think it's a good advantage for me.
So, without giving any secrets away, what can you tell us about the track?
In the wet, it's a bit slippery, but every driver needs to deal with.
Yeah. The Academy Trophy, of course, is never an easy task. With so many nations out there, the championship is still very close. This here being your home field advantage, do you think you can get some good points this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely. I have much experience on this track, so we will see.
Excellent. Well, Konstantin, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend, and we'll see you on track.
Thank you.
See if he can put that luck into play here as he will start a little further down in the field. Michael Zion and Alexis Genelay, the pole sitter from Valencia, starting this one on row number 1. Sebastian Girardello having a very good qualifying start alongside Boaz Maximov on row 2. Prokor Sulakovtev joins Liam Carr on that third row of the grid. They will see Oliver Kerg and Albi Lapper on row 4. Rafael Valente of Chile joins Konstantin Paps on the first half of the field on row 5.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 6 sees Rayon Tutigion alongside Derek Vargo, and from row number 7, Yvonne Simonova sees Leonie Hare. From 8, we have Christian Carrillo with Arav Dewan, and from row number 9 is Alvaro Parra with Adam Rybets. Your 10th row in your top 20, your penultimate row of your field, it's Ezra Al-Hamidi and Ori Goldberg. 11 rows in total for your second Academy Senior race of the day, and it's rounded out by Petra Milicevic with Iwan Shen.
Indeed, well, all the field here ready to go racing for the Academy Trophy as they once again head into turn 13. And again, the track getting itself squared away. Still very wet out there. All drivers here on the wet tyres. No one on the slicks just yet, but again, completely understandable. It is soaking out there still. The sun may be shining, the clouds have cleared, it's stopped raining, and there's been constant track action, but it is not cleared just yet. Into the tram lines, are we racing? Answer is yes then, towards turn 1. Good start for the field, and Zion trying to push his way forward into the braking zone at turn 1. Are they all going to make the corner? The answer is yes. A lot of racing room there in the entry and the exit. It's a solid start then for Group C and D, but at the front, it's a controlled start for Alexis Genelay, who holds on to the lead.
Well, no drama on the road, but drama already for Oliver Kerg, under investigation for potentially working on the pre-grid. That's a rule in karting. You cannot make adjustments to the chassis, to the engine, to anything on that machinery once the kart is on the grid, and maybe for Oliver Kerg could be a bit of a tough spot post-race. We'll have to see and wait how that one unfolds, but for the time being, he's looking to try and push his way through the crowd. Drivers at the front, of course, Michael Zion's having a good go of things. Alexis Genelay, however, will not give up. Fastest through sector number 1, fastest through sector number 2, and of course, will be given a big boost this weekend after making himself your first final winner of the year out at Valencia. As drivers we're seeing off the road at turn number 13. That's all of your midfielders, including Rayon Tutigion, Derek Vargo, Yvonne Simonova, Leonie Hare and Christian Carrillo as well.
Yes, indeed. All of these drivers trying to push forward right now as the sun continues just to push through. Contact made out of turn 2. Round goes Sebastian Grondel-Eels, and he will be distraught with that. He can't restart it. We're past the opening lap was a great qualifying, but it's just not gone his way in this first heat.
Yeah, absolutely. He was already losing positions before that happened. Albi Lapper is that driver on your screen. Lapper of Great Britain will know track conditions like this well. This is pretty much the norm over in Great Britain. Now he's looking to make up positions after a qualifying that didn't quite go his way, was in a bit of traffic as drivers run each other off the road again. This time, however, that is Volante that loses out to Derek Vargo.
Indeed, there, and Sebastian Gonzalez there just having words with the marshals and staying put in the marshal hut there. Good to see that he's okay, but yeah, that is a really tough break in this opening race. Over the start-finish line goes the field then. Good trains happening. This is the train all the way down from 15th down the field. Isa Al-Hamadi leading that train from Petra Milosavljevic, who's trying to get through. And Gronald Eels under investigation for the collision there at turn number 2.
Well, Milosavljevic there just lost another position down towards that first major braking zone, so Petra now losing out slightly. Warning flags out for Rafael Volant, then Volant's P10, so is inside of your top 10, but not sure for how much longer, because Adam Rybets looks to be trying to find something within this race. At the front, though, we've now had the change. Boaz Maximov now is your race leader, has switched it out with Michael Zions and Alexis Genelay. Genelay still there in P2, but Boaz leads the way.
It does indeed, and this is a nice change of affairs at that sharp end of the field. And all the field here just improving on these times just that little bit. The track getting a little bit fast here. We're seeing a lot of personal bests coming into play as we keep an eye on the fight here. Still raging on. Derek Wargo down the inside of Lionier. Lionier will fight it back. The entrance for France just says no to that point and holds on to position of P7.
Yeah, switch back there for Leone Air. You're going to see that in conditions like these where these drivers just slide around and struggle to keep that minimum nice and high. So far then, this is the change once more, but Leone Air says again, second time in a row, absolutely no you don't. This continues to be a quad battling it out. So it's Air from Wargo. Kerg is in this with Roland Volant as well as Leone Air runs wide, looks to give away the position. Maybe it's 2 positions lost for her shortly. No, just one for the time being. Wargo gets past once more.
Indeed, and they keep an eye on this fight because Lionier again, she has lost out on one. She doesn't want to lose out anymore here. Won't take the defensive line there, will take the normal outside line. Definitely a dry line starting to form out there, Nicole.
Yeah.
You can see they're pushing it though, right off the road there, down into it. But this is starting to be a half and half situation. There's the rain dart. We're not expecting any more anytime soon. And this could mean, are we going to start to see the switch over again at this point of the racing? Oh my goodness, it's going to be a long old day.
Well, for the mechanics on the pre-grid area for the next groups, which will be our OK Juniors once more, I'm sure the decision is probably going to start to get a bit stressful for these drivers because lap after lap, you're just seeing the circuit now develop, the heat from these drivers running round. The weight from the carts as well will be dispersing that water off of the line. This is the change then at the front. Alexis Genelay now looking to try and get past Boaz Maximov. Maximov, though, however, has that more optimum line through turns 13 and 14 and holds on to it. Now you're seeing the drivers look to actually cool down the tyres as well. Zions has quite quickly thought of that, knows that he doesn't want to chew through the rubber as well. If you end up doing that, these drivers have got to race later on using these tyres.
Yeah, indeed. There is Michael Zion under pressure from Lapper. Lapper's going to look down the inside, hooks that curb, and does manage to squeeze his way through. That's actually quite a nice overtake there. Zion will, I'm sure, will be happy to just settle there for 4th place for the moment. Still a long way to go. We've passed the halfway point of this race, and this fighting still goes on. And with these two scrapping away, I can imagine the two behind will close in. Maximov having to deal with Genelay at nearly every single corner.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot for these drivers to think about. Boaz Maximov and Genelay were 2 of your drivers at Valencia that were big contenders, but it was mostly Alexis that was the driver to beat. Lapper, let's not forget, was also involved in that final by quite some way as well. Now they make themselves 1, 2 and 3. Maximov and Genele into the first corner. Oh, we've got some aggression there from Genele. Just slightly tags the back bumper of Boaz Maximov. Slightly different line on the exit of the corner. Albi Lapper being invited into this one time and time again. And Lapper is your fastest driver out there, out at the front. Genele finds his way past. Alexis Genele momentarily was a race leader, but we're going to have that switch back by Boaz Maximov. Takes it once more, uses the curb. This is going to fire into life. Michael Zions also is a name inside of this fight.
Anything you could do, I could do better. That's literally all I'm seeing here. But no, again, just that left the door open, but squeezed it back down the inside. It's side by side, squeezed off the road. Goes Genele, through goes Lapper now, up into second place. And you can see how close it is for the field here. Into 13, any position, any door that's left open, you'll find a kart down the inside. We nearly saw it there from Zion, but he loses a lot of speed there. Out of the turn, in towards turns 1, turns 2. Big send down the inside there for Genele. My goodness me, I think that was a complete miss on the braking zone. And Zion gets through up into third place. Here's Lapper for the lead. Down the inside, he made this move earlier on. He hooks the inside curb. He's through, off the road. Goes Genele. His race is going from bad to worse here. He tumbles down, but it's Lapper who leads the way now on lap number 8.
Yeah, good stuff then from our front. But for Lapper, patience and consistency has been the one for him. He didn't set it up in time qualifying, but he set this one up within the racing. Of course, he's going to want to hunt down for a podium this weekend after getting so close at Valencia to that top spot. Now looks really strong, and I'm sure is probably actually hoping that the rain continues this weekend, because these are conditions that suit Albi Lapper. Lapper from Maximov from Zion. Zion's has fallen off the tail now of this duo at the front, as we've still got Genele in contention for it, as now Zulakotsev is under investigation, but that is at the back. No more drivers having major dramas out there. Essa Al-Hamidi has dropped down to P19, back where he started things from, or down the inside. Nice little move by Genele once more. Set things back up to get past Zions.
Yeah, indeed. And both of them again will try and close in on this one, because I don't think it's over yet. Boaz Maximov thought about it down the inside, didn't commit to it, and just stays on that rear bumper. He's not allowing Lapper to break away. However, because of that slight attempt there, Lapper has opened up a very slight gap. Definite dry line forming out there now, yeah. Nicole. This is going to really make the drivers in the next race think, what do they want to do?
Well, it's going to make the drivers in the next race think, but it's going to make these drivers have to think as well, because we said it earlier on, these tyres need to be looked after. If the rain comes down later on this afternoon again, these drivers have got to use the wet tyres again, but they've been chewed through, they've been reduced in tread and in rubber. They're going to make it really hard work for themselves. They've got to maybe think about sacrificing something, using a bit of that water out there to cool them back down. You don't want to ruin things for later. Last couple of laps left to go, but these drivers will still look to also push and will still look to also extend the gaps between themselves. Lapper from Boaz Maximov, from Alexis Genele, from Michael Zions. They are your top 3, with then the last driver inside of your top 5 being Liam Carr. Liam Carr, however, for Australia out there, looks to be a bit of a lone wolf.
Yeah, indeed. Never a nice run when you're on your own out there. As, oh dear, that's a big lick of the exit curb there for Boaz Maximov. Was going to really lose out there. Genele is going to squeeze through into second place now, and he'll be delighted with that one. He can focus now on closing in on Lapper, who is 1.2 seconds up the road. Who's done a great job here. Purple sectors coming out now, Nicole. Speed is increasing, however, these tyres, I can imagine, will be absolutely screaming out there.
Yeah, you can actually hear it sometimes out of the commentary box in towards that first corner, where some of those drivers are now trying to get quite ambitious with things. Genele is the fastest driver out there, P2 currently, but is not looking at Albi Lapper. He's actually trying to think about Boaz Maximov, who is back into things, back in the rhythm, back in the fight. He's locked in here down towards that second sector, trying to set something up, and what will be shortly the final lap of their first race of the weekend. Lapper, I would say, is settled now, goes fastest in that first sector, is using the grip that now will start to be produced and will be starting to lay down on the track.
Indeed. But it's still a long way to go in this track evolution at this stage of the day. And so much more will happen to this circuit as the day progresses. Over the line they go. Last lap board is shown then to Albi Lapper, who leads by 1.1 seconds. Genelay trying to close in, but the time quickly running out. This fight at the front has settled down for the moment, but Boaz Maximov, I suspect, doesn't want to give this position up. You can just see how they are trying to still push at this phase. They're still hooking that inside curb to carry the speed around the corners here. But for this moment, I've got to say to Albi Lapper, has done a great job here to squeeze through this field. And the 7th place gain, and that's exactly what we expect. That is drama for Genelay. He's missed the corner again. Boaz Maximov has got a chance here for 2nd place in this race, but it's only going to be a few moments. He's run out wide again. Genelay is pushing hard. He's missed the timing loop there as well because he's gone off. He's still there in 2nd place, but Boaz Maximov can't find his way through. Checker flag is out. Lapper will take it. It will be Genelay who takes 2nd from Boaz Maximov, and there we go. Lapper very happy with the result there.
Yeah, Lapper, good stuff by him. Gain in total was 7 places for the driver representing Great Britain. Really good stuff by Lapper, and I'm sure mechanic Liam will be happy with that race result. Lapper leads things then ahead of Alexis Genelay, who finishes things where he started from P2 despite those last sector moments. Actually, quite a good job for Genelay to hold on to things because he would have had muddy, dirty tyres at those last couple of corners, with Maximov rounding out to your top 3. Intermediate classification points, 50 for Philippe Planeta, 50 for Albi Lapper after those 2 Academy Senior qualifying heats, your first 2 of the weekend. To round out your morning phase for these drivers. We'll see them again later on, and then of course we will see them tomorrow morning as well.
Indeed. There is your top 3 then. Lapper, Genelay and Maximov as they all head back to Parc Ferme. They are back out after the lunch break. Yes, indeed. Looking forward to that one in what could be very different conditions for them for that next race. There is your full results then on your screen. Zion ahead of Carr, Wargo from Paps, Kirk from Volante, Leonie Her rounds out the top 10. Solokosev rounds out 11th place from Simonova, Carrillo from Goldberg, Rebets from Dewan, Milosavljevic from Toutangio, Para from Chen, and Al Hamadi, who rounds out the 21 runners. Sebastian Gondel is the only driver to retire from that race. Gotta say, Academy Senior, good job done there for their first race. Albi Lapper, though, taking the win for the first race of the day for Groups C versus D. And this is how it all transpired. Sun started to shine at the early phase of this race as conditions was still not the best on the track at the first few laps of this race, but over the course of it, a dry line did start to form with everyone trying to push through the field in those early stages of the race. 1 or 2 drivers just getting caught out in the opening laps, some drivers tumbling down the order. It was later at turn number 2. Sebastian Gondel there just clipped, unfortunately, and taken out of the race, and that was a big shame for him. Lapper started to make the positions through the field, just one at a time, squeezing through, and was just able to gain those 7 places to squeeze up into P1. It's a very strong start to the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff for many of our drivers in the field. Big movers, of course, like you called Derek Vargo, 6 places. Lapper, however, was your major mover and was your race winner as well. Alexis Genelay was challenged time and time again. Michael Zion started to get involved, but this was where you saw the change between Lapper and Zion's. This is when then we had Alexis Genelay try to get into the front. He did overtake Boaz Maximov. Maximov, however, would say, no, you don't. And this is where we had that moment where Anthony and I did a bit of an a cappella moment and started singing because anything one driver did, the other driver wanted wanted to say, no, I can do that as well. So they went side by side through that second sector. Genelay, Maximov, Lapper and Zions. They would give each other the room, as we did have a big attempt there for Genelay, but he would lose out on 3 positions to Lapper, Maximov and Zions. This was the moment there for Albi Lapper, where he got the move done, used some of that drier line to get the kart stopped. As we saw there, Zions Alexis Genelay completely run himself off of the road, but quite quickly get back into life and make quite an ambitious overtake there on Michael. Lapper looked over his shoulder in the last couple of laps to see that it was pretty much clean and gone out there, as again we just saw those moments for Genelay, I think, coming into play, that he realised there was starting to be some grip out there. He could push a little bit harder, but maybe at some points he pushed a bit too much. Lapper's done it though. He's taken his first qualifying heat of the weekend to match Planeta to conclude your results for your Academy Senior heats this morning. Next up, we go back to our OK Juniors for qualifying groups B versus F. Of course, some of these drivers have already raced this morning because we had those cancellations yesterday. Your drivers on your pole side, groups B, we've seen already. We've seen Miron, we've seen Malotta, we've seen Oiva Venturata. There is Daniel Miron then. Daniel Miron, P4 yesterday. Today he had an on-track top 3, but a disqualification, and we'll hear what he had to say earlier on.
Daniel, polling group, it's looking really good so far this weekend, and to be honest, we wouldn't expect anything less, right?
Well, we're struggling a bit in free practice. We changed the chassis for qualifying. It was a gamble, but at the end it was worth it, and yeah, we made it full.
And you've come into this weekend after a big win out in Valencia at the last round. Would you say that's boosted you coming into this one at Germany?
Well, we'll keep our feet on the floor and just try to win this round for the championship. But yeah, just try to win as always.
And Daniel, this weekend, weather conditions have been a bit on and off. Some moments it's quite wet, then it dries up a little bit, and then drivers are having to deal with the situation of, is it wet, is it dry? As a driver, how do you deal with that mentally?
Well, just obviously just feel the track and just be prepared for it.
Well, Daniel, like we said, so far, pole for you. Great job out there.
Thank you.
Well, good to hear there from Daniel Miron. Tough race earlier on, and unfortunately TSQ took him out of that result. But he's back on that front row for this one, and he starts alongside Savoloda Sachi-Sobolowski. Alex Malotta and Harry Williams, they go from row number 2. There we'll see Oiva Venturata and Tiberius Müller on row 3. Row 4 will be alone Julian Rivera, no Mathis Brageau on the field. We'll try work that one out, as row 5 will see Alexandre Point and Juan Garcia on that 5th row of the grid. Olivier Ricini and Oscari Rolli go from row number 6. They will see Christian Alexander Rust and Alessandro Caraballo running at the first half of the field on row 7.
Row number 8 sees Xi Halfway with Anton Venonten. From row number 9, we've got Aurelien Lemaire and Alexander Lazarus. From 10, it's Yubo Wen, who needs a good race after a DNF yesterday. He starts alongside Tony Kart teammate of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Row number 11, Roland Nagy, who, let's not forget, did deploy a new set of tyres earlier on this morning. He'll be starting alongside Lenny Mäkinen. Your 12th row is Jeff Verbeek and Jan Garzelik, and from row number 13, Nick Reed and Julia Angelard will round out your top 26. 14 rows in total, and it will be Maxim Bobrishov and Edin Kaserovic who will head into the quite interesting qualifying heat, I would say we can expect. Yesterday, Anthony, if you cast your mind back, we had that heat where some drivers went slicks, some went wet tyres. Many of those drivers that went slicks yesterday actually exist within that anti-pole side. So, of course, we've got Roland Nagy, but then we've also got drivers at the back like Julia Angelard, Jan Garzelik as well, who have also already done that. So this is going to shake up the order slightly within this race. It's going to make it interesting. It's not going to be interesting for Mathis Brageau, who's going to have to sit on the sidelines. Unfortunately, the Frenchman who should be on that 4th row missed the gate.
Yes, it was there, missing the gate, wasn't it? Which I think was the late call of trying to go for slick tyres in this one. So that is going to be one to watch in this one. Of course, all these drivers are still on wets. No one going for the slicks. Or am I reading that wrong?
Am I reading that wrong?
I will confirm it in here.
I read it wrong.
They're all wet, Nicole.
Right,
they're
so
all
everything
still wet
I just said, ignore
was
it.
completely false. Excellent. Good journalism there, Nicole Sutherland.
Thanks.
Thumbs up
read.
for you.
Oh, God. It's going to be a long day.
Excellent. They're all on wet tyres. They're all avoiding that dry line. Look at that as they enter into the tram lines. As they enter into the start of this race, it is lights out and fights on towards turn 1. Good start for Daniel Miron on the inside line. They concertina up. There's a bit of a shake-up there in the middle of the field, but crucially, it looks like everyone's going to get through, which is a good start for them. In towards turn 3 for the first time. Miron is under pressure from the Hardman Racing driver of Alex Malota, who is trying to push forward, but he has not managed to get that move done just as of yet. Through 4 and 5, multiple karts avoiding the the Tech Pro barriers there on the apex of that corner. As they push through, as now the Hagman's under pressure from his Ivan Venturata trying to get the nose down the inside into second place, and I think it is, and he's done it.
Yeah, so for Ivan Venturata at DNF earlier on is going to light things up for him within this, what we can confirm is definitely a wet tyre race, despite my mistake. Out in the front, however, Daniel Miron looks to bolt off as now side-by-side Malota and Ivan Venturata go through turns 14 and actually allows the Fusion to be released out there in the front and allows Juan Garciase to make up 7 positions to be sat there in P2. The energy of Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky also looking to try and get involved, but doesn't manage to spring things into life through that first corner, because now Alexandra Point could be a problem in the side for Osachi-Soslovsky. Pixens being attempted just behind your front pack. We've got Venant, Oliveri Sini, Oscari Volley and Harry Williams in this fight in your screen that is rounded out by Emerson Makanji-Uren, who now looks for the move and pulls it off on Julian Rivera, who loses out on not 1 but 2 because Christian Rost is starting to get involved as well. Daniel Miron out in the front then, a P4 for Miron, but earlier on as well, a bit of a tough pill to swallow. A disqualification in his first qualifying heat means he needs some points, as this is the fight between Malota and Garciase. Malota now has to allow the position, has to allow the Paralin to hold on to that P2, but varied lines there on this grip, on this developing circuit is going to keep this race, I would say, Anthony, very, very fiery.
Yes, indeed. There is Alexandre Poix just trying to push through as well. Is stuck behind Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky, who is still pushing through, and you can see there Alexandre has got the fast lap of the race now. We're sub 1 minute, 59.359. Surely the next grid's got to be going slicks on this one. That is quite the scene that we are seeing out there, and I can imagine it's very busy down there in the servicing park area ahead of this one. But still very busy out on track here as the drivers are still trying to push with these tyres. Everyone just closing up a little bit here. It's going to make it, I think, quite the feisty next few laps, Nicole. We're still only in the early phases of this race. Everyone trying to cool these tyres down.
Yeah, everybody's going to be all over the place within this race. This is the change now. We've still got Alexander Point getting involved in things and picks off the position from Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky, who now has Oscari Volley as the next driver to try and have a go. Volley, of course, had a bit of a difficult result earlier on, so he's one of those names who's also trying to stay well inside of the top 10. Tiberius Müller, however, is the fastest driver in this fight, but Müller is down in P13 for now. Had a P5 earlier on, but a DNF as well yesterday. This is the switch almost again between Point and Sever. Sever, however, has to allow Point the move.
Yes, indeed. For this moment, he relinquishes that spot. Will he stay there is the big question. Answer, no. Back down the inside, turn 13, pushes through. Here comes Oscari Wally down the inside. Remember, Wally needing a good result in this one after that spin earlier on. Retired on that opening lap. Wants these positions back, and he has got them. 6th place gain. Antoine Venard there as well, but he's going to lose out on 2 spots here because they're all going through. Olivier Sini now part of this fight.
Yeah, way calmer race when it comes to the DNFs that we've seen. Maybe not calmer in the action that we're watching, because we're seeing, again, these moves go on. This is one of the Forzas of Harry Williams potentially looking to get involved. The young McLaren junior driver looking to try and fight in the sharp end. DNF for Williams yesterday looks to make him more fiery today. A P3, however, earlier on also means that he can do it. He's got the run. Just some bad luck has maybe caused him to fall short so far this weekend. So no DNF so far. Completely different from what we've seen in our junior races up until this point. It's only Mathis Bregeau that is out of this one. But time and time again, you're going to see positions be picked up. This is Point now trying to go for it. He's going to have it into the first corner. Maybe looks over his shoulder to see where the energy is, to see if he's got the gap. Now we'll look down the inside and we'll get past the KR of Sini.
Indeed, nice change there, as these drivers are doing a great job of drawing out this circuit. I've got to say, if someone had gone for those slick tyres, they could have been taking a heat win on this one, because that track looks absolutely ready for them.
Yeah, I think, a lot of these drivers just going with the majority. Dear. Is that somebody's now parked out at turn number 13? Is that Yibo Wen again?
I think so.
Yibo Wen, the Tony Kart now is finished within this race. No, I'm quite surprised here, Anthony, that actually nobody went for those slick tyres. Everybody just sort of following each other, maybe trying to play it safe.
But no, I think Bregeau was trying to go for them, which is why he missed the gate. And, that could have been a solid race victory if they'd managed to have done that one. Look at this, completely off the line there for Malota, just trying to cool the tyres down. He has closed in. This is for the race lead on this one. Miron has not been able to break away. And, of course, be very curious to see how these tyres look at the end of this one, because I thought we were going to see slicks.
For this race, actually, Miron is a guinea pig for Malota and for Juan Garciase. For Malota, he can watch what Daniel's doing, see maybe where he slides slightly, sees where the grip is developing, and then push based off of that. That's what you're seeing for him now. Maybe you're seeing an overtake very, very shortly between the Fusion and between Alex Malota. Miron now under some increasing pressure, and doesn't he know it? Looks over his shoulder to see what the gap is. The gap now on the screen is 0.4 of a second. Out of turn number 13, still holds on to something, as now we've had Tiberius Müller fall down and will join Yibo Wen and Mathis Bregeau to not finish. Finish gantry will be seen by Daniel Miron. It was 0.4, now goes back up to half a second, but it's definitely not over between him and Alex Malota.
No, certainly not so, and we will have to wait and see how it transpires over these last couple of laps in this race. Big fight still happening further down in the field, though, here. Nicole, Julian Rivera, Christian Alexander-Russ both getting past Severo Sachadlowski and Harry Williams. Big old scrap happening further back in the field as well. Everyone wants to get involved, but this is, I think, 20th down to 24th or so on the grid. Big sends down the inside. It's nice to see this one. This is Julian Rivera continuing that fight through the field.
Yeah, that was a nice little move for Julian Rivera then, on his first appearance this year in the FIA Karting European Championship. This is maybe going to be a change for the race lead. Alex Malota and Daniel Miron are going to go side by side. They're going to run to that first corner. It's going to be a sprint. Who's going to have it? Malota's going to have the line. We're going to have now Alex Malota in the lead of this race. Daniel Miron allows him to have the position, because he's also got to think about the parallel there sat in P3.
It certainly does, and this is good to see, and you can see that fast lap coming in 57, 6, 7, 9. I did go faster yesterday in the dry conditioning. I was on slick tyres though.
No.
There we go. I'm going to try. Yeah.
You were in a senior
and completely bone-dry conditions on slick tyres.
Just let me take a W once, please, Nicole. Right, I think there's been a moment for Williams, Renault, Macandu, Iran, unfortunately. Double-waved yellows. They have collided out of the chicane. Disaster for them at this stage of the race. Malota is not out of the woods yet either. The fight still is on here. Can Miron squeeze his way through at any given opportunity? You were right in saying, though, he needs to worry about the parallel that's just behind. Juan Garciase will, I'm sure, want to get involved in this one, but Malota is pushing through. This is a replay of Malota. Big air time there. Malota there through turns 9.
Malota Airlines.
Malota Airlines, there we go. But great to see he's still got control. There you go, Miron giving it a go as well. Miron Airlines. But here we go for the field. This last few turns in this race, Alex Malota has done a great job to be at the front of this field and has delivered a superb effort here. With this result, will lead the intermediate classifications only with 135. Remember, Soundcheck and Green both on 100 points. Over the line he goes. Malota takes the win from Miron. Garciase third. Oscari Rolli all on his own there in 7th. Haroy Venturata close for company. Sini up to 6th, just getting past Alexandre Poix. Julian Rivera is yet to cross the line, and he missed out on 8th place as Severo Sachevlovsky just squeezed through. Rivera in 9th. From Christian Alexanderist, who rounds out the top 10.
First qualifying heats win of the weekend for Malota then, but it's not his first top 3. Has been a driver of consistency. He went P3 in his first one, P2 in his second qualifying heat. Now in his third qualifying heat, makes it finally a race win. Finishes that one off then ahead of Daniel Miron, who has to settle for P2. And Juan Garciase for Paralin, who makes it a P3 finish with 6 places gained. They are your top 3 then. Malota from Miron, from Garciase. Really good results for your top 3. And you've got to give it to Alex Malota. Consistency and as well patience within that race. They're your top 3. We've then got Oscari Rolli and Oyvind Venturata that take you to your top 5. Oliveri Sini, Alexandra Point, Sevolodo Sachi-Soslovsky, Julian Rivera from Christian Rost as your top 10. Lenny Makinen, Jeff Verbeek, Maxim Bobrishov with a 14-place gain to finish in P13, with G. Halfway and Aurelien Lemaire as the rest of the drivers inside of your top 15, with the remaining finishers of that race being Alexander Lazarus, Edin Kazarevic, Julia Angelard, Roland Nagy, Lissandro Caraballo, Jan Gargelik and Nick Reed, because of course we lost those 3 drivers of Harry Williams, Anton Venant and Emerson Akanji-Ren at the final couple of moments at turn number 5. And we had Tiberius Miller and Yubo Wen have DNFs earlier on in the race. To conclude your qualifying heat B versus F for your juniors on wet conditions with the tyres, but not wet conditions with the surface of the track.
Indeed. Well, good stuff there for the juniors. We'll see the highlights too from them in a few moments' time. But job done there for Alex Malota, the Harvgan Racing team, coming away with a victory here at Arena E. Here is those highlights. Well, for the start here, very close and compact, with everyone giving the racing room as all the drivers tried to avoid the dry racing line. It was a very sideways moment for Miron right at the beginning of the race. A little bit of a contact made between him and Malota, but no foul in that one. Venturata in the early stages of that race was able to squeeze through, and he had quite a controlled start in that race. Did drop backwards, later finished back where he started in P5, but still a good getaway as well as Juan Garciase certainly getting involved.
Yeah, the Finn just needs some points now after a DNF earlier on this morning. We did have the energy of Sevolodo Sachi-Soslovsky have some moments with Alexandra Point. We had the KR and the Paralin go wheel to wheel, as we did also have Harry Williams try and get involved as well. The other Brits in the field of Emerson Akanji-Ren got past Julian Rivera there at turn number 6 and 7, as Rivera just lost 2 positions because of that. Malota was patient with things. Juan Garciase momentarily got past, but Malota dealt with the pressure, didn't let it put him off, as that was the change between the energy and the fusion there. Point just sliding his way past. Sever did try and get him back, but Point read the road, gauged who was around him, and managed to push his way through once more at turn number 13 and 14.
Yeah, indeed. These drivers continued that fight all the way to the bitter end, as the track conditions getting faster and faster, with lap times getting into the 57 seconds here for the field. The last 2 moments that really unfolded that race. Sini getting involved in the fight, squeezing past Alexandre Poix. And then at the very end of that race, the last retirements in that point was Wen Yabu, before we lost then Tiberius Müller Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Antoine Vinard and Harry Williams all colliding as well, and quite a significant incident at the likes of turns 5.
Yeah, all three of those drivers did walk away from things, but of course was on the last stages of the race there was no attempt permitted, of course, for any of those, and all of those drivers will make it now 2 DNFs so far this weekend. At the front, though, was the change between Alex Malota and Daniel Miron at the final couple of moments. As there we saw Alex Malota get a bit of airtime to then lead him into his first qualifying heat of the weekend to conclude that junior qualifying heat. We're going to take a short break and then we'll go back to our seniors.
Right, Nicole Sutherland, I'm going to give you a second attempt at this one. What tyres are the drivers on in this race?
How do you spell slick?
WET, according to you. Right, anyway, it is qualifying heat B versus F for the seniors that are making their way out to the circuit. I can confirm all the drivers are on slick tyres in this one. For the field. Asher Osteen back on pole position, joined by Dean Hugendorn on the front row of this grid, Gilles Herman and Vladimir Ivanikov on row number 2. Endo Rata and Gustavo da Silva will lock out the top 6. They will go from row 3. Dan Aleman and Victor Stalmack, they'll take row 4. They'll see Davide Battaro and Antonio Coscianella on row number 5. They'll see Yuri Levar and Armin Kara Osman on row number 6. The first half of the field will be Casper Reipold and Marco Gast.
Row number 8 will have Nikita Box alongside Aston Sharp. And for row number 9, Max Wayland needs a good race after a DNF earlier on this morning. He'll be starting alongside Spain's Manuel Miguez. Your 10th row sees Rafael Bullard alongside Ward's Thomas Chikarashki. And then from row number 11, Archie Owen of Great Britain starts alongside Matteo Gallo. Shortly behind those drivers on row number 12, your penultimate row of your grid, Tony Kart, Gavin Adam will see Zavre Dudkovsky. 13 rows in total. Tony Kart again at the back with Valerio Villapiana, who will push his way through, I'm sure. He's starting alongside Brazil's Eduardo Salamond. So, slick tyres now on board these drivers, as that's Antonio Coccianella's karts there being worked on by the mechanics. Should be starting on that 5th row of the field. Drama already striking for the MP.
Yeah, indeed. And oh dear me, look at that.
He's not bolted it on with the wheel nuts, maybe.
Yeah, that does look a bit suboptimal there. And yeah, not what you want to see at all. They've got the wheel on now, of course, but
so he's just run out of time.
Too little, too late. Yeah, indeed. And that is such a shame there at this stage. And they're with the chief pre-grid officer there, Ross Upton, who will be overseeing the situation that is down there on the grid. Right then, for the rest of the field then, to get temperature into those tyres. The sun still shining out there as the field get ready to go for some slick tyre racing here at Arena E. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? First time of asking. Answer is yes. It's lights out, fights on. Towards turn 1. It's a lightning start for Osteen on the inside line, but 1 into the barriers and gravel trap. right at the start of the exit of T1, and unfortunately goes no further. It's the 6.13, unfortunately, of Xavier de Koski, who was due to start this one on the 12th row of the grid. Action at the front, though. Osteen's lost out on the leaders. There's carts off the road once again. It's the VDK that just squeezes back on, but it's crucially... is that the VAR? No, that's Sharp there in 5th place. I thought that was the lead fight there. It is not. That's a little further up the road. Osteen has lost out on that lead, though, Nicole. Dean Hugendorn in control of this race.
Hugendorn then hunting down for his second qualifying heat win of the weekend. But we've got 2 drivers who have already had those at the front. One in the form of Hugendorn, one in the form of Asher Osteen. Out in your top end, though, the other drivers inside the top 5 look for the time being to be Endo Arata, Gilles Herman, and Thomas Chikarashki there on my screen, the 150. Chikarashki, really good starts to this race. He's come all the way from the 10th row.
Really good start. Did he cut half the track?
It's definitely Thomas Chikarashki.
17 places gained for Thomas Chikarashki at the start of this race. How on earth did he do that?
Well, he has.
Well, he's done it in some way or form. That's an incredible start for him. Endo Arata, Gilles Herman, Davide Bataro, Dan Anaman still fighting there. Aston Sharp is under an immense amount of pressure from Gars, Carter Osman and De Silva, who are all trying to go through. I am curious.
I want to see that
really
start again, because how on earth has he got there?
Did he go from turn 2 over to turn 10? He must have done. Look at the pace he's got here.
P2.
He's going for it.
Thomas Chikarashki has come all the way from the 10th row within 2 laps of this race, is now in P2 and is now looking at Dean Hugendorn. And he's looking at Dean Hugendorn really quickly and then visibly closes in on the brakes there to the Paralin just ahead. Both of these drivers then on that Paralin chassis, one for the factory, one then for the satellite team of Ward, again into 6 and 7. Thomas Chikarashki has got something here. In the commentary box, we still can't work out what he has got, but it's power and speed now on the opening stages of this race. Fork-out battle for this race lead. Hugendorn from Chikarashki, from Asher Osteen. Endo Arata rounds it out now. Turn number 13 again. For Thomas looks to close in, as maybe we could have a change as well for P3 between the CRG and the Tony Kart.
Hugendorn under pressure here from the driver who started on row 10 of this race. I still can't work it out, but he's going for it down the inside here. Thomas Chikarashki is going to take the lead of this race on lap number 4. Unbelievable. From row 10. Wow.
We're not laughing because it's funny. We're laughing because we can't quite work it out.
No, I can't believe this one. This is great stuff. Hugendorn's taken it back, however. He's not going to allow this one to be too easy for Chikarashki. Now here comes Endo Arata with a potential run here, but can't go do it. It always looks like it's on the brakes there for Chikarashki. He seems a lot more confident on it.
Of course, this circuit, all of the pre-existing rubber that would have existed through the testing for these drivers would have now been washed away. We're now on a fresh track, fresh territory for these drivers. It will develop over the course of these heats if they do stay dry, and it's developing right now again for Thomas Chikarashki, who looks to tail up to Dean Hugendorn. Asher Osteen now looks to be falling off the back of this top 3 because Endo Arata, of course, has made that move stick. Endo Arata there in that Tony Kart looking strong. A trio at the front. Arata now maybe looks to make the move on. Thomas Chikarashki does just that and muscles him out.
Yes, indeed, for the field. And for Dean Hugendorn, he will try to break away at this front here. And you can still see that this fight is raging on. Alamano's all over the case now as he tries to switch his way through. He's done that now, and Chikarashki here, still on a great gain, is going to hold on to 6th place for the time being. He's going to switch to the outside. He's going to try and go for an up and under on this fight again. He does get that. He goes wheel to wheel with Alaman, but he's on the outside into the right-hand kink as they head down in towards turn 3. Here now is Gustavo de Silva involved, but Gilles Herman's going to lose out massively here. It's Davide Bataro down the inside, 3 wide into the turn. Reipold gets through past both of them. Everyone getting involved here, and, well, it certainly is all kicking off on this 6th lap of the race. The halfway point action still very much on. I think the drivers have been happy now. They've released that they've got some slick and dry track conditions.
Yeah, of course, all of the track conditions we've had pretty much so far this weekend have been wet. Now we're graced with some dry running. So into the first corner, in the back,
right in the middle.
Thomas Cikaraszki. There he is on your screen. So he's on that inside line, heads round, then the camera just flicks to our driver that went round. Cikaraszki still at the back on towards the entrance of the first corner. Watch him, watch him, watch him. Brightly yellow and green liveried helmet. Into the first corner, it's right on the back of the VDK. Now suddenly he's just inside of the top 5.
He literally went from 20th to 5th.
He's got some sort of like time machine.
I don't know.
Just sort of spawned from nowhere.
Biolocated into position. Right, Hoogendoorn though, still pushing through there. Cikaraszki still, well, he's dealing with a very gesticulative De Silva, who sends it down the inside and says, right now, let's push forward and go. And let's see how this one will transpire for them. Still a 14th place gain here for Cikaraszki. Hoogendoorn, though, still leads. 1.2 seconds clear from Endo Arata, who's trying to close back in on this one. Ashton Osteen still holding on to 3rd place from Alaman. De Silva, Cikaraszki from Reipold, Bataro from Sharp. Gilles Herman still just inside the top 10. Hoogendoorn here, though, would take the lead of the intermediate classification. Hasn't been a perfect run of heats for him, but he's still there with 138 points with another spot here in this grid. But time quickly running out. Hoogendoorn, though, Nicole, looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, looks comfortable, but also let's not forget for him, the story for him this weekend is between Baglin and Hoogendoorn. Hoogendoorn knows that points are at stake. He's got to keep that KR behind him in the intermediate classification if he's going to stop that championship win being concluded this weekend. Change down towards that first major braking zone again. This is Dan Alleman finding his way inside of the top 3 past Asher Osteen. But for Alleman, how much is this going to benefit him points-wise? Because, of course, he's had 2 DNFs already so far this weekend. For now, is inside of the top 3 for the first time this weekend, with Osteen, Gustavo De Silva and Cikaraszki still there within this fight. So Cikaraszki tailed off slightly in the past couple of laps, but still very much within this one.
Yeah, it's still a great improvement, though, from where he started this race, and he's getting an insight of what it is like at the front of this field. Now De Silva on the rear bumper of Asher Osteen. The fight for 4th place very much alive. Looking to the inside potentially here. Just makes a little bit of contact with that rear anti-launch device, but squeezes his way through. And De Silva up to 4th place now.
Yeah, so good stuff for the drivers at the front. Last couple of laps left to go. I would say Dean Hoogendoorn there has got nothing to really worry about. His last race win was by quite some way as well. It was around about 3 seconds, I think, that he took that one by. Now it's just 2, but that splits up him and the Tony Kart there. So a job almost complete for Hoogendoorn. It's not complete yet, though, for these 2 drivers who see each other once more. This starts again. So Cikaraszki, there he is on the inside now on the exit of the corner. Everybody sort of bunches up. You know, it's pretty clean and fair enough, I would say.
Yeah, indeed. Superb effort just to keep that car hugged in on the inside line. Everyone was scrapping as they sort of somewhat outbrake themselves into turn 1, and he managed to nail the braking zone. He was just able to squeeze down the inside. Yeah,
absolutely, and maybe just worked out as well that the inside line was looking quite dry. This is a change now for P2. Alleman into life, Alleman into that second position, has got past Endo Arata now. Tony Kart falls into P3 as still De Silva looks on at this one. Last couple of moments of this race will shortly be signalled to these drivers. Hoogendoorn, Alleman, Endo Arata, De Silva and Thomas Cikaraszki take you to your top 5. Cikaraszki and Asher Osteen have switched us. That's drama out
Yuri
there.
Yuri Levar.
That's you know what? That's a really big shame for Yuri Levar. First qualifying heat of the day for Yuri was one of his best to date, but now we'll not see that checkered. Talking of driver that will see maybe the checkered as that top spot very shortly, as there's some signalling going on there between these drivers. That's De Silva and Endo Arata, so as De Silva has got into the top 3, and maybe he was a bit unhappy about something going on between him and Endo Arata. There's the gap on your screen then, quite away for Huggendorn once more, who goes almost 2 out of 2 so far within these qualifying heats, and matches what teammate of William Kalesia has already pulled off for the factory Paralin team. The Williams young junior driver looking incredibly strong here in Germany.
It certainly is. This last lap, though, drama has ensued for a fair few. Owens pushed forward with the fastest lap of the race. Aston Sharp just dropped down to 15th place on that one. But out here at the front, Dean Huggendorn's going to add to his tally here in Arena E in Germany. Over the line he goes. He will see that checkered flag. And that is a strong start to now the second phase of the day, which is the dry conditions here at Arena E. Race winner, Dean Huggendorn from the front row of the grid will finish ahead of Dan Aleman, Gustavo da Silva, Endo Arata, Thomas Chikarashki with a 15th-place gain to finish in P5 at Asher Osteen, Kasper Reipold, Davide Bataro, Marco Gas and Victor Stalmack for the top 10. But your biggest mover, understandably, from P20 to P5, 15 places gained for Thomas Chikarashki.
Well, one of the most impressive drives so far this weekend was that of Julian Frasnelli in his first qualifying heat of the weekend, but I would say Thomas Chikarashki has just matched that, or maybe outdone it, because first lap for Chikarashki was the one. Huggendorn from Aleman from Da Silva, they are your top 3. So it's Paralin from VDK from Birrell, with Endo Arata and Chikarashki being your top 5. Osteen has to settle for a P6, so he's still in the fight, but it's not a top 3 again for Osteen, with Reipold on a really good charge of 6 positions, with Davide Bataro now finishing that race with Marco Gast and Victor Stalmack. Owen, Ehrman, Kara Osman, Manuel Miguez, and then Sharp take you to your top 15. Then we do have Valerio Villapiana, again continues on his charge through the grid, 9 places for the Tony Kart to be in P16, with Vladimir Ivanikov losing 13 places within that one. Almost, matches that result from yesterday where we saw a similar story for Ivanikov. Wayland, Bullard, Eduardo Salomon, Nikita Bott and Gavin Adam take you to your 22 finishers, with 4 names not to complete the laps: Gallo, Lavar, Coccinella and Dudkovsky, of course. This is where we saw it go wrong for Coccinella. That rear was not bolted on. Of course, I would say we would, in that pre-grid area, have been a bit of a last-minute challenge for many of those mechanics. Challenge as well then for Zavre Dudkovsky at that first corner. Lost things down the start-finish straight. Ended up parked in the gravel trap. This was the main talking point for us in the box then, Anthony. This is where we saw Thomas Chikarashki just use that inside line and weave his way through 3/4 of your grid.
Biolocated to P1 from P20 did Thomas Chikarashki in that race. Quite unbelievable start to his race. Did obviously settle in and did drop back to P5, but still an incredible result there for him. Big changes, though, did happen at the Sharpening. Of course, it was Huggendorn that got the early lead. Later was closed in by Chikarashki. This was that lead change. Did later lose out on it, though, only half a lap later. Huggendorn back down the inside, just showcasing that, hey, we've got the pace here as well. And we're going to push forward. And then later, Endo Arata just squeezing his way through as well. Chikarashki having to deal with immediately then Asher Osteen, who tumbled his way through. And that put Chikarashki back into the fray of everyone else, with Aleman squeezing through as well. Everyone wanting a piece at the very beginning of that one, which brought in the whole field just behind as well. We saw Gilles Herman get involved as well in that fight. And everyone pushing forward in the early stages. Davide Bataro, Kasper Reipold getting involved in the scrap as well. But a great alt fight, though, for Dan Aleman. He was able to get his way up into P2 at that point of the race, despite the dramas that unfolded right at the beginning of that one. Able to come away with a good result. Over the line, Huggendorn taking more great points there to extend that lead to 138 points from Asher Osteen's 128. The fight in the intermediate classification still very much on. Back over to the juniors now. This is going to be an interesting one here, Nicole. So they're all on slicks that we can report. However, because of the challenging conditions yesterday, and some of these drivers not go, and the results we saw this morning as well, when the conditions that we saw this morning, Group E haven't used their slick tyres yet, and they've all got a full brand new set of tyres on board.
Yeah, so one driver that has already used that tyre, Perico. Perico, we saw it from him yesterday. We obviously saw him on pole position as well in quali. We'll hear what he had to say about that.
Nicolo, pole position in group. We haven't seen you since the first event in Le Conca, but you've come here to Germany. You're at the front. Good feeling, right?
Yeah, it's a good feeling, just no words. Like, I'm so happy because before qualifying I was thinking, wow, my group is not easy, so just give it all. But yeah, I'm so proud of the team and of myself also.
And tell us about the lap out there. What's the track like in these wet conditions? Because we're expecting this to actually go on throughout our heats, our long run of heats that we're going to have today and tomorrow.
Well, I'll say this track is really slippery on the wet. You cannot brake so late. I was thinking that was exactly the opposite, that you could brake really late and everything. But no, it's really slippery, but still really happy. Last lap I was like, okay, I didn't do so good lap, so let's try to risk a bit more. In all the case, I have one time, not too bad, so I can risk even if I spun, and I risk it, and that's it.
And of course, championship-wise, you're not a direct contender, but talk about some of the names in your group specifically that you're maybe looking out for this weekend to try and keep behind you when you're starting from that pole spot, of course.
Yeah, for sure. We will try to keep all of them behind us, but it will be not easy. I'm a wild card, so I'm not in the championship, but yeah, let's try to make a podium.
Well, Nicolo, let's see indeed. Great job out there.
Thank you.
Well, good chat there to Nicolo Perico, who has switched sides of the grid, but is on those slick tyres still alongside Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Zach Zhu and John Osea will go from row 2 ahead of Girardello and Henry Constant Kumpin on row 3. Austin Newstead will join Lucas Palacio on row number 4. Matvey Duganov joins Liam Nashuate on row number 5. They'll see Mark Lumitz and Mason Robertson on row 6, with Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and Miguel Manzano, on row number 7.
Row number 8 has Jonas Pundis alongside Oliver Spencer. Spencer needing a good race after a disqualification this morning. 9 sees Augustine Fignoli of Monaco alongside Denny Babicek. Babicek, keep an eye on the driver from Czechia, was a P5 this morning from that 9th row. Row number 10, it's Ava Lawrence. She was disqualified yesterday. She'll be starting alongside Milan Rossi. And from 11, it's Portugal and France with Xavier Lazaro and Maxime Noapel. 12, Leon Chalidze of Georgia with Rocco Simone of Canada. 13, Feldenel Bazake. 14 rows in total. Antonio Ianni and Julian Frasnelli make it an all-Tony Karts lineup on the final 2 spots, with, of course, Ianni failing to put in a time in qualifying, Julian Frasnelli being disqualified from things. Watch those 2 drivers maybe push their way through the field. Top row, though, switch of the sides for Perico and Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Still a double KR at the front, but one on brand new tyres, one on used.
Yes, indeed. And that is what I want to cover over now very quickly, because I only brushed over it before we saw that interview with Perico. Everyone in Group E, so everyone on the even side of the grid, apart from Perico, because he switched sides, is on a brand new set of tyres. Santiago Diaz de la Vega is on the inside line now going into turn 1. He has got a full brand new set of tyres. Perico was saying in that interview, it'll be very difficult to keep everyone behind, but we'll do our best. This race will be a pure test of that one, because they've all got the brand new sets.
You've also got Zach Zhu and Joely Girardello, who have used the slicks as well yesterday. So from those results, keep an eye on those drivers. They are both on those top 3 rows. So this is going to be an interesting one indeed, but the sun is shining on our field. 28 juniors for Groups C versus E. Tyres are the story. A switch of the sides of the grid is the story as well. But you're seeing the KR take that top spot so far into that first corner. Is it going to be Diaz de la Vega? Is it going to be Perico? Or will another name jump to the front?
We'll have to wait and see then as the field round the final turn here and into those tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. It's lights out, fights on towards turn 1. Great start there. Masaya sweeps to the inside line, but it's still the KRs that lead the way in the form of Perico that holds on to the lead of this one. Everyone now with the traction. 1 or 2 cars squeezed onto the grass, but it's Saya who leads the way at the very start of this race. The energy course will push forward. I can see there is drivers in the background there. The Ricky Flint, Henrik Konstantin trying to get his nose down the inside there as multiple karts take to the runoff area in the exit of turn number 5. Down the inside goes the Forza Racing Machine is out of the race. Is the 214. That is Henrik Konstantin, who I saw trying to push forward. Now tumbles out of contention in this race. And look at the front here. The lead already for Jarlath Saya. He has broken away massively.
This is a great start for Saya. Yesterday had a P2, but this morning had a DNF. The kart grounded to a halt through that second sector. He was not allowed to complete the rest of things, but now is your race leader. Palacio P2 with Santiago Diaz de la Vega in P3. We've then got Miguel Manzano and Joely Girardello as your top 5, with Manzano making up 10 places already. Maybe looks to shortly reduce that, but closes the door to the Paralin just behind, who in sync closes the door to the Fusion there. Through the second sector, these drivers will run some of that curb now. Paralin down the inside. Manzano is going to lose out the position because Joely Girardello is back in the fight.
Certainly is, and this is certainly getting involved here with drivers just squeezing their nose down the inside here. Up and unders, so all of this field here as they try to carry the speed through. But great to see this one. And for Santiago Diaz de la Vega, have to go back to the drawing board here. Look at the movers that we've had in this race so far. Fresnelli is already on a 14th place gain in P14. Mohamed El-Bazaki, well, 18 places inside the top 10 in P8 on the first opening laps of this race as well. He's also had an extraordinary start.
Yeah, look at the change now going on for P2. So the Paralin of Joely Girardello has just got past Palacio. Oliver Spencer is in this one. Oliver Spencer is inside of the top 3. We said he needs a good race after a disqualification earlier on. So far, it's a great race for the driver of Great Britain. In fact, make it a fantastic one. Looks to the inside for a P2, but Girardello says, absolutely, no you don't. I've got myself into this second spot, and I'm going to chase down Jarlath Saya because now that gap looks to shortly reduce. Pace-wise, we have got Joely as being slightly faster than the energy in the front. However, Spencer's probably going to have something to say out of those final 2 corners because he's right there. This duo has broken away from the Forza of Palacio there. Palacio being handed into the hands of Denny Babicek now. Babicek and Manzano now into the first corner, chase down. Denny really quick round this track actually, Anthony. A really good overtaker as well. Now looks to set that one up. Absolutely does just that side by side. Babicek gets it done.
Popped the bubble there, didn't he? Down the inside. But great run there for the field here. And Teddy Babicek really charging through. This field here, though, starting to heat up because Saya's lost out on that advantage. Spencer on the case on his 14th place gain. Can he make it 15? As he makes his way through 11 and 12. Looks that little bit faster there through the turn. Girardello very close behind as well. This is the fight for the race lead. The top 8, top 10, all in the same camera shot there. So they're around the final turn and back onto the start-finish straight. Over the line they go onto lap number 5 of this race. Spencer to the inside, squirrels under braking, but manages to find the apex, takes the lead and steps forward now on a 15th place gain.
Best race of the year so far for Oliver Spencer. We've not seen him inside of, I don't even think the top 3. He's definitely, I can say, not led a qualifying heat so far within the 3 rounds that we've had. He wasn't there in Le Conque, wasn't in the high order, neither at Valencia, but now here in Germany looking strong in this race. And actually, look at the exit of the corner for Oliver Spencer. Visibly is quicker than that energy, who's now probably going to have to deal with the Paralin and then the Teps family team driver of Denny Babicek. Everybody looking to close in on each other. Nothing really in it now between your top 7. Spencer from Saya, Girardello from Babicek, Manzano and Palacio in this as well as Mohamed El-Bazaki. VDK there just trying to look on as well. 19 positions for El-Bazaki. best race so far for him this weekend.
And this can be helped with those fresh tyres. All of those drivers, bar Girardello, have got those fresh tyres on board. You can see the significant difference of what a fresh set versus a used set can do.
Yeah, look at Nicolo Perico and Zach Zhu. They're on older rubber. They're down in P10 and P11. It's not the end of the world for the driver of Victory Lane and KR. They're not where they would like to be, of course. Both have been consistent qualifying heat winners this year, but I don't think it's going to be the case for either of those for this one. Spencer still doing a good job, 15 places for him. Palacio visibly a bit impatient there, just trying to gauge the gap between him and the VDK, who he is now lost out on.
This has been a really strange day of drivers going up and down through this field here. Even in the wet conditions we saw it, and now seeing it here in the dry conditions. Certainly a turn of events here as Mark Lumit's under investigation, and so is Maxime Noapel also under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Frasnelli is the fastest driver, is there in P12, is looking to try and gain some more positions. This is the position change from Matvei Durganov on Lucas Palacio. That is for 7th place. And that is nicely done for him there. This is Denny Babicek closing in on Girardello. He is wanting to get another piece of the action here. Jarlath Sayre just up ahead as well. Spencer has checked out at the front here. But I've got to say, Girardello is doing a fantastic job on that older set of tyres here to keep up with this brand new set.
Yeah, we're having a really up and down results order, I would say, so far, Anthony. We've got drivers that have been at the front but then have had DNFs, then it's vice versa. Talking of a driver that has had a DNF but now looks to try and get closer to the front. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio now looking at Liam Natuate. Natuate, better weekend so far for him than what he's had previously. Ran himself off the road a couple of times this morning. However, needs a good result. It was a DNF for him yesterday. He's now switched with the KR, so Lolo now into P13. No change just yet between Sayre and Girardello. Girardello still trying to look for something now, but only a couple more laps left to go. Spencer at the front, you know, I don't think it was a fluke over the course of the past couple of laps. He's still got the pace out there. It's just under 6/10. They all crossed the line. And again, still holding on to it. It was only a thousandth that he was reduced by Sayre and Girardello.
Indeed, nearing the end of this race. Last lap board will be out this time to the field as they get themselves squared away at the end of this one. Denny Babicek really closing in here on Girardello. Could cause some fireworks here in the last few moments of this race, but everyone here just wanting to get to the very end of this race because it's been quite a long one and they've waited quite a long time to finally get those slick tyres out, finally get some dry running in, get some rubber back down on the circuit, because yes, I was saying it was super slippy because there was so much rubber down. It eventually all cleared off. It was a green track, and now they're starting to get that pace in, and lap times improving dramatically. 54's out there. Mason Robertson out of the race, double waved yellows. He's going to try and clear his car away himself. But that is a tough one for him there. It's the exit of turn number 9.
Yeah, shame for the Red Bull Junior. Of course, he's had some good moments, had a P7 earlier on. Now, however, will be cut short. Babicek, P5 this morning, now looks to add a position as we'll watch the race replay. So it was a Tony Kart that Robertson was involved with, was clipped, spun round, and immediately knew that he had to jump out and get off of the track. At the front then, Babicek looking racy here now, Anthony. Maybe looking to get inside of the top 3 for the first time this weekend. Not inside of the top 5 because he's actually managed to climb into that for both of the races that we've seen for the TEPS driver so far. Can he try and pull it off now and get past the Paralin? Out in the front though, Checkered will wave. Oliver Spencer takes his first qualifying heat win of the year. Great results for the Fusion driver, who does it with a very, very impressive achievement of 15 positions gained in total, ahead of Jarlath Sayre there. Sayre rounds out his race in P2, making it 2 P2s for the young Great Brit so far this weekend, with the Italian of Giueli Girardello being the last driver inside of the top 3. So it's Fusion from Energy, from Paralin as your top 3, Babacek P4 with 14 places gained for Teps, and Matvey Durganov, the Ricky Flynn driver, rounding out your top 5. But Ollie Spencer, really good race result for him. I think he's just proved something to himself there as well, Anthony. He can do it in a competition like this.
Yeah, that's a real confidence booster, but once again, that biggest mover goes to Frasnelli with an 18-place gain. And for all of these drivers here, that's still a solid result at the end of this one. But Spencer takes it and can be delighted with that result. And I'm sure smiles all around. Jarno Say, I'm sure, will also be happy with that P2 ahead of Girardello, that despite the older tyres, did manage to keep up with those fresher tyres with that P3. You've gone over the top 5. Santiago Diaz Vega finishing P6 ahead of Lucas Palacio. Perico finishing in P8. That's not the end of the world for him. Of course, he was on those older tyres. It was to be expected. Zach Zhu finishing that one in P9 ahead of Julian Frasnelli, who was the biggest mover in that race. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio finishes in 11th from Mohamed El Bazaki. Manzana from Nashawati. Pundis from Newstead. Milan Rossi from Maxfeld. Leon Shalidze, good to see him out on track and finishing that race in 19th place ahead of Antonio Ianni. Maxim Nopel and Mark Lumitz, Augustine Felignoli, Ava Lawrence, Rocco Simone, Xavier Lazaro, rounding out the 26 finishers, 2 retirements, Robertson and Kumpin at the end of that race. So for the field here, job is done. Here's your highlights from it. Well, got to say, Spencer started on the 8th row of the grid, took the win on this one. So it's going to be difficult to see all the drivers who gained about 15 or 13 or 14 places in that first opening lap, because, well, it didn't look like it over the start of this one. It looked like everyone just got through cleanly at the very beginning of that one. But despite that, there was some serious movers through the field. Henrik Kumpin was an early retirement there. It looked like it was actually mechanical in nature that saw him go off the road at the very start of that race. We saw then 1 or 2 karts missing out of the chicane, another one being a Ricky Flynn kart there, just trying to push through the field, but later rejoining. Other movers in the early stage of this one, of course, Spencer was one of those. We saw Girardello fighting back through the field at the expense, the early phase of the race, of Lucas Palacio. Palacio had to deal with a multitude of attacks from drivers here. This was Denny Babacek with his move down the inside. Matvey Durganov as well in a very similar situation at that point of the race. This was Spencer. Squirrely under brakes. It did not look settled at all, but unsettled looked fast for Spencer, as then later in the race, Mason Robertson became the last retirement of that race. Over the line, very close between the top 4, but it would be Spencer from Saya, Girardello and Babacek who would cross the line. 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the end of Juniors qualifying heat C versus E. More racing to come up. This is now the senior groups, or Group C and E. Now, this race due to start at 12 o'clock local time. We are at 10 minutes past 12, so despite the dramas that we've had, we're still not too far off the pace on that one. Nicole Southern, you need to stop hitting that microphone.
I've just hit myself in the face twice today.
You stop doing that. Right, back to the seniors. Luke Cornder, Ricky Flynn Motorsport, pole position here. Third fastest driver at the end of time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Luke Cordner, in group, you've just put it on pole. Great lap out there for you. And, of course, your first pole in group that you've ever had at FIA. Tell us about the session in these really tricky and slippy conditions.
Yeah, the first laps, it was quite slippery. But then when the tyre pressure came in, I did a really good lap. I was really concentrated, and I think the team also has done a great job.
And Luke, of course, out at Le Conca, you were on the podium. It was a P2. Then at Valencia, maybe not the result you were looking for, but coming into this weekend, knowing that a podium is definitely possible for you, would you say that's helped you in that qualifying session?
Yeah, I also think a win is definitely possible. We have the speed. The team is doing a great job. I'm doing a great job. So I think everything is possible.
Great job indeed. Like we said then, Luke, in group, it's pole position.
Thank you.
I'm getting more and more worried about you every day, Nicole.
Why?
What were you doing just there during that interview?
Sitting on the chair.
Yeah, there we go.
The chair leans back really far.
And you nearly fell off it. Anyway, Luke Corner, he's got a good shot in this one. But again, we've got a similar story with tyres in this race. Group E have not used their slick tyres yet. So they've got a full set of brand new tyres on board for everyone, starting with Van der Kerkhoff all the way down to Matheus Gonzalez right at the back of the field. The only driver on the inside line here on Group C, Isaac Sayer, has deployed a fresh set on the left-hand side. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Luke Corner and Matheus Van der Kerkhoff go from row number 1. They see Zach Green and Bosco Arias on row 2. Francisco Roja and Nicolas Schaufler go from row number 3. It's lucky he's got a brand new set of tyres because those wet tyres from earlier on will be slicks now after that full donut. Clara Kowalczyk goes alongside from Evan Purcell. They'll see Henry Domain and Victor Gustafsson on row 5. Isaac Sayer, brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side, will join Noah Baglin on row number 6.
Row number 7, we've got Mariano Lopez alongside Filippo Sala, and from 8, Canada and Brazil will be in the form of Ili Christian and Rafael Bussato. From 9, we've got Mexico and the Netherlands with Louis Nunez and Yves Riz. And from 10, Mark Pilipenko sees Nathan Kappen. Your 11th row, it will be Egon Pedrotti, your only Monster K in your field, alongside Jan Schwarzer. From 12, we've got Daniel Baccorne and Angelina Simmons. And from 13, your final row, it's Zimo Yang and Mateus Gonzalez. So, like Anthony called it, interesting race then for our drivers. We've got that anti-pole side on new, pole side on old, bar Isaac Sayer.
Yes, indeed. I have been sent evidence of your bewilderment over the last few moments of this one, Nicole. It's going to be a long day, isn't it? But these drivers here are ready now on the slick tyres, ready to see what they can do. And the action all set, ready in the field here. This is going to be a very similar story, I can imagine, from that junior race. We're going to see some big movers through the field here. For Luke Corner, he's going to do his level best here at the front, of course. But with all those brand new slick tyres, full sets, they are just going to push through in this field, I am sure. Be curious to see what Isaac Sayer can do from the 6th row of the grid. Remember, himself and Zach Green came away with a 1-2. Yesterday. We missed out on the screen, but the Jamie Green racing outfit was very delighted with that result, and we'll have to see what they can do this time around in the dry, sunny conditions. A lot to unpack, I'm sure, at the end of this race, but we'll have to wait and see how it transpires as the field now gets ready to go racing here. Last few checks from the marshals there. Field very spread out still at the back of the field. Hopefully they all get it squared in. There we go. Corner and Van der Kerkhoff going nice and slow there as they are told to keep it steady and into those tram lines as we get ready to go racing. Towards turn 1, it is lights out and fights on towards the first few corners. Great start for the opening field. Corner holding on to the lead. Contact made in the background there. I think that was Francisco Roja into the back there of Evan Purcell, which then loaded them in. But I'm not too sure at that point. It was very busy where it unfolded. And multiple drivers have had a bit of a spill there at turn number 2. So we'll wait to see what happens. Lots of drivers over the curb and more very muddy carts there through. And another kart facing the wrong way at the opening phase.
Well, it's two of your big drivers within this field of Bosco Arias and Evan Purcell who have been caught out at that first corner. I think I can see Purcell trying to push the kart and get it back into life. He is sat in it, but now it grinds to a halt and he will not continue, and neither will Bosco Arias, one of your on-track fastest drivers from time qualifying, will go no further. Cordner then is the last hope for Ricky Flynn inside at the sharp end of the field for this race, and now makes to have a go down the inside at the front, gets past Clara Kowalczyk. Clara Kowalczyk, again, really good stuff for Clara so far this weekend. Has been inside the top 5, as now Corner just defends into turns 4 and 5, makes Clara vulnerable. She now loses position to Schaufler for P4.
Indeed. So efforts all the way on there, and Schaufler looking a lot more comfortable in this one. And are we seeing that similar trend in that previous race with that full set of new tyres pushing through? the answer could be yes, but Zach Green comfortable at the front of this field, but the gap is only 0.4 of a second. I can imagine it will close in. Isaac Sayer under pressure from Illy Christian down the inside, gets that move done, allows the likes of Miron Lorente to close in just in front, and Rafael Bassato just there behind as well. Mark Pilapenko now under pressure from Filippo Sala and Victor Gustafsson. That's two big names there going wheel to wheel, but they're under pressure from Yves Rees on that 187 MP Motorsport machine that tries to push forward. Gustafsson to the inside of Sala, is going to squeeze through at turn number 3 and gets that move done as it squeezed off the road there. Not what you want to see, but doesn't lose out in too many places there. I think that may have been Schwarzer there, who was just tumbled down to 19th place.
So far then, we're not seeing the massive advantage on tyres come into play for our drivers. Of course, Green is on old, Mateusz van der Kerkhoff is on new. Maybe this is the point, however. So Green is on those old tyres, Mateusz van der Kerkhoff new, Cordner old, Schaufler new, Klara Kowalczyk is also on tyres that are already used, as is Henry Domain. So this race, as we head more into the halfway stage, we'll see how this one unfolds. Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, pace-wise, what are we looking at here between him and Will Green? He is faster.
This is the start, so keep an eye here on the third row of the grid. You've got the Esprit there, I think, of Francisco Roja. Just misses that braking zone and goes bang straight into the back there, and then collides into the rest, and you can see that there clips the Ricky Flynn as it goes through. So clips Bosco House, and then I think it was Evan Purcell that just joined off in favour as well. So a very interesting start there, and I think that has put Francisco Roja under investigation. Well, no, that's for cutting the track there that I'm seeing that investigation. So other things that we are seeing out on track. Green is under pressure here, Nicole. Van der Kerkhoff has closed in, full set of fresh slick tyres, starting to get into life here, and this could be quite the battle we see.
This is also, however, the type of circuit, of course, every time you go new compared to old, you've got an advantage, but it's not that type of abrasive circuit like maybe Valencia or La Conca, where you're going to see a huge night and day difference. Green could manage to hold on to something here, because those track conditions for him yesterday, he wouldn't have pulled too much rubber out of that Maxis. For now, though, he's still holding on to things and busy in race control. Our team of Chris Lambret, Joanna Falcao and Sam Fisher, who were watching on at all of the action that has been going on and looking at making some decisions, I'm sure. Green now under threat in towards that first major braking zone, is actually past there like he was stood still out that final corner. This is the stage where you're seeing things change for Green. He's not just under pressure by Van der Kerkhoff. Luke Cordner is still there as well. Cordner, results-wise so far, has remained inside of the top 3 since time qualifying. Maybe looks to match that again within this race. Looks over his shoulder, can see that Schaufler is there. He's not got time to waste here. He needs to get past Green.
Indeed, a little earlier on the brakes there into turn 3. Lost out on that momentum. Now Cordner is going to squeeze his way through. Does squeeze through. Schaufler now with a chance. Oh, broken down. Van der Kerkhoff out of the race. He'd only just taken the lead, and it's ground to a halt. The 145 VDK racing machine of Mateusz van der Kerkhoff goes no further on lap number 6.
Yeah, well, there's the change again. Oh, P2. Luke Cordner gets into second. Green loses out on not just one, but 2, because Klara Kowalczyk just managed to weave her way through as well. Kowalczyk, here she comes. Klara Kowalczyk sees the gap open between her and Luke Cordner, but Cordner takes it back. Kowalczyk now loses out on all 3. Henry Domain is starting to arrive in there. Domain down the inside takes a position from Zach Green. Zach Green now back into the hands of the victory lane, who's now under pressure by the Fusion. Klara Kowalczyk now taken by Mariana Lopez. Isaac Sayer now into the fight as well. Sayer using those new tyres on board that left-hand side. He's now looking at teammate of Zach Green, who's looking at countryman of Henry Domain, who's looking at Luke Cordner out of 13 and 14. So big changes out in the front in just a short space, as Nicolas Schaufler on the screen there leads the way of this race.
Indeed, pushes through and really starting to get involved in this one. Technical flags going out in this race, Nicole. That is for the one.
Rafael Bussato.
Yeah, that's another disaster for him. Had that retirement earlier on. Now is going to have to deal with technical flags in this one. But let's see what will happen here. As, Schaeffler in control, 2.6 seconds. Corner still fighting with the main green. Isaac Sayer just there as well. Remember, Sayer's got the fresh set on the left-hand side here. Could still pass his teammate. Yeah,
absolutely. Cordner now looking to try and chase in, but it's not the end of the world if he doesn't, because points-wise, he's still strong. He's only 1 point behind Asher Osteen, who's still sat there second in your standings. Sayer now under threat by Mariano Lopez's. Now Bussato's given a black flag here. Anthony has not listened to those technical flags. That's going to be a disqualification for Rafael.
Yeah, indeed. It takes it from bad to worse because, of course, you can still get points even if you're at the back of the grid with a technical flag. But if you ignore it and get the black flag, you don't get any points. So it is one of those. So it is a deficit to the drivers. Capping the fastest driver out there, 51.477. Very quick indeed. And really try to get involved, but that is down in 16th place right now. So it shows that the pace is all the way down the field here. They're all very quick drivers. It's just they've just not been dealt the right cards over the course of this qualifying heat. Over the line they go. And all the field now looking in a comfortable set, but I'm loving the stuff from Nicolas Schaeffler here. He's probably got a big smile underneath that helmet.
Yeah, but you know what? Pace-wise, despite Schaeffler having those brand new tyres on, he's not majorly faster than Cordner, Domain or Zach Green. They're all lapping around about 51.3s. And Schaeffler and Cordner on that previous lap were actually near enough matched on the time. So for Schaeffler, I think it's just been the case of confidence and timing to get past and then give himself the space to run away from the rest of the field. Last couple of laps left to go for these drivers. Cordner still leading this battle for P2. Domain Green in this one. And Isaac Sayer and Mariano Lopez not too far away either. Klara Kowalczyk has to settle where she started for the time being. P7 for Kowalczyk. Was momentarily right in the front in P2. She has fallen down. Just has to hold things steady there. But is still inside of your top 10. Rest of the drivers inside of your top 10. Christian, Baglin and Pilipenko. Baglin going under the radar so far this weekend, Anthony. I think it's the game for Noah. He's just trying to keep himself out of trouble.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that's a smart tactic, of course, over today. If you've not had a great qualifying, you need to make sure you're keeping that consistency throughout it. And I definitely think it's the right call to make. But we have to wait and see. It's still a long way to go.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Noah yesterday. I said, Noah, how's things going? And he just said, I'm just picking up some points. So he knows the game. He knows he's not really got to set the world alight this weekend. It's going to be the course of consistency for Baglin. Schaeffler over the line then. Last lap board is out for him to make himself a qualifying heat winner. The 8th qualifying heat winner of the weekend within your seniors. Some drivers doubling up like Hugendorn and Kalesia, but for Schaeffler it would be his first. Cordner still holding on to this one. Domain has not managed to deploy something extra. He's now under some pressure by Jamie Green, or almost take that back. Looked like he was going to try and have a go, but he was actually closing that door to Zach there in P4.
Indeed, a lot of curb usage here from the drivers and this final stage of the race. Here's your race leader, though, Nicolas Schaeffler for DPK. He's got the full Aramco Aston Martin liveried machine there at the front end of this field as Green just sweeps his way through past Domain in the background. Schaeffler will take the win from Corner. Green from Domain. Sayer finishes in P5 from Lopez. Kowalczyk 7th for Chrisen. Baglin 9th. Gustafsson will finish that in the top 10. But Schaeffler there, very controlled drive. I'm sure very happy with that race win. And it is a win from the third row of the grid from P6.
Yeah, good stuff for Nicolas there, returning in 2026 to our field. Was, of course, in the world of single-seater racing, but now he's back here with his DPK family, and he's back right at the front. Biggest mover Matheus Gonzalez finished 13th, then 13 places for him to be ahead of drivers like Nathan Kappen and Angelina Simmons. There they are then, Schaufler from Cordner from Zach Green, DPK from RFM from the Jamie Green Racing outfit there as your top 3 for Groups C versus E. Settled down in the last couple of laps for your field, with Henry Domain and Isaac Zaya being the last drivers inside of your top 5. Lopez, Kowalczyk, Christian, Baglin, Gustafsson take you to your top 10, with it then being Filippo Sala of the Charles Leclerc outfit with Egon Pedrotti, Matheus Gonzalez, Nathan Kappen and Angelina Simmons all inside of your top 15. Last of your runners was Roca, Schwarzer, Picorni, Riz, Zemo, of course, with us losing Mark Pilipenko, Rafael Bussato, Matej van der Kerkhoff, quite crucially, as well as Bosco Arias, Evan Purcell and Louis Nunez all at that first corner.
Indeed. Well, for Van der Kerkhoff, his breakdown in the middle of that race will be a tough pill to swallow, but sure, we'll still be seeing him fighting later on today. Here was your start of that race, and quite a busy one for the word go. Drivers going into each other at the very beginning of that one, and a very unfortunate turn of events for 2 drivers, unfortunately, for Evan Purcell and Lou Nunez out of that race. I think it was Bosco Arias who was caught out, though. There was Lou Nunez later on in that opening lap. Schaufler making the moves in the early phases, so was Corner pushing back through, as you could see there how Matheus van der Kerkhoff was able to get into second place. Zach Green in control of the race the first moments of it. We would see the lead change later on as Corner would continue to defend that position, would bring in Schaufler, who would get those moves down the inside, and Kowalczyk having to defend from the rest of the field. There was Rafael Bussato, who would later have that technical flag, and then unfortunately the black flag to go out to him, and a very tough result there as well. Then we saw Gustafsson and Sala. They were having a good little fight away. They were battling away with the MP as well of, I think that was Yves Rees at the early stage of that race. Van der Kerkhoff took the lead, and then out of the chicane, drama struck. Not sure what happened. The kart grinding to a halt, and from a race lead to a DNF in that early phase. Later, then we saw Green just getting squeezed backwards. We saw here the fighting rage on. Luke Corner under immense pressure from Kowalczyk, who just later just got squeezed out there and tumbled back down to 7th place at that phase of the race. It brought in Henry Domain into play. It brought Isaac Sayer back into play, and Mariano Lopez. But it would be Nicolas Schaufler clear of the rest of the field, 2.4 seconds clear from the rest, and joins the rest of the winners, I think tallying it up to now 8 winners out there. And yes, indeed. The juniors will be back out on track, this time Groups A versus D out onto the circuit, which will see the likes of our very illustrious front row of Remy Samchek and Will Green at the sharp end. This should be a nice, interesting race for us.
Yeah, so both Green and Samchek taking 2 qualifying heat wins so far this weekend. Somebody's going to maybe make it a hat-trick. One of them's going to lose out. Maybe both of them will lose out within this one, because you've got other quick drivers involved here as well. And we'll hear from Will Green and what he had to say earlier this weekend.
Good morning, Will. How are you? All good?
Thanks. You?
Excellent, excellent. Welcome to round 3 of the FIA Karting European Championships for the junior category. You are in a title fight this weekend. It's still very close in the junior championship, only by a small margin. Are you going to focus on maximising points this weekend, or are you going to be focused on just winning everything?
I'm not really thinking about it too much, just trying to do my own race, and yeah, just trying to ignore it, see what I can do. Last weekend was decent, so just try and get a good result, and the championship points will carry on.
You showed great pace in Valencia, came away with a third after a great battle with Daniel and Nuvolini. What did you learn from that weekend, and what have you brought from that weekend to bring over here into Germany?
just a bit of communication with the team and a bit of racing, because every track racing's different. So, yeah, it was a good weekend. I got good points that round because I was P1 overall in the intermediate and started on pole for the final. So that was good. And then third in the final, it was okay. I was hoping to win, but yeah, still good.
And obviously you've progressed rapidly since joining the Williams Driver Academy. What's the biggest thing you've learned from being part of a junior F1 program that you're able to utilise in karting still?
How professional it is. Yeah, like when you go into the factory, it's really cool. And also just the support that they give me is really good. I have like my own trainer that they have set for me, and yeah, it's just a really good program and I enjoy it.
Weather is on a knife edge this weekend. It's going to play a massive factor in it. Obviously, when conditions go from wet to dry, dry to wet, certainly brings a new challenge to everyone. Are you ready for that task?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm always quite quick in the wet, so hopefully we can just use that speed, and we'll see. You can't control much, so just use the best we can.
Excellent. Well, Will, thank you so much for joining us, and very best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Well, good to see Will Green there. Here's your grid for this one. Remy Samchek back on pole position, joined by Will Green on that front row of the grid. Antonio Pettonia joined by Henry Murding on row 2. Guillaume Bassato and Achille Ray go from row 3 with Priam Bruneau and Manny Nuvolini on row 4. Martin Bertolacini and Jason Cosmopoulos on row 5. Alexander Genki and Manik Zadic go from row 6 with Stepan Mazepin and Felipe Sanchez going from row number 7.
Row number 8 is started by Alessandro Truchot alongside Michelle Orlando, and from row number 9, Czechia's Libor Vlasak will see Jean Pujol. From 10, your top 20, Albert Tam needs a good race. He was disqualified yesterday. He'll be one of your biggest movers so far within the juniors of Tio Palfrain. 11th row, Spain's Navala Morales sees Christian Kobe, and from 12, Benjamin Westwood of Malta will look at Daniel Ferraria. 13th row, Samuel Hugon with Stan Ratajski, and from your 14th and final row for groups A versus D, Neo Knapp and Minjae Kim will round out your grid. Interesting setup again for the field. We've got, of course, one side of your grid, that pole side, all having new tyres on board. Anti-pole side, no new sets for them. They have raced in these conditions already, so watch how this one unfolds. Samchek versus Green on your front row. Both drivers hunting down for a third qualifying heat win. Who's going to take it? Will anybody of those two take it? We'll have to find out.
Into the tram line, slides her out and fights on then towards turn 1. Good start there for Green on the outside, but it's going to be a better start for Samchek on that inside line. The fresher tyres, of course, for Group A. They've all got a full brand new set. It's another similar story to what we've seen here with all the wet running we've had with the first few races of the weekend. Big lick of curb there for the DPK in the early phase. Guillaume Bassato nearly spinning there, but just able to keep it on the straight and narrow as the top runners now start to break away at the sharp end. Remy Samchek is in control, and it's all kicking off for second place. The Ward Racing of Antonio Pettonia under pressure from the rest of the field.
Lap after lap and session after session, then this track is going to evolve as the rain has now completely stopped. More rubber is going to be laid down. The evolution is going to have to be thought about by these drivers, and maybe somebody that will know how the rubber is going to come into this track is Henry Möring. Möring there has just lost 2 positions to Priam Bruneau and the Mercedes young junior driver of Manny Nuvolini, as here comes Will Green. Will Green down the inside of the ward, switches the positions with Antonio Pettonia to get himself back into P2. Samchek still in the lead and still in the command of this one, as now there's been no changes in positions for your top 3, but changes for both Manny Nuvolini and Priam Bruneau, who match each other with 3 places gained so far.
Indeed. So it is Samchek. Green
here we go.
Back at the front, and Green all over the case here. Remember, he's on the slightly older tyres here, but that doesn't seem to be phasing him. Straight down the inside through turn 14. That was a much better exit for Green out of turn 13. Was able to just drive past like he was standing still.
Yeah, I think for Green there, foot on the power, knew that there was more grip than maybe Samchek was thinking about. Uses it, uses the run of the kart and allows himself back into that top spot. Starting to unravel here now for Henry Mölsen. Cosmopolis found his way through as just up onto the curb. Martin Bertolacini now is looking to try and get past Mölsen as well. Other drivers in the fight, Théo Palfrén, again, really good overtaking by Palfrén. It was 14 places within one qualifying heat for him yesterday. Now he's already up by 9. Mölsen looking strong, as is Priam Bruno. Priam Bruno now into the fight. Dives down the inside at turn number 13, but Nuvolini says absolutely no, you don't. I'm going to have it back. Now they're momentarily going to go side by side, but Nuvolini has got the power, got the pace out of the final corner, now got the defensive posture into the first corner and gets a big boots up the bumper there by Cosmopolis. Cosmopolis now for CRG in the fight again. This is the best weekend so far for Jason. It now looks to be overtaken once more by Priam Bruno. Priam Bruno, maybe not just no commitment there over the course of this lap for Priam Bruno. He's gone for things, backed out, now lost out, and maybe looks to lose out to Henry Mölsen as well.
Well, what we're seeing here from Priam Bruno, and I think of this stage of his racing career, is a level of maturity I think that's kicking in now with him. It would always be a driver who would go for that move, go for that lunge down the inside. Now I think there's a bit more thought process in all these overtakes. Speaking of thought process, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Would wait for the likes of someone to go for that move and then squeeze it down the inside. And that's how that's happened. And Cosmopolis now pushing forward past Manu Nuvolini. Bruno following, just looking to the inside, putting the pressure on, but not dealing the fatal blow, effectively, of the overtake.
Cosmopolis looking strong here. Priam Bruno, however, going for the move through 4 and 5. But for Jason, of course, he's been inside of the top 10 so far this weekend for one of the first times this year. Is now actually inside of the top 5. So really good stuff for him. And actually here, Anthony, you know, CRG have looked really strong so far this weekend, not just within the junior, but within the senior as well. You know, Asher Osteen looking incredibly quick. For Jason, only CRG within the junior field in this fight. He's looking strong, and he's, I think, doing them proud so far this weekend. Now looks to, however, be overtaken. Almost tries to say, no, you don't, by Henry Mölsen, but Henry Mölsen gets the job done.
Yeah, indeed. That is just local circuit knowledge there, just outplaying Jason Cosmopolis, who is not out of this fight. He's staying right on that rear bumper. Will have to deal with Manu Nuvolini again. Nuvolini just communicates with him. So the Mercedes Junior driver, here we go, down the inside. Nicely done for, Jason Cosmopolis. Nuvolini down the inside, tried to squeeze through. Contact between the two. Oh, Jason will not be happy with that one, I am sure. Nuvolini slots back in just behind, but it's now started a huge train here that sees Bertolacini, Zaric, Ray, Bassato, and Truchot in the fight. Nuvolini's got through, so has Bertolacini. And now Jason Cosmopolis has to deal with the rest of the field as they go through here. Back over the start-finish line. Big changes, though, over the line. Samchek still holding on. There is the Nuvolini fight, and Bertolacini wheel to wheel here. Bertolacini's going to find a gap down the inside at turn 2. Jason Cosmopolis, 2-for-1 special once again, squeezes back past.
Somebody very shortly is going to be given a technical flag out there. Side pod has been lost, has now been recovered by our marshalling team. So we'll try and find out who that is. And it goes wrong. This is a race replay. It's Pizzonia. Antonio Pizzonia then P3 for the ward, but you can just see that side pod has pinged off, and there's the other ward that now finds himself out of the race. So it's fallen apart for the team on that previous lap. Jason Cosmopolis, despite being at the front, now falls down with Martin Bertolacini.
That is disaster there for those two as we cut away from to the replay there. That incident happening. Yes, there is a very missing side pod for the Ward Racing driver there, and for Antonio Pizzonia, he will be dealt that technical flag. That is not fully in his eye line, but I can imagine that he may notice it. If he does look down, he will see it, but if he doesn't, he won't see it, and it's a shame. This is Jason Cosmopolis, so he just had that 2-for-1, and was there a gap there? I don't know, and straight into the Tech Pro, and Jason not happy at all with that one. And you can imagine frustration will kick in, and that is such a shame. Big damage to the radiator there. It's broken the graphic and the actual bracket itself, and that is such a shame there for those two. And yeah, the end of their race here. On lap number 9 of this one, still Pitsonia in the 202. Has not adhered to that technical flag. He is still out there. I think he has seen it. As I say, looks nice actually with it missing, but you know, it's still a safety feature that's been brought in over the many years of the evolution of the world of karting, and yeah, unfortunately it is a necessity. If he finishes the race and comes in without it, of course he'll if he ignores it, he'll see the black flag. This here though, Bruno on Samchek, that's for second place, and this is good stuff here despite what we were seeing earlier on. And Pitsonia hasn't noticed. He's saying keep pushing. Oh dear, and this is a shame. He's not going to pit on this one, is he? No, he's so focused on the racing.
Oh no, now he has. Now he has. So Pitsonia now knows. I would say probably Mechanic would have been on the sideline, desperate to signal to him. That's it. Don't come any further within this race. You get a black flag, going to be disqualified as well. Priam Bruno now into P2. Priam has been absolutely laser focused throughout this race. You've seen from him, you know, the adjustments as he's been driving round on the engine side. He knows how to drive this car, and for victory lane he's looking strong, not just within this weekend but within your championship standings as well. Samchek now, that winning streak has been broken, but it's not been broken just yet for Will Green, who's just got a few more corners left to complete to make it 3 out of 3. There is Green. There is the race replay between Priam Bruno, Antonio Pitsonia and Remy Samchek, where we saw Pitsonia now realise he needs to come in. But there is your driver, Will Green, the young Williams Junior Academy driver, sees that checkered flag as your number 1 for the third time this weekend. Job ticked off for Will. Great stuff for him. Looks over his shoulder to see who is behind. Well, it's Priam Bruno that rounds out that P2 spot, with Samchek having to settle in that one for P3.
Indeed, a strong result there for that top 3. Henry Muerding as well, taking P4 ahead of Alessandro Tuchot's 10 places gained, one of 3 big movers in that one. The biggest mover, though, being Stan Rajewski on a 13 place gain from 26 to P13. The rest of the field there, Tuchot taking P5 ahead of Matic Sadic. Manny Nuvolini 7th from Felipe Sanchez, Guillaume Passato 9th from Achille Ray Rannick out to the top 10. There is your top 3 on your screen, and well, got to say, good result for all 3 of these drivers, able to push through to the very end of that one. There's your full list of drivers. Top 10 we've gone over. Michel Orlando taking 11th place from Benjamin Westwood, Stan Rajewski from Alexander Legenki, Jean Peugeot from Albert Town, Theo Palfrain and Libor Vlaza rounding out the top 18. Out on circuit, Christian Kobe in 19th place from Daniel Ferreira. Then it is Novello Morales from Stepan Mazepin, Kim Min-jae and Samuel Hugon, running out the top 24. Pitsonia, Bertolucci, Cosmopoulos, and now out of the race. So tough run there for some of those drivers, but for Will Green, a 3rd win on the board puts him into a really strong spot here now, especially in his fight for the title in 2026. Here's the highlights, and well, a relatively calm-ish start for the field. You could see how Samchek was able to hold on to that inside line. Everyone getting through pretty much unscathed in the early phase of that one. You could see immediately Pitsonia was like, come on, let's not defend, let's go. Every driver will defend on an opening lap of a race, however.
Yeah, absolutely. All of these drivers trying to fight hard for position. Manny Nuvolini was involved in the early stages. It was him and Henry Muerding that went wheel to wheel, as Priam Bruno time and time again just looked forward and looked to pick off the positions, as that was when Will Green managed to get himself back into P2, and this was his move for the race lead, where he just absolutely dropped Remy Samchek there out of that final corner. We did have Jason Cosmopoulos in the fight. This is the switch between Manny Nuvolini and Priam Bruno momentarily, but through turn number 14, the Mercedes young junior driver did snatch it back. We then had quite a bit of aggression be deployed from Priam Bruno, who was just using the evolving track to really suss out the drivers ahead. It was almost 2 for the price of 1 for the driver, of course, of Victory Lane. He had to be patient, he had to wait, and this was the stage where he found the CRG, reeled in the CRG and passed him through turn number 5. In sync then we had defensive postures for Mani Nuvolini in the background, and this is when Martin Bertolucci was still involved with things, but it wouldn't be for too much longer. Cosmopoulos got his way through past Henry Moering and allowed the position to Mani Nuvolini, who then muscled Cosmopoulos off the road. The CRG got back into the fight, back onto things, and this was the battle that raged on and that then formed a bit of, I would say, some unluckiness for Martin Bertolucci and Cosmopoulos, and that was the moment for Antonio Pizzonia where that side pod was dislodged and caused that technical flag. Mani Nuvolini was forced out at that first corner, dropped a wheel slightly and then found himself at the back of this fight, but then picked off 2 positions as the CRG and the Ward took each other off on the exit of the corner. This is that other angle of things, just tagged each other. You then had the rear of Bertolucci just buried in the cart of the CRG of Cosmopoulos, and they would go no further. They would make themselves 2 of the 4 non-finishers.
Indeed, later, Prima Renault getting the last 2 overtakes in that race to get up into second place, which then saw the retirement from Pizzonia. Green over the line, though, would make it 3 for 3, 150 intermediate classification points so far. His championship fight is very much going his way. Plenty more action to go. I think we're on our last remaining 3 races of the morning phase here before we go into the lunch break. The seniors back out on track for qualifying heats A versus D. Kalijah and Drummond, front row of the grid for this one. This could be quite the exciting little fight, which sees every single one of these drivers on a brand new set of tyres. No one here in Groups A and D has used their slick tyres yet this weekend.
So sun is now shining for these drivers. Both Kalijah and Drummond have taken qualifying heat wins, and we'll hear what Zach Drummond had to say before this weekend.
Zach Drummond, welcome to round 3 of the MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championship. Here in Mülsen, Germany, weather on the knife edge. Everyone's talking about that this weekend. The rain that's falling could mean a very challenging one. But tell me, how is the track feeling so far?
Well, the track is currently wet at the moment, and we're very fast in the wet normally. And in the warm-up there, we're pretty much fastest for P2. So, yeah, very good. But the track's very slippy in some parts, but grippy in other parts, so it's hard to get used to. But me and the team are working our way around it.
What can we expect from you here in Germany? Of course, this track is super fast. You are quick around it. And, you know, what can you expect from the team and from yourself?
Yeah, me and the team have been working a lot in the past few weekends to get up to pace, and we've really seen a big step. And I think we can expect a lot from me this weekend. Considering I'm in the championship fight, I'm going to go and give it my all.
Yeah, and that does bring me on to that one, of course. I think if you're outscored by, 23 points, for Baglin, I think I've worked that one out. It won't go to the end, but if you do beat him on that, it can go to Christian Sad. Do you think that's still a possibility?
Yeah, 100%. It's all to play for. It's still 2 races to go, and we'll just give it our all this weekend. And if that's not enough, and we give our all, then that's all we can do.
Is there any team tactics going on in the 10? Have you got anyone saying, you know, this is what we need from you, this is what we need to deliver?
I think we're just going to race our race, do the best we can. We're not going to think too much about championship, and then if it comes in the final, we're close, then we'll obviously try sort some tactics out, but we'll see.
Yeah. This track, though, as we were mentioning, it's fast, it's quite flowing, but what's the best part of it? Because it's super quick.
Yeah. I quite like the tight and twisty bit in the middle because it's very technical and it's very down to the driver. So I quite like that bit.
Excellent. Well, Zach, very best of luck this weekend. Good luck with all the racing, and we'll see what you can do on track. Well done.
Thank you.
Good to chat there to Zach Drummond at the start of this weekend, and curious to see how he will capitalise on the adventure this weekend, as he is still in that title fight with Noah Baglin, of course. Points will be important here. Here's your grid then for this race. William Kalijah on the front row alongside Zach Drummond, Jindra Peschel and Drew Waltz on row number 2. Benjamin Magnac and Devin Waltz, they will take row number 3. Michael Magoy and Sebastian Mins on row 4. Then we'll see Francois Cadal and Lev Krutilov on row 5. Ludovica Mazzola and Jacob Kamenek will go from row number 6. And the first half of the field being Oliver Kinmark and Gabriel Canal.
Row number 8 sees Bruno Blanco and Luke Tal, and then from 9 we have Mika Runitz and Ilya Berezkin. Row number 10, your top 20, it's Martina Rumlanova and Svet Simonov, and from 11 it's William Marshall with Jude Thirumalai Swami. Row number 12 we have Zarif Rekel and Nicola Frigg, and rounding out your 13-row field, Malcolm Millel and Nefeli Cosmopoulos will be the last 2 runners. So every single driver within this qualifying heat on a completely even playing field, everybody on brand new tyres for this one. Kalijah is trying to make it a hat-trick of qualifying heat wins. Of course, took one yesterday, took his first this morning, but both of those were in wet conditions. Drummond's qualifying heat win was also in the wet. We've seen him race, of course, this morning, but it was not a win for him. Peschel looking for a good result. Peschel probably quite desperate for some good results as well, because we'll highlight once more, was disqualified earlier on, so needs some points on the board.
Indeed. As we mentioned earlier on, every single one of these drivers on a full brand new set of slick tyres, which is why you're seeing a lot of tyre warming happening out there, with everyone trying to clear off that release agent on the surface of the tyre to get them ready to go racing in this one. This could be quite the exciting little fight on this one. Of course, Kalijah very strong, Drummond also very strong, but both of these drivers wanting to push forward. We wait for that synchronisation. We've not had a synchronisation for a while today. Let's see what we can see this time around. The whole field's just got to get through. The last ones are just coming into shot now. Are we getting synchronisation? I will cue it out of 10. I'll give that one a 4 on that one, I think. Although, again, it's still early doors. There's a long way to go. They'll get there in the end. Right, here we go then into that final turn towards the tram lines once again. It's Kalijah and Drummond on the front row as the lights do go out. We are racing towards turn 1. It's a good start for the inside line. Peschel will slot into second place. There's squirreling under braking. Everyone going through. Drummond's had a dreadful start. He's tumbled down into about 12th, maybe even more than that, in the back of the field. It's not been the start for the outside row at all. So Kalijah, Peschel, Magnac have gone through. What on earth has happened there? There's carts off left, right and centre.
Well, for Drummond, and again, these drivers just running each other off the road at turn number 5. So they've gone off on the entrance, they've gone off on the exits. Big names trying to push their way through. We've, of course, got the likes of Drummond trying to get back up there. Benjamin Magnac, to me, within the early stage of this race as well, has fallen down. Amongst all of this, though, completely unbothered, Jindra Peschel and William Kalijah, look at the lead. The Paralin and the Tony Kart have got there out in the front, as Drummond now has managed to pick things back up. So not a good start, but he's not a million miles away. This is how things unfolded then. So drivers just pushing each other slightly wide and just driving off the circuit completely, having to miss the barriers, of course. We've lost is that... quite work out who that is. It was somebody that was up right at the front that then goes off.
They
Michael
literally
McGoy
just drove straight off the circuit. Yeah. That was very strange. I mean, they all have fresh tyres on, I suppose. Maybe there's a little bit of contact there that unsettled the front, but they all just seem to follow each other off the road. It was a very strange moment there at turn 3. Thankfully, everyone is still in this race. However, we are seeing Lev Krutilov in the treble 1 picking up a warning flag for the very start there. Action at the front. Kalijah and Peschel are 1 and 2 right now. They are clear from Kinmark's on a 10th place gain. Berezkin on a 14th place gain. Here's some side-by-side action. Drummond and Mins side-by-side. The two fusions go wheel to wheel, but it's Mins who breaks through. Drummond will try and get the power on the exit. can't quite do it, slots down into P6.
Zach Drummond now, rear end of the cart then, just trying to be forced by Waltz. Waltz trying to get back up the order, so you've got the two Fusions as the lead of this one. As now down the inside, Zach Drummond makes the move on Sebastian Mins. So Drummond back into the higher end of your order. Watch Drummond, though, on how he races over the course of the next couple of laps. He's the leader of this train of karts, but he's not been dealt the easiest of starts to this race. Mins, of course, has got him bits of a gap, as now Krutulov looking a bit aggressive. Krutulov there maybe a bit too aggressive, because that nose cone is looking quite wobbly indeed. The young Ukrainian driver. Out the front, though, completely unbothered still, is Kalijah and Peschel, but this is going to quite quickly heat up here. This battle then includes Waltz, Magnac, Tal, Krutulov. Drops a wheel there on the exit of that first major braking zone. Now looks to defend from the DPK, but looks to actually lose 2 positions.
Yeah, indeed. And that was Francois Cadal there, just sending it down the inside and then holding firm that position. Benjamin Magnac on the charge here. Just got past the likes of, I believe that is Drew Waltz. He has got past, and that has stepped him up the field now into 7th place. It's going to bring in and release one more Zach Drummond and Sebastian Mins, who, as we've mentioned, have already switched back to their original places. At the front here, Kalijah and Peschel absolutely fine from the rest of the field here. They are just pushing away beautifully at the front end here. No real drama between the two of them.
Yeah, could just be me here, Anthony, but wondering if maybe Zach Drummond's got a slight problem out there. Don't think it's anything too performance detrimental for him. I don't know if maybe one of the anti-launch devices is just wobbling around slightly for him on the rear. It could just literally be my eyes. We'll have to find out. But for Drummond, he's probably thinking about quite a few things out there now as he's sat there in that P5. Kalijah, not out of the woods yet. He's still got that Tony Kart right on his tail. Then it's Kinmark and Ilya Berezkin. Berezkin again, 14 places gained. Ilya, really good starts for... of course, he's the only driver out there sat in that Praga, looking really strong for IPK, looking to fly the flag really well for the team so far this weekend, but now loses a position because Drummond has found his way past. What stage is Peschel going to find his way past the Paralin of Kalijah? We know that he will go for it. We know that he's got the pace. I'd say he's being smart now. He's just looked over his shoulder to see what the gap is between him and Oliver Kinmark. Kinmark is your fastest driver out there, not by a million miles. It's only around about a tenth that splits up him and Peschel pace-wise. That is a retirement out there. That's Malcolm Malel, the wild card, who will now go no further.
Yeah, that is a shame there. Quite the train here that we have got in the middle of the pack. Actually, it's a little further back in the pack, I will say. This is all in around 19th down to 25th place, that fight. There's a change for the lead. Peschel has got it done through turn 2. We just had to wait a little bit, but yeah, we were expecting that overtake to happen.
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot going on now for P4 as well, with Drummond, Mins, Benjamin Magnac starting to see quite a lot of each other.
They've been fighting for the last 4 laps.
Yeah, we've had the change at the front. It wasn't a major fight put up by William Kalijah. That shield, actually, I would say, was down by the Paralin, allowed the Tony Kart that move. And maybe it's had a tactical by Kalijah. You know, he knows that Peschel's had a disqualification. He knows he's not a contender points-wise. He doesn't really need to do anything major to fend him off. He can just wait and be patient. There's still more laps for the Australian to take that top spot back. Kinmark looking strong in P3, but he's completely in his own area. He's not thinking about anybody in front or behind him at all. There's really not too much to say for Kinmark so far.
No, indeed. This is all good. So... Mins, Drummond, Magnac and Tal. That fight just behind, I think, is still somewhat raging on. This is a little further behind in the battle. This is Drew Waltz, Krutulov, Devon Waltz, Berezkin, Francois Cadal, Mazzola, all fighting away there. There is that battle just further up ahead. It seems to have simmered down now. Mins back in control of the 4th place battle. So everyone just wanting to get these karts to the end of the race. This is a little further back as well into the field. This is the battles we were talking about in about 17th place downwards. Mika Runitz, Marshall, Bruno Blanco, Martina Rumlanova. who was looking to try and capitalise on the results here. Big look over the shoulder, and Drummond straight past. You're right in saying there's a little bit of dislodgement from that anti-launch device, but I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. It's still very firmly attached, but just rating at an awkward angle.
Yeah, for Drummond, of course, he's still got really good pace there. It's not put him off at all, and that is not a performance-enhancing component of the kart. It's a safety feature for these drivers, is to stop those big incidents occurring for them. So for Drummond, fastest lap out there as well, so it's definitely not putting him off if it is the case that, you know, the angle is ever so slightly wrong. So Drummond still P4 ahead of teammate Sebastian Mins. Actually, for the Fusion outfit in the seniors over the past couple of races, it's gone really well for them. It's also gone well in the juniors, because we had Oliver Spencer take his first qualifying heat win earlier on this today. Last couple of laps left to go. This is the fight between Ilya Berezkin and the DPK just ahead. Berezkin looking to try and give it a go. Doesn't manage to get anything on the exit of the corner. Francois Cadal holding on to things. The other Fusion in the fight also trying to give something to it. Berezkin, it's not going to be enough. He's going to lose some pace. Sorry, that's not one of the Fusions. Suit looks very similar. In fact, that's Kamenek there, trying to get past, does just that, invites in the Birrell as well. So Ludovica Mazzola is the last driver looking at this one.
It is a Lanari machine that is pushing through there of Cadal, who's getting involved. But this fight really kicking off. Kamenek, Berezkin, Mazzola, Raquel there now starting to close in. They're all somewhat tripping over each other a little bit there in that mid-pack battle. Here, though, at the sharper end of the field, Krutulov all over the rear bumper here of Drew Waltz, wanting to squeeze past. I mean, a lot of tyre squealing out there under braking into turn 2 from the drivers here. Here's Peschel at the front, Nicole. Last lap board was going to be coming out for him this time around. Is clear only by 0.7 of a second, as still here. Drew Waltz having to deal with Lev Krutulov. Yeah, it's not over till it's over for Krutulov there. Maybe he's aware that 5 seconds could be coming his way after the race. There's Peschel then, race leader, as we'll watch a race replay for Francois Cadal. So it's Kamenek from, of course, the Birrell involved. Almost a big moment. Scarily close there to the wall, I would say, for Cadal. That's a wide moment for our drivers. Of course, track has changed slightly since the last time we were here with our KZs. He'd have been in the wall last year. Yeah. Put it that way.
He would have definitely been in the wall last year.
Yeah. Final lap board out. Kinmark has got that move done and is up into second place at the expense of William Kalesia. It's still not the end of the world for Kalesia. There's still good points. He's still the points leader going into this one. Drummond still inside the top 6 as well, despite him being there in P4. Peschel here, though, will do all he can to try and add more points to his name to try and break into the top 10. Over the line he goes. It is Jindra Peschel who takes the win ahead of Oliver Kinmark and William Kalesia. Zach Drummond will take P4 ahead of Sebastian Mins, Benjamin Magnac, Luke Tal, Lev Krutulov, and Drew and Devin Waltz, who will take P9 and P10 at the end of that.
Good race for our drivers then. Everybody on new tyres for that one. Peschel using the most of that opportunity. Now it's looking good again for Peschel. It was a disqualification earlier on in this weekend, but he's had 2 really good race results since then. Now looking to climb back up those points standings. Kinmark, last couple of moments were the moments for him. Really good race. Up by 11, started in that P13, and that the last couple of moments took Kalesia there for that P2. Kalesia will be happy, though, like you said with that, Anthony, still sits strong in your intermediate classification points. Good results then. Peschel from Kinmark from Kalesia as the rest of your top 5. Anthony, you called it. Drummond from Sebastian Mins. Fusion making it then the last 2 drivers inside of the top 5, with then the Ward of Benjamin Magnac, the MP of Luke Tell, the Energy of Krutulov, with then the 2 Ricky Flynns of Drew and Devin Waltz, rounding out your top 10. Kamenek, Kerdals, Simonov, McGoy and Raquel take you to your top 15, with William Marshall, Nicola Frigg, Bruno Blanco, Thirumalai Swami and Ilya Berezkin rounding out your top 20. Cosmopoulos, Canal and Rumlanova were the last of your finishers, only 23 to make it to the end of that one. Of course, we lost Mika Runitz, Ludovico Mazzola and Melka Manel. 3 DNFs, 3 drivers to not see that checkered flag. There he is, though, the Tony Kart factory driver of the injured Peschel, the driver of Czechia who's just taken the checkered, and this is how it unfolded.
Indeed, a very busy old race in that one, where again, saw a really difficult start there for the anti-pole side. You can see Drummond right at the beginning of that one. There he is. He's already dropped to 3rd at that point, but then watch him at the exit here. Just the inside line able to get through, and he really dropped down the field. Amazing that he got to recover back to 4th place, so the pace was still there, but a very challenging start, and it does beg to believe what the story could have been if he was able to carry that speed around the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. But for these drivers, they can't think about what could have been. They've got to think about those qualifying heats later on this afternoon. These drivers then, of course, turn number 5 was that spot where just drove themselves completely off the road. It's a bit of a weird sort of setup for these drivers. They just sort of went wide and missed the corner for many of them. In the early stages, then at the back of your order, we had the Wards trying to fight through, and then we saw names like Luke Tal again climb up the order. Tal this time wasn't inside of the top 5, but 9 places for him. At the front, though, it was Peschel and Kalijah that probably were a bit confused about what was going on for the rest of the field in the first couple of laps, as this again is the race replay at the start, and when they were just all looked to push each other. I don't know if maybe it just came from the back of your order. If everybody was sort of bolted to the driver ahead, that sort of momentum gain just forces each other wide. Kalijah then on that final lap had to really defend from Oliver Kinmark, but it wasn't enough because the VDK would get the job done at that 5th corner as Peschel would cross the line, see the checkered and make it a qualifying heat win.
Indeed, and adds to a tally of many drivers taking those race wins over the course of the weekend. 2 more races to go in the morning phase. It is B and E that is next out onto the circuit. For the juniors, this will see Daniel Miron and Santiago Diaz de la Vega. For sponsorship purposes, Santiago Diaz de la Max is on the front row of the grid. No, it's Diaz de la Vega on the front row of the grid for this one. But there is Daniel Miron primed and ready to go. We caught up with him at the start of the weekend to see his thoughts ahead here.
Well, good morning, Daniel Miron. Welcome to Germany, to round 3 of the FIA Karting European Championship. Quite an important weekend for you here. Title fight, of course, going into the final round. But let's talk more about the track this weekend, because this is a fast track here, and you are fast around it as well. What can you tell us about this track, and why is the racing so close here?
It's very tight in the middle section, and that's why it's very difficult to overtake here. And yeah, the track is very cool, very fast, and it also has a lot of different sections with fast sections and slow sections.
It's challenging in wet conditions as well, and we are expected to see a little bit of that here in this. What can you tell us from your experience here in the wet conditions?
Well, it's quite difficult because there's a lot of rubber here. So, yeah, it's like very slippery.
It is close in the fight, of course, in the championship with Will Green. What do you think it will take this weekend to see a title come your way at the end of the season when we go to Sweden?
Obviously, just win everything, and yeah, that's the only way, I think.
That's the main plan. Of course, for every driver, they have a racing inspiration. They have someone who they've always looked up to of why they've jumped in the world of racing. Who has been your inspiration, and what keeps you going in this fight?
So when I first started, it was my grandpa. He used to do stock cars, and yeah, I just wanted to be a stock car driver. But yeah, when I was like more into karting and saw Formula 1, then I liked Max Verstappen a lot.
So the idea of Formula 1 was a bit better than stock car racing, yeah?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, Daniel, very best of luck this weekend. Do enjoy the racing, and we will see you out on track.
Thank you.
Right then, the juniors very soon out on track. Sun still shining, a lot of blue sky in the air. Now it's turned into a lovely day with sunglasses appearing on people now, including Gonzalo Planta, who's walking through the pre-grid area there. He's got his sunnies on. Engines firing up then as the drivers make their way out onto the track for what will be qualifying heat B versus E for the juniors. Let's take you through that full starting lineup for this one. Daniel Miron starting pole position alongside Santiago Diaz de la Vega on that front row of the grid. Alex Malota and Jarno Sayer on row 2 with Oiva Venturata and Henry Constant Kumpin on row number 3. Mateus Brageau and Lucas Palacio go for row number 4. They will see Juan Garciase and Liam Nashawati on row 5. Oscar Nibali and Mason Robertson go from row 6 with Christian Alexander Rust and Miguel Manzano on row number 7.
Row number 8, CG halfway alongside this morning's qualifying heat winner of Oliver Spencer. Row number 9, Aurelien Lemaire alongside Denny Babacek. And from 10, your top 20 is Yubo Wen with Milan Rossi. From row number 11, Roland Nagy will see Maxime Noapel. And from 12, Jeff Verbeek will see Rocco Simone of Canada. Your 13th and penultimate row of your field, we have Nick Reed alongside Mohamed El-Bazaki, who had one of his best races to date so far this weekend earlier on today. 14th and final row, 2 very quick drivers indeed. One who didn't set a qualifying lap and one who had his session deleted in qualifying yesterday, Bobushov with Frasnelli. So 28 kart strong field for groups B versus E. Miron and Diaz de la Vega being your leaders for it. Charles Sayer, however, could be a driver to keep an eye on. He's had 2 results inside of the top 3 so far within these heats, so keep an eye on the energy from that third row, starting alongside Alex Malota, who's had a P3, a P2, and then a qualifying heat win.
Indeed. Well, it's not good news.
Sorry.
But that's a chain guard. It's silver, it's off a Tony kart. That is not good news for a driver who's out there. Which driver it is, we don't know. There is a Tony kart at the front of that. But, yeah, that's quite a difficult situation then. Someone missing one. And has the driver come back in? No.
It's not Frasnelli's mechanic.
No.
So, the process of elimination, is it maybe Oiva Venturata?
Possibly, not too sure. Well, that would be a disaster if it was.
There's Yubo Wen or there's Oiva Venturata. Don't think it's Frasnelli.
Well, Venturata's there. He's like the 5th kart in that grid, in that lineup. Oh, it is his. It is his. It is missing. I can see it. It's 245s. Oiva Venturata has no chain guard on there. Oh, that is a shame, and I suspect he has no idea it's not there.
Yeah, massive shame for Oiva. Of course, he's already suffered some DNFs. Now he won't even be able to attempt this race. He's aware of it. Of course, he had his hand up and now pulls in, and I'm sure will be incredibly despondent after this result. Race has been stopped before the opportunity arrived just yet for Oiva, but then the mechanic will try and get it bolted on. Race, of course, is now green for these drivers. Another good start for Charlotte Sayer, instantly onto that pole side. Now looks to get into P2 and does just that, muscles out. Daniel Miron, who's now given a bit of a boot by one of the drivers behind. Oiva Venturata has now got that chain card on that Tony kart, so we'll be able to join the rest of the field, but he's going to be miles away from things. Out in the front, though, Santiago Diaz de la Vega leads the way for the second time this weekend.
Yeah, that is quite something. And all these drivers here in this early phase trying to get a nose down the inside, but so much hitting those curves. It looks a lot worse than it is as they go through. But they are all just trying to gain as much time as they can in this early phase of the race. Into turn 13 then. A big breakaway for the top runners here as they start to open up from the field. It's Charles Sayer who leads the way over the line from Santiago Diaz de la Vega as they go through in towards turns 2. But Malota still there in third, is under pressure from himself, Daniel Miron, is on the rear bumper as well.
Yeah, so Saya looking strong here. Race leader now. Saya, of course, will be boosted after that DNF that he had earlier on in this weekend, but he's not out of the woods yet. He's under some increasing pressure. Santiago Diaz de Oliveira not giving up. Neither is Daniel Miron. Miron again sees Alex Malota, but gets his way past, as now there is a technical flag out there for one of the drivers. It's 261 of Wenyabu, so it's just looking to fall apart slightly for Tony Kart within this race in only the first couple of laps. Daniel Miron now has given himself some German real estate between Alex Malota. Palacio looks to be in this fight as well, so the young Williams Junior driver now looks to try and get past, gauges the gap between him and Henry Constant Kumpen behind. Palacio does not decide to go for the move on Malota just yet, but looks hungry there, sat in P5.
Indeed. There's a long way to go in this race still, though. Early doors, as everyone tries to push forward in this phase. Spencer's having another good race there. Those 9 places, as you were mentioning, Fasinelli as well with the 12 places gained. All these drivers really pushing forward in this phase. As, dear, have we just had a bit of a pile-up? We have 3 drivers there, all tucked away. That is Juan Garciase, Christian Alexandrus and Miguel Manzano, all out of the races. Spencer says hello to Henry Constant Kumpen and sends it down the inside.
Been a change in Oliver Spencer, I would say, so far today. I think he's now really found some confidence after that qualifying heat win. Mason Robertson, DNF in his last qualifying heat earlier on, but is now not giving up. He has just managed to get his way past Henry Constant Kumpen. Intermediate classification so far. Malota is the leader of things, with Santiago Diaz de la Vega P2 and Jarlath Saya P3. Will Green still there points-wise? Green, good race results, I'm sure, will look to climb even further up. Denny Babacek is a name within this field. Babacek up by 8 positions so far, is right there on your screen, just ahead of Oscari Volley. Focusing back again once more on your leaders, though. Jarlath Saya and Diaz de la Vega still 1 and 2. Diaz de la Vega absolutely not giving up just yet. I think he's trying to be tactical. He's trying to get away from Daniel Miron. Knows that Miron is a big name, and if they cost each other time, Miron will instantly try and get into the fight and will probably be able to make himself a race leader.
Oh, 100%. This is exactly what a driver who sits on their own in a position behind this sort of situation dreams of, in the hopes that they close in and start fighting. Will we see it, though, is the question. Diaz de la Vega not attacking just yet, as there is the retirement now for Wenyabu, for the Tony Kart Racing team, out of the race.
That's a problem.
Yes. Saya under investigation for cutting the track. Now, where could that have been in the early stage of this race? Possibly, well, there's a couple of options, either into the exit of 4 and 5 or in towards 6, 7, 8 or 9. Yeah,
so it's been a theme for these drivers. It's a tight circuit.
It is.
And when they're going for these moves, paralleling side by side, teammate moves going on. This is just ahead of Denny Babacek, so it's Oscari Volley there that's just trying to have a go. Matis Brajo involved as well. Brajo hunting down for some points. Let's not forget, he missed the gate earlier on. There's the switch for the race. Lead Santiago Diaz de la Vega back into the top spot of things. Saya lets him through, lets him control things, but maybe not for too much longer, because Daniel Miron is starting to arrive as well. We're over that halfway race distance, or synchronisation of the head over the shoulder there by the KR and the Energy. I think they're probably getting a bit nervous about that fusion sat right there in P3.
Just going to have a quick glance at the sector times. Well, faster over sector 1 and 2 for them over the course of that last lap. Sector 3, pretty similar in speed, not too dramatic for them, but definitely seemed like he is closing in. A much tighter entry there for Jarlath Saya, just keeping his nose to the inside, not wanting to drop off the back here, but still very close indeed. Got to say, you mentioned it earlier on very briefly, Nicole. Something's changed in Spencer's demeanour out there ever since that win earlier on I think this is definitely into the right direction, though, for him.
Yeah, for Ollie, you know, at Valencia and La Conca, he just sort of looked to have DNF after DNF. This is his first year in the world of OK Junior racing. I think now he looks this weekend to be starting to settle in a bit more, and he's looking strong now. We'll have to see how he gets on in the rest of today's qualifying heats and see if he can try and get into those super heats tomorrow as well, and then for the first time maybe this year into that final as well. Here he comes. Daniel Miron is quite quickly going to be a thorn in the side, I would say, of Jarlath Say and Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Last couple of laps left to go for the KR, for the Energy and for the Fusion out in the front. Miron now down the inside. Turn number 6 and turn number 7 is going to be the spot into P2 for Miron.
Oh, that's superb. He caught Sayer there at just the right time, did Miron. He didn't lose any time there. Straight onto it, straight down the inside. That was really well timed there for Miron. It has just given Diaz de la Vega a little bit of breathing space, but with how quick that Miron's been able to close in on the fight, I can imagine he might be able to reel in Diaz de la Vega, who still controls this lead as the field goes on to lap number 9 of 10 of this race.
Of course, this circuit has got 4 long straights. That makes it harder for these drivers to really try and run away from each other. They can get in that toe of each other. They can then be given that advantage. Maybe that's what you're going to see from Daniel Miron now. On the previous lap, he did it to Jarlath Say through 6 and 7. Is he going to do it again? Absolutely so. Lap after lap, but Diaz de la Vega almost attempts to take a slightly different line to try and chase back up. But Miron now into your race lead. He needs it after a disqualification earlier on this morning. Head goes over the shoulder, knows that he holds on to things now, and he's back at that top spot where I'm sure he'll feel like he belongs. Fusion from KR from Energy. They are your 1, 2, 3. Fusion inside of the top 5 twice because Oliver Spencer is in there as well. Heads out of the final corner and is probably looking on quite eagerly at this as well, hoping that Jarlath and Santiago Diaz de la Vega cost each other some time on this final lap so we can chase back up. Only 2 more sectors for these drivers to go, and I don't know if there's going to be any change inside of your top 3. Miron's got the pace, he's got the confidence, and now he's got this top spot.
Indeed, and another fastest lap, and great to see him really pushing at this phase, and he is really bringing the ball back into the side of the court for Will Green, of course. Green is on the points lead effectively with 150. Yes, it is Malota with 171. But Will Green with the 3 wins. But Daniel Miron keeping the fight alive in the title as he makes his way around that final turn. He will take a heat win once more over the line. Daniel Miron takes it from Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Jarlath Say from Oliver Spencer, Malota from Robertson, who round out the top 6. 7th will be Ascari Bolli from Lucas Palacio. Julian Fresnelli, again, consistency, 19 places gained. He finishes inside the top 10 in P9 ahead of Denny Babacek in P10.
Yeah, really good race results for some of our field. Mohamed El-Bazaki being one of those 14 places for Mohamed matches a similar result to what we saw from him earlier on today. So looking to pick things up for the rest of this weekend. Miron, however, race winner there. Miron from Diaz de la Vega from Jarlath Say. So it's Spain from Mexico from Great Britain. Fusion from KR from Energy. They are your 1, 2, 3. You took us to your top 10, of course, there, Anthony. Drivers after that top 10. It's Henry Constant Kampen with Mohamed El-Bazaki, Liam Nachuete, Mattis Brajo, and G. Healthway as your top 15. Milan Rossi, Aurelien Lemaire, Maxim Bobrishov, Maxim Noapel and Roland Nagy take you to the rest of the drivers inside of your top 20, with the rest of your finishers being in the form of Verbeek, Simone and Reed, with Oiva Venturata, despite losing that chain guard at the race start, managed to go round and managed to complete the race. We lost Hugo Wen, Juan Garciase, Christian Ross and Miguel Manzano.
Indeed. Well, there is Daniel Miron. And imagine we'll be happy with that result, of course, with the dramas earlier on today. And there's some of your race highlights. You can see that quick repair job, the missing chain guard right at the beginning. That was such a shame there for Oiva Venturata, who was due to start on the inside of row number 3. A quick push start right at the start of the race. While that was happening, this was happening on track. Daniel Miron able to get the whole shot in towards turn one. It was a good start from Sayer, though. He was able to squeeze his way to the inside line. You can see the energy course that was there, straight up into second place. There would be dramas later on in the race, which unfortunately saw the likes of Christian Alexander Rus, Juan Garcia and I think Miguel Manzano that were caught out in that incident. Then the fighting still raged on. The early phase, drivers gaining those places left, right and centre with the moves down the inside, and we saw the likes of Ascari Volley able to push through. Then there was the retirement for Wenyabu, a technical flag going out for him at that point as Ascari Volley still battled away with the likes of Denny Babacek. This was a change for the lead. Santiago Diaz de la Vega passed Jarlis Sayer. At that point, Sayer went under investigation for potentially cutting the circuit. While that fight raged on, we then saw Daniel Miron slowly start to close in to later time it perfectly to get past Jarlis Sayer. And then a lap later, with only 1 lap to go, was able to get the move done on Santiago Diaz de la Vega to then take the qualifying heat win and to put those points on the board now, which would put him 7th overall, 135 points. He hunts down his championship rival of Will Green. One more race to go before the lunch break. It's over to the seniors now for qualifying heat B versus E. This will be Asher Osteen and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff back on that front row of the grid.
Well, Van der Kerkhoff, of course, earlier on had a bit of a tough story, had that DNF. We had Asher Osteen, of course, has had some really good results over the course of this weekend. Hunting down results then, of course, none other than Noah Baglin, your main contender for this championship, a driver that could take the European Championship by the end of this weekend. We'll hear what he had to say about it earlier in the weekend.
Good morning, Noah Baglin. Welcome to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here in Mülsen, round 3. It's been a busy year for you, of course, but what can you tell me about this year? I mean, ups and downs, but what's been the highlight of the year so far for you?
I mean, the highlight of the year was probably Leconca, because I wasn't really great in the season before that. Didn't really have a lot of pace in the practices too, and then all of a sudden got the pace. I kind of, when the Europeans came, I just got my head together and kind of just focused. And in Valencia, it was an amazing time too. I think I started P5 for the final, so it wasn't great to the final, but we had the pace and I knew I could win it, and we did.
It certainly was a strong performance. And, of course, this season you're a title leader at the moment. It's certainly looking like it's going to go very well for you. And you could win it this weekend. Tell me, is that thought on your mind, or are you just focused still on just the racing this weekend?
Well, I mean, I would love to win it and not really have to compete in Kristianstad. Well, I still would, but I'm saying just have that free time, no stress going into Kristianstad. But no, I'm quite a lot of points ahead. That kind of takes some pressure off my shoulders, so I know I can just put my head down and see what we can do.
Yeah. Obviously, last year, a junior world title. This year, that question mark still, and a senior European title as well. Would that be a nice thing for you to
it'd be amazing.
Achieve?
I didn't win the OKJ European Championship, sadly. I got, I think, 3 in the end. But no, if I win this, I'll be really happy. Obviously, I won the World Championship. I want to follow that on again this year, but we'll see.
This track, of course, is super fast. I mean, the seniors, they could top out down that start-finish straight at like 130k. It's incredibly quick. And tell us, what is it like to be out there side by side into that turns 1 and 2 at those sort of speeds? Yeah,
it's really grippy and really quick. So kind of a deadly combination, to be honest, because some people have been grip rolling quite a bit because it's so grippy. But no, the track's really good. It's really technical in my opinion, but I think that just shows how good of a driver you are.
Well, no, thank you so much for taking time out to chat to us. Very best of luck this weekend, and we'll see you on track.
Good to hear there from Noah Baglin, but it's not Baglin on pole position here. There is Asher Osteen, primed and ready at the front of the grid, ready to get this one started. The CRG package has looked quick and can confirm that's definitely not a wetsuit on this time around. That is actually a race suit.
Yeah, dry conditions for our drivers then. No more rain predicted just yet for today. Sun is shining out there. Clouds are in the sky. But track's evolving now. Sun is out there. No more rain for these drivers to deal with for the time being. There's the VDK on your screen of Mateusz van der Kerkhoff. Van der Kerkhoff, then, this is one of the best weekends we've seen of him so far. He's had a couple of moments. He had that DNF in there, but he's also had some top 4 results. He's looking strong in the outfits there, sat alongside the CRG on the front row.
Indeed. So he obviously had that drama like we were mentioning there earlier on, but let's see if that's put behind him. We can focus on this attempt. And the only good thing we can take away from this is that those tyres may be just a few laps fresher than the rest here for Van der Kerkhoff as the engines fire up. Drivers will make their way out onto the track, and let's see how this one will transpire then. Asher Osteen and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff go from row number 1. Gilles Herman and Bosco Arias on row 2 from Endo Arata. And Nicolas Schaufler on row 3. Row 4 will see Dan Alaban and Evan Purcell. They'll see Davide Bottaro and Victor Gustafsson on row 5 with Yuri Levar and Noah Baglin taking the middle half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7 sees Casper Reipold alongside Filippo Sala, and from 8, Nikita Bott will look at Rafael Bussato. 9, it's the USA and the Netherlands in the form of Max Wayland and Yves Fries, and from row number 10 we'll have Raphael Boulard and Nathan Kappen. 11, Archie Owen with Jan Schwarzer, and from 12, Gavin Adam for Tony Kart will be with KR's Angelina Simmons. 13 rows in total. Valerio Villapiana and Mateus Gonzalez will be the last 2 on your field. So, setup of these drivers. Of course, every single driver on slick tyres, but maybe a couple in there having a slight advantage because of DNFs earlier on. Bosco Arias and Evan Purcell being 2 of those. Gilles Herman as well. Those 3 drivers are all sat inside of your top 4 rows. So keep an eye on the 112 of Spain, the 124 of Great Britain, and the 165 of Belgium. Those 3 could look to push forward, could have a slight advantage, but, you know, around this circuit, it's not the end of the world. It's not too much of an abrasive circuit. We'll have to wait and see how it unfolds.
Yeah, indeed. This track was only very recently relayed as well, so it's nice, fresh tarmac for the drivers and nice and smooth as well. So, like you say, should keep them nice and comfortable out there. For the drivers here then, last race before the lunch break in the middle of the day, and then we go into the final rotations of heat. Still 14 races to go after this one. Still a very busy old day for the field as they get themselves prepared in this one. And as you were mentioning, and well, as we've both mentioned, the sun shining here now. It's turned into a wonderful day here at Arena E.
It's 20 degrees.
It's 20 degrees. Look at that. Absolutely balmy out there. Right, into that one. There you go. Confirmation of it. Air 20, track dry. There we go. See how long that lasts. Asher Osteen and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff then. Front row of the grid. They're very spread out here in the background. Front's good to go. Let's see if we're racing then. Into those tram lines. It's qualifying heat B versus E. It's lights out and fights on towards turn 1. It's the Lenovo Calica on the grass. Rejoins. That's a new race suit, please, for Davide Bottaro. Well, I've broken Nicole Sutherland. Osteen still leads the way towards turn 3. Under pressure for Van der Kerkhoff. There's one kart onto the grass in the background. It's rejoined. But it's not gone away too badly there. Crucially, I'm thinking Van der Kerkhoff might attack straight away on this one. I don't think he's going to allow Osteen to try and break away as they all go through. Gustafsson fighting through at the top order there. Has had a really good getaway with karts, just going left, right and centre. This is what I'm talking about. Van der Kerkhoff, I don't think he's going to allow him to break away. Big send in the background there from Schaufler. That's up into 3rd place. Of course, Schaufler took the win earlier on. Here we go, over the line. Van der Kerkhoff to the race lead. Yeah, didn't waste time at all. Wanted that straight away.
Yeah, Ash Osteen's got to let him have that one, as now we've seen the change between Bosco Arias and Gilles Herman. Arias looking a bit vulnerable within the early stage of this one. As here now comes Noah Baglin. Noah Baglin now inside of the top 6 for one of the first opportunities so far this weekend. We've not really mentioned him other than talking about championship, because we've not actually seen him so far break inside of the top 3. Van der Kerkhoff from Osteen from Schaeffler, they are your current top 3 as now the trains start to form for this field. Gustafsson is the leader of that second pack of karts that has Endo Arata, Yuri Lavar, Evan Purcell and Filippo Sala involved. There is Sala looking to try and make the move on Evan Purcell, who just muscles out Yuri Lavar at turn number 13 and allows Archie Owen to pick up a position.
Indeed. Over the line they go here. Sala getting very gesticulative there to the pilot in front of Evan Purcell. No overtake just happening there, and they've bunched up a bit now. Owen, Lavar, Raipol, Bataro into this fight again. Looks to the inside. Raipol tries to get through as well, so does Rafael Ballard. So action kicking off here at the sharper end, though. All eyes on the top runners here. But Purcell is now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. He's got the entire field of drivers effectively right behind him here.
Yeah, this is all kicking off in the background, but this is all for the fight for the last couple of spots inside of the top 10. Sala, I would say, is a bit frustrated with Evan Purcell out there. You could see him communicating. Top 5 then. Van der Kerkhoff, Schaeffler, Osteen. No change just yet between those 3 drivers, but Gilles Herman is looking strong now. He's P4. Bosco Arias has now been overtaken by Noah Baglin. Maybe now looks to be overtaken by the other CRG in the mix. Victor Gustafsson is right there on the tail of the Ricky Flynn. Victor as well, fastest driver out there, has that purple lap, now has the overtake into 6 and 7, gets past the Spaniard.
CRG's looking quick this
good.
weekend. They found something over from last week and are really stepping it up a notch. If the conditions stay dry, we could really see a strong fight here from the team.
Yeah, but they've also been really strong in the wet conditions. That's where Asher Osteen took his qualifying heat results, his best results so far. So I think wet or dry CRG outfit looking really good so far. There's Bosco Arias on your screen. This is Endo Arata that's now applying some pressure. Can Endo Arata be a bit of a diamond within this fight? Get past, we'll have to shortly wait and see. Again, we're looking at Asher Osteen. Gilles Herman has not managed to pip past him just yet. And I would say is quite aware of the drivers just behind as well, with certain Noah Baglin. This is now a bit of a VDK team switch there. This is in the background, however, not names that we're looking to push inside of the top 10 just yet. Arias there on your screen again. Turn number 13 is again closed in on by Endo Arata. 14, and Arata's maybe going to have a run, is going to be now directly in the tracks of Bosco into that first corner. This is now the switch for the CRG and the Tony karts. Eamon gets into the top 3.
Indeed, superb drive there, and again, just not immediately going defensive there, so it's happy with the position is Herman, and I think Osteen just going to take this one for the long run. We'll need to be careful. Baglin has closed in behind as well, and Baglin again, the consistency's been kicking in here now with the dry conditions. Valerio Villapiana setting the fastest lap of the race, currently in 19th place, but again showcasing the speed is there. Baglin here is now started to break inside the top 8 of the intermediate classification. Remember, he's battling at this moment with Drummond. Drummond at this moment does not sit inside that top 8, and this is what we're talking about. He only needs to outscore Drummond this weekend by 23 championship points to be able to take this the title this weekend versus will it go to Kristianstad?
Do you know what? Obviously, you want to see drivers succeed, but I'd really like to see the run for the championship actually go to Kristianstad, because if Baglin was to win it there, it would be quite a cool story to say he made a world championship. He was made a world champion there last year. He could maybe be made a European champion there this year. After, of course, see how this weekend plays out. For Baglin, he will want it to be done and dusted this weekend. Race isn't over, though. Schaeffler now down the inside, gets the move on VDK's Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, and signals to say push ahead, keep going, because the race is still alive. We don't want Gilles Herman to catch up to us, because Herman is faster than both of them ahead.
Yeah, indeed, and loving that move down the inside of that final turn. It looks like a single file flat out corner, doesn't it? But you're able just to give it a little flick and you can get the nose down the inside on the exit. So really great to see that one. Here is Baglin now closing in on Asher Osteen. This would be a P4 position for Baglin if he's able to get it. And if I'm right in saying for Baglin, it's his highest finishing position so far this weekend, I think, with P4. I'll have to try and work that one out if that is the case. They're all closing in just that little bit here. Gilles Herman, who managed to break away earlier on, seemingly like he's being caught again at this point.
Yeah, so he's being reeled in now. Baglin now down the inside. The CRG of Osteen's going to concede the position, is going to let him have it. Baglin now inside of the top 4. Just maybe gives a bit of a signal there to Osteen. The next driver that they're looking at is the Tony Kart of Gilles Herman then, but Herman looking very settled. And again, he's a driver that's definitely had an up and down day or an up and down weekend so far. He needs some points after DNFs earlier on. Also names who have had a bit of a similar story. Dan Alleman, such an up and down day for Dan so far. He's been inside of the top 3, then he's had DNFs. For Dan now on the road is sat P15 with 8 places lost. Purcell, quite a similar story. Purcell P14 currently. He's had DNFs, but then he's had moments of greatness as well. So this track really providing a challenge this weekend, and I think it's maybe invited by the nature of things. It's really tight and twisty. There's Angelina Simmons and Valeria Villapiana. Villapiana now getting inside of the fight once more. Didn't have the qualifying result. That's really put him on the back foot. But within this race, he's got 10 places to his name.
Yes, indeed. Schaufler, though, setting the fastest lap of the race. We're into the 50-second timer now. And at the front there, looking so strong. This fight, though, raging on, and that has got Alleman in the middle of it, and he's going to look down the inside. He'll take that one away from Angelina Simmons. Valeria Villapiana just ahead of that as well. Rafael Bassato just behind. That is how close they are. Very close indeed, to be precise, and all of them just wanting to gain one more place or so over the course of this one, but time very quickly running out. Nicole, we're already on lap 11 of 12, and Schaufler's lead at the front here is all absolutely fine. Fusion and Forza, the 2 satellites, wheel to wheel here, in towards turns 2. Big sends there. Nikita Bott battling it away with Nathan Cappin as they continue on. This is Baglin closing in on Herman. Got the move done on Osteen. Can he get this one done to get up into 3rd place? That would be a very strong end to the first half of the day, which would put Baglin up well inside the points inside the top 10.
Yeah, Noah coming to life now within these dry conditions. Of course, these drivers now, last lap board is out. Baglin, no, he's not letting him be put off. Gets the move done, gets past the Tony Kart clean as you like. Don't know if he's going to have enough time to catch up to Mateusz van der Kerkhoff there. But Baglin now, for the first time this weekend, is officially inside of your top 3. Schaufler, though, makes it a top spot almost. Has got half a lap left to go. Of course, previous qualifying heats had a win earlier on today. Now makes to look at 2 consecutive heat wins. Turns 10 and 11 are ticked off. We'll take the long run down in towards turn number 13, where these drivers then set themselves up for one of the fastest parts of this circuit. 14 corners in total. Nicolas Schaufler has mastered those and has now seen the checkered flag to make it a 2nd qualifying heat win of the DPK for the DPK outfit. Good results for Nicolas then. We'll go back to the awning and we'll be happy with that one.
Yes, indeed. For Schaufler, a very strong result there. Another win from P6 is really shining this young man, who steps up now 2nd in the points. Is only 3 points behind Osteen, who still leads with 166 points. The biggest mover, though, Valerio Villapiana, from 25th to 13th, a gain of 12. So a strong result there for the Italian, who will make their way back to Parc Ferme. Nicolas Schaufler, Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, and Noah Baglin then 1, 2, 3 at the end of that race. Strong results for the top 3 and good points as well to add on to the tally. Gilles Herman from Asher Osteen, Victor Gustafsson from Bosco Arias, Endo Rata from Filippo Sala, Archie Owen from Casper Reipold, Max Welland from Valerio Piana, Davide Bettaro 14th, and Dan Alaman, Rafael Bassato, Rafael Ballard from Angelina Simmons, who rounds out the top 18. 19th place downward seeds Nathan Cappin and Adam Gavin, Nikita Bott from Matheus Gonzalez, Yves Rees from Yuri Lavar, Jan Swatzer and Evan Purcell, who rounds out the top 26. I believe that is our first race today, Nicole. No retirements.
First of the weekend.
First of the weekend, so that's quite something then with the sunny conditions. Here's your highlights from that race, and start. Very dramatic for Davide Bettaro, but brought it back onto the circuit. Very risky one there. We then saw Van der Kerkhoff early doors take that lead away. I was thinking that was going to be it. I thought Van der Kerkhoff was going to take that one. No one expected Schaufler to be able to repeat what he did in that previous race, which was push his way forward and later close in. Firstly on Asher Osteen down the inside. Later then for the race lead. This was Gustafsson making the moves again. Good results for the wild card here, gaining his places through the field. Then we saw the VDKs battling away, and then all sort of kicking off. Jill Herman getting a good run for this one. That was the lead change through in towards the final turn. That puts Schaufler into the lead. That would be signed, sealed and done. That would take him to the very end with the last few moments. Baglin with the moves, but Schaufler with the win. All of them gaining decent points, with Asher Osteen leading the points at the end of that first half of the day. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We're back out on track with the Academy Senior, and then the last rotations of races determine who starts on pole for those superheats tomorrow. Myself, Andrew Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. We'll see you in 45 minutes' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box as we are ready for the second half of the qualifying heats phase here at the Arena E Motorsport Arena in Mülsen. Year of opening 2019. The event record has been moving along nicely throughout the day. Dan Alleman has that with a 49.715. That was done in qualifying heat B versus E earlier on today. No one has gone faster than that just as of yet, but with the track still dry, the sun still shining, that could change. The track itself, 1,315 metres. It's 275 down the start finish, 176 in towards turn 13. It's about 7 to 11 metres wide. Around about 1 to 3 metres of elevation change out there. It's a very flat circuit, very smooth. Very fast indeed. Many turns out there as well, 14 in total, 8 to the right, 6 to the left, and 4 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those turns provides ample overtaking opportunities for the drivers. We do see them, of course, in towards turns 2. We see them into then the next big heavy braking zone of turn 3, into then turn 6, and then, of course, into turn 13. We see them once or twice through 11 and 12, as well as on the exit of turns 9 and into turns number 10. Top speed in the seniors, well, they will be reaching that into the braking zone of turn 2, around about 130 kilometres an hour. Very quick speed indeed, but they'll average around 100 kilometres an hour around the entirety of the circuit. We've had 14 races so far today. We're going into the second half of the day. The last rotations for the junior and the OK categories. But the last remaining heats of the day for the Academy Senior as well. We've got 2 coming up to kickstart us. Firstly, starting with qualifying heat B versus C. And then groups A versus D that will be out onto the track. And there we can see, starting it primed and ready at the front of the field there. Planeta ready to go racing at the front end of the field here. Action all around, and with him taking a race win earlier on, 50 points to his name, ready to see what he can achieve in this next race, Nicole.
Yeah, Philip Planeta then, one of the fastest drivers in time qualifying. Really good pace for him. Took that qualifying heat win earlier on. It was not gifted to him. He did have to work for it and make up a position. But for this one, he is definitely the driver to beat so far for Czechia. Other names that have had good results so far within our Academy Seniors, Michael Zions. Zions earlier was in that last Academy Senior qualifying heat this morning. He stayed inside of the top 4 for the entire race. And, of course, Jan Rodriguez, not in this first race, but was a big contender earlier on today. Drivers now getting sprung into life to go into their second qualifying heat of the weekend. Qualifying groups B versus C coming to you now.
Indeed, and it is Czechia and Poland on the front row of the grid with Planeta and Zion on row number 1. Jose Bautista and Sebastian Gronel-Eels, who's hoping for a better result in this one after that DNF earlier on. Zhao Yunqi will be joining Proktor Solokovtsev on that third row of the grid. Tudor Yerkin and Oliver Kirk go from row number 4. Kirk, who was caught out, I believe, with a DSQ earlier on. Jan Rodriguez and Rafael Volante, they will lock out the first half of the field. They will go from row number 5.
Row number 6 will see Flavio Caira alongside Ryan Tutogio, and from row number 7, Wurapong Aimshuan starts alongside Yvonne Simonova. From your 8th row for Brazil, it's Marcela Assumpção with Christian Carrillo, and from row number 9, Maximiliano Gobbi will see Alvaro Para. From 10, it's Nicolas Malero with Aisa Al-Hamidi, and from row number 11, it's Oliver Hjordrup and Petra Milicevic.
Yes, indeed. Field ready to go. There you can see the hard-working marshals and officials out on the circuit. They have been very busy over the course of the day. But let's see how it will transpire for the field on this one. The second run of qualifying heats for the Senior Academy Trophy drivers here as they get themselves primed and ready to go. Obviously, drastically different conditions now from what the Academy saw earlier on in that challenging, changing conditions that we saw for the field. But now, on a completely dry circuit, we get to see the true speed of what these drivers can achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. So for these drivers then, it's their first dry sessions that they've had. We've not had any dry laps for our Academy seniors. New territory for them to try and figure out. So they're not just battling with each other, they're battling with themselves to adjust and learn things lap after lap. This is going to be an interesting one. Maybe some names from the back will actually highlight themselves as having more pace than what they did in the wet and will climb through the order. Maybe names like Maximiliano Gobbi, Christian Carrillo and Marcella Sumsau.
Indeed. Right then, we are moments away from seeing the start of this race. That's more like it. Synchronisation. That's an 8 out of 10 there for the hard-working marshals out on circuit. With the field set to go for this one. Planeta and Zion then front row of the grid. But of course the points leaders at the moment is Planeta and Lapa. Can Michael Zion do something about this as he scored a third place, fourth place earlier on? Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is a late call. It's yes, we are racing towards turn one. It's a good start for the inside row. This will help Planeta out massively. Zion will try to carry the speed around the outside there, but he is going to drop back into the order then. Already Czechia with a big advantage here in towards turn three for the first time. Is starting to already break away. It's very close there from second onwards as the field concertina themselves through. They all managed to get through the first half of the lap relatively unscathed here, Nicole.
Yeah, good start for our drivers then. Dry conditions will invite probably more clean starts than what we saw in the wet earlier on for these drivers. Planeta, good job out there in the front by him so far. He's got a bit of a gap there to the drivers. Second, third and fourth. Final corner looking to be ticked off, and I would say a challenge for P2 will be on. Is that potentially
Jan Rodriguez, yeah.
Jan Rodriguez then again. He has fallen down. Such a shame for him. Of course, he was fighting in the strong end. At the front, though, Philip Planeta from Tudor Jurken. They are your 1 and 2. Great starts by Jurken as the lit rounds out your top three as big sends go on in the background. This is for all of the battle for Valon, Sumsau and Christian Carrillo.
Yeah, indeed. And loving this stuff here from Bautista. And he is pushing forward if he can. There behind Tudor Jurken, who is still holding firm in second place. The gap is 0.7 of a second between themselves and Planeta, who is continuing to try and break away here. Sebastian Gronel-Eels is a driver who I will keep a close eye on in this race. Of course, had that DNF earlier on. I'm sure will be hunting down a solid result in this one. Out of turn 13, into the final corner they go. Back onto the start-finish straight. You can see how the gaps have just opened up there for first, second and third. Junji still in a close proximity. That's a close little scrap over the start-finish line. Squeeze the door closed there. And that's as close as you like to get for Rion. Tuton-Gio nearly off the road.
I'm keeping an eye on some of the drivers a bit further back here, Anthony. Marcella Sumsau, in that final at Valencia, she highlighted herself as a bit of a human highlight reel. She was a good overtaker. Now she's up by 3 positions to be in P12. Looking at Gobbi, looking at Flavio Caira as well there. Into turns 6 and 7. That was the change between Wirapong there for Thailand. It's just pipped that move to get into P9. Out in the front then, the gap between Philip Planeta and Tudor Jurken then looks to reduce. It's only now 0.4 of a second that splits up those two at the front. Tudor Jurken can have something here. The gap now under 0.4. It's now 0.331, helped by the fact that he's been consistently quick over the past couple of laps pace-wise. That's Michael Zions now, making himself the leader of this little trio you can see on your screens. It was Young Ji that he has just found his way through on.
Yes, he has indeed, as Jose Bautista Delish there, setting the fastest lap of the race. There's a big send down the inside. I'll take that one back. Thank you very much, says Tudor Jurken, and takes the lead. Is that the lead of the race away? Yeah, I think it is. So Jurken through. Planeta here, down to second place. And, well, we just saw Jose Bautista Delish just set the fastest lap of the race. Can he utilise that and into a potential race victory here?
Yeah, I think this trio is going to maybe put on a show for us now. It's Tudor Jurken from Philip Planeta from Delic there. Of course, for Philip Planeta, he's trying to make it 2 consecutive heats wins as well, added on top of by that impressive pace put in by time qualifying. This is, of course, we've got 2 heats. We've got 1 heat after this for your Academy Senior, where your other race winner of Albi Lapper will be involved. So I'm sure Albi Lapper is looking at this, hoping that Planeta cannot pull it off. And now we're going to have that switch almost attempted. Delic is going to try and have something to say, and does just that through turns 10.
Yeah, very close indeed, as that becomes our 3rd retirement. Flavio Cara out of the race, but he also lost Al Hamadi as well earlier on over at turn 13, I think mechanical in nature there also. So a fair few retirements in this one. But now that overtake has happened, Tuliakin has broken away here. And, well, has to be try to reel in just that little bit now. We'll have to wait and see. Down the inside there, we're seeing the changes happening. It's a little further back in the field, but Oliver Kerg got a tough race earlier on. Now pushing through and is on a 2-place gain.
Yeah, so Tudor Jurgen then is probably feeling a bit hard done by after a 5-second penalty in his first qualifying heat. That's probably being thrown into the way he's driving right now. He's trying to redeem himself. He's trying to get to the front and hold on to the front. 7/10 now split up. Him and Delic, who's still being challenged there by Planeta. So these two maybe look to cost each other some time here, Anthony. Turn number 13, we're still going to see Philip look to chase, look to challenge. And if they do start to overtake each other once more, all they're going to do is allow Tudor Jurgen to extend that gap. It's actually been reduced slightly over the course of that lap. The Sebastian Grandal is currently sat in P4. Also probably, like Tudor Jurgen, hoping that this duo here do get busy with each other and do start to scrap.
Indeed. Well, we'll have to wait and see, as Planeta now has seemingly found some pace once again, has set that fastest lap of the race, 53.507 in the toe there of the Argentine, but not able to get an overtake done yet. But as you were mentioning, Grandinils there, I can imagine, will be really hoping for these two to start scrapping away. And I'm sure so would Jurgen, who would like to see them fall back just that little bit and not be so close to his rear bumper. Over the start-finish line we go once more. We now head on to lap number 8 of this race. 7 laps are completed, as the field now gets into the latter stage of this race to think what they want to do for their last race right at the end of the day.
Petra Miljevic having a good race out there, Anthony. 13 places for Petra. She's now sat inside of the top 10. Alvaro Parra there, 8 places for him to be in 10th position. So those two drivers having quite a good little fight out there. Slightly varied lines there through that second sector for your 2 and 3 of Delic and Planeta. Still no change has been seen just yet, as the gap now between Delic and Tudor Jurgen actually starts to reduce once more. It's just under 7/10. It's around about 6.5 now that splits up those two. They'll cross under the start-finish gantry and under the feet of race director Gonzalo Planta once more. What is the gap now? It's getting reduced. It's 0.582, so half a second splits up 1 and 2 now. I'd say the fight for this raid is definitely not over here. We could be on for a 3-car battle.
We certainly could be, but let's keep a close eye on those sector times and pace at the moment. Planeta with him dropping down to 3rd is still the points leader. It will throw the ball back into the side of Albi Lapper in that next race to determine who's going to be the points leader going into that last rotation of the day at the end of the day today. Oliver Kirk here, still all over the rear bumper, though, of Michael Zions, who did get that move done earlier on, has not been able to break away from this. Zhao Yunji still there also, ready to pick up the pieces if anything does happen between these two. Once more, they fight over the line. Any lunges this time around? To the outside there will be for Oliver Kirks. He's going to try and get the up and under here. A little bit of margin on the exit, but no real drama here as they all hug the inside line as the field goes on to lap 10 of this 12-lap race. Just the gap on the inside, so tantalisingly close. And every attempt that Kirk makes, Zhao Yunji tries to get that nose down the inside, but it's not going to happen. And Michael Zion lives on to see another lap in front of these two.
Yeah, Zion's looking, however, like he could be...
Oh, it dropped a wheel off the road. Straight off goes Oliver Kerg. A mistake there, and that will cost him dearly. But he'll only lose out on one position, but that is quite a shame at this end point of the race.
Of course, I would say that was probably introduced for Kerg because he was disqualified earlier on in the day. He's pushing hard. He's trying to get closer to the front. And that's maybe why he's just run himself off of the road. Last couple of laps left to go. Still, these battles do not let off. This is in the background for drivers down towards turn number 1. Hot spot for overtakes. Marcela Assumpção being that name to now get past Carrillo there. That is, however, for P13 as we'll watch what just happened for Oliver Kerg. So on the exit turn number 10, just completely drops a wheel, maybe assisted slightly by the exit curb that just got under the kart. Pulls loads of debris off onto the circuit, which is going to make it hard work for the next drivers behind. Does cut the corner, gets over the grass, back onto the track, and quite lucky to have only lost out on one position. Last lap board out then. Trudy Jurken sees that one ahead of Delic and Planeta. No change for these three drivers over the past 3 or 4 laps. They're sat exactly where they're going to be. Maybe a change for P2 could shortly be on though, because out of nowhere Philip Planeta has found some pace once more into 4 and 5. Can he try and close things up on the brakes to Delic? Looks to try and do that. Now watch him through 6 and 7. Is he going to try and pop that nose down the inside? Delic is more than aware that he's there. He dances onto that tighter and more defensive line, and the change for P2. Oh, it was close. They tag slightly through turns 10, but it's not enough for Philip Planeta. To me here, Anthony, it looks like Delic is going to hold on to that one in P2, and it's going to release Trudy Jurken out in the front, who's got one more corner to complete before he heads down the start-finish straight and takes the checkered flag.
Romania taking the win over the line. A great run there, and will step up to second in the points then. 88 points to Jurken's name there. He'll be delighted with that one. He still hasn't taken the outright points lead. That is still Philip Planeta, who holds on to that one with 91 points to his name with that third place. But a very strong run there for the Romanian from 7th on the grid. That's a really strong race there, and could spell a strong result maybe at the end of the weekend. We'll have to wait and see. Biggest mover, though, does go to Petra Milosavljevic. Gaining a fair few spots in that one. A grand total of 11 to finish in P11. So field heads back, and I think that's a solid start to the second half of the day there, Nicole.
Yeah, exactly what Trudy Jurken would have wanted after that 5-second penalty as well. So job done for him before he heads into his last qualifying heat of the day. Trudy Jurken from Jose Delic from Philip Planeta. They are your 1, 2 and 3. Good race for all of those drivers, then managing to stay in the sharp part of your field today. Sebastian Grondal-Ils and Michael Zions take you to your top 5, with Zhao Zhenji, Oliver Kerg, Maximiliano Gobbi, Wirupong, Imshuan taking you to P9, with Alvaro Para rounding out your top 10. Big positions gained there for Petra Milosavljevic, 11 places in total for her, with Solokovskev P12, Assumpção 13. Christian Carrillo and Yvonne Simonova taking you to your top 15, with Oliver Hjordrup, Ryan Totogio, Nicolas Malero and Rafael Volant taking you to your 19 finishers, with us losing Flavio Caira, Essa Al-Hamidi and Jan Rodriguez in the opening couple of laps. Third senior Academy Trophy qualifying heats done and dusted for the day. Quite a settled and calm race, I'd actually say, for our trophy drivers into the first corner. Nothing majorly untoward for anybody. Everybody quite cleanly through. Some drivers 3 wide at points, but nobody off onto the grass. Nobody having major moments then or drama until this stage, where Jan Rodriguez made himself the first DNF driver. In the early stages, Michael Zions was in the top parts of your field. We had battles between him, Trudy Jurken, Philip Planeta as well, as we also had Planeta overtaken at some points, but keep his head, keep steady, and allow that P3 spot to continue for the rest of the race.
Indeed. That fight did go on, though, as Batis adjusts with the moves down the inside, trying to take that position away from Planeta. Had to wait that little bit longer to find the gap down the inside. Did indeed then find it. Then we had the Oliver Kerr battle with Michael Zions. This moment here, very rare moment, but easily done. You know, you're so focused on the driver in front, you don't realise how close you're getting to the edge of the circuit, and then before you realise it, that runoff curb has run out, and then you've hit a grass patch, and then it just sends you off the road. And as we mentioned, a lot of debris coming onto the track at the end of that one. Last few moments of the race, and last few sends down the inside. All the drivers here trying to gain those, including Marcela Assumpção, trying to push her way through the field. It's very close at the very end of that one. Wasn't meant to be for the drivers there, which is the win going to Judy Yerkin. Will be happy with that one. The Romania coming away with strong points at the end of that second qualifying heat of the day for groups B and C. Time for the second runs then for groups A and D in the Academy Trophy here in Mülsen, Germany. Back with groups A versus D. And the results earlier on for some of them saw Albi Lapper take the win. And, of course, Albi Lapper starting this one on the 4th row of the grid. For Saab Kale, a tough race earlier on was DSQ, so he's got to push back in this one to see what it can do. There is Vanessa Schilkenater. However, we caught up with Vanessa earlier on this weekend to see what she had to say coming into round 2 of the Academy Senior.
Vanessa Schilkenater, welcome to round 2 of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy here in Mülsen, Germany. Good points in the final in Spain. How do you think it will go here in Germany, and what can you reflect on what happened in Spain?
So in Spain it was a bit hard weekend. We was having a tricky quali. We didn't help us. Then in the heats we recovered good, including that we had one DNF in the 3rd heat of the chain broke. And then in the final we were starting quite down, but we knew that we have the pace. And the final went pretty well, I would say. We gained a lot of position, made it to the points, which was nice. And I think this weekend will go pretty well, because I test here. We did 2 race weekends, and it was quite okay. And I hope it will go our way with the luck. So, yeah.
Well, fingers crossed for that. But how difficult is it going to be to keep you in the world of karting, because you're already starting to race some cars as well? Tell us your experience in that.
So last weekend I did the single-seater first race with the car. It was quite different experience that I have even did in my life, for sure. And it went quite well. We managed to show our pace and how good you can be from jump from the go-kart to the car. And yeah, it's most probably my last season in go-karts, which is quite sad.
It is a bit sad. We'll miss you if that is the case. But you've driven the OK engine many times, of course, in the main championships. But how does it feel now to drive the OKN? Is there much difference, or does it feel kind of similar?
It feels kind of similar. For sure, the OKN is more easy to drive. You need to make less mistakes all the time, but it's normally you have less power in the exits and also in the straight, which feels easier. And yeah.
Excellent. Well, very best of luck this weekend. Enjoy the challenging conditions that we may have, a bit of rain or sunshine, but we'll have to wait and see. Best of luck this weekend, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Always a good catch-up there with Vanessa Schilkenater ahead of this weekend. We'll see how she can do as she starts this from the 3rd row of the grid. The front row, though, sees Saab Kale and Alexis Janellet. They've been very quick, but let's see what they can achieve in this race. Alex Cesario and Boaz Maximov will go from row number 2. Vanessa Schilkenater and Liam Carr go from row 3, with Leopold Junch and Albi Lapper going from row number 4. Jonathan Landstrom and Konstantin Paps, they lock out the first half of the field. They go from row 5.
Row number 6, we've got Simba Matoda hoping for a better result after a disqualification earlier on. He's starting alongside Derek Wargo. From your 7th row, it's Constance Sipula with Leonie Air. She had a good race earlier on. And from row number 8, it's Louis Sifri with Arva Darwan. From your 9th row, Jesse Swartzy's Adam Rybitz, and from row number 10, your top 20 has Tiziano Alnatola and Ori Goldberg. 11 rows in total, with Daniel Schreier-Eiser and Danish Chen being the last two on your last Academy Senior qualifying heats of this rotation. We will see these drivers again later on. They will be your last two qualifying heats of the day. So, stories from earlier results. Saab Kale and Simba Matoda were both disqualified from their first qualifying heat. Quite an interesting results for Saab Kale, who of course was your pole man from earlier on, was your fastest driver overall. Had a good on-track result, but it was taken away, causing, actually it was for working on the pre-grid. So for Saab, not what you want to see.
No, indeed. Hopefully that is not the case this time around, and we will see a strong race for the field, which looks like they're ready to go racing. Last few moments of tyre warming there, but as they enter into the tram lines, will we see the lights go out? We wait for Gonzalo Plante to do that, and he does do that. We are racing in towards turn one. Good start for Alexis Genellet. Able to sweep through as they go side by side for the race lead at the very front of the field. It's nearly 4 wide there for P1, but they all settle down into place, and it is still a good start. Everyone very squirrely under braking there, Nicolin, towards turn 3, as there's been a moment in the background. Oh dear, 5 karts have collided, and it all starts with Jonathan Landstrom being one of them. Konstantin Papp, Simba Matoda is there, Louis Sifri and Arav Dhawan, unfortunately, all involved as Alexis Genellet under investigation for a start procedure infringement, maybe a jump start in that.
Well, Arav Dhawan tried to get the kart back into life but didn't manage to do that. 4 of those drivers have had their karts pulled off, but one has managed to get things going again. So this is a replay. So yeah, Alexis Genellet just quite clearly ahead of Saab Kale at that start. I would say it's quite an obvious jump start there.
Yeah, that is quite a shame on that one. Of course, the officials will look at that. They'll make a decision themselves, of course, and they'll determine the best course of action for that. For the moment, though, we watch Genellet leading the way from Boaz Maximov, who is holding on to P2 for the time being. Kale still there in 3rd from Desario. Carr, Lapper, Schilkanator from John still fighting their way through. No dramas yet in terms of the track action here for these front runners, bar from Genellet under investigation. But for the moment, they seem cool, calm and collected as they enter back onto the start-finish straight.
So Simba Matoda was the driver involved in that 5-kart pile-up that did manage to get the kart back into life, but he now is currently sat down in P last. 3-kart battle going through that second corner then for these drivers, as that is the fight there for P4. So we've got Cesario, Liam Carr and Albi Lapper part of that. Lapper being the fastest driver on the track, so of course the fastest driver in that fight, trying to get back to the front like what we saw from him earlier on. There is Lapper on your screen. That qualifying heat win that we saw from him earlier on was in wet conditions. Let's see how the driver of Great Britain now fares in the dry. Currently sat P6. Carr, however, looking strong there in P5. He's not going to let go of that just yet. Leonia then, a bit aggressive maybe, is the driver of France. She sat just behind Vanessa Schilkanator, who's there on your screen going through turn number 14. Leonia, good race earlier on, now on a 6th place game, but with those 6, has probably had her elbows out a little bit too much, as now Vanessa Schilkanator looks almost to set something up through that first major braking zone. The driver who had a DNF earlier on, looking to push and looking to get some points.
Indeed. Boaz Maximov, though, getting the max out of his kart and is pushing very fast at the front here. 53.9 out there, and is only 0.2 of a second off the back of Alexis Genellet. The rest of the field there pushing through. There is Vanessa Schilkanator, who had a bit of a disaster earlier on at the spin round that final corner and found us for recovering back at the beginning of that race. But keep a close eye on this one as Alexis Genelay keeps checking over the shoulder. Doesn't look comfortable there, Nicole, at the front.
No, for Alexis, of course, at Valencia was really the driver to be, as this is now Albi Lapper coming back into life again. So Lapper now past Liam Carr for P4. You know, for Alexis Genelay, it was a pole. It was almost a clean sweep of things through qualifying heats. Now here in Mülsen, not looking as strong, but he's still looking sharp. Oh, off the road there for some of the drivers. That is, of course, the fight at the front.
Now, will they see that as gaining an advantage from going off the circuit because the gap opened up? Will he argue that he was forced off? That is the biggest question. He's backed off now massively, so any time that he did gain there, Genelay here is in the wars right now. He is doing everything he can to try and hold on to this position, but the field behind just closing in. This is it again. So you can see Boaz Maximov to the outside here, switches to the inside. No contact made, doesn't commit to going through. He just missed the corner there and drove off the circuit. Quite an interesting one. Well, while we were on that replay, it has changed at the front. Boaz Maximov has now got through. This is Albi Lapper back up into third place. Now, this is quite interesting. Albi Lapper looking to see if he can try and replicate what he did earlier on.
Yeah, but he's not going to be given it because Boaz Maximov, of course, has led a race this weekend. Again, these moves going on for Liam Carr. Carr now switching positions on the entrance towards 6 and 7. So, it's Genelay from Boaz Maximov from Albi Lapper there. We'll watch the replay into the starts in corner. So Boaz Maximov down the inside, gets signalled by Alexis Genelay to say, push, keep going. Maximov, second time this weekend, now leads a race as under investigation is Alexis Genelay now for what we can only assume is cutting the circuit.
Yes, indeed. Maximov, though, in control of this race. Lapper wanting to close in. Cars there, Kale Desario all closing in. Vanessa Schulkenater is there as well. Leonier is just off the back of those two as well. So we'll keep a close eye on that fight. Actually, Leonier's just got that move done on Vanessa Schulkenater. So that fight still rages on. It is very close here, Nicole. The top four separated by less than a second. There they are. This is all the top four. Genelay back on the attack here. Not looking for the move down the inside at turn 13. Just stays behind Maximov for the moment. Back over into the start-finish straight to complete lap number 7 and on to lap number 8 of this race.
Well, two duos have now made themselves a quad, so we've got this gap reducing now between Boaz Maximov and Alexis Genelay as the first two, and Albi Lapper, change for the race lead. Big send there for Genelay. Great move, opens things up, not just for Lapper, but for Carr as well. Carr manages to get past Boaz Maximov. Here's Albi Lapper. Albi Lapper from P3 to the race lead within the course of just 2 corners, but he's going to lose out Liam Carr. Where's he come from? Liam Carr pushes his way through, leads this race. We then have again Alexis Genelay back into P2. Lapper's dropped to 4th, and this has now turned into a 4-cart, 5-cart, maybe even 6-cart battle through that final corner because we've got more names starting to get involved. Desario's there, Saab KO, Leonie is looking to get involved, almost 3-cart wide out of turn number 14. We're going to have a duo trying to push away at the front, but they're all going to be backed up. Alexis Genelay is trying to now turn this into a massive train off the road. Alexis Genelay's forced wide over the grass, keeps his foot on the power, gets back onto the circuit, but is going to gift the race lead to who even is that at the front now? This has changed so many times. Boaz Maximov back to the front. We've got Lapper P3, Liam Carr in P2, but not for too much longer because now Lapper back into second.
Oh, someone put 50p in meter and it turned the race up to 11 on this one. It really kicked off at this stage. But Maximov now in control. But here, Carr and Lapper continue to fight away, but it is Lapper who is trying to push this one back through a little earlier on the brakes, a little late on the brakes, so Maximov leaves the door open into the final turn. Lapper goes through. Here's Carr, here's Desario. Oh, how close to the pit wall could they be there over the line? They only go on to lap number 10. There's still a couple of laps left in this race. It's going to be the longest 2 laps of Albi Lapper's life if they continue to fight like this. But there, Carr holds on to second place for the moment. Everyone wanting a piece of the action here, but it simmers down just for the moment as Leonier steps up now as a 10-place gain, and as she's into 4th place.
Do you know what? I'm quite impressed here, Anthony, that battle on the previous lap didn't end in major tears for anyone. Everybody was so close. You had 4, maybe even 5 lead changes over the course of a lap, but everybody's still there. Even Alexis Genelay, despite going off onto the grass, there was no spin, there was no spill for him. Everybody's settled now. It's P2 that the race is on for. It's Carr and Desario. Desario now down the inside. Can he pull off the move? Can he be brave? Absolutely so. Liam Carr's going to lose out on 2 positions there because Leonier, the French driver, is now in there. Leonier now into P3 as now we've got defensive postures being deployed for these drivers, and all that this is now doing is allowing Lapper to pull away off onto the grass. Carr, Desario, Leonier, Boaz Maximov, 3 carts wide into the entrance of 6 and 7 round the outside, and they're off. And they're off now. This is where it goes wrong. This is where it falls apart for drivers, and it falls apart for your previous pole sitter of Saab KO. It was a disqualification. Now it's going to be a DNF.
Yeah, Desario and Genelay were all involved in that one as well, and that is quite a shame for them at this point. Look at the lead now that Albi Lapper's got. He's able to just break away there at the front of the field. Still defensive posture here for Boaz Maximov. He's battling away with Leonier. That is trying to break inside the top 3 here. Maximov is going to absolutely hug that inside line, squeezes Leonier to the outside. The young French lady there trying to break inside this top 3, but is absolutely being denied here. Carr is safe in 2nd place. There is the fight for 5th place downwards. Wago is there. Schilkreiter and Junch all trying to get involved, and Schilkreiter is going to lose out to another position there. That is Junch up into 6th place. But the fight in the background still doesn't outmatch this one, as off the road goes Boaz Maximov. Off the road, Lapper's going to take the win over the line. He's going to lead the intermediate classification going into later on today. Liam Carr will take 2nd ahead of Leonier, who is one of 2 biggest movers in that race. She finishes that one in 3rd place after Boaz Maximov there has that moment out of turn 13. But it is Albi Lapper who takes the win, and with that maximizes his point score to 100 as he will head to the final race later on today as the points leader. For the rest of the results then, Liam Carr versus Leonier, 1, 2 and 3. Very strong result. She is the biggest mover in that race and the highest ranked from Boaz Maximov. Derek Rago from Leopold Junch, from Vanessa Schilkreiter. Alex Desario from Alexis Genelay. Consta Sipler finishing ahead of Danish Chen. Ori Goldberg from Adam Rowitz. Jesse Swart from Daniel Shah-Isa. Tiziana Antona finishes ahead then of Simon Matoda, who rounds out the top 17. The retirement, Saab Kale, Jonathan Landstrom, Konstantin Paps, Louis Sifri, and Arav Dewan, unfortunately not making it to the end of that race. But for Albi Lapper, that is a strong result, and will be delighted with the maximum points then. They've got a bit of a wait then for the Academy Seniors before they'll be back out for their next races later on today. They will be starting around 6:30 time. Well, the questions were already started at the very beginning of that race for Alexis Genelay. Was there a jump start? The officials looking into it as he will get an early lead into the beginning of that race. Later would be some dramatic moments for the classes. A 5-cart pile up there involving Dewan, Sifri, Paps, Landstrom and Kale all colliding there out of turn number 3. That would release the middle of the group. It would make 2 distinctive groups out there, as we saw Albi Lapper slowly making his way through the field there to get the moves done. Later on, Liam Carr, and then later closing in on the lead fight. This moment here put another investigation flag out to the likes of Alexis Genelay, unfortunately, finding himself under the watchful eye of the officials not once but twice in this one. Later lost down that lead to Boaz Maximov, who had a really strong start to that race, able to push forward in that latter stage. And then, with only a couple of laps to go, we really started to see the battle unfold. Lapper had closed in as we saw that overtake for Alexis Genelay to get back up into the lead of the race. Lapper would look down the inside, would be joined by Boaz Maximov. Alex Azario would later close in as well. We would see Derek Wago, Vanessa Chilcaneta, they would all close in. Leonier also closing in at that point. An incredibly close battle between these drivers. This moment here was the defining moment to really kickstart that battle. Genelay down the inside of the final turn really brought everyone into play before he was later squeezed off the road there and kept his foot in it, but did tumble down the order. Then we saw Boaz Maximov in the lead of the race onto lap number 9 of it, with still a few more laps to go. You can see how the drivers who unfortunately retired at the start of that race got to get a front row seat to the action in this last race of the first half of it, before they go into their last races later on today. The action went on and all the way until the tears broke into the drivers. Unfortunately for Saab Kale, they're caught out in that incident and retired from the race. Action did go on to the very end. Boaz Maximov losing out on third. Leonier was able to squeeze through as Albi Lapper would cross the line and take another 50 intermediate classification points. Well, let's head down to Parc Ferme after that race and over to Nicole Sutherland with our drivers.
Well then, Albi Lapper makes it 2 out of 2 there. Albi, good stuff for you. That race just then, you've never driven the track in the dry, so tell us, lap by lap, how things developed and how you sussed out to be as quick as you just were.
I think it was difficult. Obviously, the track's quite dusty and it's very different to how it was in the wet, obviously. But I expected a bit more grip, but I think as the laps went on and the tyre came on, I thought it got better and better. So I thought in the end it was good.
And the overtakes to get into the race lead for you, the spots in the circuit that make it not easy but easier to get past people, where do they exist and how did you work that one out in these dry conditions?
I think really all the heavy braking zones, if you see them defend but then they leave just a little bit of a gap, as long as you put your car there and they can't do anything about it, it works. Obviously I tried to go around the outside, which nearly worked, got me one place, but that's one I might be trying again soon.
Well, you've got another heat left to go later on, so we'll see if you can pull that one off later. Albi, thank you very much indeed. Of course, your Academy Trophy drivers done and dusted for this rotation. We'll see them later on this afternoon, but for now, we'll go back up to Anthony Jordan and back to our juniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. We will see our juniors back out on track in just a moment. Groups D versus F. And I'm getting reports in again of fresh tyres. A lot of drivers here still with full sets of slick tyres that have not been used yet. Not the entire field on this one, but a fair few that have got a full set in this one. So that should make it nice and interesting to this next one. There you can see Will Green and Sevoloda Sachulowski on the front row of the grid. They are ready to go for this one, and be curious to see what they can do. Will Green, of course, is on a 3-win charge at the moment. This one being race 4 in his penultimate race, could find himself with 200 intermediate classification points. We'll have to wait and find out as the engines fire up. The drivers make their way out onto the circuits. This is juniors qualifying heats D versus F, and here is your starting grid. Will Green looking for his 4th win here to go for that title at the end of the season. Sevoloda Sachulowski joining him alongside Henry Muring's had a relatively decent day today. He'll be starting on that 2nd row of the grid alongside Harry Williams, who's got a full set of brand new tyres on board. Achille Ray and Tiberius Mueller go from row 3. It's a similar story for Mueller here. Also, 4 brand new tyres on board. Manny Nuvolini and Julian Rivera go from row 4. Again, the fresh tyres for Rivera. Jason Cosmopoulos and Alexandre Poix as well. Also, brand new tyres on the 5th row of the grid with Manet Zalic and Olivier Sini on row 6. Row 7 sees Felipe Sanchez and Alessandro Caraballo. There is also a brand new set for Caraballo, Michel Orlando and Antoine Vinot. Jean Peugeot and Alexander Lazarus on row number 9. Theo Pelfrain and Emerson McAndrew Uren goes from row number 10. There we'll see row 11 of Christian Kobe and Lenny Mäkinen. Mäkinen with a fresh set of tyres on the 11th row. Daniel Ferreira and Jan Garziele go from row 12 with Stan Ratajski, Julia Angelard, Kim and Jay and Eden Kasarovic rounding out the 28-car field. Everyone ready to go for this one, and tensions will be high for the front row here. Those fresh tyres on the drivers behind certainly could make it very interesting here. Obviously not one full side of the grid, but still many drivers here who could step up through the order quite nicely, I could imagine. For the moment, we have to wait and see as the drivers prime themselves ready to go. But everyone here is set. The sun still shining. Clouds are looming again over the circuit, but I don't think there's any threat of any precipitation at this point. I think we are all good, but we of course have to wait and see. The drivers make their way past the red line now. They've finished their out lap. This is their formation lap then to get themselves started ready for this qualifying heat. Like we say, for Will Green, with his 150 points, he's looking for another 50 here to put himself with 200 points and the points leader in his title fight with Daniel Miron here in Mülsen. The field, of course, will head to Kristianstad in Sweden for that final round, and a European title will be taken. But for the moment, we have to wait and see what happens. As the field enters the tram lines, are we ready to go racing? The answer is no. It is a false start, and they will go round again for one more try. Gives the drivers with those fresher tyres a bit more chance to get some temperature into them, I suppose. Air temp creeping up very slowly, though. 21 degrees out there for the moment, but it's turned into a very nice day. You can tell it's a nice day because the grandstand that was empty earlier on has filled out nicely now. So everyone thinking, right, I'm going to take a seat in there now, as the conditions have improved dramatically over the course of it. The drivers to really watch out, I believe, in this one. Julian Rivera of Ecuador looks really quick. His first appearance out in this one. He's got the brand new tyres. He has been looking quick. Can he push that kart from the 4th row of the grid? Yes, he is a wildcard entry into this weekend, but certainly could do something from that 4th row. Could Jason Cosmopoulos do something on that CRG? The CRG package has been looking quick, and so was he earlier on. There he is on your screen, the 256. Obviously, it ended in disaster earlier on, but he'll have put that behind him. He'll be focusing on the job in hand here. That is stepping forward in this race. Once more then, the field head round the final turn and towards the tram lines once more. It was a false start earlier on. Will it be lights out this time? Let's find out. Into the tram lines. It is lights out and fights on. It's a good start for Green. Immediately, Sebastian Sashalowski tries to get into the inside line, but he is denied because Henry Muring is there on the Door Motorsport machine. The whole field gets through, and it is still Will Green who leads the way then as they head down in towards turn 3 for the first time. It's the Barrichello Birrell who is there, who's looking very strong. It's Achille Ray who is there in 4th place. 1 or 2 carts going off the road in the background, cutting over the chicane, but they all keep it on the straight and narrow, but albeit tumbling down that order just that little bit. But crucially at the front, for Will Green, that's exactly the start he wanted. No drama whatsoever, and he's looking to see if he can take his 4th win out of 4 races.
Yeah, 4 would be great glory for Will Green, as that's a nice little send down the inside by the CRG of Jason Cosmopoulos there, but he actually gives the position to Manny Nuvolini. So Nuvolini now through to get higher up than where he started this race from. He's currently sat in P5. Achille Ray now loses position. Oh, big send down the inside for Julian Rivera. Rivera really brave there on that Cali kart, straight through on the Barrichello Birrell there. Achille Ray, we've not seen him up this high so far within a race. He's dropped down at the starts normally, and now he's looking strong. Christian Kobe now trying to weave his way through the traffic. Kobe has not stepped inside of the top 15 just yet. Now looks to be overtaken once more, this time into 6 and 7 by Olivericini. Intermediate classification is there on your screen. Will Green so far has maxed out on points. He could not have possibly done any more than what he already has this weekend, as now Cosmopoulos and Julian Rivera see each other. Julian Rivera looking really strong here, Anthony. Both of these drivers matched on machinery, but for those two different liveries. Down into towards turn number 1, Nuvolini looking good. Nuvolini looking right at the McLaren driver of Harry Williams. So for P4, it's Williams versus Mercedes.
Yes, time being, they all stay kind of stern for the moment, and for Harry Williams, who's the McLaren driver with the Williams last name, it's quite funny actually, but he's under pressure. Nuvolini smacks the curb, and that puts him under massive pressure. Nuvolini squeezes through. Great drive there, but Nuvolini certainly had to work a little bit deeper into that one, because he is pushing through. Müller tumbles down the order to 15th place, but that is going to be an interesting development as Alexandre Bois becomes the latest driver to go under investigation. But let's see how this goes for him as Green holds forward and continues to break away by 1.3 seconds.
So signals have gone out this time to Zvaric. Zvaric trying to push his way through there for Forza. Green continues to pick things up. Green now fastest driver on the track once more. Julian Rivera looking to now finally take the move on Cosmopoulos. No, he doesn't. Julian Rivera just can't find it here on the CRG just ahead of him. Cosmopoulos still holding on to that P6 for now. Looking at the McLaren of Harry Williams, looking at the Mercedes of Manny Nuvolini. Turn number 13 is approached. Can we have a dive down the inside? No. There's another driver to DNF, Julia Angelard. The Richard Mill-backed Birrell driver will exit, and it's a tough pill to swallow for Julia. You know, so far this year, it's just not gone her way at FIA.
It's been a tough old year, but, you know, you do get those good years sometimes. You get those tough ones, but unfortunately for her, this has been one of those tougher ones. We'll wait to see how the season progresses later on. Antoine Vinot, fastest driver out there, 52.996, doing a great job at the moment, is there in 8th place. It's on an 8th place gain as well. Really trying to push through the field here as we keep an eye on the Nuvolini-Williams battle. This is the Cosmopoulos, Rivera and the Antoine Vinot battle. This is Antoine Vinot on the rear bumper, looks to the inside, gets through past Rivera. And that's a nice move there, actually. Really good on the power on the exit, and now looks to close in on the drivers up ahead. So we'll keep an eye on that one. This a little further way back. Achille Ray under pressure from Peugeot and Sanchez. There's Cini going through as well. So that's Peugeot and Cini fighting away. So good moves happening up and down the order. But like we say, as we continue to keep an eye on that fight at the front, Green's lead still now 1.7 seconds.
Nuvolini now faster than both Sevolod, Osachi Soslovsky and Henry Mering. So him and Harry Williams looking to chase down now for that P2 spot, because of course the gap between Mering and Osachi Soslovsky is not a million miles apart. Keep an eye on Anton Vinot now. Visibly closes again on the CRG on the brakes through turn number 13. Through number 14 will have the power, will have that speed. Runs the exit curb, looks to set it up down towards that first major braking zone. We're going to have, of course, Jason Cosmopoulos try and close that door, hold on to things.
There.
Yeah, but Cosmopoulos maybe's just slid slightly through the corner, and it does give it to Anton Vinot. Vinot down the inside, turn number 5, ticks off the position. Great stuff for Anton, of course. Early on in the day, had a DNF, so he needs some points to set himself up. And, of course, we're going through these later rotations here now, Anthony. These are the races where for a lot of those drivers, they're going to start to get a bit nervous.
Yeah, indeed. This is their 4th race out of 5. They only have one more race after this to put the points on the board. This is all kicking off just that little bit. It's a little further down the road at the moment as they go through. That's Christian Kobe, Michel Orlando battling away with Jean Peugeot, who's just lost down 1 or 2. Straight off the road goes the Fusion. Disaster striking there. Oh, dear me, that's not good at all for Christian Kobe. He's going to lose out on a lot of places there, and he goes down to 18th place. Still, we're seeing the fights up ahead as well. This is now Cini battling with Rivera. Achille Reyes just got up ahead as well. There is Jason Cosmopoulos also trying to get involved. There's been some real shake-ups in this field here. You were talking about Nuvolini being faster than the 2 of them in front. Well, he's even faster now. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. It's on a 52.778, is closing in. Actually, it's only 0.3 of a second off the back of Vsevolod Osachi-Sobolowski.
Yeah, and where he sits now on the road in P4, he's helping himself points-wise as well, because within this race, he's now got himself into 6th with 149 matched with the great Brit of Jarlath Sayer now. 3-car battle now going for it between Nuvolini, Sobolowski and Henry Meuring. So this trio now down towards turn number 5, still undecided as we head through the final stages of this race. The energy now almost gets muscled out there by the KR. I thought Mani Nuvolini was really going to shove there. Sobolowski out of the way, goes around the outside to try and set up the racing line better. Harry Williams has now been invited into this one. Henry Meuring, of course, has the more optimum line. He's not defended overly, but we've got the energy having to hug that white line, having to dance all over it, trying to fend off Nuvolini. Nuvolini, turn number 13, is not close enough just yet, but the energy's going to sacrifice a bit of pace. There's going to squeeze Nuvolini, but Nuvolini's going to have it. Turn number 14 gets the job done at last, maybe helps out the McLaren of Harry Williams as well. All 3 of those drivers go onto the racing line. Anton Venant's now starting to arrive into this one. Final lap of racing, but it's not done and dusted for this 4. Mani Nuvolini, Vsevolod Osachi-Sobolowski, Harry Williams and Anton Venant. Williams there slightly tighter into the corner, but is going to maybe gift position to the VDK. Not just yet, as again, these drivers are just all over that tighter line. Nuvolini now backing up the energy into the hands of the Forza, but it's not going to be enough. Nuvolini's cost himself the time, but actually sets it back up on the exit of the corner. It was good for Sever, but it wasn't good enough. And luckily, Nuvolini for himself is going to take it back once more. And whilst this is unfolding, Green is clear out of the woods, unbothered. Some pushing and shoving. There's the checkered 4-wheel green. Henry Meuring has been released. He has now crossed the line, as has Mani Nuvolini. For those 3 drivers to be your 1, 2 and 3.
I think that was 1 lap away from being a potential disaster there for those drivers. It was really edging up to be something. But Will Green, a calm, controlled race, adds a 4th win now to his name. We caught up with him at the early part of the weekend. We were saying about that title fight with him and Miron, and well, he's really stayed true to his word on this one and focused, and he has done just that. Another lights to flag to put himself with 200 points to his name. But I've got to say, Henry Meuring there, right behind him in 2nd place, is currently 4th in the points here. Nicole as well could be a driver to really shake things up here.
Yeah, do you know what? For Henry Meuring, he's got nothing to lose this weekend. He's not in the championship. He's not thinking about points. You know, it's all or nothing, I think, for the driver that's proven he's a bit of a home hero so far. Green from Meuring from Mani Nuvolini. They are your 1, 2, 3. So good stuff for those 3 drivers. All 3 of those drivers actually being really consistent so far this weekend. Rest of your results inside for your top 5 is rounded out by Vsevolod Osachi-Sobolowski and Harry Williams. Anton Venant then did a good job to make up 10 positions ahead of Olivieri Cini, Achille Rey, Julian Rivera and Jason Cosmopoulos, who round out your top 10. Zaric, Palfrain, Orlando Taiski take you to P14, with 15 being finished off by the driver of Alexander Lazarus. Emerson Makanji-Uren, Felipe Sanchez, Tobias Muller and Alexandra Point are up to P19, with P20 being Min Jae Kim. Kobe, Lenny Mäkinen, Daniel Ferrari, Alessandro Carabulo, Edin Kazarevic, Jan Garjelik and Jean-Paul Joe take you to your 27 finishes, with only Julia Angelard failing to finish that race.
Here's your highlights from it. Strong getaway for the entire field here, but it was Green that was able to get the run that he needed and the exit of turn number 1. He was able to push away from the rest of the field. Didn't really have any drama throughout that one, so strong result nonetheless. Bit of a dramatic moment, a bit of a dramatic flair for the drivers at the back of the field there, just going wide onto that grassy point. Jason Cosmopoulos getting early moves there, but that one step forward, it was one step backwards at the same time because Manny Nuvolini would squeeze his way through. Then Achille Ray certainly getting involved in the fight, though, up in that sharp end. Had Julian Rivera for company, who kept getting his nose down the inside. Olivier Sini as well getting involved, as Nuvolini would be a driver to really push his way forward. So would battle Harry Williams to squeeze his way through and up another position in his hunt to finish in 3rd place. Other drivers who had really good runs, Antoine Vinard, 10 places gained, was really quick here last weekend. Can he do the same this weekend in the tail end of the racing here, with everyone gaining those moments? There was Jean-Paul Joe in the Tony kart, just losing out on 1 or 2 spots there through turns 11 and 12. To later then Christian Kobe driving off the circuit there at turn 13 near the end of the race. Started to really kick off near the title end of it. Julian Rivera, Achille Ray battling themselves away. There was Sini just squeezing through. Later would get past Achille Ray as well. He would push his way forward. And this very brave moment down the inside for Manny Nuvolini to squeeze up into 3rd place. Did have to fight back a little bit more on that final lap to hold on to it, as Green would cross the line as a race winner, would take another 50 points to his name, 200 in total at the end of that one. The seniors will be coming up next onto the circuit. There is a few drivers who have deployed some fresher tyres in that one. You can see it is qualifying heat D versus F for the seniors next out onto the circuit. Then it continues into its rotation. We've got many juniors and seniors to go, and then we end the day, of course, with the Academy Trophy. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. That senior race coming up right now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. We are pushing our way through the second half of the day with the seniors out on circuit next for qualifying heat D versus F. And bang on cue, the engines have fired up and the field making their way out onto the circuit. This is an important race for your pole sitter. Zach Drummer needs the good points here to keep his title fight alive with Noah Baglin, but he starts alongside someone who's going to make it very difficult for him. Dean Hoogendoorn goes on row 1 alongside. Drew Waltz and Vladimir Vanikov go from row number 2. There we'll see Devin Waltz and Gustavo da Silva on row 3. Sebastian Mins and Victor Stalmack take row 4. There we'll see Lev Krutilov and Antonio Coscianella on row 5, hopefully. All 4 wheels fully attached onto wagon. Row 6 sees Jakub Kamenek and Armin Karet Osman, who has deployed a fresh set of boots on the left-hand side.
France and Denmark go from row number 7 with Gabriel Canal and Marco Gast, and then from row number 8 we've got Luke Tal and Aston Sharp. Shortly behind them from 9 it's Berezkin from Miguez, and from 10 top 20 is rounded out by Svet Simonov and Thomas Chikarashki. Keep an eye on Thomas Chikarashki. Let's see if he can do what he did in his last qualifying heat, which was get to the front within the first corner. Row number 11 then, Judith Rumalai Swami with Matteo Gallo, and from 12 it's Nicola Frigg and Zadray Jankowski. 13 rows in total. Group D versus F is rounded out by Nefeli Cosmopoulos and Eduardo Salamond. So Greece and Brazil take you to your final row, with Eduardo Salamond being the second driver within this race to deploy some fresh rubber on board that left-hand side.
Indeed. Wind's picking up there. Now, Nicole, is that a sign of the times and weather conditions out there? And
it's just a sign that it's windy, I think.
Possibly.
Sign of the times.
The time of day. It could be, getting a bit worse out there. But no, it made sense in my head. Evidently not you. I just can't win, apparently. Right, anyway, the field set, ready to go. I've got loads of videos of you accidentally hitting yourself in the head.
I've done it 4 times today, and I really don't know why.
Stop doing it.
I'm not doing it on purpose.
Oh, well, there you go. But we are set, ready for this one. Zach Drummond, Dean Hoogendoorn, front row of the grid. What a front row that is. Looking forward for this one. This is going to be quite the fight, but we'll have to wait and see who gets that run into turn 1, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. Drummond with the advantage here. Hoogendoorn down to third. He's going to try and carry the speed around the outside there. It's not going to work out too well for him. All the karts make it through turns 2 cleanly. But here's the braking zone at turn 3. If they don't trip over there, they'll trip over here. Vladimir Vanikov on the outside line tries to carry the speed. It's not going to work out. They do trip over a little bit here. 1 or 2 karts taking to the grass. Sebastian Mins is one of them. But many more there trying to get back onto the circuit. But at the sharp end of the field, Drummond leads the way. It is the Ricky Flynns that step up. Is this Drew and Devin Waltz who are second and third?
Well, if you're a parent on the sideline, which one do you look at when you're in a situation like this?
Who do you support in that situation?
Both of them, neither of them, the driver behind them. I don't know, but for this one, it's probably going to be a spot of nerves. Devin Waltz is the driver in second. It's then Drew in P3. Hoogendoorn has dropped to 4th for now, so Drummond's been gifted a bit of a gap. But those 4 drivers at the front have bolted off from this field of drivers that now look to defend from each other. We've got De Silva from Ivanikov, Lev Krutilov and Kara Osman involved in this one as well. The Birrells there looking to try and get fiery. Krutilov gifted some position, gifted a bit of air out there as well. Big the lift of the rear of the kart there for the Birrell on the entrance towards 6 and 7. Ilya Berezkin also getting involved in this one, as that was De Silva also trying to light things up. This is now the change for Hoogendoorn on Waltz. That is going to get really confusing for this race for us, Anthony.
Yeah, D Waltz on both of them. I'll have to give you the number. I just know that it's the 1-2-2 of Drew Waltz, and then it's the 1-2-0 of Devin Waltz.
Now they change.
Oh, here we go. There's nothing like a bit of sibling rivalry as, oh no, don't start arguing, guys. Please don't. Just get it to the end of this race. There we go. Big moves down the inside. That's MP's not Thomas Chigaretti, Antonio Coscianella getting moves done there. He's coming in 12th place. Hoogendoorn, though, fastest driver out there. He's got a 1.3 second gap to try and close into Drummond, but we'll come to that later on because we're still watching the 2 brothers
sibling
go
rivalry.
An absolute sibling battle here. Nice move down the inside. What are you doing? There we go. Is the reaction And yes.
I'm telling Mum.
No. Right, that's good. That was good, actually. Right, but as they make it towards turn 2 again, still line astern, it's Devon from Drew in 3rd and 4th place. Lev Krutulov is there in P5. Kamenek from Ivanikov. Gar, Samama Kari-Osman, Koscianella from De Silva. Chikaraschke there in 12th place. No miraculous bio-relocation for Chikaraschke in this race, like we saw earlier on. Down the inside, Marco Gars gets through past Ivanikov. That's for 7th place and takes control of that second train of karts.
Other drivers in the field looking to make up more positions. Miguez there, 5 places gained. Kamenek is doing a good job now. He's also matched that with 5 positions and can now be seen there just on the back of the screen looking at the energy of Krutulov. Krutulov has chased up to the 2 Ricky Flynns at quite a rate of knots now. Currently sat in P5. Drew and Devon sat ahead of him. Lev looking strong and pace-wise on the previous one was quite a bit faster than both. He's lapping a 51.2. Got Drew Waltz lapping a 51.9 on the previous one. So here comes Krutulov. Krutulov, of course, World Championships last year, stood really strong at the end of Kristianstad and now looks strong within this race again. Picks off the position from the Ricky Flynn. That's Drew that he's just got past and now looks at Devon. Kamenek also trying to fire things into life and trying to use maybe Lev to open up some doors as well. So you've got the Ricky Flynn from the energy from the Ricky Flynn again, but now the energy down the inside of turn number 13. Is it going to be enough on the exit of the corner? They go side by side. 2 switches. 2 karts going right together through turn number 14. Where do you look on this one? Well, it's Krutulov at the leader of now what is turning in quite a long train of karts. Krutulov leads this one. It's Waltz, Kamenek, Waltz. Gars to Aminkara Osman can also be seen in things. There's Vladimir Ivanikov as well. It's Antonio Koscianella, De Silva as well. Off the road goes the Ricky Flynn. Waltz takes to the grass and now has to defend into 6 and 7.
Which Waltz?
Drew.
Thank you. As they go through, it's all back on. So they get Nicola Frigg getting the fastest lap of the race. It's 50.608. Trying to push through the field. It's a little further down, though, in the fight. Look at this, though. Battling away. Absolutely. Literally backing up. And they're all going to start tripping over each other. Don't go side by side to the final corner. No, they all make it through. Here we go. Look at this absolute fight here over the line. My goodness, this is 7th to 14th place, all within half a tenth of a second of each other right now. Absolutely unbelievable here. This is further up that road still. This is still the Kamenek battle at the moment. Gars trying to get through as well past this fight. Has done so, and that's a good overtake there. But what has happened, I think it's all simmered down a little bit in that battle in the background. But quite the fight we were seeing there, and just in the blink of an eye, Devon and Drew are with each other again, but this time in 6th and 7th place.
Big Sen down the inside. This is that battle once more on your screen. Sharp now starting to get involved as well. Aston Sharp, not the weekend he would have expected so far, but now looks to be picking off some positions. He's just got past Aminkara Osman and Manuel Miguez as well and looks to defend through turns 1 and 2. Points wise, Drummond, with this chase for his second qualifying heat of the weekend, now is second in your standings, but he's still behind Hugendorn. So even though Hugendorn's not in the lead of this race, it's definitely not the end of the word for him, and points-wise, doesn't really mean too much either. Koscianella can be seen in this fight as well. They're still trying to get past Thomas Chikaraschke. Not the race that he had earlier on when he made up those 15 positions in that first corner, but he has still made up positions so far within this one, but it's only 6 this time. This is Waltz, this is Drew Waltz, Vladimir Ivanikov now, still going for it for P7. As we now get to the last couple of laps of this race. Gap between Drummond and Hugendorn, 1.5 seconds. Unless Drummond makes a bit of a slip up out there, don't think the Paralympians going to have it to try and chase. No change between Krutulov and Kamenek. Krutulov still holding on to that P3. Garst still strong in 5th. The fastest driver is actually Kamenek there, who is sandwiched in between the Ukrainian driver and Marco Garst of Koski.
Yes, indeed. Here is your intermediate classification. Hoogendoorn in second would be in control of it for the moment. Drummond, who is in the lead, would be just closing that gap down a little bit more with 176 points versus Hoogendoorn's 182, which means it would still be very close going into that last race for this field later on today. That gap is still holding at 1.6 seconds. This is Krutulov and Kamenik. Very close indeed. This is the fight for third place. These drivers on a 6th and 7th place gain as Marco Gars behind them. It's on a 9th place gain who locks out the top 5.
For Kamenik, then, we've not seen him inside of the top 3 just yet this weekend. But highlight the word yet, because pace-wise, you can visibly see he's got something here. Technical flag is out for Ilya Berezkin, so Berezkin will not finish the remainder of this one. That's going to be tough for him to try and deal with because, of course, he was in the sort of top 10 quite consistently so far this weekend, despite having to start further at the back. There's Hoogendoorn there, still looking at the gap between him and Drummond. That is not closed up, it's actually extended over the past lap and a half by 0.2 of a second. So a way to go within this race, and probably a way to go in the mind of Lev Krutulov, who's still holding on to that P3. So Kamenik has not managed to slide his way through just yet. Take that back, because here he arrives down the inside. Turn number 7, great move by Kamenik, well timed as well.
Yeah, indeed. And it's always when you get it right at the right spot there to be able to push through the move down the inside. That's a broken rear bumper there for Ilya Berezkin, the IPK factory team driver, out of this race, and understandably a little disheartened by that.
Yeah, shame for Berezkin there. Clearly somebody's probably just gone into the back of that bumper. Bolt's probably snapped, and that's why he will not finish this one off. Krutulov still looking at Kamenik, but you've got to give it to Kamenik. That position gain was really well timed. That's why you're seeing that 2 or 3 kart length gap between him and the energy driver. Gast, not sure if he can do anything for the rest of this race, but it will be a good finish if he can stay there in P5. But it will be a great finish, and it will be a great opportunity for Zach Drummond, who now heads down towards the last couple of corners to potentially look at a second qualifying heat win of the weekend. The streak will be broken for Dean Hoogendoorn, but the 2 drivers who still look to challenge Noah Baglin for that championship title look to be P1 and P2 within this qualifying heat. Checkered flag is seen and is taken by Drummond, makes it a qualifying heat win ahead of Dean Hoogendoorn and Kamenik, who rounds out your top 3.
That's not bad going, that then, for Drummond and Hoogendoorn. They can be delighted with those results, knowing that they lead the intermediate classifications 1 and 2 for those 2 drivers. Kamenik finishing that one in 3rd from Krutulov. Marco Gars from Devin Waltz. Gustavo da Silva from Vladimir Vanikov. Drew Waltz finishing in 9th, with Armin Kala Osman rounding out the top 10. But it is Drummond who takes the win, and he'll be delighted with that lights to flag. That's good points on the board now. The 176 going into the last race later on today. Gars is the biggest mover, though. 9 places gained. I nearly said only 9 places gained, because we've had such big movers here this weekend, but 9 places is still an absolutely fantastic charge to put himself up into 5th place on the grid. There is your top 3 at the end of that race, and nice big smiles all around for our drivers. Top 10, we've gone over. 11th place downwards, we'll see Manuel Marquez from Aston Sharp, Thomas Chigaraski from Sebastian Mins, Gabriel Canal from Victor Stalmack, Eduardo Salamonde from Nicola Frigg, Jude Thirumalaiswamy from Savre Dukoski, Matteo Gallo from Svet Simonov, and Nefeli Cosmopoulos, who rounds out the 23 finishers. Antonio Cochinella, Luke Tal, Ilya Berezkin, all retirements from that race.
Yeah, shame for the likes of Tal and Berezkin, who have had moments of greatness this weekend. Now they've got to deal with the lack of points that they'll pick up from that race. But points for Drummond are looking strong, and they're looking good. Of course, he's trying to close in on Baglin. He's trying to put a halt to the hopes of Baglin taking home that championship win around early here this weekend. This is how Drummond managed to pull it off then, of course. For the start so far this weekend, Drummond's had some difficult moments. Wasn't the case within that one. Of course, at the start, really good stuff. And good stuff as well for both Drew and Devin Waltz, who fended off
the likes of Vladimir Ivanikov and Dean Hugendorn as well. Ivanikov was pushed into the hands of the drivers behind, like De Silva, like Amikara Osman and Manuel Miguez as well. Did pick things up was one of the Birrells out there. That was Gustavo going for it, and he did actually, in the end, still stay inside of the top 10. This was when Dean Hugendorn managed to wrestle his way through, and the two brothers of Drew and Walt Devin went side by side into the first corner. That is where you saw the switch between them, and then on the exit they decided, let's have a little chat. What are you doing was probably some of the words going on inside of that helmet. Still, we had Gas push his way through the crowd, 9 places in total for him. Krutulov also made up some good spots, 5 for Krutulov. He was challenged by Waltz out there through that final corner, ran slightly wide, but they did give each other the room, and Krutulov was allowed to continue in his charge to get himself into P4.
Indeed, quite a few scraps throughout that fight, and there you saw Jakub Kamenek in the Lanari Racing Team livery, just pushing forward, and then Marco Gast as well, all just squeezing past at that point, and that put everyone back into a close little battle again. Sharp able to squeeze his way through 1 or 2 positions to finish that one on a 4-place gain in P12. As we then saw the retirements coming in. Ilya Berezkin the first, Luke Tal and Antonio Coscianella at the end of that one. Not sure what happened to them, but found themselves retiring from that race. While over the line, Zach Drummond would take the win out of Dean Hugendorn and Jakub Kamenek. Well, there we have it for the seniors. That's the end of Groups D and F. We have got Groups A and C to go. But before then, it's time for me to embarrass myself. I went out on track earlier on this week to see what the track was like. And I'm not a driver, so here's that clip. Don't berate me too much.
No, good. Fast track. Fast straights. Flowing corners. It's just I don't know where to brake for them. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Anthony Jordan. I'm a commentator, not a driver, and we're about to go out at the Mülsen Raceway here at Arena E in Germany. It's round 3 of the MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championships, and this delightful kart here that's been prepped for me by OTK is going to be my horse to drive around the track, hopefully all in one piece. But we'll see how it goes. It's a dry track, but might be quite slippy. Welcome, everyone, to Arena E in Germany. I'm Anthony Jordan, and this is a lap around this fantastic circuit built back in 2019. 1.3 kilometres, and in a senior car at a top speed of 130 kilometres an hour over the line into turn 1 and 2. Heavy braking. I braked very early there for turn 2. Fast entry, double apex out of that one. Another long straight here. Little kink to the left. Big braking zone into turn 3 again. Very early on the brakes. Tight corner this one. Don't run out wide. Quickly into 4. And then 5. You exit into another infield straight. More heavy braking here. Into 6 and 7. Don't run off there. We've seen a lot of drivers do that over the course of the warm-up sessions. And try not to hit the curb on the exit. Round then the next few corners. Into turn 11 and 12. Bit of braking for this one. Very fast entry. Very fast exit. Before you exit out. And into the final sector. This is then turn 13, very late on the brakes, and again, very tight corner. And then a very fast final turn, back onto the start-finish straight. To complete a lap here, much slower than what a normal driver could do.
Questions, Nicole?
Is that why you're still out of breath?
What? You actually even said to me when I came off the track, I'd be like, oh, you don't look as tired as I thought.
Yeah, I actually was quite impressed. I thought you would be much more red than you were.
Heaving as I got out of that car. No, I wasn't. I was actually quite all right. And yeah, well, there's a lot of rest time out on that track. So
you've got 4 long straights.
There's 4 long straights to rest on, so it's not that.
It's not like Genk.
No, I was absolutely destroyed after Genk. So there we go. But it is a really fun track, actually, I will say, here at Arena E. But like you say, super fast, and those seniors going out. I'm not going to say my lap time out loud, but it was only
5 seconds off.
No, it wasn't. Okay, so just very quickly, before these cuts go out, the Academy Seniors went out. They were doing 53s. I did a 56. That's only 3 seconds. Right, anyway, here's the grid. Remy Samchek and Nicolo Perico on the front row of the grid. Antonio Pizzonia and Zach Zhu go from row number 2. Guillaume Bassato and Gianni Girardello go from row number 3. Brian Bruneau and Austin Newstead, they go from row 4. Then we'll see Martin Bertolacini and Matvei Durganov on row 5. Alexander Legenki and Mark Lumitz go from row number 6, with Stepan Mazepin and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio going from row number 7.
Row number 8 sees Alessandro Truchot of KR alongside Jonas Pondis, and from row number 9, Libor Vlasak will see Augustine Fignoli. From 10, your top 20, Albert Tam with Ava Lawrence. Row number 11, Navala Morales with Xavier Lazaro. Your 12th row will house Malta and Georgia in the form of Benjamin Westwood and Leon Shilidze. And then from row number 13, we've got Samuel Hugon alongside Max Feld. Your 14th and final row then for DR and Tony Kart is Neo Knapp with Antonio Ianni. So groups A versus C are the drivers you are now seeing. Busy stuff so far for all of these drivers. Of course, we've had a mix of wet and dry conditions. If you've just tuned in with us, we now have a completely dry circuit for these drivers. We're now up to 21 degrees for everybody. And within this qualifying heat for our juniors, of course, Maxis tyres will be deployed. Not quite sure just yet what the setup is and if anybody has deployed anything new. We'll find out probably mid-race on that story, but I'm sure there's probably some different tactics for many of our drivers out there.
Now, I'll have to wait and see. There's Remy Samchek keeping it nice and slow at the front end of the field to get the temperature into the tyres. A lot of pressure on these drivers here now. These are the last 2 races in the 4th rotation of the qualifying heat. So the last time, the penultimate time we see groups A and C out on the circuit. After this one on the seniors, we're into that last rotation, and we will determine who will be starting where for those super heats. For the drivers here now, pressure is on. Drying track, though. Tyres nice and warm. For Perico, he's got a good chance here to gain some decent intermediate points to determine where he starts for the Super Heats and Final. He can't take championship points. He's a wild card, but he can still certainly stand on that podium.
Yeah, so for Perico, this is the first time this weekend that he's not started on pole directly. Every time he's started on pole, he's switched sides of the grid to that anti-pole side, but now it's Remy Samchek that now has that pole position.
So he has to remember to stay behind Samchek for the start of this one. Right, into those tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. Lights out and fights on towards turn 2. Good start for the inside line against Samchek. A little bit of squirreling in the background there. One of the victory lanes is that Brian Bruneau getting all tangled up. But it's 2 carts off in the background. And I couldn't quite see the names on the suits there as I go through. But we'll find out who they are. There's a Forza and a KR that have collided. Green flags out. And there they are. I think one is Austin Newstead. The other is the KR's trying to get going now. And that is Alessandro Truchot, unfortunately, the American who is now out of the race. He will not be able to restart.
Well, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio was there just being forced slightly wide through turns 6 and 7. Out the front, though, Nicolo Perico has not had the stars he would have wanted. He's not out of the fight. He's still in there. There he's exiting turn number 14, but he's fallen down. He's pushed slightly wide at that start, and it's Samchek that leads the way from Pizzonia. Pizzonia earlier on today had a DNF because of a technical flag. He lost that side pod. He retired things. So slightly fresher tyres are the case for Pizzonia to now try and find his way past Samchek, who so far has had a run of qualifying heat wins. Here we go. That is the change. Pizzonia gets past.
Indeed. Beautiful stuff there for Pizzonia in control here. Hopefully, side pods are fully attached this time around. He had that drama earlier on where it just pinged off for some reason. Not sure, it didn't look like any contact or anything. It just failed there, the bracket, and hopefully they've got that fastened Loctite and duct tape and all.
Yeah, looks like probably the mechanic's worst nightmare is the case that if he didn't have any contact at all throughout the race and it's just pinged off, it's not what they would have wanted. We can't quite confirm. He might have had a bit of contact earlier on in the day. We're not quite sure, but what we do know for now, he's in the lead of this one, and he's already got 6/10 from himself and the Forza. Perico is starting to arrive once more, but Priam Bruno is right there. Bruno, late stages of qualifying heats earlier on, really lit things up. He comes to life more so, I would say, in the point in the race where we head over that 50% mark. It's now the KR from the victory lane there, out of turn number 10. We'll see where Priam Bruno tries to get past, because he looks good here now, Anthony. He's looking strong. And Priam Bruno, I would say this year has been different from 2025. I think he just drives the car in a different way. He always looks comfortable, confident, but he's also patient with things as well. He's not a driver that you really see make those mistakes where you think, you know, what was that sort of about? He's waited now, he's deployed that patience, and now he's made a nice clean move to get past Perico.
Yeah, indeed. Perico into 7th place now. Xavier Lazaro is interesting me here, Nicole, just behind. It's on a 14th place gain. So is Leon Chilidze on a 14th place gain. But as he goes through, tough run there for Zaxu, and there's more dust that is getting kicked up. Perico's going to tumble down. Zaxu went off with him. Felignoli there on a 12th place gain. Samuel Hugon's on a 12th place gain. Neo Nap's on a 12th place gain. What's going on here?
Well, I mean, it's that stage of the day, isn't it? These drivers, of course, later rotations means there's more to lose. These drivers have maybe had DNFs, disqualifications. It's also been a big theme so far this weekend. The drivers know that, and now they're looking for these points. Pizzonia still out in the front, still looks to extend things, as his forward teammate now makes a nice little move down towards that first major braking zone. Of course, these drivers pushing through very nicely indeed. Out in your midfield section, we've still got Priam Bruno looking for things. Bruno looking at Martin Bertolacini and Alexander Legenki there ahead of him. Fastest driver out there on the track now, has been inside of the top 3 this weekend. Can do it. Now we'll see if it does play out, that if it is the case that he really does come to life halfway through the race.
Yeah, indeed. Well, for the moment, they all stay in position. That's Lacini as well. Oh, look at that big lunge down in the background there. Bruno on Legenki, just squeezed it through into turn 13, and as quickly as they were gaining there on Gimbasato and Bertolacini, they have now lost a bit of time, and here down the inside does go Bertolacini, gets through up into 3rd place. Communication from Basato to just say, yep, okay, let's go, let's hunt down Samchek, who's there in P2.
Priam Bruno then, 2 results inside of the top 3 so far today. Now looking at a top 5 for the time being, but I think he's going to have the DPK very shortly here. Is it going to be in turn number 10? Not just yet, but watch him through turn number 13 and 14. That is a spot in the circuit that the victory lane really likes. Sets things up on the exit of the corner. Now is he going to send the dive? Absolutely does. Great stuff for Priam Bruno. Another position gained.
Indeed, and yeah, words just being exchanged there, but all fine and friendly, and the wheels come off, and that's a big hit into the wall for the likes of Alexander Legenki's right in front of the field. Oh, and that is a huge moment. I think he's okay. Is it adrenaline kicking in, but a complete failure of the rear wheel has put him hard into the wall, and he's all okay. Slow boards are out as the marshals deal with that, but that is a scary moment there into the final turn at turn 14, and I can imagine as soon as that adrenaline wears off, he will take a seat, I can imagine, because that look, and I think he's a bit all over the spot here.
A bit shocked.
Yeah, well, I think he's been getting in the right direction, so he's going to head to a marshal post there, but
he is okay. We know that. He's on his feet. There's no like sort of immediate injury for Alexander. As a driver, of course, when something like that happens to you, you're quite instantly, you know, alert. You want to jump up out of that car, and he knows as well, I'm sat right on the racing line here. They're coming out of that final corner at really high speeds. I need to move out the way. We saw that from him. We've already seen the cart as well pulled off of the line. So it's been cleaned up, it's been cleared, hoping that, you know, once that adrenaline has worn off, Alexander is still in the same position that he is right now, that he's okay. It's just, I think, taking a perch now inside of the marshal post. But that was a big moment for him there into the wall.
It certainly was. Here it is. Just as it was coming through, and it just fails there. Yep. The wheel comes off, and
head.
It was that head-on into the Armco there, and that is a big old hit, and I can imagine very discombobulated after that one, and great work from the drivers to notice that one. This is it from the camera on the wall. Ooh. That is such a hit, and it was this moment here, but there you can see that he's clearly okay, and I think he was just asking the question, where do I go? And there's, wow, that's where the wheel ended, about 200 meters further down the road.
Yeah, by the second corner, it's completely rolled into the hands of the marshal there. So hoping that Alexander is, like we said, okay after this one. So we're going to go now racing. Green flags are about to be waved to these drivers. Sprint to the line then. Antonio Pizzonia, that gap that he had given himself is now eaten into because of that incident. Big Sens down at the inside. Drivers at the back now have this opportunity to pick up some positions because essentially this is a race restart. Are we going to have a challenge for this race lead? Samchek looking like he was going to try and give it a go, but he's still in the hands of Martin Bertolacini and Priam Bruno. Priam Bruno now looking strong as well. Xavier Lazaro, great race for Lazaro, 17 positions for him. Zach Zhu now missing out through turns 6 and 7, cuts the corner, gives position to Perico as well. Perico has this opportunity now with this restart to get back into the front. Priam Bruno again weaving his way around these drivers, now gets past traffic, around the outside goes Bassato.
It's not going to work for him.
Bassato, great move for him. Walks confidence there through that 13th corner, goes completely around the outside of Priam Bruno, who runs off the road with the drivers behind. Samchek and Leon Shilidze are now involved in this, and I think the DPK is going to be quite desperate to hold on to things. Samchek there over the back of Bassato.
This is what restarts can do. The whole field bunches in now on this final lap. Great push from them, but again, getting squeezed off the road here. Perico trying to go down the inside there of Max Feld. Puts him off the road. Lazaro there as well. Samchek getting tumbled down the order, but it's Pizzoni who leads the way. There is a retirement. Looks like it's a Fusion driver. Libor Vlasak out of the race. That's a disaster on this final lap. Pizzoni leads then by a second. The 102 machine crosses over the line. He will see the checkered flag, and it's no, it's Bertolacini, sorry. That's Bertolacini. No, okay, so no, that is Pizzoni over the line, but it's Bertolacini who's come over in P1. I'm going to have to work that one out because that is the 202 there on your screen. They did take the checker flag, but it's crossing over my screen as P2. There's no penalties that have been applied on my screen. Right, okay, so I can't really tell you who's taken the winner now. Well, of course, it was Pitzonia over the line, but our timing screens say everything else. So Pitzonia from Bertolacini toward Racing 1 and 2, no matter what the incident. So 1 and 2 for Ward Racing. Guillaume Bassato takes third from Leon Shilidze, who gained 20 places in that race to push forward. Great race there. Priam Bruno fifth from Samchek in P6. Perico takes seventh from Feld with 18 places gained. Sammy Hugon 16. Xavier Lazaro 10th with 12 places gained. They shake hands, do the two Ward Racing drivers of Bertolacini and Pizzonia. We wait to determine who of those two Ward Racings have taken the win in that one. I'm pretty sure it will be for Pizzonia. There's no penalties that have been applied on my screen after the race. I think maybe just a moment there in the timing. But a very strong result then for the Ward Racing team and for Antonio Pizzonia. A race win over the line. He'll be delighted with that result. Steps up in the order of things in the points. Here's the highlights from that one. It was a strong start for the field. A slow procedure in the middle of the end of the race to then seeing a Ward Racing 1 and 2 at the end of it. The very start of it, though, Alessandro Truchot and Austin Newstead the first retirements in that race. Then we later saw retirements from Antonio Ianni, Mark Lumitz, before the slow procedure came out at that point with Alexander Legenki, who was thankfully okay after that incident. You will obviously get a quick check over from the medics after that one, because quite a significant impact that he had to that wall. The rest of the highlights on this one, still some good changes up and down the field. Xavier Lazaro able to squeeze his way through the field on that DRSRL machine. Portuguese driver gaining 12 places to finish their race in P10. The opening phase, Pitsonia able to take the lead away. Then we saw the victory lanes push through. Firstly, Brian Bruneau was able to squeeze through. We saw great stuff as well from Zaxu. Was able to push forward. Later did find himself just getting squeezed off the road there with Perico, who did push him back in that field just that little bit. Overtakes happen thick and fast. There you can see Legenki just being squeezed backwards in the fray. No contact made between them, but still at that point was in control of his machine. We're going to head down to Parc Ferme. We'll leave you with these highlights and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, it was a sprint to the line from Antonio Pitsonia then. Antonio, good race there for you, but of course it was looking to be cut short at one point because of that incident out of the final corner. For you, when you knew that that gap you had gained yourself was going to be reduced, did you start to get a bit nervous?
Well, of course I got a bit nervous, but the restart was pretty good. So we could get more or less the same gap that we had before in the first corner. So yeah, it was pretty good.
And of course, you've had a good run of results so far today, but you've also had that DNF because of the side pod that forced you to retire. How did you feel going into that race just then, Antonio, knowing that you've got something to maybe lose and that you can't afford another result like that?
Well, of course, I was quite sad, but we always have to keep the head up and focus to the next race. I know it was not my fault, it was a technical issue. So, yeah, more or less that.
Well, Antonio, great job so far. Of course, we'll see you later on. Wind is starting to pick up out here now suddenly for these drivers. We'll go back up into the commentary box because next up we'll go back to our seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. These highlights still on your screen right at the very end there. I think that's Xavier Lazaro just losing out those last few spots there and just tumbling back. And then we saw the dramatic moments for Samchek going 2 wheels up in the air there. In that final lap. We did see retirements as well on that very last lap. Libor Vlasak, unfortunately, not making it to the end. The checker flag would go out to Pitsonia. It would take the win ahead of Bertolacini. But it was Award Racing 1 and 2 across the line. See Guillaume Passato for DPK Racing in third. Well, as Nicole had mentioned, over to the seniors in just a moment. It'll be qualifying heat A versus C. And for this one here, this is the last race before the last rotation of qualifying heats, which will find out who will take the points in that intermediate classification. So for these drivers here, it's their penultimate time before they have their last race later on today. Kalesia and Luke Cornder on the front row of the grid for this one. As they get ready to go, and there, as you can see, everyone primed and ready to watch a piece of the racing action here. As Nicole said it, the wind definitely picking up there. A headwind down the start-finish straight by the looks of it, which should help out the slipstreaming a little bit there for the field. But we wait and see what will happen. The support out there, many members of the Arena E circuit there in the grandstand, ready to watch the racing. Wonder if the Felix fan club is out there anywhere, somewhere. We saw them last week. Hopefully they make an appearance this week as well. We'll have to wait and see. Many people there wanting to catch a piece of the action. The paddock, a hive of activity at the moment. And there's a multitude of fantastic hats in the paddock right now. And these are superb. And everyone staring at them, wondering What on earth are they wearing? Right, there we go. There's action outside of the track. There's action on the track as well as the seniors qualifying heat A versus C get themselves ready to head out onto the track. Sun still shining. Here's your grid. William Kalijah, Luke Cornder, row number 1. Jindra Peschel and Zach Green, they go from row 2 with Benjamin Magnac and Francisco Roja going from row number 3. Row 4, we'll see Michael McGoy and Klara Kowalczyk. They've got some work to do, but can they deliver from that 4th row? Francois Cadal and Henry Domain go from row 5. They will see Ludovico Mazzola and Isaac Sayer on row 6. Oliver Kinmark and Mariano Lopez go from row number 7. They will see Bruno Blanco and Ili Christian on row number 8. Mika Runit and Louis Nunez go from row number 9. Martina Rumlanova and Mark Pilipenko go from row 10. They lock out the top 20. They will see William Marshall and Egon Pedrotti on row 11. Zarif Rakal and Daniel Picorni on row 12 with Malcolm Alel and Zemo Yang rounding out the 13 kart field here, as the field make their way out on the field of 13 rows. If I said 13 karts, I do apologise. It's been a long day. Nicole Sutherland joins me back into the commentary box. Nicole, is it windy out there?
Yeah, I feel a bit windswept, I'm not going to lie.
A bit of windswept?
Feeling a bit windswept.
There we go. That's what I meant to say.
Are you all right?
No, it's been a long day.
Take a seat, Anthony.
No, I want to stand. It's only 9 races left. It's been a very long day today. However, we will take it to the end as everyone is primed and ready to go.
9.
9.
Yep.
There we go. We're not saying no in German. We're saying there's 9 races left. Right. Everyone is ready to go. But like you say, that wind is picking up. It is a headwind down that start-finish straight, which should make the toe just that little bit more favourable into the drivers. So there will be a toe down into turn 2, it'll be a toe down into turn 6, and it'll be a tailwind into turn 3, and it'll be a tailwind into turn 13.
Yeah, it's going to make it interesting, I would say, actually.
Yeah, might do. My goodness, that Marshall was impeccably close there.
Wow.
The nerves of steel here for the second crew of Marshalls out there. Right into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. Towards turn 1. Good start for the inside row. Kalijah is going to push them to the apex there, but there's contact, and the DPK collides. It's Zach Green and the 148 of Francois Cadal out of the race, and there is the 136. It's the Ricky Vles, Luke Cornder from the front row out of the race, and that is 3 big names going no further in this qualifying heat.
Well, of course, Green has had a qualifying heat win. We've had Cordner inside of the top 3, so that's not the results either of those drivers would have expected, or for the teams either. They're going to have to regroup and really think about those last opportunities later on. But it's not over for the Jamie Green Racing outfit. There's Isaac Sayer still trying to push forward, still trying to make himself a contender so far this weekend. Out of the final turn, though, these drivers will set themselves up once more out in the front. Kalijah leads things again. Klara Kowalczyk there, great move for her, allows Isaac Sayer to get involved as well. That was the change between her and Ludovico Mazzola there for P5. Good stuff for the victory lane as we'll watch the replay there for Luke Cordner. Yeah, it's just at that race start, just catches them out, him, and that is Peschel going for it, and Luke Cordner just ends up in the gravel, grinds to a halt, can't get it out of the gravel, and now will be out of the race.
What it means then, it's Kalijah, Kinmark and Domain. Oliver Kinmark on an 11th place gain is there into 2nd place and is having a good old run, but the top 3 very close indeed.
Yeah, being inside of the top 10 now, the hopes for Green are probably over, but it's not over completely within the race because he has actually got the kart back onto the track. He's running around now in P last, but he was momentarily the fastest driver in that first sector. So he's got that clean air ahead of him to hopefully just pick up some positions from drivers having drama for the rest of this race. Kalijah then isn't out of the woods yet because look at this that's starting to form. Kalijah from Kinmark from Henry Domain. Kinmark, 11 places for him so far within the first couple of laps. you know, you just said it, but we've got to highlight it again. For these drivers, this is that type of track that I just think invites that here, Anthony. We've seen so many names pick up so many really, really quickly.
You have. And can Kinmark make it an even 12? He certainly can down the inside at turn 13. Domain's going to capitalise on that as well. He'll step up into second place. So Kalijah goes from first to third in the blink of an eye. But I'm sure he won't want to give that one up, as Domain's going to look to the inside. Kalijah's going to go for the up and under. He'll take that second place back only just. He'll only get a 2.5 there, because he only got half that move done. That's allowed Kowalczyk to close in. Seyer, Mazzola, Blanco and Peschel able to get back involved. It's making the field nice and condensed again here at the front of the field. I said it was going to allow Peschel to close in. It's just tumbled down to 8th place.
Well, it's only William Kalijah inside of your top 5 that's already achieved a qualifying heat win. Now just goes into the back of Henry Domain. Domain knows he's there. Domain looks to try and defend. Kalijah maybe looks to now get a bit uncomfortable out there. Kowalczyk could try and find something out that final turn. Kowalczyk looks to try and have the pace, and she looks to have the pace of Isaac Seyer just behind him as well, to try and push her forward. Varied lines for these drivers. Defensive posture for Domain, for Kalijah, for Klara Kowalczyk. Seyer now looking to go side by side with Klara, but he's going to cost himself time. Mazzola now through. Kalijah now has fallen off slightly from Henry Domain. No, he hasn't. Domain ran wide. Domain's in the grass and the dust. Kalijah now into P2.
Yeah, and he's kicked up that dust again. It has turned back into dust. And speaking to one of the mechanics, they were saying that, you know, it's so fine, it goes straight through the airbox, straight into the carb, straight towards the engine, and it really clogs it up. It's the last thing they want off the road there, as Bruno Blanco brings it back onto the circuit. Lost out a multitude of places there. Now it's all really starting to kick off again out of turn 13. Can you tell it's nearing the end of the qualifying heat phase here, Nicole? They're all starting to get a little bit antsy out there. Mazzola takes the wide line as Kowalczyk, Seyer and Mazzola on the inside line. It's all kicking off here. He's going to try and cover off Domain. Domain's going to have the inside line there. Gets through past Mazzola. Seyer still ahead. Kowalczyk still attacking Kalijah. This is the fight for second place down the inside. Kowalczyk's done it. Through in towards 6 and 7. Has gone through, and now Kalijah's put it back down the inside. It's all kicked off, but where is Kinmark? Well, Kinmark says allons-y, as he is driven away. He is clear by 5.7 seconds on a 12th place gain.
Domain now back down the inside. Seyer loses out on not just 1, 2, but 3 positions, because we've got Mazzola involved in this as well now. Domain into this position, goes defensive in towards that second corner. Isaac Seyer now looking at this trio ahead of him. Kowalczyk has fallen down. She was momentarily in P2, but is lost out now on 5 positions. Sayer's going to try and go the long way round to set something up and dive down the inside off the board ahead, and it sets it up perfectly for him to try and achieve that. Gets past William Marshall once more. William Marshall, 15 places gained to get into this fight. Didn't qualify well, but as time and time again, heat after heat, picked off positions. Now almost finds himself inside of the top 5. Domain still leading this train of karts, still leading Ludovico Mazzola there in that P4. As down the inside, Marshall takes it back once more. Gets a bit of a boost as off the road goes Seyer. Seyer now in the dust and in the grass.
Yeah, indeed. He won't be too happy with that one. He reconvenes himself and will try and close back in on this one. But still, this is Kowalczyk once again. We're not fighting for second place. This is the battle for P5. Magnac just ahead. So as quickly as she may have got up into P2, Kalijah took that
Ludovico
back.
Mazzola.
Oh no, that's disaster. Mechanical failure for Ludovico Mazzola. Out of sector number 1 and into 2. The engine's ground to a halt, and that is the end of his penultimate race.
That's probably a heart rate breaking result for Mazzola. That was the best race he was having so far this weekend, but now full stop is put to things for him. He's out and he is done. Kinmark and Kalijah still 1 and 2. Because of that, Henry Domain is now sat a little bit more comfortable there in that P3. Benjamin Magnac has gifted position from Mazzola's unfortunate end to things. Kowalczyk still in this one as well. Kinmark is out there by 6.4 seconds from Kalijah, helped by that fastest lap out there. But for Kalijah, you know, this is not the end of the world, not taking another qualifying heat win, because he's still the leader of those intermediate classification points.
It certainly is. Defensive here between two teammates here. Forza going a little bit line astern right now. This is Mark Pilapenko and Francisco Roja, both of them wild cards into this weekend, but still showing each other the bumpers that they want. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Kinmark's lead, 6.6 seconds. He's absolutely flying ahead of the likes of second place William Kalijah, who is himself in tow, 2 seconds clear from Domain. Maniac is, look at this here. This is Miron Lorente and Peschel. That's a 10th place right now. Big moves down the inside towards turn 2.
Yeah, so drivers still looking to take some positions away. Martina Rumlanova has now given a warning flag out there. Rumlanova P17, big send down the inside, down towards 6 and 7 there. This is the nice little battle going on still between the Victory Lane outfit and the Koski there. Michael McGoy and Klara Kowalczyk also having a nice little battle. They have just now switched for that P5. Marshall still looking ahead at this one, as there is, of course, a lone William Kalijah in P2. We've not even really seen the race leader of Oliver Kinmark because he's that far ahead. There's Henry Domain and Benjamin Maniac, with McGoy, Kowalczyk, Marshall and Christian then being the last drivers inside of the top 8. At the start, we were saying quite a lot about Isaac Sayer, but now he's having to park that bus from the rest of the field. Around the outside, nice little opportunity there for the overtake to be taken. Nunez, one of the drivers that's had a couple of DNFs so far this weekend, set things up nicely there to take the position from Sayer.
Yeah, indeed. But like you were saying, Kinmark here has been a victim of his own success right now. There he is, 7 seconds further up the road. Wait for it. There's Kalijah in second place. This is an unbelievable race lead that they've got, and as they go on to this final lap of the race as well.
Yeah, Kinmark should be going back to the 10th, really confident with that one though. This is still undecided, however. Maniac from Henry Domain. So in towards turn number 5, we're going to have defensive posture from Domain, but Maniac's maybe going to have a better run on the exit of the corner to set something out down towards 6 and 7. But Domain again is going to park things. He's going to hold him up. He's going to invite Michael McGoy, Klara Kowalczyk and William Marshall back into this fight. Domain has now set things up. He has bolted off now. He's given himself 2 or 3 kart lengths as Benjamin Maniac has got to deal with this pack behind. Turns 13 and 14, everybody looking over those shoulders. Apart from that driver there, Oliver Kinmark sees that checkered flag. What a race win. We're still waiting for Kalijah, who now takes the checkered now. 6.4 seconds behind Kinmark, with that battle still raging on through the checkered for McGoy, Christian, Maniac and Kowalczyk. But there he is for the VDK outfit. What a race win for Oliver Kinmark, who now looks behind his shoulder and probably says, where is everyone?
Hope you look. What happened there? Right, but solid drive there for Kinmark. VDK Racing finding their driver at the sharp end of the field there from Kalijah and Henry Domain. Michael McGoy will finish ahead of Ili Christian, ahead of Benjamin Maniac and Klara Kowalczyk, Mika Runitz and William Marshall. And it's Mariana Lopez who rounds out the top 10 at the end of that race. There is Kinmark, front and centre, first to go in onto the weighbridge. No one to wait around. There is your top 3, Kinmark, Kalijah and Domain. The top 10, we've gone over 11th place downwards. We'll see another big mover, Zarif Rakan with a 12th place gain in that race to finish in P11 ahead of Indra Peschel and Mark Pilapenko. Egon Pedrotti from Francisco Roja, from Louis Nunez. Martina Rumlanova finishing in 17th place from Isaac Sayer. Malcolm Hillel from Zach Green. Daniel Picorni from Zemo Yang. Bruno Blanco rounds out the 23 finishers. To the rest of the field, Ludovico Mazzola, Luke Cornder and Francois Cadal, who round out the retirements in that race. It is William Kalijah, though, who leads the intermediate classification. 185 points to his name. But there is Kinmark. Solid drive here's how it all transpired.
Well, at that race start, it was where Luke Cordner was lost. Of course, Zach Green was involved in that one. We saw wasn't right in the middle of the corner. It was actually on the exit that Cordner was lost with the injured Peschel. Zach Green was lost, but he did manage to get that kart back into the fight. This is when just Peschel and Cordner looked to just tag each other. We then had Cordner off into the gravel, kart ground to a halt, and he would not go any further. Drivers then forcing each other off of the road. We had the Tony karts getting involved, and we had the Forza also cutting completely over the grass. That was, I think, maybe Mark Pilapenko that we just saw at turn number 5 do that. Sayer was one of the main stories in the first couple of laps. It was really quick. He was up there as that was the change for the race lead between William Collegia and Oliver Kinmark that also momentarily invited Henry Domain into P2. Collegia would drop to P3 and would have to hold on to it through that 14th and final turn. But once Henry Domain made a mistake on the entrance towards turn number 5, he would then run himself off of the road and give it back to Collegia and actually probably be the catalyst in the fights that then started for the rest of the race. We had McGoy get involved, we had Christian arrive, Maniac and Klara Kowalczyk as well as one of the Koskis of McGoy. Also at turn number 13 got the move done. We had other names fall down, Peschel of course being one of those, as you're just seeing that sort of typical nose cone clipping for drivers, like what happened with Klara Kowalczyk and Isaac Sayer down at turn number 10.
Indeed, and that fight did rage on for quite some time, I will say. Plenty of action had out of that lead group, which then unfortunately did see Sayer tumble down just that little bit with the dramatic moments. This was the final real moments that Isaac Sayer had in this league group to then, when he had this moment, the two Wards down the inside, squeezing him off the road. And I can imagine they won't be too happy with that one, with the results for the Jamie Green Racing team after the 1 and 2 that they had. There was the dramatic moment for our man who started so high up in that order, but unfortunately not having the result he would have wanted, and the unfortunate retirement for Ludovic Mazzola, finding himself out of the race. Then the final stages of the race did simmer things down for the front of the field, not for the back of the field. That fight, huge group over the line, all for position. At the front, calm and cool for Oliver Kinmark. Across the line, clear by 6.4 seconds. Well, that brings us to the end of the penultimate rotation of heat. Last rotation coming up next after this short break. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championship. It's into the final rotation time for junior and the OK category, with another round of qualifying heats at the end of the day for the Academy senior class. It's time for Groups D versus E for the juniors. The last time we will see these drivers put points on the board. The last time we will see Julian Frasnelli at the back of the grid, see what he can do to get into that final. It's Will Green who is looking to take a 5 out of 5 in that intermediate classification. He starts alongside Santiago Diaz de la Vega, but they have to switch sides of the grid. Henry Mülsen and Charles Sayer go from row number 2. They'll see Achille Ray and Henry Constant-Kumpen on row 3. Manny Nuvolini and Lucas Palacio go from row 4. They'll see Jason Cosmopoulos and Liam Nashawati on row number 5, with Matic Zadic and Mason Robertson on row 6. Felipe Sanchez and Miguel Manzano round out the first half of the field on row 7.
Row number 8 backwards is where it starts to get interesting with tyres, because for Michele Orlando on board that left-hand side, he has gone new and he will be starting alongside Oliver Spencer. From row number 9, we've got Jean Pujol alongside Denny Babicek. Jean Pujol going new on the left, and then for Theo Palfrain, it's a bit of a different setup. He's gone staggered sides of the kart for some new tyres. He'll be starting alongside Milan Rossi. Row number 11, same story. Christian Kobe's gone new on the left, but staggered has been the decision for Maxim Noapel. Row number 12, Daniel Ferraria, no new tyres for him, but for Rocco Simone, who's starting alongside him, he's gone new on the left. Row number 13, Stan Raczajski's gone new on board at left-hand side. Mohamed Elbazaki has decided not to just yet. 14th and final row sees Min Jae Kim. He has deployed some new rubber on that left. And then Julian Frasnelli, the young Italian for Tony Kart, is the last runner in your field. No new tyres for Julian. Other tactics that are being deployed within this race then. Not the first time we've seen this weekend, but the first time we've seen this decision for a driver that is not called Nicolo Perico. Will Green has decided to switch sides of the grid. He'll be starting then from that typical anti-pole side. Will, of course, still be alongside teammate of Santiago Diaz de la Vega, but will now be ahead of Jarlath Sayer instead of Henry Murring.
Indeed. Now, we could come up with our predictions for this one as to why that change has happened. One could be to keep Henry Murring away, because he's been quite competitive here. Doesn't want the wild card to come up with any wild ideas here of trying to go for a move. So maybe he's decided to switch sides of the grids to prevent that line from getting a better run into turn 1. Maybe it's to help out Charles Sayer, who knows. But in doing so, he's going to help out a lot of people with fresh tyres on board.
It could be the case to try and help out teammate of Santiago Diaz de la Vega into that first corner, depending on where the speed lies for these drivers when we get to that apex.
Into the tram lines, lights are out, we are racing. It's a good start then for Green. Sayer slots into second place as round the outside goes Henry Constant-Kumpen to try and get into the race lead. And it's not worked out for him. Green is still there, but he has managed to take that position away. Round the outside goes Santiago Diaz de la Vega, but he nearly got squeezed onto the grass, so it means he's not been able to get the power he wanted out of the turn. He has dropped down to 4th place there as the whole field goes through. Mason Robertson has had a good start there. He sits right behind the Fusion card, I think that is, that's made a good start in this race. But we'll wait and see what happens when they come through. It may have been a Forza, a very similar livery. It was the Forza, sorry, that is just ahead of him. Possibly Lucas Palacio, who's had a good getaway at the start of this race. Into the final turn then. Over the line they will go. Take you through the full lineup as they end the lap. It is Green from Sayer, Kumpen from Diaz de la Vega, Palacio from Robinson, Nashawate from Sanchez, Murding from Elbazaki, who locks out the top 10. Mohamed Elbazaki has gained 16 places on that opening lap alone.
Well, good drivers pushing through. Denny Babicek, 5 positions for him. Bazaki, like you said, 16 places, and I'm trying to find where Julian Frasnelli as well. It's 11 places for Julian so far. Sayer's now going to lose out on 2, maybe even 3 positions there. No, it's only 2 that Sayer loses out to, as Palacio and Mason Robertson there, as Santiago Diaz de la Vega under investigation for a potential starting procedure infringement. There is Michele Orlando then, who makes himself your first driver to not complete the rest of these laps. Now we've seen the change between Saya and Palacio, Mason Robertson and Saya, as well as also we've got Felipe Sanchez trying to look, but maybe watch Sanchez try and work with Jarlath. Saya, who now at turn number 2 is going to get past the Red Bull once more.
Indeed, big change for them. They square themselves away. Green with the fastest up the race at the front, looking for his 5th and final win of the qualifying heats. The up and unders not worked out though for these two, and Sanchez and Nashuate collide. Nashuate tumbles down the order, he's out. Oh, damage to the car. It's a broken track rod, the front end's gone, and Liam Nashuate will go no further. It only looked like the lightest bit of contact, but these karts at a certain angle are very, very fragile.
Do you know what? It's a massive shame to see that for Nashuate. Le Conquer in Valencia definitely didn't go his way. He came into this weekend, did a better job in time qualifying, has had more pace, but now, you know, it's just unravelled again within a qualifying heat. We'll have another DNF on the board. This is going to quite shortly light up, I would say, light up, but this is Nashuate, off onto the grass, and there you can just see that front for him snap. He knows it, has to pull into the side, and it's just heartbreak for Liam. This was the switch once more. Saya back into the mix once again. He's got past Palacio, so Palacio and Robertson, the Williams and the Red Bulls still look at each other and still look at the energy just ahead.
Indeed, so plenty of action still to be seen here in this last heat of the day for Groups D versus E in the juniors. And for the field here, it's a big lunge there under braking, a robust way, but that's not what one driver would like to see. So out of the final turn they go. Jean Peugeot there does gain something, but then loses out on many, many more. Looks down the inside again of the MP. That's Kim Min Jae there, who has got the move done on. This is all down in about 17th, 18th, 19th place for the moment. Good battles, nonetheless. Spencer in that one. Spencer, of course, has had a couple of good races up at that sharp end. But this time around, his last race has just settled down here.
Yeah, of course, Spencer earlier on today took his first qualifying heat win of the year. Also said then took another top 10 result. This one, he's not really replicating that just yet, but he's still looking strong. Here's Denny Babicek starting to arrive once more. Henry Moering now looking to be overtaken by the Teps driver. Turn number 14 is taken. The driver that looks like he would be a Tony Kart factory driver, but isn't, is now in the lead of this battle. Manny Nuvolini is in this fight as well, so this one includes Henry Moering, Felipe Sanchez as well. Sanchez looks to defend from the Mercedes Young Junior driver, but it's not going to be enough because Nuvolini is going to take the place.
Indeed, and a nice train starting to form here for these drivers. Nuvolini now to that 8th place spot. Everyone wanted to drive in. I'm loving here Mohamed El-Bazaki on that 14th place gain. Really wanting to get involved in these battles. He's done a great job, actually, I think, over the course of this weekend, because I think we've mentioned his name quite a few times with some really big step up through the field.
Yeah, at some stage this weekend we were actually talking about Mohamed El-Bazaki being well inside of the top 10. Wasn't the case for him at either Valencia or Le Conquer. Oh, look at this one right then. So we've got Palacio, Robertson and Saya. We've now got Robertson trying to set up the better line to get a run down towards turn number 5. Palacio, of course, is going to have the inside, is going to hold on to things, but this trio also look to try and call up Denny Babicek to chase up as well. This is 3 karts for the time being, but I'd actually say in a moment's time it's going to turn into 4, 5, maybe even 6, because you've got Babicek, Nuvolini and Felipe Sanchez not too far away from things. I feel like I've blinked here, Anthony, and this race has headed way over that 50% mark. We're now really eating into the time for these drivers who will be on their last appearances today.
Indeed, this grid's got waft over the course of this one, and they've extended that race quite nicely. Over the start-finish line they go. There is the Nuvolini-Babicek-Sanchez battle. Nuvolini has got up into 7th place now at the expense of Babicek, who's still holding on to a 10-place gain here as they head down in towards the likes of turn 3. No changes here. Of course, last weekend we did had Teresa Babchkova racing here. She's not racing here this weekend because I believe it's her sister's graduation at the moment. I said, is Denny going to be attending? No, he doesn't care, said Teresa. So he's going to go racing. And here he is on track doing good things.
Yeah, Denny there really doing a good job for the family team. P8 currently maybe looks to send a lunge in, though, on the Frenchman just ahead. Green, Diaz de la Vega and Henry Constant Kumpen. They are your 1, 2 and 3. All of those drivers, though, have some nice little gaps to each other. Kumpen, however, looks to now be reeled in by Jarlath Sayer. Jarlath Sayer's found something here within the late stages of this race, Anthony. Penultimate lap of things for these drivers. The energy looking strong there in towards the entrance of turn number 5. The 4-kart battle could rage on for the last spot inside of the top 3. Jarlath Sayer wants it again. He's had P2 so far this weekend. Henry Constant Kumpen has had a range of DNS. Oh, look at the airtime brought there by Jarlath Sayer. Gets back down on the track. Lucky to get away from that one. Sort of unscathed, but does lose out on 2 positions. One to Robertson, one to Palacio.
I say it, there's a still there in the replay. There's a still there that will be an absolutely fantastic wallpaper on your bedroom wall. Right, over the line they go. Last lap is out, and here we go. If we can get the still from this. Ready? There it is. That's a good shot there for your bedroom wall. There we go. Brilliant end there. But Will Green and Santiago Diaz de la Vega, they are 1-2. They are still driving away from the rest of the field. Kumpen still holding on to third from Palacio, Robertson, Nuvolini, Babacek, which is that fight here. He's just got past Sayer. There behind is Felipe Sanchez, another one of the energy courses trying to get through. Mooding's just there, and Mohamed El Bazaki still holding on to 11th place here. Here at the front, though, Will Green. Well, it's been absolutely superb for him. 5 out of 5 for the young Briton. He's going to take pole for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Will Green takes that result. Look at this scrap over the line as well. Another superb result for 7th place. Sanchez, Babacek, Sayer over the line. Very quick indeed. But a smattering of investigation flags is out. Multiple drivers will be heading to the stewards after this one. But one man who will be heading to a pole position start tomorrow for Superheat 1 is that man there on your screen. Will Green will take 5 out of 5 in the qualifying heats. It may not have been an outright pole for him in TQ, but he is certainly looking at pole position for the Superheats tomorrow in his junior campaign in the European Championships. Green takes the win then ahead of Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Lucas Palacio, 3rd place over the line, can be delighted with a 5-place gain. Nuvolini finishes that one P4 ahead of Mason Robertson on a 7th-place gain in P5. Henry Constant Kumpen from Felipe Sanchez. Denny Babacek will take 8 from the 10 places he's gained. Jarlath Sayer ahead of Mohamed El Bazaki, who finishes that one inside the top 10 once again. Rest of the results, Mooding finishing in 11th place from Kobe, Nobel from Jason Cosmopoulos, Jean Peugeot from Rocco Simone, and Oliver Spencer. Terpa Frame from Miguel Manzano. Stan Rajaski from Julian Frasnelli. Not the Frasnelli we've seen in previous races, but still comes away with a P21, and I think has still firmly made it into the Superheats tomorrow. Marin Zanic and Dana Ferreira finish ahead of Achille Ray, Milan Rossi, Kim and Jay, who round out the 26 finishers, Liam Nashawati and Michelle Orlando. The 2 retirements from that race. There is your highlights on your screen. A lot of drivers going a little wide at the very start. Little bit of a tangle together in the mid to back pack. Only a few cuts running wide onto the grass, but crucially everyone getting away with it. Green immediately on the racing line, not defending, looking to break away. It's a smart position to put himself in. He opened up a huge gap, stayed with that gap, and able to win that race by 1.2 seconds. The fight behind still raged on. Santiago Diaz de la Vega had to fight to get up there into second place as Michelle Orlando ended the opening few laps as a retirement. There was that change. Then we started to see the fighting in the background with Liam Nashuati trying to push his way through later. The contact there, the broken track rod. Nashuati would be out as he made contact there with Felipe Sanchez. Unfortunately brought his race to a conclusion. The rest of the action over the course of that race did bring out the best in some and some dramatics in the rest. Jean Pageau, with his move down the inside, did put him under investigation in that race, and unfortunately he'll have to find himself going to the stewards at the end of this race. The MP certainly getting involved at that stage of the race as well. Rocco Simone battling away. He had other teammates out there as well trying to push forward, but everyone just trying to get involved. Jason Cosmopoulos as well, just in the background there, just waiting for that prime opportunity. Nuvolini had a good little scrap throughout that race, up and down the order. Nuvolini in the end finishing P4 on a 3-place gain. Charles Sayer as well having an up and down fight in the end, did cross the line in 9th place. While across the line, 1.2 seconds clear, Will Green will look at a pole position for tomorrow. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, we're down here and I've joined Will Green. Will, this weekend, today, so far, there's not really much more that you could have done, right?
Yeah, it's been a really good day. I've had a good speed in both conditions, so to be able to win all the heats so far, I'm really happy.
And Will, tell us as well, this weekend, championship, is it on your mind? You, of course, are the leader of those points, but how much are you actually thinking about things?
Not very much, to be honest. I'm just doing what I always do, and that's my best, and seeing what will happen, and not doing nothing special.
Well, your best so far this weekend, Will, has brought you a clean sweep of qualifying heats. Great job out there. Of course, that was that group of juniors done and dusted. We're in our last rotation now, and we'll go back to our seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, seniors will be coming up next. It'll be qualifying heat D versus E, but before then, we will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Back with the live coverage here for the European Championships here, and the seniors coming out next for qualifying heat D versus E. To report on tyres, everyone apart from 2 have deployed tyres in this race, and those 2 drivers who haven't deployed them is Jakob Kamenek and Gabriel Canal. They have not deployed them. That could be because they deployed them earlier on, or it could be they are saving them for tomorrow. That is going to be something we will try and find out. And I'm just catching up on my WhatsApp feed of those tyre reports coming through to me. I failed to like them, which does upset Chief Pre-Grid Officer Ross Upton, that if I don't react to his words. So thank you, Ross. I am reacted to them all. There is Van der Kerkhoff. Brand new set left-hand side. Everyone has done that, apart from 3 drivers, actually. So Canal and Kamenek have got no tyres on board. Well, they have got tyres, but they're all old. Nicola Frigg has deployed a fresh set, front right, rear left. That is the order that they have gone. Engines fire up then. Drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through the grid. All of these drivers have got new tyres on the left-hand side. Zach Drummond and Matthias van der Kerkhoff on row number 1. Drew Waltz and Bosco Arias on row 2. Devon Waltz and Nicholas Schaufler go from row 3. Sebastian Mins and Evan Purcell, they take row 4 from Lev Krutelov and Victor Gustafsson on row 5. Jaka Kamenek and Noah Baglin go from row 6. Baglin and Drummond finally in a race together.
Well, row number 7 then, it's Gabriel Canal and Filippo Sala. Of course, Canal, no new tyres for him. All no, though, for the rest of the field, which on row number 8 includes Luke Tal and Rafael Bussato. 9, we've got Ilya Berezkin and Yves Risen. From row number 10, it's Svet Simonov and Nathan Kappen. Your 11th row of your field, it's Judith Rumalai Swami and Jan Schwarzer. And from 12, Nicola Frigg sees Angelina Simmons. Your 13th and final row for Groups D versus E, Nefeli Cosmopoulos sees Mateus Gonzalez. So finally, like you called it there, Anthony, we've got Zach Drummond and Noah Baglin in a race together. Drummond on that front row. Baglin, however, a little bit of a way behind on that 6th row alongside Kamenek. Quite a few drivers in this one looking for some points here as well. Arias earlier on had a DNF. We've got Evan Purcell, who's had a DNF this weekend as well. So they're trying to look to pull things back into life for their last qualifying heat of the day.
Indeed. Sun shining though still. Sunglasses on as that grandstand there down at turn 2 is filled out nicely, and everyone wanting to catch a piece of the action here. In fact, they actually, the circuit here at Arena E put in another viewing platform on top of the garages here, and can confirm it is completely full as well. So everyone wanting a spot to view from over the course of this circuit. Right then, over the red line they go. They are very spread out still here in the seniors. For Drummond and Van der Kerkhoff, their last chance to get points on the board. Synchronization, oh, it's 10 out of 10. Superb that time around.
Yeah, good stuff by our Strecken crew KCT, our team of marshals keeping our drivers safe this weekend. And also we're going to have that, what did we call it last week? It was like Strictly Come flag waving.
Thanks, Nicole. Right. Into the tram lines. We're going to go racing. It's lights out and fights on towards turn 1. Good start for the 3 on the inside road. Drummond, Waltz as they go through. Drew and Devon as they push forward in this race. They exit out of turns 2 and 3. It's a long run in towards turn 3. It's very late on the brakes for the Ward. Down the inside, my goodness. Who was that? I think may have been Gabriel Canal late on the brakes there. It's completely took another driver wide off the track, but we'll try and figure that one out in a few moments' time. Crucially, at the front of the field, Zach Drummond is looking to add more vital points that he needs over the course of this race.
Yeah, Bosco Arias there into turn number 13 just gives a bit of a boot to his Ricky Flynn teammate there of Waltz just ahead. It's Drummond from Drew, Waltz from Mateus van der Kerkhoff there. Your top 3 as now Bosco Arias looks to be overtaken by the Ward, but gives position there to the Fusion kart. Is that potentially Sebastian Mins? It is Sebastian Mins now getting past. So it's Drummond from Waltz from Van der Kerkhoff. Devon then sits P4 as we've then got Lev Krutelov, Bosco Arias, Gabriel Canal and Mins for the time being, but Mins actually now into P6. There's Nicholas Schaufler on your screen. Schaufler now being overtaken by the Ward, however, a bit of a mistake there for Schaufler. Costs him not just 1, but 2 positions. Victor Gustafsson, 2 birds with 1 stone there, as Baglin just gets muscled out by Nicholas Schaufler. Noah's not going to be happy about that one. Every point counts for him within this stage of this weekend. And Schaufler just said, absolutely, no, you don't.
No, indeed. And Schaufler carrying it round the outside again there. Trying to push this way forward, but holds on to 12th place for the time being. There's your points. Drummond, 226 at this moment, is in the lead of it. Schaufler up into second, of course, could take a huge chunk of those away. Of course, he's there in 12th place right now. He could gain a few more. The biggest one there is Baglin, down into 16th place.
Yeah, that was just assisted there by Nicholas Schaufler, the Aston Martin DPK liveried driver out there in the front, currently, well, as I say in the front, currently sat down in P12 because of that moment out there. Talking of the front though, Van der Kerkhoff and Waltz undecided yet for that P2. Are they going to work together here, or is Van der Kerkhoff going to try and put that nose cone down the inside? Turn number 2, Van der Kerkhoff looked like he was going to have a go there, but the pace that Waltz has carried out that final corner doesn't allow it to change. Pace-wise, between Drummond and Waltz, Drummond is faster now, so that gap is not being eaten into. It's still 9/10 at this stage of the race.
Indeed. So, report there, Kamenik with the fastest lap of the race, 49.708. Very quick indeed as they continue on their push in this field. Krutulov on that 5th-place gain there in 4th. Wanting to extend on this one, but has got to try and chase down these two here still. Drew, Waltz and Van der Kerkhoff still line astern. Here's Van der Kerkhoff. Is he going to look for something? No, he thought about it, he thunk about it, thought about it, didn't do it.
He just can't, he just doesn't look like he can quite find it down that straight. Of course, long straight for our drivers, and wind is coming into play as well. It's really windy out there now. It's picked up massively for them. You would expect that to maybe come into play for Van der Kerkhoff, but for the time being, it's not quite managed to give it a go.
I'm glad you were talking about the weather there, Nicola, so we don't need to know what's going on with that. So there we go. Sorry, Nicole.
Really irritating sometimes.
I know. Drummond's lead is 1 second from this one, but Krutulov really has reeled in these two now. Waltz and Van der Kerkhoff will be under pressure here. If Van der Kerkhoff doesn't go for the move, he needs to check over his shoulder now. He needs to check himself before he wrecks himself here, because Krutulov is closing in.
Is indeed. Here we go then. Krutulov, later stages of the race have been the theme for Lev. That's what we saw from him earlier on in his last qualifying heat that he appeared in, and now he's got the pace. Fastest driver out there on the circuit. Van der Kerkhoff, I would say here, is taking too long to try and eat a chunk out of the Ricky Flynn ahead. Krutulov knows it as well. He looks hungry now, and I would say the VDK should start to panic now, because if the gap opens for the driver that was P3 at the World Championship last year, he will slide that energy course cart down the inside. Van der Kerkhoff knows that that was the case. The energy looks to try and have a look through turn number 14. Is he going to get the run now down that start-finish straight to set something up into that second corner? Lev Krutulov gives him a bit of a boost in the back bumper. We've still got Waltz involved. It was a 3-kart battle. Now make it 4, because the second of the Waltz brothers is also starting to arrive. And now Krutulov makes the move, sees the gap, pushes Van der Kerkhoff slightly wide as both Waltzers look to get through, because Van der Kerkhoff is off the road.
Here we go again, and we have got Drew and Devon Waltz once more line astern as they push their way through. Mins is there, Van der Kerkhoff down to 6th place. Arias is through. Baglin under investigation in this race as well for potentially causing a collision. There's Gustafsson on the tail end of this. He wants to have a go as Arias looks to the inside at turn 14. Squeezes through. Gustafsson goes through as well. Here's Rafael Bassato on the DPK. Tries to go to the outside line. It's bringing in Gabriel Canal. It's bringing in Luke Tal. It's bringing in Kamenik as well as Schaufler and Baglin, who is just behind in this freight. So that's quick, how quick it can close in now. And Schaufler looks to the inside there, gets that move done. Here's Baglin off the road, trying to get round the outside there. Risky spot, but brings it back on, but definitely doesn't gain there. So it's still Drummond leading by 2.3 seconds. There from the rest of the field. A lot of side pod damage there. Yeah, for Victor Gustafsson, he's had a bit of a kicking there, I think, out on circuit.
Yeah, Gustafsson and Bosco Arias have gone wheel to wheel a couple of times, but I'm not sure if it's the case that it's Bosco that's caused that one for Gustafsson. Gustafsson now loses it down the main straight to Luke Tal. Tal now for MP is inside of the top 7. Gustafsson now could remain vulnerable to Bassato, who's right there. Schaufler signals to DPK teammates. They're just ahead to say keep pushing, to keep going, to try and get up to the CRG. This is Noah Baglin then. So Baglin just runs himself off the road to avoid there. Van der Kerkhoff, they go wheel to wheel, drops into the dirt, does manage to get things going once more, but that is what just outplayed for Baglin as this continues to get quite fiery. Gustafsson now losing out.
Yeah, indeed, and straight away there, Gabriel Canal just saying and communicating to Schaufler to go forward after he's just passed a former world champion right in his midst. Over the line he goes. And these drivers here staying cool, calm and collected. Kamenek in with a chance now, seeing if he can get a move done on Gustafsson. But Gustafsson holding firm for the time being. Gap 2.3. Drummond, Krutelov, Waltz, Mins, Waltz as well. As they go through Drew, Sebastian and Devin. Tal's just got past Bosco Harris as well. That's for 6th place. There you can see that battle just ahead as they all head through that final chicane. Nicola Frigg is the fastest driver out there, and crucially enough, that is on the tyre situation where it's a front right and rear left.
Yeah, we have seen drivers deploy that tactic before, just trying to stagger that rubber round the kart. So Drummond still out there, 2.2 seconds clear. Nothing going on for him. It's Mins and Waltz that we're now looking at, because Fusion have been really strong so far today, not just in seniors but juniors as well. Miron and Spencer have good moments in the junior. It's been Mins and Drummond at the front for the senior category. Now Mins is trying to get inside of the top 3 for the first time this weekend. Waltz, it's Drew Waltz that he is looking at, is going to try and say no, but Seb looking strong here on what will be the penultimate lap of this race. Final moments for these drivers today, of course not final moments for the seniors in total, because we've still got more groups left to go, but for the time being, intermediate classification wise, Zach Drummond, who now enters onto the final lap, is the leader of those points.
He certainly is, with though 226. It is a good points advantage. However, it's not impossible to catch up for others. Gustafsson's had a moment out there. He's just tumbled down to 16th place over the line. There is Drummond. For a brief moment there, I thought he was slowing down, but no. He is still out there, still at the front and still clear by 2.3 seconds. Last race of the day, and to come away with a victory, I can imagine, will be a big smile on that face. He's put himself in a prime position here, ready for tomorrow as the current points leader. But will he hold on to that one? Over the line he goes. It will be Drummond who will take the win and will lead the intermediate classification with 226 points. Krutelov will finish second, ahead of Drew Waltz. Sebastian Mins ahead of Devin Waltz. Luke Tal from Bosco Arias, Nicolas Schaufler, Rafael Bassato and Gabriel Canal, who rounds out the top 10. And great work there for the field, great work for Drummond. The biggest mover will be Nicola Frigg, 23rd to 13th, a 10-place gain, and I believe not the fastest lap, actually did have the fastest lap, but that was taken at the end of the race by Nicolas Schaufler. So Schaufler denying that fastest lap privilege to Nicola Frigg, who did have that one not too long later into the race. There is your top 3. Drummond from Krutelov and Drew Waltz, who will round out the end of their racing for groups D and E. It is just groups A and F and B and C left to go for the juniors and the OKs. There's your full results. Baglin finishing that one in 11th place from Jakub Kamenek, Nicola Frigg from Filippo Sala, Angelina Simmons from Victor Gustafsson, Evan Purcell from Ilya Berezkin. The DNF earlier on just finished that one in P18. Nathan Kapin from Jude Thrumalai Swame, Jan Swatzer from Svet Simonov, Izris from Novelli Cosmopolis, and the Matthias Gonzalez, Matthias van der Kerkhoff, the only retirement in that race. Such a shame for him. But there is your winner and current intermediate classification points leader, Zach Drummond. Here are those highlights. And again, relatively controlled race here at the sharp end of the field. Everyone getting through pretty cleanly at turns 2. Double apex right-hander, very start of the lap. A little bit of action down at turn 3. And looked like Gabriel Canal with a big lunge under braking there, just squeezing one of the Forzas off the road and pushing them backwards. Possibly Svet Simonov there getting squeezed backwards. Then we saw Lev Krutilov starting to fight through the field, would get up into second place, would go on to hold on to that position as everyone was just fighting for those last few moments here. Sebastian Mins being one of those drivers to gain 3 places to finish inside the top 5 in P4. Then started the Gustafsson battle. Quite a battle that was, as Baglin found himself off the road and being squeezed out of contention here. The young man who leads the championship standings at this moment, finding himself in a spot of bother here in those qualifying heats. Certainly be an interesting day tomorrow, and that title fight looks like it will head, at this moment, of course, we have to wait and see, to Kristianstad. Over the line there would go Van der Kerkhoff. Not sure what happened to him, but there you can see getting absolutely swamped by the field. Maybe something mechanical in nature, because he would later get passed by absolutely everyone like he was standing still. And clearly a moment for him after the driver started on the front row of the grid, not coming away with the results at the very end. Luke Tal squeezing his way through past Gustafsson. Rafael Passato doing the same. But over the line, it would be Zach Drummond who would take another win and would lead the points at the end of Groups D versus E's racing for the day. Well, plenty of action coming up. Of course, we will turn over to Groups A and F next. But before that, let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, for Zach Drummond, it's a good job so far today. Zach, that one for you has gone well again. You've set yourself up points-wise, and quite crucially, you're looking at Baglin and Steen Hugendorn as well for the championship. It's looking positive, right?
Yeah, we just try to maximise what we can this weekend, and today's been very good. We had some difficult starts, but in the last 2 ones we started from pole, we went lights to flag, so can't ask for any more.
And when you were out there just in your clean air, of course, wind has picked up for you. Tell us track conditions when you were driving round. What can the next groups of drivers try and expect?
Well, yeah, it's very windy, so the tow will be very much. But since the rain the past 2 days, the track is very slidey. There's not a lot of rubber down, so just use the curbs.
Well, Zach, we'll be seeing you tomorrow, of course, and we'll be seeing you in those super heats. That is Zach Drummond, who's had a great job so far today indeed. Next groups will be up shortly. Wind continues to pick up, and we'll go back up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, that next race coming up very soon. Junior qualifying heat A versus F. I'm just catching myself up on the latest reports coming down from the pre-grid area, courtesy of Chief Pre-Grid Officer Ross Upton. There has been a switch of sides, so Remy Samchek has decided to go to the outside line for the start of this one. There is a handful of new tyres out there as well, all of them going for the left-hand side, bar one driver. Julia Angelard has gone for the up and under a technique, so the new front right, brand new rear left for the drivers. So all of these looking like they want to push forward. A lot of the tyres coming from the back of the grid. There is 3 drivers at the front who have deployed them as well. Savalod Sachivlovsky, who is on the inside line, as Samchek has gone to the outside. He's got a brand new set. Harry Williams has got a brand new set, and Guillaume Bassato have all got a brand new set as well on the left-hand side. They're looking to do one thing and one thing only, that is gain the points that they need here to try and get into a good starting position for tomorrow's super heats. Of course, 2 of them, the grids get whittled down to just 72 in the classes. There was 98 juniors that entered into this weekend. There was 100 seniors that entered into this weekend, but only 72 get to go through into those superheats. And then, of course, when it gets down into it, it's only 36 into those finals. There we go. I can only imagine what John Ryan's showing them on his phone. I'm sure it's a wonderful thing that he is, but smiles on their faces. They're enjoying the action. Is the CIK FIA Vice President here. Great to see him here. And both the President here as well. Right then, engines fire up then. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. It is the last time we see the juniors out for qualifying heat A versus F. Let's quickly take you through the full starting lineup for this one. It's Remy Samchek and Sevolod Sashevlovsky on the front row of the grid. However, they have switched sides of the grid. Antonio Pizzonia and Harry Williams go from row 2. They see Guillaume Bassato and Tiberius Müller on row number 3. Brian Bruneau and Julian Rivera go from row 4. They'll see Martin Bertolacini and Alexandre Poix on row number 5, with Alexander Legenki, who hopefully is out there and is okay after that very dramatic crash earlier on today. He'll be starting alongside Olivier Ricini on row 6. Stepan Mazepin and Alessandro Caraballo ran at the first half of the field. They will go from row number 7.
Part 2 of your grid then. Row number 8 sees Alessandro Chichot alongside Anton Venant, who's deployed new tyres on that left-hand side. New tyres on the left-hand side for both Libor Vlasak and Alexander Lazarus on row number 9. And the same again from your 10th row in your top 20 with Albert Tam and Emerson Makanja-Uren. No new tyres were the decision for Navala Morales and Lenny Makinen. Row number 12, Benjamin Westwood and Jan Garjelik, identical for them, new on board that left. 13th row sees Samuel Hugon, and for the left he has gone new boots, but Julia Aguilard has decided to stagger that fresh rubber. 14 rows in total for groups A versus F, and Leo Knapp and Eden Kazarevic will be the last two, with Knapp being one of those names on your board to deploy some fresh rubber. So, drivers looking to set themselves up points-wise. Samchek looking to try and chase down for another qualifying heat win, because in this race, there is no other driver that's actually taken a qualifying heat win other than Pizzonia and Samchek.
Indeed. So that should be nice and interesting here. Current look at the points at the moment. Of course, Will Green in the juniors. Maximum points. He cannot be caught here with 250 to his name. Santiago Diaz de la Vega with 212 can be caught. Miron Lorente, Saya. But it is Samchek at the moment who is 6th in the points with 175. A good result here could put him on a nice set of points. But we have to see where he will end up as the drivers pass the red line. I'm looking for synchronization. Do I see it? Oh, yes, I do see synchronizations. 10 out of 10. Unfortunately, you don't get to see that on the stream. There is Pasquale Lupoli, Deputy Race Director here this weekend. He has been out on track, keeping an eye alongside the likes of Gonzalo Planta and Nigel Edwards. As the field heads into the tram line then, this is Groups A versus F. And it's a false start. They will go round again. They make us wait just that little bit more.
So these drivers, of course, in their last rotations now of qualifying heats. So we're looking more towards your super heats tomorrow. We'll have 2 of those. And so far, Will Green is looking at a pole position for that. He's taken a clean sweep so far this weekend. Green could not have done more than what he already has. Diaz de la Vega is P2, so KR looking really strong, but with Samchek in there, Samchek has taken a number of qualifying heat wins. He could be looking to actually set himself up really well for tomorrow.
Certainly could. All of these drivers here have got a chance to do that, but they've got to put in the effort in this last race. It is usually when we get down to these last races where it all starts to get a little bit involved for them. We have seen those big up and down moments in the juniors, and all of these drivers here, their last chance to really showcase what they can do. You're spotting there?
It was Felix with the hat.
Oh, Felix, a flying Felix. Well, Felix may have his hat, but good news, I also have my hat in the commentary box. Felix gave this to me. There is one. If you put commentary box cam on now, you see mine. But Felix gave me this hat, and I've got to say, I'm really happy with it. Nicole Sutherland is not happy with it. She looks embarrassed right now. Oh, there you go. They're not going to put it. Oh, that's a shame. Right, anyway, into this race then we go. Juniors here. For A and F into those tram lines. It's lights out, fights on towards turn 1. Good start then for Samchek. He's going to hold on to this one. They fan out there in towards turn 2. Are they all going to get through it? The answer is ish. There, I think there's a little bit of drama in the background. Yes, a car has unfortunately rotated the wrong way. The DPK right down the inside there. It's the energy course that is out of this race. Possibly Jan Garzielek going no further. But the rest of the field at the front, there has been a change at the front because now it's the other energy course. Severod Osachowski leads the way. The Ukrainian is in control.
Yeah, the energy drivers looking really strong in the juniors. Both Jarlath Sayer and Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky have had some great moments. Both drivers have had results inside of the top 3, but Sever actually hasn't led a race so far this weekend. It, however, unravels for Jan Garzielek, who will not complete his final qualifying heat of the day and maybe looks a bit nervous when trying to qualify into those super heats tomorrow. Out in the front then, Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky from Remy Samchek from Antonio Pizzonia. They are your top 3. Pizzonia looks over his shoulder because he's got a certain Guillaume Bassato behind him. Take that back. Bassato's not the name behind him because he gets squeezed off the road there. Harry Williams now into P4.
What happened to him?
Squeezed.
It wasn't quite the same way you did it.
Right.
There we go. Brilliant stuff, though. Very close indeed as, well, Alexander Legenki pushing as hard as he would like in this one, despite that drama he faced earlier on, fighting fit and getting on with it with now a 4th-place gain and up into 7th place. There's your points as it stands. Samchek, yes, he's not in first, but he was able to score enough points with the 175 he had at the start of this race to get himself up into 2nd in the points. At this moment, he's looking at a pole position start for Superheat 2 tomorrow, with him there sitting in 2nd place. However, he has only got a few points advantage. Any more positions lost, he may be in a spot of bother down the inside. Changes there. Pizzonia past Samchek has gone up into 2nd place. What does this do now for Samchek? Does it put him in the danger zone of potentially not starting on pole position?
Well, what does this do for Forza now? Because now we look at Samchek and Harry Williams, P3 and P4. Priam Bruno back into the fight. We've said him time and time again. He's had a P2, he's had a P3 so far today. Now looks to try and get inside of the top 3 once more. Harry Williams now bolted to the back of his teammate Samchek. Is he going to set it up in towards that first corner? Of course, Williams has had a DNF so far this weekend. Can't lose out any more points, and doesn't he know it? Sets it up into turn number 2 and pulls along Priam Bruno as well. Priam now back into contention, back into the fight. Samchek, what big boots on the back bumper there by Bassato. Bassato looking to try and get involved once more. Alexander Legenki is right there. And the last driver inside of this 4 you see on your screen is Martin Bertolicini. Is again Bassato just gives that shove there to Remy Samchek. We're going to have a bit of a fallback there for Alexander Legenki. Just gets it wrong out of the corner, and now he's got to deal with Anton Venant.
And these position losses here for Samchek have taken him out of 2nd in the intermediate classification. He needs to dig deep on this one. Big sends in the background there for the VDK getting involved now. Antoine Venant starting to pile on the pressure here. Multitude of warning flags coming out. This is Priam Bruno and Harry Williams going wheel to wheel here. Williams just holds on to it for the time being. Priam Bruno's going to go to the outside line here. Is he going to go for the up and under in towards turn 3 and 4? He certainly is. Delivers it beautifully. And that's Priam Bruno up into 3rd place.
Was that maybe a little bit premature for Harry Williams to start defending? Because, of course, Pizzonia now has been gifted some more space out there to try and chase down that half a tenth that splits up him and the energy course. Priam Bruno then inside of the top 3 once more. Both of them aware of the drivers behind, however. Bassato, Bartolicini and Remy Samchek. You know, Samchek, I didn't expect him to unravel the way he has within this race. Is it the case that nerves have now got to him, that he's aware of
where he is in those intermediate classification points, as again Harry Williams and Priam Bruno go side by side, but they're looking to now cost themselves quite a bit of time here now, Anthony.
They certainly are. They don't want to be caught out in this sort of battle of the racing. That'll be quite something for them. I am just noting the fight at the front, just very briefly. Sevoloda Tavshablowski is in the lead. It is 0.6 of a second. Yes, okay, he has just taken the fast lap of the race, but it does look like it's just closing in a little bit here. Is Pitsonia going to try and fight for that lead? We'll have to wait and see, but at the moment it holds firm right now. Priam Bruno, Williams still there. There is Bassato, Bertolacini, Antoine Vinard. This fight here of, wow, Alexander Legenki at that very same corner that he went hard into that wall, just sent it down the inside of that very same corner.
So did Emerson Macandrew-Uren, kept his foot on the power, used some of the grip that now exists out there. War, Macandrew-Uren looked like he was going to have a go. Is he going to have a go on Alexander Legenki? Absolutely does. Macandrew-Uren now inside of the top 10 comfortably, now leads this train. There's some communication now goes on between him and the Charles Leclerc driver. Loses the position once more, maybe even loses out on two, because here comes Samchek once more. But Samchek has got to deal with Oliveri Sini and Julian Rivera now. Rivera back inside of the higher end of this fight, but Rivera, for him, it's not quite been the race so far. This pack of cards on your screen includes Martin Bertolacini, Venant, Legenki, Macandrew-Uren. This is the duo, though, that's still undecided for the last spot inside of your top three. Priam Bruno still holding onto it. Harry Williams, however, still looking to challenge. Williams is not a challenger inside of your intermediate classification when looking at the top 8, but Priam Bruno is. He's P4 currently, and if he actually loses out now to Harry Williams, we would see maybe a switch later on between him and the likes of Henry Moering. He's not just yet overtaken Remy Samchek, so despite Samchek's slight reverse within this race, he's still holding on to that P3. Here comes Williams. Williams looks to challenge. Is he going to have the run out of turn number 13? Doesn't, because Priam Bruno has the line, has the pace now out of the final corner.
Certainly does. Gap of the race leads down to 0.3 of a second. Pitsonia has closed in. This is that fight there on your screen. Sevoloda Tavshablowski, right saying, has not taken a qualifying heat win so far this weekend and is looking to take his first. We are lap 9 of 10 here. Last lap boards out this time. Pitsonia, I can imagine, will want to take that position away. It will help Pitsonia out, of course. He will gain a couple more points to try and push his way through this field. Right now, you can see already how Szydlowski is looking over the shoulder, is thinking, will I be able to defend this one over the next 1,300 metres? Over the line they go. It is Sevoloda Tavshablowski who leads the way, but here comes Pitsonia for the race lead round the outside. He's not going to carry the speed through. Is he going to try and get the up and under? The answer on the exit is no. He then stays behind in towards turn 3. Here we go again. Szydlowski goes defensive, breaks early, holds a tighter line. Beautiful defensive line there for the Ukrainian, who now has Pitsonia all over his rear bumpy. The Italian gesticulates wildly and says, come on, keep pushing forward, because Priam Bruno could close in, but it's not going to worry them out too much in this last race of the day. Szydlowski, again, will have one more major turn, one more braking opportunity to defend. Pitsonia around the outside, that's outrageous, but he's going to run off the road. Pitsonia through goes Priam Bruno. It's a 2-for-1 special for the Belgian. Victory Lane will win their last qualifying heat of the day. There we go, so exciting. I thought it was a super heat as they go across the line. Priam Bruno, he's going to take that win over the line. Clear from Harry Williams, 0.6 of a second. Sevoloda Tavshablowski will take third at the end of that one from Martin Bertolacini. A great end there. And for Priam Bruno, that gives him an extra 9 points that he was looking at. So that puts him third. He misses out on catching Santiago Diaz de la Vega, who was not close enough in the points. to put a dent in that one. So it's still Green and Diaz de la Vega who are looking at pole positions for the superheats tomorrow. Priam Bruno there goes to third. Samchek fourth in the points as well. There is your top three. Priam Bruno, Harry Williams and Vsevolod Sachi-Savlovsky at the end of that race. Martin Bertolacini finishes that one in P4 ahead of Antoine Venot, who gains 11 places to finish in P5. Guillaume Bassato will finish in P6 ahead of Antonio Pettonia and Emerson McAndrew at your end. Despite that drama earlier on, 12 places gained for the young Brit. He finishes that one P8. Alexander Legenki finishes ahead of Julian Rivera, who rounds out the top 10. Olivier Edicini from Remy Samchek. Alexander Lazarus from Samuel Hugon, who also gains 11 places. Alessandro Truchot from Alexandre Bois, with Navala Morales and Tiberius Müller. Libor Vlasak and Benjamin Westwood, Lenny Makinen from Eden Kaserovic, Alessandro Caraballo and Julia Angelard, Stepan Mazepin from Neo Nap and the two retirements, Albert Tam and Jan Garzielek. There, the live feed down in Parc Fermé, and Priam Bruno, I'm sure, delighted with at the end of that one, coming away with that race win. Here's your highlights then at the end of that one. Well, it certainly was looking like Vsevolod Sachi-Savlovsky's race in that one. He was the energy course that in the early phase of that race was able to squeeze through the field just a bit. The other energy course right at the beginning of that one of Jan Garzielek, unfortunately, not getting the results he will have wanted in that last race of the day. With the rest of the field here, able to push through. There was the unfortunate failed restart for Garzielek, not able to get away in that race. We saw the changes in the background, everyone pushing forward, the Forzas there of Harry Williams delivering good results, Remy Samchek as well. It was right up there at the sharp end. He was looking at a pole position start for Superheat 2 tomorrow. With the position he was in at the early stage of that race, unfortunately didn't go his way. Defensive posture brought in the field. It brought in Guillaume Bassato, who would send it down the inside. Later did fall back himself in the order. This was the Williams and Bruno fight, and we saw that one go quite literally all the way to the very end. They found themselves in an order, stopped scrapping. This was the fight in the background. Alexander Legenki going through in that final corner. Emerson McAndrew Uren also finding his way through in that final corner. Despite all of that, continued to go wheel to wheel in towards turn 3. So good run for them over the course of that one. There you can still see, despite that very dramatic moment earlier on, it has not phased Legenki. He has kept that foot pinned throughout the entirety of the racing. There you can see the rest of the field that then on that last lap was able to squeeze in to try and close in. Then we saw this here. Brilliant stuff. Well, Pettonia tried to go for the move. Savlovsky squeezing him off. Bruno getting through. Williams with that last direction change around the outside of the final turn. Squeezes into second place, which put Priam Bruno on 209 points and a front row start alongside Will Green as it stands. Plenty more racing to go. We're going to head down to Parc Fermé, though, and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, that was quite the final lap there for Priam Bruno. Priam, final corner for you is where it happened. Tell us in your eyes, how did you manage to take that race win?
Yeah, I had a good manage. In the last corner, Pidonia and the energy take. The energy close the door. And Pidonia go outside, I touch, I have the good opportunity, I win the race.
And Priam, for you today, this is your first qualifying heat win, but you've been inside of the top 3 time and time again. Happy with the pace and happy with the results?
Yeah, the space is good. Maybe for tomorrow, it's possible to, in the final, I have the good results. After I have the problem, but for me, yes, for tomorrow, it's possible to have the good results, and for the final, it's good.
Well, Priam, thanks very much for catching up with us. Of course, that's your group of juniors done and dusted. Now we'll go back to our groups of seniors because we've still got to decide Superheat pole sitters for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, over to the seniors for Groups A versus F. That will see William Collegia and Dean Hugendorn on the front row of the grid. Very much looking forward to this one with, of course, after this race, just groups B and C to go. And a change of sides for the teammates. It's Collegia who is on pole position, who is elected to go for the outside line into turn 1. And this will hopefully benefit Hugendorn, of course, with that inside line. Because, of course, he won't have to try and carry the speed around the outside being on that one. Lots of tyres in this one. It's definitely easier to tell you who has not deployed them. And I will go over that very, very soon. In fact, a couple of these drivers, I think, did deploy them earlier on, actually, which is why they don't have them now. Engines are fired up. Drivers are making their way out onto the circuit. Can confirm all the drivers have gone for the left and right hand side. Here's your grid then. William Collegia and Dean Hugendorn. They've switched sides of the grid, but they still are parallel in front row lockout. Peschel and Ivanikov go from row number 2. They'll see Benjamin Magnac and Gustavo da Silva on row 3. Michael McGoy and Victor Stalmack go from row 4. They will see Francois Cadal and Antonio Coccinella on row 5. All of these drivers, by the way, are on new tyres left-hand side, apart from Cadal, who has not deployed them. Row 6 sees Ludovic Mazzola and Armin Kari Osman. No tyres for Armin Kari Osman. The fresh set on the left-hand side for Mazzola. Row 7, Oliver Kinmark and Marco Gast. It's Bruno Blanco and Aston Sharp on row 8. Mika Runitz and Manuel Maguez go from row number 9. Row 10, Thomas Chikaraski and Martina Romlanova, but only Chikaraski with the fresh tyres. Well, without fresh tyres, he managed to gain, 20 places earlier on from P20. Can he do the same in this one with those fresh boots? William Marshall and Matteo Gallo going from row number 11. Zarif Racal and Zavre Dukovsky on row 12 with Malcolm Allel and Eduardo Salamonde. No tyres for Salamonde in this race. So there were drivers who had deployed the up and over set. William Marshall is one of those, front right, rear left. Another one of those drivers is Da Silva, front right and rear left. Manuel Maguez has gone for front right and rear left also. Everyone else has gone left-hand side. So that's what we are seeing here. After this race, only 4 more to go over the course of this day. It's been quite a busy day. I've got a headache from all Nicole's talking.
I've got more than a headache from you.
There we go. Right then, we are not far away from the start of this race as they make their way into those tram lines then. Here it's qualifying heat A versus F for the seniors. And it's lights out, fights on. It's a good start for Collegia. He squeezes Hugendorn on the inside line. Hugendorn under massive pressure. And there's contact in the background. 3 carts are off. A Koski, a Tony Kart, and a Ward. And there's still more happenings in the background. They're going off the road left, right and centre in this race. Can you tell it's the last one for them as they all go through? And they're still going off. What on earth is going on here in this last race for the seniors in groups A and F? It's released the top 3. And the 3 drivers that we lost at the start was Jindrid Peschel, Benjamin Magnac, and Michael McGoy. 3 big heavy hitters at the start of this race.
So at the front, a bit of a different setup, I would say, for our race leaders. We've got new drivers up there in the sharp end. Vladimir Ivanikov is yet to race a race in the lead. Now he's doing just that in the moment that counts for him. That was Peschel there in, of course, the Marshall post. Take that back. That's not Vladimir Ivanikov. That's Ludovic Mazzola. There it's at the front. 10 places for Mazzola, 11 for Kinmark. Francois Cadal, 6 positions because the 2 parallels of Dean Hugendorn and William Collegia were involved in some of that commotion at the race start, and now we're going to have to try and get something going to get back into the front. You can see them really having to work for it now on the entrance towards 6 and 7. Martina Romlanova is involved in this fight. 12 places gained for her. Thomas Chikaraski matches that with 12. And that's all just been caused by what happened at that first corner.
A lot of fresh tyres in this as well, who are wanting to capitalise after that incident at turn 2. Big send down the inside and contact made. Is that Thomas Girardello with damage there to that front NASA panel? I think it is. Was it Miguez that went over the top there in the 167? But very dramatic there and not what they want to see. Here is further up the road. This is Marco Gast and Kalija. Gast has just got passed into 4th place. And Kalija there just saying to Gast, do not defend, just keep going.
Yeah, exactly that. So every driver inside of your top 4 on a really good charge. 12 for Kinmark, 9 for Mazzola, 6 for Cadal, Marco Gast 10. And they're 4 drivers who have actually had some of those spots this weekend. They've had maybe a DNF or maybe have been shuffled into the pack. So this was the change between Kinmark and Mazzola there. Really good stuff by Kinmark, of course, took that really well-deserved qualifying heat win earlier on by 6 seconds, and that was the moment for Thomas Girardello that he was just caught out there with the Paralin. Talking of Paralins then, William Kalija and Dean Hugendorn both have had a round of qualifying heat wins. However, only one is a championship contender so far this weekend, but they now find themselves 5th and 6th on the road. Big sends down the inside. This is one of the Birillos trying to get involved once more. That, however, is all the way down for P12. Again, final moments for many of these drivers, and I think that's what is inviting the sort of drama that you've just seen unfold.
Indeed. Look at all these positions that have been gained over the course of this one. So many drivers stepping up with 11, 10, 12 places gained over the course of this. Kinmark's having a fabulous race once again at the front after that victory he took earlier on by, what was it, over 6 seconds. He's only got a second this time around, but well, he's still there in the lead on a 12th place gain, so good running for him. This is Girardello back down the inside to gain those positions he may have lost out on earlier on. That is an overtake past Matteo Gallo for 17th place. Gallo now under pressure from Bruno Blanco. He squeezes his way through and says thank you very much.
A number of qualifying heat winners in this race then. Kinmark, Kalija, Hugendorn as well. But it is still Kalija that's trying to hunt down for a super heat pole. He's currently sat in your intermediate classifications P2, so he's ahead of teammates Dean Hugendorn, not just on the road but in those standings again. Still, this is looking fiery. Benjamin Magnac trying to get back into the mix of things with the fastest lap. He's now down in towards the first major braking zone, but second corner on this 1.3 kilometre circuit. These drivers trying to hunt down 4 positions. Kinmark, Mazzola, Francois Cadal, no change there again. That gap between Kinmark and Mazzola, there's been no reduction in that one because Kinmark is still continuing to turn up that dial in that first sector, has just gone purple.
I always panic a little bit when I see a marshal running, but he's only running to give someone something and not to do with an incident. Just saw a flash of high vis in the background of one of the camera shots there and peeked up like a meerkat in the commentary box. McGoy, after that disaster at the start of the race, is starting to pick up the pace again. Fastest driver out there, 49-second lap time, but is down in 25th place as it stands. Martina Rumlanova, here we go. We've not seen much of her over the course of today. We are seeing her now as she steps up past Marshall. That's for 9th place.
Yeah, Martina Rumlanova there, wildcard entrant into this weekend, has come and joined us because she's got that track knowledge, much like Henry Mering in the junior category. So she's come into this one because she knows the circuit, and she's now showing us that with those 10 places that she's got for herself so far. Gainers within this race is Avre Didkovsky and Zarif Raquel tied on 11 with Manuel Miguez. They are your biggest hitters, but of course they're not your biggest mover so far overall, because Oliver Kinmark, your race leader, owns that title, 12 places for him. Of course, you've got to give it to Oliver Kinmark. The past 2 qualifying heats that we've seen from him today have been absolutely stellar. Won by 6 seconds was he saw the checkered with that gap between him and P2, and now he's not looking to match that, but he's still matched those 12 places he's got himself.
Indeed. I want to say something right now about a driver, but I don't want to, because I don't want to curse them.
Curse.
But they're doing a fantastic job at this moment.
Hint and I'll guess.
And they had drama earlier on after they were having a very good race.
off the grid.
Well, there you go. I thought you would get that one. Anyway, down the inside, Marco Gast and Francois Cadel. That's for third place. Great overtake there to push forward and to head through. You can just see that nose cone flapping away, but Cadel will say to Gast, new, and I will take that position back in turn 2.
So, that got a little bit fiery there between Gast and Francois Cadel. As now, here comes Kalija, here comes Dune Hugendorn, and they're going to be gifted 2 positions because the DPK runs off the road with Marco Gast, and the Paralins are now allowed to slide their way back through turn 6 and 7.
Kalija said thank, Dune Hugendorn said you, as they went through there. And the 2 Paralins now absolutely locked in. I can imagine they will just test each other here to just see, you know, who's faster, whoever so will push you.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm really interested to see what happens this weekend. Kalija's now taken the lead of those intermediate classification points because of this that just unfolded. So Gast and Cadel just forced each other off the road. Both managed to avoid that barrier that's now been put there at the exit of turn number 5. But the 2 Paralins were then gifted back that P3 and P4. And with that, like we said, Kalija now owns the top spot in those intermediate classification standings, but maybe doesn't own that P3 because here comes his Williams Paralin teammate of Dean Hugendorn down the inside.
And that could change things around as well because Hugendorn now, they are still fighting for pole position. So, yeah, maybe they're not going to give each other a bit more racing room that we would think over the course of this.
Yeah, of course, this is going to be a really interesting weekend to watch on how William Kalija and Dean Hugendorn play things out. Kalija's here for himself. Kalija wants a final win. It's a big deal for him at this European Championship, like every single other driver. But Hugendorn is thinking about a championship lead. Is Kalija maybe at some stage going to change the mindset and help him out? We'll have to, of course, see how that one unfolds. Still, though, we've got Hugendorn at the lead of this train, but Kalija now looks to be a bit vulnerable because Marco Gast is back into this fight. Francois Cadel is nowhere to be seen anymore in this way. The DPK is fallen down the order.
Yeah, indeed. I was just looking at that one. Yeah, and so was Benjamin. Yeah, he's gone downwards as well. So they've had a bit of a moment out there, I can imagine. Right, this is the fight for the race lead. That'll be something to talk about as we are heading on to this last lap of the race. It is Kinmark versus Ludovic Mazzola. The crucial thing is that, well, Kalija's got past Hugendorn again as well. Ludovic Mazzola around the outside. Great up and under here. Can he squeeze it through? The answer's yes. Mazzola in a great position here now. Is in the lead on this last lap of the race. But Kinmark's going to try and fight it back through. He cannot do it into the bus stop chicane. Mazzola gets through into this race lead with only 2 more corners to go. 1 major heavy braking zone here. Kinmark will take the long way round. He gets the up and under. Kinmark back through. Beautiful stuff for Oliver Kinmark. Line that up. It'll be a run to the line. It's close to the line. It's actually still a fight to the line. It's Mazzola over the line. Absolutely unreal. Ludovic Mazzola. Well, it was a run to the line, but it was the Birrell power over the line that beat the VDK by 2 thousandths of a second over the line. Mazzola will take it, and now I can say what I wanted to say earlier on because I didn't want a commentator's curse him. Ludovic Mazzola, who was looking at his best result earlier on in the day before that mechanical failure, now sees it, and it's a race win at the end of the day for the Italian. Ludovic Mazzola then takes the win ahead of Oliver Kinmark. William Kalija finishes ahead of Dean Hugendorn, and with that, Kalija takes the lead of the intermediate classification, joint on points with Zach Drummond. Both of them 2:26. However, Kalija out-qualifying Drummond puts him on pole position for Superheat 1. Drummond now is pole position for Superheat 2. That's all the work they could do, though, in A and F. But there is one more group to go in the juniors and the seniors. That could still change that up. Ludovico Mazzola, though, great run there over the line. A photo finish. We'll see a great result at the end. We'll give him a nice bunch of points at the end of that one as well. William Marshall, though, is your biggest mover in that race. Started 21st, finished 5th, a gain of 16. Well, superb effort there at the end of that race. It's Mazzola from Kinmark. Kalesia, 1, 2, 3. That third place puts Kalesia on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. He'll be delighted with that one, I'm sure, and hopefully we'll be down there chatting with him in a few moments' time. Hoogendoorn finishes 4th ahead of Marshall. Marco Gas from Gustavo da Silva. Vladimir Vanikov from Manuel Maguez. Antonio Koscianella from Zarif Rakal. Tomasz Garashki from Mika Runitz. Victor Stalmack, Martina Rumlanova. Armin Karit Osman from Xavier Dukoski. Matteo Gallo rounding out the top 18. Malcolm Hillel from Eduardo Salamonde. Francois Cadal, Bruno Blanco, Michael McGoy finishing ahead of Magnac, Sharp, and the one retirement, Jindrich Peschel. Here was the start, where unfortunately Peschel was caught out in that incident. He went off with McGoy. He went off there with Magnac. 3 big names. Then they all got loaded into turns 3 and 4. The exit of there, so many carts going on to the dusty, grassy runoff area there. And, of course, the engine builders will hate that because that really does clog up the engines, the carburetors as well. The dust's so fine out there, it just sails through the airbox and straight into the important combustion parts. This, though, the remainder of it was quite a fight for the two Paralins. Kalesia and Hoogendoorn kept their heads held high. There was the change for the lead to put Kinmark up that P1. Then Chikarashki gained those places. He then lost out on a fair few. Now with that moment on the order, and all of these drivers here just having the last few chances to see what they can do. There was Chikarashki again, despite that drama, finding himself squeezing back through the field here and gaining those positions. And in the end, Chikarashki still gaining 8 places to finish P12. Then we saw Martina Rumlanova going for the moves down the inside on lap number 7. We'll leave you with these highlights. In the meantime, we'll head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's in Parc Ferme.
Well then, we're with William Kalesia. William, before we talk to you about the points going into tomorrow, what happened at that race start?
Yeah, well, I started with Dean, just gave him a bit of an advantage. And then going into turn 1, I had a peak on my right and going into the apex, and I saw him on my inside. I'm like, something's happened in the back. So he's gone on the inside. I've had to move. I've had to go wide, and then got pushed off the track. It was quite a lot of chaos, and I don't think it was Dean's fault. I think a lot of stuff was going on at the back of the pack. They were all pushing, domino effects. So, but it didn't matter. At the end, we came back. So.
And at the end of things as well, you've also taken back that lead of those intermediate classification points. We've got more groups left to go to find out how that one will fare going into tomorrow. But you set yourself up very nicely indeed, William, right?
Yeah, well, it all came from the first 2 heats with 2 heat wins, and then the rest being all top 3. It's helped us a lot with the points. And we'll just see how we go tomorrow. I mean, anywhere on the top is fine for us, so we'll just see how we go.
Well, William, catch up with you tomorrow, of course. That is William Kalesia, who's currently leading those points then. More groups left to go, and we'll go back up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. These are the final 2 races then for the juniors and seniors for the European Championship, heading out onto the circuit to determine where they will start for tomorrow, the very end of the day. After these 2 races, we will see the final 2 races of the day for the Academy seniors who will head out onto the track. And here is your grid for this one. And you can see there, Daniel Miron on the inside of the front row has put Perico on the outside. And, of course, again, for Perico, this is the second time he has to start on this outside. He is not elected to switch to this side. He is not the pole sitter. Which means he will have to start behind Daniel Miron, who is ready to go for this one. No tyres for Miron, Perico and Malota. They are still on an older set. However, all the drivers behind have deployed them. Some in the standard left-hand side configuration, some with the front right, rear left configuration. We'll let you know who they are in a moment's time, of course, as they make their way out onto the circuit very, very soon. In terms of the points, of course, we have determined Will Green cannot be caught. However, Santiago Diaz de la Vega with 2:12 is under pressure in this one. But Daniel Miron, who is in that title fight, I think can gain good points here, but he's not inside that top 8. So it's going to have to be run to the line, see what happens in this fight. Engines fire up then. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit for the final 2 races of the day for the junior and the senior OK categories. Here is your starting lineup for qualifying Heat B versus C. Daniel Miron starts alongside Nicolo Perico of Alex Malota and Zach Zhu on row 2. At row 3 sees Oivo Mentarata and Girardello. All these drivers from now on have got tyres on the left-hand side. Zach Zhu going for a right-left configuration. Then you've got row 4 of Matis Brajo and Austin Newstead. Juan Garciase and Matvey Durganov, they go from row 5. Oskari Wally and Mark Lumitz go from row 6. But it is only Oskari Wally that has got the fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Row 7, no tyres here with Christian Alexanderus and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on row number 7.
Row number 8, we've got Ji Haohui. No new tyres for him, but we've got new staggered for Jonas Pundis. From your 9th row on board the left-hand side, we've got new for both Aurélien Lemaire and Augustin Fignoli, and it's the same for the next 3 rows. Yubo Wen sees Ava Lawrence, and from row number 11, Roland Nagy will look at Xavier Lazaro. Your 12th row, it's Belgium and Georgia in the form of Jeff Lebec and Leon Chilidze, and then from row number 13, we have got new tyres on the left for Nick Reed, but no new tyres for Max Feld. 14 rows in total, and both Maxim Bobrishov and Antonio Ianni have now decided to deploy some fresh rubber on board those OTK chassis. So, qualifying heat B versus C sees Miron and Perico line up alongside each other. Of course, they were 2 of your pole sitters earlier on this weekend. They both poled it in group. Have not raced each other so far this weekend. Now they go head to head into that first corner.
They do indeed. So, as they get squared away for the start of this one, sun's still shining. It's still a lovely day. How's that wind out there?
Windy.
Nicole? Windy, yeah?
Yep.
There's medicine for that, don't worry. Right. Sorry. It just brings me joy annoying you.
Do you not think this day's long enough?
No, I think it could be longer.
Sat next to you, it probably will be.
Right. Here we go then. Last races of it. It's been a hard workout in here. It's been a hard workout on track as well. The
for everybody
has done a brilliant job.
Yeah.
But they're the staff as well. The race direction team have done a brilliant job. Members of the media, the camera crew as well, and the guys and girls behind the scenes. I got a picture from Edgar, who's switching the cameras. He was lying on the floor in the fetal position moments ago. There's still more races.
Everybody in technical as
Everyone
well.
in technical,
everybody out
job.
there in the paddock, every team, mechanic, driver. Long old day for these drivers, 28 qualifying heats in total. But big opportunities and more opportunities for your last OK Junior and OK heats left to come before our academies.
Indeed. Qualifying Heat B versus C then for the juniors. It's a false start. They're going around again. They're a little bit keen out of that final turn, Nicole.
Well, for these drivers, just keeping us waiting then. Last qualifying heat for them. Interested to see what happens now between Perico and Daniel Miron. Of course, both have had qualifying heat wins. Miron, however, has had a disqualification, and Perico has had moments where he's actually been forced further back into the hands of the drivers behind at those race starts. So that's maybe something to keep an eye on. Zach Zhu has not managed to take a top 3 just yet within these qualifying heats, but we know that he can do it out in Valencia. He showed us what he was made of now that he's
joined the victory lane camp. So keep an eye on Zach there. Maybe this is his opportunity to take his first qualifying heat win of the weekend. We saw Priyan Bruno take it at the very last moment for victory lane. Maybe Zach can try and replicate that.
Yeah, certainly so. We'll have to wait and see, though. However, as the field once more head into that final sector, they'll pass the red line here, and no overtaking beyond this point. He should be in 2x2 rolling start formation, to which they're very late to get into formation here. But I think they should be all good this time around. A little bit quick out of the final turn there for the front rows on that last attempt. This time around, hopefully, nice and steady. They should wait, in theory, to the yellow acceleration line. But for the moment, they are all clear, ready to go racing again. For the juniors here, the last chance to see what they can do. Will we see a change in the top rankers for the super heats? We'll have to wait and see, because right now we're going to get ready to go racing. I think it could be a false start. No, it's not. It's going again. This time a huge advantage for Miron then. He will be very happy with that. Straight down the inside, Perico and Zhu squeeze their way into those positions.
Do you know who's going to be kicking themselves after that race start? Is Alex Malota, as we're already seeing dramas out there. That's one of the VDKs now off the road. It's the 292 that desperately tries to pull that kart back onto the track, and that is Aurélien Lemaire of Belgium that now tries to get things back into life. We did have a couple of drivers have some dramas out there, and yellows are out down towards that first and second corner, as Aurélien Lemaire will not manage to get it going. You can see heartbreak for him. It wasn't enough on that push, and now he is out of this one for VDK.
Yeah, indeed, that is a shame there. Action, though, still unfolding at the very start of this race as the trains form their way through the grid then. It's Miron who leads from Perico, Zach Zhu from Girardello, Austin Newstead from Matvei Durganov, Mark Lumitz from Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Oscar Rolli from Juan Garciase, who rounds out the top 10 as it stands. There's been some big movers in that top order. Lots of people stepping up. It's been a tough one for Oiva Venturata, though, who's down into 11th place now at the very start of this opening lap. Hopefully, he can recover back as this race progresses.
So we said keep an eye on Zach Zhu to see if he can get inside of the top 3 or maybe take a first qualifying heat win of the weekend. There he is on your screen now looking at Girardello. So Girardello earlier on in the weekend, when we had our initial phases of qualifying heats, did have some good moments, did stay inside of the top 5, but he's also had a DNF here this weekend. Now he's got Zhu on his tail, but they're both looking at Perico there in that KR just ahead. Daniel Miron has been given the space to breathe. There you can see him just exiting out the kink that exists on the entrance towards that second straight for these drivers. Perico now being reeled in because, of course, the wind will come into play for these drivers. It's going to be difficult for them to stay ahead of drivers, especially through that third straight that now exists. This is the race start then. So Daniel Miron out of the final corner. You know, you can visibly see he's miles away ahead of Alex Malota. However, on the gantry, Nigel Edwards, race director, sent them green and has given Miron a 1.4 second advantage so far.
Alex Malota might be public enemy number 1 in this grid after that start. Just saying, oh, well, you've not gone, and has just backed up a lot of drivers there. So tough start there for that inside row, but the race getting underway. We are on lap number 4 now of this. Time ticking through quite nicely. This is the fight for second place. Perico, Girardello and Zhu on your screen. And we're just waiting to see who will make the first leap here for that second place. But at the moment, everyone just holding firm for the moment. Newstead is there in P5. He's got the Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and Matvei Durganov battle just behind him. That's raging on just that little bit. Like Lumitz is there. And Oscar Rolli on his fight through the field with the fastest lap of the race on a 2-place gain in P9.
Alex Malota so far this weekend has had 3 results inside of the top 3, has taken a qualifying heat win, but now looks to maybe be having his worst qualifying heats to date this weekend. Down in P12, and that's all because of that race start where he just left that huge gap. Now we're seeing a defensive posture being deployed by the Mercedes young junior driver of Nicolo Perico. The Italian now got hold it in group earlier on this weekend, defends from the parallel and the victory lane behind, but he's going to get caught out. Girardello gives him a bit of a boot, weaves his way past, as does Zak-Zu, and now here comes Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio as well. Here comes one of the Forzas into the mix. Mark Lumitz also trying to look at this as Jonas Pundis is starting to arrive. Matvey Durganov also now inside of the top 10. 3 places for Durganov. First FIA weekend for him within the new camp that he has joined. Ricky Flynn, of course, he has changed over to that outfit instead of Energy, where we saw him race for at both La Conca and Valencia. Out of the final turn, though, Girardello holds on to P2, and Zak-Zu is now in that 3rd spot.
Indeed. So these drivers now heading into turns 2. I've got a low sunshine there now into that braking zone. The rubber that's gone down to the circuit is lighting up the tarmac here, making it just that little bit more challenging for them into that braking zone. But very strong performance they've got so far in this evening of racing. Current local time, believe it or not, 6:05 local time. We've been in this chair since 9 o'clock this morning.
It's dinner time.
It's dinner time. Wow, what a day it has been. Zak-Zu on that rear bumper. Girardello just ahead. No change just yet between these two. They are still pushing. And Girardello here, well, 4.2 seconds. I don't think it's going to be closing in on Miron. So Zak-Zu's going to go for it and thinks, thank you. See what I can do. The last 2 laps of this race.
Yeah, Zak-Zu now is the highest up we've seen from him so far this weekend. Of course, does not help break inside of the intermediate classification top 8, but he will be looking to continue to pick up some points. Veld now under investigation for causing a collision, but this race has actually been quite calm out there. We've seen, you know, chaos sort of unfold in both the junior and senior categories so far this weekend in dry and wet conditions, but in this final race for groups B versus C, it's been calmer. Aurélien Lemaire is the only driver so far to not look to finish things off. Out of the final corner again, Zak-Zu. Girardello has, if you saw, heard a big bang, it was just a water bottle that dropped.
Yeah, but I wasn't ready for it, made me jump.
Scared, honestly.
Right, this is all unfolding quite nicely here for Daniel Miron. Yes, in the lead here, he's nowhere near where Green or Diaz de la Vega is in the points. It would best a P8 over the line with the intermediate classification with 185 points. Perico at the moment sits on 196. He's joined with Alex Malota, but of course, Perico and Malota are a little further down in the order. So Perico could gain a few more points here and could actually get some work on this one. Perico at the moment is looking to start alongside Santiago Diaz de la Vega for Zubi2 tomorrow. Yeah,
so I'm thinking KR are probably stood on the sideline somewhere, happy with the fact that as it stands currently, they've got 2 pole positions, looking forward to those superheats. Green with one, Santiago Diaz de la Vega with the other. Then, of course, all top 4 of those intermediate classification standings are sat on those KR chassis, but you've got Priam Bruno from Victory Lane that mixes things up and would be alongside Will Green there. Tony Kart still going for it in the background. This is a nice little fight for these drivers to try and maximise the rest of what will be the last junior qualifying heat of the weekend. The Daniel Miron continues to lead in his own air. 4.4 seconds for Miron, who will now exit very shortly out of that final corner. We'll see that last lap board, and we'll know that despite that disqualification earlier on this morning, he's done the most he could do for the rest of the day.
Well, that was pretty good on that one, over the line. And there's big battles happening through. That's Gilles Frey getting past Mathis Rajo for 15th and 16th place. There is Daniel Miron. Well, he's done all he can on this one. He will start inside the top 8 in the intermediate classification, but 8 is all it will be for him. Despite the dramas, he still finds himself in a great starting position then for tomorrow's superheats, but it will not be the front row while his championship rival will start on pole position. Daniel Miron will round the final turn. He'll see the checkered flag over the line and he'll win the last qualifying heat of the day, and I think there may have been a moment there for Mark Lumitz. There was, I believe. He's tumbled down the order. Zhu will finish in second. Girardello will take third from Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on a 10th place gain in P4. Nicolo Perico from Matvei Durganov, Oscar Rivoli, Austin Newstead, Juan Garciase and Christian Alexander Rust will round out the top 10. For Daniel Miron, though, it's a good, strong end to the day. But these drivers here will focus on the fighting tomorrow. All the action still underway later on in the racing weekend. The superheats and the finals coming up tomorrow. And all these drivers here just hoping to see what they can achieve. Field makes their way back into Parc Ferme to the weighbridge there. They'll get checked over. There's your top three. Daniel Miron, Zach Zhu and Giorgio Girardello at the end of the day's racing, with just the senior OK grid and then the Academy Trophy remaining left of the day. Rest of the results are on your screen. We've gone over the top 10. Alex Malota finishing in 11th place from Jonas Pundis. Matis Rajot from G Halfway. Oiva Venturata from Roland Nagy. Jeff Beck from Mark Lumitz, who rounds out the top 18 at the end of that race. 19th place, you will see Max Feld from Zoe Lazaro. Maxim Robojov from Leon Chilidze. Ava Lawrence from Antonio Ianni. Wenyabu from Augustine Felignoli. Nick Reed rounds out the 27 finishers. Aurelien Lemaire not finishing the race. The one retirement at the start of this one. The VDK racing driver making their way back on the trailer. Here is your highlights from it. Well, a gifted start for Daniel Miron. For Malota, just not on the power there. Big gap between the two of them. It allowed Perico, Zhu and Girardello, all of them, to just dive to the inside line at the very start of that one. They got a great start there at the front, and the dramatics did ensue in the background, but there you can see, unfortunately, Aurelien Lemaire out of the race at the very start of that one for the VDK Racing team in that 292 machine. All the rest of the racing, though, went on to the bitter end. Lap 5 saw some dramatics into turn 13 as Perico started to push through the field. Lap 7 brought Zach Zhu into second place at the expense of Girardello. That battle then fizzled out, them clearing away to the very end. It was a close fight on that last lap for the last remaining spots at the top. But for Daniel Miron at the front, cool, calm and collected. No dramas there whatsoever to his head over the line. Clear by 4.4 seconds. And he will round out the top 8 in the junior intermediate classification, meaning it's Green and Diaz de la Vega with the results. So we heading down to Nicole Sutherland in a moment, who is, I think, will be ready. But no, we will take an ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time. one more race to go for the European Championships. It's the OK heading out onto the track for qualifying Heat B versus C. After this race, it is down to the last two races of the day for the Academy Senior, who make their way out on circuit very soon. But it is the last race then for this one. The Seniors, the OKs, qualifying Heat B versus C. And the last chance we may see anyone try to catch up to Kalijah or Drummond. It's Asher Osteen on pole position and Luke Corner.
That he decided to go for that. So Seya is the only one on maybe a bit of a slight back foot going into this race. Then the only driver to not go new on the left is Kara Kowalczyk, as that is Isaac Seya. That's a bit of a problem now for Seya. So he's out of this one before he could even start things, trying to work out where the kart is parked. There it is on the exit of turn number 5, but can't, work out what's happened as he ground to a halt. Has something gone wrong on the front? What we can confirm is Seya will not start this race.
Well, he was the only driver in this race who hadn't deployed fresh tyres because he deployed them earlier on in the day. So that means that everyone here has a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side in this race.
Other than Klara Kowalczyk, has decided to stagger that rubber. So she's gone, different setup. That's from the 4th row.
Oh, yeah. I did miss that. Sorry, Nicole. Thank you.
It's all right. I made loads of mistakes today, so I'll let you off.
Yeah, that was only my one. I've made loads too. Right, anyway.
I read the word wet as dry earlier, so...
Yeah, you thought everyone was on slicks. They were all on wets. There we go.
At least I'm honest.
Yes, you are very. Right, into that. I tell you what, that Marshall's dicing the devil in this one.
He's likes the adrenaline.
He's very close to those cars at the very start. Right then, into those tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. Great start for Osteen at the front of this grid. But round the outside, Luke Corner is going to say thank you very much. He takes that one away from Osteen. Big dust kicked up in the background there. 1 or 2 cars running wide. But it's Corner that leads. Osteen second. Zach Green there in third, the last remaining Jamie Green racing driver in this race.
Well, Klara Kowalczyk was one of those drivers to kick up all that dust. That's the change now between Green and Asher Osteen then. So the hopes for the Jamie Green racing outfit is still alive. Zach Green has taken a qualifying heat win so far this weekend. Fell short in his last qualifying heat where he dropped to the back, of course, at that race start. Still managed to finish that race, and points-wise, he's not looking too bad overall. Osteen then P3, but Osteen has had a really good weekend so far, his best FIA weekend to date. He's had a qualifying heat win, he's had a number of top 5 spots and sits in tied of the top 5 once more. Corner from Green from Osteen, they are your 1, 2 and 3 with Reipold now in P4. Kasper Reipold qualifying was not the one. Didn't manage to put that lap in. Now, however, sits inside of the top 5, with then P5 being rounded out by Gilles Herman. Herman looking for a good result. Has had 2 DNFs so far this weekend. He cannot afford to lose out anymore.
No, indeed. So, all of these drivers here just trying to fight their way through. Osteen will be the biggest mover here. He'll jump up to 4th into the points with 207.
Turn number 13, though, Reipold.
Yeah, indeed. That is trying to push him through. And a nice change there for 3rd. So, Reipold will push through. And now on a 10-place gain. We'll just lose out Ashton a few points here, but it's not the end of the world. He's still looking to start alongside Zach Drummond on the front row of the grid for Super 2.
So for the VDK of Reipold, best results so far for the weekend, best results so far for the year as well. Within FIA, we've not seen him sit inside of the top 3 within a qualifying heat for quite some time. Has had a bit of a difficult challenge at both Le Conca, both Valencia. Had the challenge in quali, but now is in the business end for this last OK qualifying heat of the weekend. These drivers then looking to set themselves up for your super heats tomorrow morning. Kalijah will be a pole sitter for that, so will Zach Drummond. Those 2 drivers, of course, tied on 226 points. Hugendorn would be in the first super heat with teammates of William Kalijah alongside him. It would then be, as it stands, Asher Osteen the company for Zach Drummond in that second superheat tomorrow morning. Of course, we've got more laps to go for these drivers to still tell us the rest of the story, but Casper Reipold again putting in the work within these final moments. He's looking at Zach Green and is looking at him with a fastest lap and as well with a purple sector number 1.
Indeed, very quick pace out there for Reipold. Certainly could be a thorn in the side of Green and Cornder, who are further up that road right now. This is still the Osteen, Herman and Domain battle, 4th, 5th and 6th. Here's 7th place downwards, Rota, Lopez, Pitaro, Endorata, Alaman and Lavar, who are fighting away. Gilles Herman to the inside, looking for 4th place. Finds it, Domain finds 5th place, and Asher Osteen finds P6.
This could now be a bit of a problem for Asher Osteen. We'll have to see what happens to his points, because so far he is looking at a front row start alongside Drummond, but now with those 2 places gone, he's going to lose some points, might now lose out to the name of Nicolas Schaufler. We'll watch what happens when he crosses the line in a sector to go. So Gilles Herman now P4 with Henry Domain. Domain consistent. Both him and Luke Tal have looked really good for MP time and time again round this circuit. And Domain, we know from what we've seen from him from our 2 previous rounds, he's really consistent and he will be there when it comes to those finals. Out of the final corner they will go, and now I want to see what happens to these points. So Osteen for the time being 200 to his name. Do things change for him? It's not updated just yet, as that is the switch now between Gilles Herman and Domain. Domain has got the job done.
Yeah, certainly has. Nice change there of hairs. Reipold again. Fastest lap, 49.507, saving it to the very end of the day. Reipold actually has closed the lead battle down to just 0.8 of a second between the 3 of them. Very close indeed at that sharp end, and I can imagine the first person who's going to make that move will be Reipold on Zach Green. They're going to make their way onto the start-finish straight now, but behind them, still this fight rages on. That's a little further up the field as well, as we're going to see a big move down the inside from Mariana Lopez this time on Asher Osteen. That is a P6.
Yeah, so Osteen this stage of the day is now starting to lose out slightly. It's not unravelling completely, but he's lost quite a few positions now. Casper Reipold again goes purple. He's loving the theme of that, I think, is Casper. He's looking at green once more as that gap now has really reduced between your 1, 2 and 3. It's 4/10 between Cordner and Green, then it's 8/10 between Reipold and Cordner. So your top 3 matched on that separation as they head down towards those final couple of corners. The trio at the front, I would say, could give us a bit of a show now in your final qualifying heats of the day. Show is going on for drivers like Endo Arata. He's looking at Dan Alleman trying to get past, but Alleman will be desperate to hold on to position here. Alleman has had multiple DNFs so far this weekend. Gap at the front opens back up once more between Cordner and Green. It was 4/10, now sits at 5.5, as now Henry Domain actually makes himself fastest driver out there, goes faster than Reipold, who's still looking at Zach Green, who's on the horizon.
Certainly is. Still pressure building in that pack further behind. Everyone here just trying to find their way forward here. Big look down the inside there. That's a nice change for Archie Owen on the move. There it is on Dan Alleman. That is for 10th place there. And all these drivers looking to try and get themselves out of the danger zone area of that intermediate classification. They don't want to be in that buffer zone in the top 72. They want to be in the top 72. They don't want to be 73rd or anything like that. And that's what some of these drivers are fighting to get through into. So a lot of pressure is on this field here still. Still no change for the runners at the top. They have stayed the same down the inside here. Changes happening. Ili Christian on Davide Battaro. That's a nice change, but that is for 14th place on the road.
Well, for Asher Osteen fans, there's no need to panic just yet, because points, he's still holding on to that P4 overall, so he's still looking at a front row start. He has lost out on numbers ever so slightly, but he's still ahead of Nicolas Schaufler, and he would be looking at Zach Drummond tomorrow morning.
Cordner still within the front spot, but the gap is just dancing back and forth between him and Zach Green. It's fluctuated a couple of times over the course of the past couple of laps. It was 4/10, then went up to 5.5. Now it's just under 4 once more. 0.395 separates Cordner from Green, as Reipold, I'm sure, is hoping and praying for Green to chase up and try and get into the lead, turn it into a fight so that Casper can then try and make that 12th place gain, maybe a 10th place gain, maybe a 12th place gain. Still, we're looking at this one then. Mariano Lopez looking at Gilles Herman now. Not close enough, however, to make a go of it, in which has been quite a calm and settled race for our last OK qualifying heat of the weekend. Technical flag is out for one of the drivers out there. That's the 176 that will be forced to retire. Yuri Levar, P22 for Yuri currently, but he will join the likes of Ivan Pedrotti, Zemo Yang and Sayer to not finish.
Yeah, indeed. This is back at your front runners. They had closed in quite considerably, but they have stayed the same for a while here. Zach Green has really started to push Luke Cordner now on this last lap. Any attempt from Green will directly bring Reipold into play, and he, I'm sure, will be happy to see these two start fighting away. Domain, though, is the fastest driver out there. He's there in 4th place. He's also closing in on this, but the last lap board is out to the field this time. And, well, if they're going to make a move, they're going to have to make it sooner rather than later, because Luke Cordner is going to look for maximum points here and to step up to 6th in the intermediate classification. For Asher Osteen, despite the fact that he's down there in 7th place, he is still, at this moment, looking at a potential front row start. That was a big wheel moment there. What was that, Green, or was that Reipold that went off there? I was just looking at my timing screen at the point. I just cut back across, and there was a big sideways moment out of turns 5. But Luke Cordner here, no drama whatsoever in this one, Nicole. He's going to take this one to the very end.
Well, Cordner then has had multiple top 3 finishing results, but now makes himself a qualifying heat winner. Cordner, with that, gets himself into P6 in your intermediate classification points. A good way for Luke to round out his day. Of course, started this weekend really well indeed with a pole in group. Now finishes Saturday with a race winner, much needed for him points-wise, and he's done just that. Sits just behind Nicholas Schaufler there in your standings. Cordner then finishes it with a qualifying heat win, with Zach Green rounding out your top 2 and Casper Reipold, P3. 10 places for Casper Reipold, but he wasn't your biggest mover overall, because that reward goes to Valerio Vipiana once more within these heats, who climbed all the way from that 13th row to finish inside of your top 10 with 15 places to his name. Cordner from Green from Reipold, they're your 1, 2, 3 for your final qualifying heats of the day for the OK category. Groups B versus C. Good job for those 3 drivers there who confirm those spots. Domain and Gilles Herman take you to your top 5, with Mariano Lopez, Endo Arata, Archie Owen, Asher Osteen and Valerio Vipiana being the last drivers inside of the top 10. We then, in P11, have Dan Alleman ahead of Klara Kowalczyk, Francisco Roca, Illy Christian and Louis Nunez. Davide Bataro, Max Whalen, Nikita Bott, Rafael Ballard and Gavin Adder. Not too much to say for those drivers who finished just inside the top 20, with 21 and 22 then belonging to Mark Pilipenko and Daniel Picorni. We, of course, in that last race, lost 4 names. Yuri Levar with that technical flag, Egon Pedrotti, Zemo Yang and Isaac Sayer, who failed to meet that start. But there is Luke Cordner. Job well done for the driver for Ricky Flynn Motorsport.
It certainly was a good job, and this is how it happened. It was a beautiful move round the outside here of Asher Osteen at turn number 1. A bit of Slim Shady action here round the outside, and gets that lead away and carried that on all the way to the very end. Didn't have any drama. Asher Osteen, very lucky throughout that one. Did lose those positions, but still had enough points left in the bank to hold on to having a front row start alongside Zach Drummond. Green was the early stages of that race, able to get the move as we lost his teammate Isaac Sayer at the very start of that race. Green was able to push through and to finish in P2 at the very end of that one. Later, we saw the big sends as well. VDK of Kasper Reipold able to get into third place. He tried his best to close in on the top two, Nicole, but it wasn't meant to be.
No, it wasn't meant to be, but you've still got to give credit where credit is due, because that is a good charge for Reipold to finish in P3. Gilles Herman had, of course, a busy race, as did Henry Domain. Those were the switches of positions that we saw for those two drivers. And in that race, actually, Mariano Lopez managed to come into life in the final moments for today's racing for him. He took the position away from Asher Osteen, who did fall down the order ever so slightly, but it's not the end of the world for Osteen, who will be starting on that front row alongside Zach Drummond tomorrow morning. More sends down the inside. That was where Asher Osteen was forced off slightly, and this is where Archie Owen actually managed to pick off positions. Checkered flag was waved and seen, however, by Luke Cordner to confirm his qualifying heat win. Of course, 2 more qualifying heats left to go, but before we do that, we'll take a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last 3 races of the day. 3? 2. Wow, it's been a long day.
Don't scare everyone, Anthony.
2 races left.
I just got heart palpitations.
It's Academy Senior. It's qualifying heat A versus C. That is next out onto the track, and the whistle has blown. They are ready to go out on track as nothing else matters out there on circuit apart from seeing these 2 races. It's qualifying heat A versus C that heads out onto the track, and this will be the one where we could see someone try and beat Abilape. He's in the next race out in that one. It's Sarp Kale on pole position for this race. Michael Zion starting alongside on the front row of the grid, but oh dear, going very slowly there. Not good at all for Rafael Volante. The entrant from Chile has stalled on the exit of the pit lane. Now, thankfully, his mechanic can come and rescue him a little bit. Right, here's the grid again. I'll start from the front. Sarp Kale and Michael Zion go from row number 1. They'll have Alex Desario and Sebastian Gronald-Eels on row number 2. Vanessa Shilkaneta and Proko Solokosev goes from row number 3. They'll see Leopold Junch and Oliver Kerg on row 4. Jonathan Landstrom and hopefully Rafael Volante will be going from row number 5 as they start the first half of the field.
Row number 6, the drivers looking to seek and destroy. It will be Simba Matoda alongside Rion Totogio. From row number 7, Constance Sipula will see Yvonne Simonova. And from 8, Louis Sifri will have Christian Carrillo. Your 9th row of your field, it's Jesse Swart with Alvaro Para. And from row number 10, your top 20, it's Tiziano Antola for Peru alongside Essa Al-Hamidi of the UAE. 11 rows in total, and it will be Daniel Schreier Isa and Petra Milicevic as your last 2. Groups A versus C are your spots. Oh, drama out there again, not quite sure.
Constance Sipula.
For Constance Sipula, then, this is not going to be the one. He will not complete his day of racing.
No, indeed. He was hoping to seek and destroy out there in that race, but he has not been able to do it in this one. It's sad but true out there, unfortunately, for him. The field here, though, primed and ready to go for the last 2 races today. So are the marshals. Look at them. They're all there. They're stretching their legs on the outside, ready to go. It's been quite the day for them as well. They are fueled up, ready to go out on circuit.
Yeah, for these drivers, then, they've got to... Well, drivers, marshals, our entire team, they're just trying to get the last bits out of that battery. One more race for these 2 groups. A versus C are up. Your 2 at the front, Sarp Kale and Michael Zions, now looking to get our drivers steady and racing under the guidance of Gonzalo Planta, who says no. Go round again. We're not ready for that one. These drivers just not in position just yet.
Gonzalo Planta, the master of puppets out there for the field, ready for the start of this one. And here in the Academy Senior, another attempt to get it going for the field for these drivers. These moments here, though, for the last state of it, can really shake up the points. Albi Lapper, of course, with 100 points to his name. Philippe Panetta with the 91 is second. Turi Yerkin with the 88. Liam Carr with the 80. Cesario with the 75, Zion with 74, Hare with 69, and Maximov with 68 out there.
So for today, so far for Sarp Kale, despite having that pole position, he had that disqualification, he had a DNF as well. So unfortunately, those memories will remain for Sarp. You know, those bad moments might throw him off, but he's got one more opportunity now to try and give it a good go. However, behind him, the shadows will follow of the rest of the field, especially Michael Zions, who's been really consistent this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Right, these drivers are ready to ride the lightning here at Mülsen. Let's see what will happen as they enter into those tram lines as we get ready to go racing then. It's A versus C. They're going around again. Oh, dear me. We are not able to turn the page to start this race just yet.
No, these drivers, of course, could quite quickly find themselves in a bit of hot water with Gonzalo Planta, the main drivers that could be the unforgiven, being Kale at the front. Of course, he is your pole sitter. He is that driver that has got that main responsibility.
He has indeed. Let's see how this one will go for the drivers as they are ready to go for a third attempt at a start here. It's all within their hands at the moment for this race. Just need to see how they can get started in this one. It's been a bit shaky at the front of the field with everyone just trying to gain a position here, push there. The main thing they've got to do is just stay nice and slow before that yellow line, before they start this race. The Academy Senior,
That was
superb.
perfect.
That was synchronization with purpose there for the marshals. Great to see. And yes, final words of please just slow it down for the start of this race. Right then, heading in to the tram lines once again for the field here. Let's see what will happen, because nothing else matters here apart from going racing into turn one. Good start for Saab KL, holds on to the lead of this one and pushes through into the front of the field. This is a good start for the rest of the field here as they all dive to the inside line. Any lunges? Yes, one or two for the first ones here. But everyone right now absolutely fine as they enter through the first chicane.
Well, for Saab KL, then he's hunting down for a race finish at least, or at least some points that he needs to come to him. Zion's, of course, top 5 finishes consistently for Michael. He's looking to try and achieve that once more within this qualifying heat. Is their last of the day. Out of the final corner, then steady stuff for our field. Steady stuff for the likes of Vanessa Schilkenater, who had a DNF earlier on. She needs a good result. So your 1, 2 and 3 is Saab KL and Vanessa Schilkenater. So those two drivers that this final race is really detrimental for are doing a good job so far. It's Cesario P3. Michael Zions has dropped to 4th. This is Sebastian Grondal-Eels also dropping to position for him to round out currently your top 5. Kurg, like Saab KL, was disqualified earlier on in the weekend. He needs a good result, and let's not forget the way that he drove earlier on. You could see the nerves. You could see that he was trying to handle the positions. He ran himself actually off of the road, and I would say was probably introduced for him because he's so aware of those points that he now lacks.
Yeah, indeed. There's a lot of that going on. Of course, with the last race that hasn't happened yet, Cesario does lead those points there in 3rd, so we'll keep a close eye on that fight. Over the line they go. This is a lot closer now in this racing here. So KO in a little bit of bother here. He's not dropping Vanessa Schilkenater on that 3-place gain here, who's looking very strong in these dry conditions. In towards turn 3. No lunges just yet, but Zion has shown the pace on that last lap, showing the fastest 53.097, trying to really squeeze his pack up. There's Schilkenater down the inside. There's the change for the lead. Exactly what she wanted. Desario's going to go through as well. This helps Desario out in his chance of fighting for a pole position tomorrow.
This is exactly what Vanessa needs now within this stage of the day. She can't lose out anymore. She wants to try and set herself up for those finals tomorrow. Out of the final corner they will go. Schilkenater from Desario. They are still your 1 and 2. Saab KL now in P3, as this is a nice little change further down. This is the switch between Petra Milicevic and Sebastian Grondal-Eels. So Petra now losing out slightly, but it's not the end of the world, because actually she's been really... No, sorry, that's... Solokotsev there in P6. It's not Saviovic. She's down there in P19. So for Solokotsev then loses 1 position. Not the end of the world, however, because he's still inside of the top 10. Fastest driver, Alvo Para there out, but not in the front. Of course, the front end of your order, probably all still driving around, actually quite aware of who is next to come in the next qualifying heats, a certain Albi Lapper.
Indeed. A big lunge down the inside there in towards turn 13. A very feisty action. But this is even better, because here's Desario down the inside. The Italian will lead the way on this lap. We're on to lap 5 now. And Desario in control not only of this race, but also of the intermediate classification.
Well, out at Valencia then, we had Kurg, of course, as a driver that stood on a podium. Now he's looking at a P5, so I'd maybe say he's trying to push forward. Maybe that's why we've seen some slightly ambitious moments for him this weekend, because he's desperate to try and get to that top spot by the end of tomorrow on Sunday, where we will see these drivers fight it out in those finals. We've not got one of your best so far within this race, because Alexis Genelet, your top runner from Valencia, is in the next group to go, with Albi Lapper, who has been the best so far today. out in the front. Halfway race distance almost achieved for these drivers. Alex Desario from Vanessa Chilconator, a move is about to go on then in towards that second corner. That, however, is further back. This is Yvonne Simonova fighting out with Simba Matoda, who also had a disqualification earlier on this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. Quite a few drivers caught out with that one. Zion, fastest driver out there, still holding in third place, is only 10th or so behind as big moves down the inside. Simba Matoda again trying to get a nose down the inside there of Yvonne Simonova. Not going to happen. And Landstrom and Volante trying to close in as well. This is the fight at the front. Well, they've all closed in quite a little bit here. Desario still leads. Chilconator second. Zion third. Kurg fourth. They are the top four you see there. Then it's here. Kale and Sebastian Grondel-Eels. Line astern here as they try and push through, but no change just yet between those two. They stay line astern. Big lunge there for Kurg on Zion. That into turn 3. Made it stick, I think, and I think he's pushed through.
Oliver Kurg now fastest driver as well out there. So Kurg on the charge. Points-wise, Desario and Michael Zions have, of course, overtaken Albi Lappa because he's not raced for the final time today. But I think Albi Lappa has got a really good chance here of continuing in that charge, of taking that top spot at the end of the day. It's 125 from 112 from 100. Of course, we've got to see that second group left to go, undecided for the rest of this race and for those runners later on. This is the fight between Sebastian Grondel-Eels and Sarp Kale that continues to go on. You know, Anthony, is this actually the stage for Sarp that maybe the weekend unravels slightly? He said it in his interview yesterday after qualifying. He's a taller driver, he's a stronger driver in the wet conditions. That really benefits him. Maybe it's the case now in the dry that he's just looking to struggle with the outright pace.
It can happen. I mean, being a tall driver isn't the end of the world, of course. You can still throw the weight over one side or the other, which, yes, granted of what he was saying, does massively benefit in the wet conditions, not so much in the dry, but we'll have to wait and see. Still changing around, though. Vanessa Chilconator back down the inside of Oliver Kurg, gets back up into second place. This fight very much not over just yet, as everyone a bit squirrely under braking. Kurg back down the inside. Here's Zion going wheel to wheel with Vanessa Chilconator. Takes that one back. Chilconator holds on to third for the moment.
Yeah, I think this battle is going to rage on until the bitter end for these drivers. That 3, Chilconator, Kurg, Zion's trying to look at things as well. Desario, they're out in the front, helped with that purple lap, 1.5 seconds clear. And as this trio still go for it just behind him, all that they're doing is actually continuing to release him out there in that top spot. Behind Chilconator and Oliver Kurg and Zions, we've still got Sarp Kale and Grondel-Eels glued together. They're quite a way ahead then of the rest of the field. Nothing too major to report for the other drivers. No major movers. 6 positions is the biggest gain, and it's for Jesse Swart and Oliver Kurg. Other movers, Petra Milicevic is now getting things into play. She gained herself 5 positions now. Actually, make it 7. She's just gained 2 out of the final corner.
Yeah, indeed. Nice little change around there for some of our drivers. And still some big movers out there. Swart on 6, Para on 6 as well. And as you mentioned, Milicevic there on that 7th place gain. So some big movers all the way throughout it. But Kurg here, 6 places into P2. Is really starting to get involved here with Vanessa Chilconator, who again not looking down the inside there in turn 13. You can see she didn't like that exit there. She might now be under pressure from Michael Zion, who will, I think, attack, or she tries to convince to go and push along, but Zion says, no, I'm going to go down the inside.
Of course, for our Academy Trophy drivers, every single one has matched on machinery. Everybody sat in an Esprit chassis as their Vanessa Chilconator wants more signals to Zion's to think about Oliver Kurg. But, of course, they're really limited on what they can change on the kart. And for Vanessa Chilconator, she just looked like she didn't have enough on the exit of the corner. Maybe didn't have enough bottom in that kart to try and get things
things running. That's why you see her sort of jumping up and down in the seat, but it's not helped her. She's lost that position to Michael Zayans, and now they're losing out to Oliver Kerg and Alex Desario. Last lap board will be out to these drivers then. Last moments for Alex for his day of racing to gain 2 positions to potentially take qualifying heats and win.
Indeed, and not only that, potentially take a pole position away. Zion again, wheel to wheel with Vanessa Schilkenater on this final lap. Schilkenater does find the exit speed though, however, and does hold on to it, but Kale finds the inside line once more. They chop and change again. This is the fight for 3rd place. Here now, everyone else is getting involved. You've got Kale there into play. Sebastian Grondel-Eels also there. Also, they are going to try and get the nose down the inside. There goes Grondel-Eels on Kale. Gets through. And Saab Kale there will have to settle for P6 now. But for Alex Desario, the last race of the day, with that race win, is looking to see if he can claim a pole position with one more race to go. Over the line. Alex Desario takes the win ahead of Oliver Kerg. Vanessa Schilkenater from Zions, from Grondel-Eels. Kale from Solokolovs, who's there as well in 7th place. Malota from Landstrom. Swart from Simonova, who rounds out the top 11. All of these drivers gaining positions. Great run for them. But Desario doing the best he needed there. With that result, that P1 puts the Italian in the lead with a 25-point advantage from Albi Lapper, who will be out in that last race, who has 100 points to his name. He would need to score 25, of course, for that result. And 25 points he would need to finish for Albi Lapper. He would need to finish 11th place with Albi Lapper in that next race. That is the magical number to see who will be on pole position. Desario, Kerg and Schilkenater take 1, 2 and 3 across the line. A superb result for them at the end of the day. There's your full results. Top 10 we've gone over. Ivan Simonova finishing in 11th place from Alvaro Para. Petro Milosavljevic finishing ahead of Leopold Junch from Luis Sifri. Rafael Volante from Rion Tutongio. Isa Al-Hamadi finishing ahead of Christian Carrillo. And then it is Daniel Schreier-Isa ahead of Tiziano Antola. Constant Cipolla, the only retirement from that race. The Italian has done all he needs. He's on provisional pole for tomorrow as it stands. Will that be the case, though, with one more race to go? That is the question. Here are the highlights from that one. Well, the start of it, not too shabby for the field here. Relatively clean getaway for the entirety of that field, but close and calm, though, for the grid as they negotiated through turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Breakaway at the front that saw Vanessa Schilkenater fighting through as they're off the road, kicking up the sand. Talk about Enter Sandman there for one or two of the drivers going off the road as the rest of the field try to close through. There was big lunges there in the early phase of that race as well, with drivers like Alex Desario trying to get up into the race lead of that one. But that would not be the case for them as they would continue to push forward. Desario would have to wait just that little bit longer to take those positions away as he would fight for the race lead. This was that battle with Vanessa Schilkenater down the inside to sweep into that race lead. A beautiful little overtake, and that really did kickstart a nice little fight between the drivers behind. Schilkenater then fought with Oliver Kerg in that later stage. Kerg really going for the big moves. Michael Zion as well there. Later, Saab Curl and Sebastian Grondel-Eels all would get involved. The side-by-side action here through the final turn is always a heart-in-mouth moment, and even the squirreling under braking into turn 1 is a heart-in-mouth moment. But the drivers delivering the good results still nonetheless, and you could see how frustrated Vanessa was being there at the end of that race, just saying to Zahn to keep going, but she would then get that run back on the exit. A little bit of contact between the two of them, but managed to squeeze through. Over the line would be Alex Nazario taking the win. Oh dear, but that nose cone, I only just spotted it, very wobbly over the line there. That could spell a bit of drama, and that puts a fade to black on that race there. We're going to head down to Parc Fermé, over to Nicole Sutherland.
We are indeed then, Anthony. Alex, really good race results here for you this weekend. You've just set yourself up maybe for that pole tomorrow. We've still got to look at Albi Lapper. How much are you thinking about Albi's race?
Yeah, the race is complicated. It's hard because there is a lot of laps. And the pace in the first two heats it was not good. But now I think we found the setup. So, yeah, I think it was good.
Well, great job, of course, Alex. The whistle has now blown. Our last qualifying heat has just gone out on the track, so we'll throw back up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. One more race to go of the day. This is race 28 of the day, and what a day it has been. Qualifying heat B versus D makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Felipe Panetta jumps on the front row of the grid for this one alongside Alexis Genele. There we'll see Jose Bautista de Lich of Argentina alongside Boaz Maximov. Zhao Yunji will go alongside Liam Carr. And there we'll see Judy Yerkin and Albi Lapper on row 4. Remember, Lapper needs to finish a minimum of 11th place to secure pole position. Jan Rodriguez and Konstantin Paps, they go from row 5. There we'll see Fabio Cara and Derek Waga on row 6. Wadapong Ian Vitchan will start alongside Leonier on row number 7. They'll see Marcelo Assumpção and Arab Dewan on row number 8. Row 9 sees Maximiliano Gobbi and Adam Reibitz. They'll see Nicholas Malero and Ori Goldberg on row 10. Oliver Hordrup and Danish Chen will round out the field. 22 drivers in this race. As I was mentioning earlier on, I know it's been a long day, but I still think my maths is correct on this one. Albi Lapper needs minimum 11th place on this one to have pole. Now, of course, with the points that Desario scored with 125 and, of course, Lapper on 100, if Lapper just stayed in 8th place, he should be fine. He should get pole position for tomorrow, and that is the task he is looking to try and achieve here. So, again, it can be a stress for the drivers in this one, but I don't think he's going to be too worried about that one. He will just be thinking about pushing forward. And will we get, for the last race of the day, superb synchronization? We will wait and see. I will see it. Answer is yes. Superb there from the marshals out on circuit, who are ready for the last race of the day as they head into the final corner. This is going to be a tough one for Albi Lapper to see if he can get pole position for tomorrow into the tram lines. Will we go racing? The first time I'm asking, the answer is yes. It's a late call, but we go racing towards turn 1. Right round the outside, Genele carries the speed just like he did earlier on. He sweeps around the outside and takes the lead away. And immediately there, you're seeing the words from Boaz Maximov to say push forward, because he's also got through around the outside into second place.
Boaz Maximov then has been no stranger to leading races so far this weekend, but quite crucially has not managed to pull it and string it into a qualifying heat win. This is the last opportunity for these drivers to try and do that. This is the last chance for these drivers to get past Albi Lapper to that top spot. For, of course, Lapper, he's just got to sit steady out there, pick away some positions, pluck them away slowly and have some patience. Changes then out of that final corner, turn number 13 for these drivers is one of those where they can really boost things, can get the rev, can get the run, and down towards that first major braking zone, pull off overtakes like that from what we're seeing from Marcella Assumpção. So Assumpção now trying to get back into where she started this race from. Alexis Genelay, of course, was the story at Valencia. For him, it was a pole position that then set him up for the rest of the weekend with a number of qualifying heat wins that led him into a win in the final. Now he leads this race. Maximov P2, Philippe Planeta P3. Jose de Ligt, of course, fell short in his last qualifying heat of the day earlier on. Zhao Zhangji is no loss or no gain. He sat quite comfortable there. P5 is now Tudor Jurken comes into life. It's P6 for Tudor Jurken. Keep an eye on Tudor. Of course, earlier on was a race leader. Looked like he was going to have that win on the cards. We know that he can absolutely overtake as well. He's one of those drivers, actually, within this field who's got plenty of machinery experience, knows how to drive this package.
Yeah, he certainly does. All these drivers here looking to get to the end. Look at this. Move down the inside. Nicely done there. That's Jurken on the move here. And that's the 1-3 who's getting the move done. That's de Ligt there from Argentina, getting the move done. That's a third place on Planeta. And that will squeeze them up into P3. They're 1.3 seconds off Maximov and Genelay. But it's not over just yet. Plenty of time left to close that gap. Unless we see a move back. No, we're not going to. Stays behind.
Albi Lapper has now taken a position and with that has got into the lead of the intermediate classification points. It's only 3 points for Albi, as that is, of course, a recovery for the driver of Ori Goldberg, who will now make himself the first driver to not finish this final qualifying heat of the day and of the weekend. Lapper, 132 points to his name, is ahead of Philippe Planeta there, who would be alongside him P2, who's got 129 currently. So Lapper will still continue to pick up some points and to try and push ahead, as this is a nice little change. This is Zhao Zhangji being challenged there. Planeta, of course, is one of those names being looked at quite strongly, but it's Tudor Jurken that has just slid his way through.
It has indeed. And those fights will continue to rage on, I can imagine, over the next few laps of this race. Out of turn 13. And out onto the start-finish straight they go. A big gap starting to form here for the drivers. Eyes focused on this battle here. Planeta not wanting to lose touch here of Jose Bautista, who's still trying to break away here as Paul Roberts under investigation for potentially causing a collision out there. Onto the infield straights, and as the drivers enter that bus stop chicane into the sunlight, the tension starts to build here, as this is the last chance they've got to get points on the board. Lapper, as we're talking about it, I was doing the maths. He needed to finish higher than 11th to have that pole position. Lapper at the moment in 7th can just sit there and relax for the moment.
Yeah, knowing the way Albi Lapper drives, though, I wouldn't say he's going to settle there in P7. He's going to know that he would like to probably extend that gap just to absolutely make sure that he's safe out there. Of course, the gap between him and Tudor Jurken, he's got a bit of a way to go, but he's not out of the woods with Liam Carr just behind. Was P7, now goes over and gets into P6. So again, he's picking off these positions. It was 132 points a moment ago. It's now 134. So for Albi Lapper out there, and of course mechanic Liam as well, they'll be looking more comfortable, feeling more confident now. Lapper is really doing a great job out there. It was a podium for him at Valencia. Maybe it could be on the cards once more this weekend when we look towards tomorrow. Genelay out there in the front, 7/10 splits up him and Boaz Maximov. We've then got de Ligt as the last driver inside of the top 3, and points wise we haven't got de Ligt inside of your top 8 because of course that's DNF that he would have had earlier on today.
Indeed. Halfway point of this race. Well, we're over the halfway point. We're on lap number 7 of 12 here. There is your intermediate classification just whizzing through. You can see that Lapper and Planeta are first and second. They're looking at the front row start for tomorrow's final. Look to the inside here. Maybe Thunk it, thought it, didn't do it. Planeta stays P4.
Yeah, Planeta just being quite settled out there. Way calmer race from what we had from these groups earlier on today.
Oh, dear.
As you say, commentator's curse comes into play
Lionier.
because Lionier, the young driver of France who was having a really good day until that point, now has to go no further. She did look like she was trying to restart the car, which is not permitted. So maybe Leonie finds herself in more bother post-race.
Yeah, indeed. And I think there was a brief realisation there. I think she started to say, she started to say, oh, what are you doing? Let me restart. Oh, no, wait, I can't. And, and just gave up with that one. That is a big shame. Genele's lead, 9/10 of a second from Boas Maximoff. That is opened up. Delish still battling away with Planeta. Yerkin's still there. With Lapper, however, Albi Lapper has just set the fastest lap of the race there in P6 and is looking to try and close up a about 1 and a bit second gap between himself and Yerkin, who sits just further up the road.
So late stages of this race and late stages of the
Planeta.
day. Ooh, a bit of a challenge there for Philippe Planeta on Delic. It was an attempt, but it wasn't quite enough. Maybe he looks to try and pick things back up on the last couple of laps of this one. He's not a million miles away despite that ever so slight moment on the curb there, turn number 13. Of course, it's not the end of the world for him. So on your screen, we've still got Alexis Genele at the front. 8 tenths now split up in Boas Maximoff, so they're 1 and 2. Maximoff looking like he could be rounding out this race actually in that second spot, which would be a really good race result for Boas. It would be his best of the day, and it would put him higher in the order compared to where he started this race from when it comes to those points. He would now be tied on points with both Liam Carr and Michael Zions, all on 112, but it's Zions, Maximov, and then Liam Carr because of the way that they qualified earlier on in the weekend.
Yeah, indeed. Quite something that is, with 3 drivers all matched on 112 points. Over the line then they go on to lap 10 of 12 here. Still, Planeta is just putting that pressure on, as Batista here, not going for the move just yet. The driver's still staying on astern for that moment. Is he going to look for something here? He creeps that nose to the inside, but just hangs back on the brakes. Every time he does that, Yerkin closes in just behind. And every time he'll try that, Lapper will close in, and they don't want to do that too many times over the next remaining couple of laps.
Yeah, so 10 past 7 then local time. These drivers then their second dry running session of the weekend so far. All of their testing, qualifying and early stage heats were wet. We've then come in today, and this is the first time all of these drivers in your Academy Senior Trophy have hit a dry track. So even in this race itself, they're still developing, they're still evolving, trying to work out where the grip exists, where they can go in on the brakes, and of course where they can make these dry overtakes. For now, though, we are on the dying stages of this final race of the day that Alexis Genele has managed to get into the lead of. Genele, of course, is trying to set himself up for that all-important final couple of moments tomorrow for these drivers, where maybe a second final win could be on the cards. Still, you're seeing these overtakes attempted for these drivers, but over the course of the past couple of laps, nothing too much to say for Genele, Maximov, Delic, who has stayed 1, 2 and 3, Planeta, Yerkin and Albi Lapper, who have stayed 4, 5 and 6. Final lap, final moments for Alexis Genele out there in the front, but Albi Lapper, who is there in P6, but in the front of your intermediate classification points.
Right,
wow.
Round the outside, he tried it, did Planeta there, into turn 2, just not close enough on this final lap, and Jose Delic is holding on for dear life to 3rd place here. Yerkin's there as well. Here, Planeta to the inside will defend that line, releases Jose Bautista Delic there to break away. Yerkin tries to go down the inside. Here's Albi Lapper now. Lapper gets down the inside. Albi Lapper looking to secure pole position tomorrow, but Alexis Genele looking to showcase what he can do over the course of 12 laps around this circuit. Genele will take the win over the line out of Boas Maximov. Delic will hold on to 3rd from Planeta. Lapper from Carr. Yerkin down to 7th from Paps. Then it is Zhao Yunji to finish in 9th place ahead of Warapong Ian Vichan, who rounds out the top 10. The entry from Thailand doing a superb job at that last race of the day. But it is Alexis Genelay who takes the win at the end of the day. With that result, will put himself up to 5th in the intermediate classification points. The biggest mover, Oliver Herdrup, started 21st, finished 13th, a gain of 8 places. Well, there is your race winner on track. There is your, at the moment, pole sitter just going through for tomorrow. Albi Lapper, 136, has done enough he needs there to put himself P1. There's your top 3, Janilo Maximov and Jose Bautista de Lis at the very end of that race, delivering the results that they needed. The top 10 we have gone over. Maximiliano Gobbi takes 11th place from Jan Rodriguez. Oliver Herdrup, the biggest mover in that race, gaining 8 to finish in P13. Fabio Caro finishing P14 ahead of Marcelo Rasumsal. Araf Duan ahead of Danish Chen. Adam Reibitz from Nicholas Malero from the retirements. Leonier, Derek Wargo, and Ori Goldberg, unfortunately, not making it to the end of that race. Well, action on circuit done for today. We'll be heading down to Parc Fermé very soon. We'll be chatting with our pole sitter for tomorrow. And that is going to be a very busy one. And there, of course, your race winner, Alexis Genelay, at the end of that one. Strong result to end the day here in Mülsen. Here's your highlights from that race. And, well, the start here, watch the outside row. Genelay and Bers Maximov round the outside, both of them able to get into 1st and 2nd place from the word go. And they really just drove off from the rest of the field. No drama between the two of them. Jose Bautista de Lis up into 3rd place. That was very early on in the race. And there the retirement for Ori Goldberg, unfortunately not making it to the end of that race. Other overtakes that happened nearer the end of that race. Albi Lapper just able to squeeze through at the very end of that one, with those positions changing very last moment in the background. But at the front, Alexis Genelay would cross the line and take that last qualifying heat win, which should put him 5th overall in the points. But it's Albi Lapper with 5th place, who is looking at pole position for tomorrow. Well, there we are with the conclusion of the racing action. But like I say, don't go anywhere. We'll be chatting to some of our drivers in a few moments' time. Nicole Sutherland is down there and apparently is ready. So we'll head over to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you then, Anthony. We're down here and we're with none other than Albi Lapper. Albi, good race there for you. Steady race as well. Did you know that you just had to pick away a couple of positions and actually stay quite calm?
Yeah, it was more of like a boring race, really. I didn't have to push that hard compared to the other heats to try and, make the places. I knew that if I kind of chilled out a little bit and saved the tyre, it would all be good. But really, I think a bit of a boring race because of the start, really. If you're not with the front pack on the start, it's kind of difficult to catch up.
Do you think that's because of the wind out there on the track? Is it because of the long straights? Why do you think, actually, that it's hard to chase up after those first couple of moments?
Yeah, I think really it's to do the long straights, to be honest, because the engine gets quite hot when you're following someone. So you can work really hard trying to catch them up, and then the engine gets hot and you can't push any harder.
Well, Albi, of course, will be catching up with you tomorrow, but so far you're the leader of things. Congratulations on a good job so far. 28 qualifying heats done and dusted for our drivers, and for the final time today, we'll go back up into our commentary box to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Tomorrow is finals day, and that will be starting much earlier than expected. At 9:50, that first race will be on the track for the Super Heats Junior and Senior for them, with Super Heat A and B. After that, we then go into the 3 finals nearer the middle half of the day. After that lunch break, it'll be a very busy day indeed for the drivers who have made it through today's 28 heats. Quite the day indeed. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, thank you so much to everyone for watching. Thank you so much to everyone here at the track for their hard work, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for finals day here for round 3, the MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championships.